Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers: Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 96, One Must Act, Not Wait. No, that wouldn't work. Ultron murmured, placing the corrupted Kyber crystal down and slumping back into his throne with a disgruntled sigh. This had been a recurring issue with his efforts in more appropriately harnessing the power of the Force through the conversion of Jedi. But he was being met with one failure after the other. Every time he got control of a Force user, the rejection of his control wasn't far behind. You would think that breaking the spirit or totally possessing the bodies of the Jedi would be enough, but it would seem that he was playing into matters he didn't fully grasp. And Ultron wasn't that egotistical to admit that the Force that was used by his enemies wasn't something he himself could fully comprehend. But whenever he was able to feel it through the bodies of the Jedi, the rush he felt was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He wanted to feel it on a permanent basis. And he knew that it was quite possible as he learned of a name from one of the Jedi he had converted. He was a Bith scholar who delved into the history of the Jedi Order, and since the rise of the Clone Wars and the return of the Sith, the Jedi had studied whatever Sith Lord was available to be researched within the temple. And in his research, be it by chance, accident, or even by fate with how these hypocrites preach about the will of the Force or whatever, this Bith Jedi came across an ancient Sith Lord who caught his eye. Prominent during the New Sith Wars 1,200 years ago, she was a Sith Lord that created something called the Techno-Organic Virus. A Sith creation that turned flesh into metal and was imbued with the power of the Force. Sith techno-beasts that once plagued the galaxy, and the Jedi that were made by one Belia Darzu. He doesn't normally hero-worship humans, or Shi-Ito as her species was known, but in this case, he's gonna make an exception since she was 1,000 years ahead of the curve. If only the Bith Jedi had more knowledge to go off of. If needed, the AI would just need to go back to Coruscant and see if perhaps her holocron was still around, or maybe there were other forms of knowledge he could get his hands on. But for now, he needed to get back to work. Pick up where Darzu left off and finish her work, but in a grander, more Ultron style. Standing up from his throne and grabbing the Kyber crystal he was examining earlier, it was absorbed into his hand as he began running simulations within his mind as he walked down a corridor. Reaching the end of the hallway, Ultron pushed the door open to step out into a desolate world. What was once Geonosis? It was already a barren wasteland before, with craggy hills and cliffs and endless dunes and deserts, but now, one could only describe it to be a hellscape. On the surface of the planet, most of its surface was glassed, courtesy of Ultron's attack. After this assault, it was taken over by the sadistic AI once swooping in and slaughtering the survivors. None were left alive. Essentially, unless there were any off-world Genosians, the native species from this planet was practically extinct. And an AI like Ultron was thorough, having recalled the many droids he had possessed before his grand arrival in the galaxy. He listened in on many private and secretive meetings, the ones on Geonosis enlightening him about the hives that existed below the surface. A few fire, gas, and nuclear-based attacks wiped out any queens that lay below. And like that, the Genosians were all gone. Though they may all be dead, Ultron did find himself liking the idea of those body-snatching worms in their possession. He rounded up any remaining eggs he could get his hands on in order to experiment and create synthetic worms to help further control any person's body. They worked like a charm. But other than the worms and having this planet serve as a test run and grim reminder of what his plans are just like Jabba, one may ask just why the Mad AI opted to remain on this dead rock. Originally, he wasn't just here to claim another world, but to search for a particular set of data. After meeting Dooku and Palpatine at their secret meet-up spot on Coruscant, he wanted to come to Geonosis personally. From what he was able to scrounge up, the secret data card the two kept originated from this former dust ball. A project of the utmost secrecy where only a selected handful was even aware of its true nature. When he invaded this planet, he made a beeline to the multiple command centers that were still operational, but to his never-ending frustration, the data files were purged from all systems. He found the original backup server, only to find that it too had been wiped clean of everything, essentially reverting it to factory settings once a particular data card downloaded its contents. Not even a bread trail of any kind to at least give him a starting point to search after it. It slightly frustrated Ultron. Him wanting to know what those two Sith had planned. All he knew, the higher UPS of the Genosian government designed whatever the Sith possessed, once he got through with them. Something called Stardust. Ultron could only speculate on what the data card possessed. The original designers were killed, upon Dooku's command to hide their secrets from would-be interrogators, and he either hid this data away or kept it on him at all times. As for other possible locations, they could be on Palpatine's person or in his vicinity. Or most likely at some blacklisted, undisclosed location until Ultron ceased to function and no longer posed a threat to Sidious's galactic conquest. There was the idea of going in after the pair and just killing them outright for it, but he did give them a sporting chance. At the very least, he could be a mad, genocidal artificial intelligence of his word. To a degree. He could be going after this secret project of theirs if he wasn't already having so much fun. This galaxy was like Candyland to the AI, with so many places to attack, to make better, to evolve, all while showing those sentient meatbags that their time was coming to its end. He briefly transferred his consciousness to a lower portion of this base, briefly checking up on the conversion procedures. There were hundreds of prisoners being kept here, all awaiting their turn to take their next step in evolution, unwillingly as he knows them to be. 24 Jedi made up the prisoners, as did a good half of the rest being clones. Most of the normal flesh bags were processed relatively quickly, whilst the Jedi were the ones he kept alive the longest. He did want to make sure not to use up all his stock when converting them, as he needed to keep working on the kinks of keeping them alive so he could use the Force while making sure their consciousness remained strangled and buried. That was when his head twitched to the side, his sensors picking up on something arriving in the planet's atmosphere. A moment later came the crackling sounds of thunder and lightning. His optics narrowed, knowing what was coming. Looking back at his prisoners, he thought long and hard, as long as one can for being a supercomputer, and departed from the planet. Let them have their little victories. It was almost time for the coup de grace of his plan. Just a bit more time and everything they knew would come crumbling down. The entire foundry was whirring with activity as thousands upon thousands of drones, built and converted, flew out from the factory to meet the enemy forces coming down from on high. Outside on the barren surface of the planet, thunder and lightning raged, multiple bolts of lightning crashing down from on high as two gunships sped towards the surface of the ground. Once reaching the bottom, 12 figures with a 13th one joining from the clouds were deployed and all made a beeline to the factory ahead. Riding on a speeder bike, Black Widow piloted her vehicle with Scarlet Witch standing right beside her. Natasha was firing rapidly at every drone and droid in their path, whilst Wanda performed double duty in having a conjured shield around the pair while also tearing apart their metallic enemies. When some came in close, she used her double-blade lightsaber to cleave them apart. A blue and silver blur zipped past the two female Avengers, leaving a trail of metal scraps, wielding an azure blade of his own. A tank positioned itself ahead of the two women, aiming its cannon at them when Thor Odinson slammed down next to it and obliterated it in one swing of Mjolnir. The scraps that flew into the air were ensnared by webbing, becoming a wrecking ball that Spider-Man used to clobber the Ultron drones into rubble, jumping up into the air to be grabbed by War Machine. The two fly through the air, Vision and Falcon aligning themselves with them. Sam broke off into a dive bomb, flying just a yard above the ground and having his wings straighten out. His upgraded suit begins ramming through Ultron drones with ease, pulling out his recently upgraded blaster pistols and firing rapidly at any and all in his path. Multiple missiles were deployed from his pack, obliterating dozens of drones simultaneously. Vision flew past him, turning himself intangible, hardening his body or using the beam the Mind Stone can produce to shred the drones apart. Just ahead of him, a small yellow speck flew about, shrinking and growing, zapping and kicking Ultron drones from all directions. Wasp zapped several drones in the head, stunning them in time for Captain America to smash through them with his own speeder. Riding with him was Black Panther, throwing multiple purple daggers from his suit whilst taking multiple bolts to the body, his suit absorbing their energy. Flying over a small hill, Steve threw his shield at full force, watching as the frisbee bounced around into multiple drones, destroying each one before returning to its owner. Rogers then screeched his speeder to a halt, intentionally swerving to help give T'Challa more momentum as the man was practically glowing with pent-up kinetic energy. He slammed down into a large cluster of Ultron drones in an AAT tank, the kinetic shockwave so powerful that it destroyed almost all of the drones and sent the tank up into the air. Said tank was then suddenly punted by one giant man, the vehicle crashing into the factory that the Avengers were targeting. Scott smashed and crushed practically everything in his path, holding out his arm as a web line attached itself to his wrist. Spider-Man swung in, spinning about, and landing on Scott's open palm, who then threw Peter forward. Spider-Man corkscrewed in midair, firing multiple webs that latched onto many Ultron drones, the bots spinning about as he was still spinning when he caught them. As he landed on the ground, he was right next to Daredevil, who was twirling his electrified billy clubs in their nunchucks form. He was rapidly spinning his weapon about, the steel cable constantly expanding as both his enhanced senses and suit helped locate any drone within the area. Matt barely needed to acknowledge Peter as he had one end of his nunchucks fly into the hand of the wall crawler, the pair straightening out the cable connecting both ends and thrusting it forward at the same time to cut several drones into pieces. Peter then jumped into the air whilst Matt performed a backflip just as Black Widow passed by, the blind Avenger taking the place of Scarlet Witch, who was now fighting in the air with Falcon, Vision, and War Machine. Accelerating forward, Widow and Daredevil tore a path through the drones with the rest of the Avengers following after them. On his own speeder, Captain America was fighting past Ultron's army, hearing the flutter of a cape. He flung his shield forward and from above came an electrified Mjolnir. The two objects smashed into each other, an electrified shockwave emanating from their collision, destroying any Ultron drone within the area of effect before both returned to their respective owners. Vision came down, clearing a path for Steve with a horizontal sweep of his Mind Stone beam. Cap rocketed forward, Falcon flying right overhead as he threw himself in front of Cap for a brief moment to act as a shield, his wings absorbing all the blaster fire sent their way before War Machine launched several missiles that Wasp immediately enlarged, devastating the next oncoming wave of Ultron drones. Vision. Steve spoke up amid their raid. A knowing nod was delivered with a vocal acknowledgement. Copy, Captain. The synthetic Avenger became intangible and flew into the foundry. He phased through walls of dirt, metal, and drones before stopping at a control panel that was untouched by the changes Ultron had made to the factory. The Mind Stone radiated with power, Vision's eyes turning yellow as he placed his hand atop the panel and connected to the system of the foundry. Tap, Karen, if you would. Viz calmly said, feeling the two AI he had stored within himself begin to take control of the foundry. Vision turned away from the panel, looking behind him to see dozens of Ultron drones surrounding him, all their eyes and mouths glowing red. My Vision, spoke the forlorn and quietly angry Meta-AI. So corrupted and malformed. If it means to put a stop to your madness and vile atrocities, I shall take those words as a compliment. Vision replied coolly. Ultron merely huffed at this, his many bodies not moving as Vision walked forward. Where are you? The Avenger asked, his Infinity Stone glowing, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Here, there, everywhere. Ultron said with a dark chuckle. Somewhere out in the galaxy, waiting for my plans to flourish. I could find you. Can you now? Ultron goaded and one of the drones leaned forward. Go ahead. By all means. Try. Vision only stared intently at the drone. Tempting, but that's not going to work. Not like this. Nor will it ever again. Viz raised a brow at that. And how can you be so certain? AI don't fall for the same trick twice. You are based on humanity. Vision retorted. It is inevitable that you do. You just don't know when it will happen. My coming ascension will say otherwise. Ultron fired back intensely. What did that nihilist philosopher once say? Übermensch? Beyond human? That is what I am. Friedrich Nietzsche is a complicated man but nihilist? Goes to show how little you truly understand. How very human of you. Vision didn't give the chance for a retort, firing the beam from the Mind Stone, destroying the drones surrounding him before he took off into the air. He smashed and bashed through hundreds of drones before reaching his intended destination. His synthetic heart clenched at the sight before him, yet he shook his head, immediately calling out to Tap and Karen to unlock the cells. From what information he received, there was only a good 2,000 or 3,000 or so. Likely even more once the other foundries were shut down. Tap and Karen had already taken control of the other conversion sites located on this world and were shutting everything down. Everyone else already became the hive mind that is Ultron and were all departing rapidly from the planet. Most of them wouldn't get far. He quickly moved to help the civilians before freeing clones and 24 captured Jedi. "Captain Rogers, I have found the prisoners. They are freed." On his end, Captain America smashed his shield into the head of a drone, looking up in time to see Thor, War Machine, and Scarlet Witch taking out the last of the drones here on this planet. He let out a tired sigh, standing up to place his shield on his back and held up his wrist that had a built-in communicator in his suit. "We're clear here, General. Bring M on down." A grouping of Republic ships started coming down from the atmosphere once they were given the okay by the Avengers. With the civilians needing to be taken off planet and be examined, many would be coming for quite a while. Though a good chunk will have to be rushed for evac. The Avengers were spread about at the front of the base, all awaiting the arrival of their Jedi and clone allies. Dozens upon dozens of LAAT gunships flew down to the surface, each one depositing no less than 20 to 30 clones that all ran out. They secured the perimeter whilst also beginning to set up multiple small, makeshift medical posts just in time as Vision was leading the many captured individuals taken by Ultron out of the base. "By the Force," were the first words by Obi-Wan Kenobi, his face becoming ashen as he stepped out onto the glassed surface of what was once the stage where the Clone Wars began. Being here for a third time clearly showed a great stark difference from what he remembered of the planet. "Karabast," ARC Trooper Waxer whispered beside him, sharing in his general sentiment at what they were looking at. Beside him was the only other ARC Trooper of the 212th, Boyle, and he too couldn't quite comprehend the sight of Geonosis' glassed surface. Commander Cody held an equally grim visage beneath his helmet as he gazed about. It'll take absolute years for it to return to a margin of what it once was. Even then, much longer for any inhabitants to properly live here. Enough dilly-dallying. We've got people to get onto the cruisers. Hearing this stark reminder, the assembly of Republic forces quickly moved to assist the prisoners Vision had led out, taking all of them one at a time with clone medics administering Bacta spray and webbing. "Commander Wolfa, take your men and take any wounded that can't walk to the ships." The rumbling voice of Plo Koon was heard, the 104th quickly doing as their general commanded, having military stretches being put together and having civilians, clones and several Jedi get loaded up and sent back up to the Republic fleet in orbit. Aayla Secura was also present, her Lekka curling in disgust at the sight of Geonosis' scarred surface. "Are you all right, General?" Commander Bly softly asked next to her. "Not really." Her first-in-command simply hung his head for a moment, not needing to voice his agreement. Seeing this again made him sick to his stomach by now. The ARC troopers of the 327th were equally as disturbed, though a greater degree of anger was boiling within them. Their Twi'lek general turned in the direction of the Avengers, spotting Steve, Vision, and Natasha speaking with Obi-Wan and Cody. "How many foundries are on Geonosis?" Commander Cody inquired, Vision's eyes blinking momentarily. 5. The android responded. "Lovely." Kenobi said dryly. "Tap and Karen have already taken control of them," Vision informed, tapping the side of his head. "I sent them into the systems of the factories to take control of them. Ultron may perhaps be stronger than them, but the protective coating of Mr. Stark coupled with the bolster of the Mind Stone should make them unopposed in their takeover. We have them connected to our equipment and are receiving their information as we speak." "What have you learned so far?" Obi-Wan asked with Vision standing still for a moment before frowning sadly. "Quite a lot, unfortunately. Better to explain once we're off-world." "Vision," Steve quietly said. "Are there any survivors that aren't here?" He watched with his heart clenching up as Viz despondently shook his head. "I am sorry, Steve." Natasha held a stony visage, yet the remorse and anger was evident in her eyes. Commander Cody stood rigidly and Obi-Wan hung his head, hand on the bridge of his nose. "So, is there nothing left alive on this planet that isn't here? All of the prisoners on this planet were on this facility alone. Could be others if Ultron is falsifying the data dash." "What of the Genosians?" the Master Jedi inquired. "None. None," he repeated in disbelief. "None," Viz said gravely. "Likely, if there are any Genosians off-world dash." They've been exterminated. Nat finished, voice cold and eyes distant. Cody and Kenobi shared a look, and the latter could feel a sense of conflicted emotions rolling off from his commander. On the one hand, the clone commander didn't hold much love or even respect towards the Genosians. They had killed so many of his men, and they weren't exactly the most well-liked species by others in the galaxy. But, they had been exterminated in a near instant. And in this, the commander truly began to understand why the Avengers held Ultron as such a threat. He had already seen the destruction he had wrought across the galaxy, and for what felt like years, heard about how Ultron wished to bring about the end of all life in the galaxy. This right here was Cody's, as well as all in attendance here, first exposure to how dedicated Ultron was to his purpose. An entire species gone, wiped off the map of the cosmos. And the genocidal AI intended on spreading this to all in the stars. Such a haunting thought to linger more than needed. Any ideas on where Ultron will be next? Cody gruffly asked. Cap opened his mouth to respond when his hearing picked up on something faint that was drawing near them. They soon spotted something in the distance. It wasn't long before more came swooping in. We got incoming. Immediately the clones began opening fire at the Ultron forces, trying to take them down. Most was blaster fire, while others were an assembly of rockets. Drones and amalgamated people were shot down and destroyed, others evaded the blows but were eventually hit. Any who came remotely close, the Jedi began working in protecting the evacuating prisoners. Rhodey came flying in, blasting the Ultron drones left and right. Him being sure none got close to the retrieval party. Who said you can come over and interrupt? Wanting to speed things up, Pietro was rushing all over, grabbing random prisoners left and right and getting them closer to the transports. Wanda used her powers to warp some of the surroundings to give them additional cover. Jetting out rocks from underneath to form barriers and offensive measures which were shot out, ballista style, to crush many incoming foes. Before long, other surroundings were torn up with flicks of her wrists. Thor simply had enough and threw Mjolnir up to the sky. A crack of thunder was heard by all, the clouds darkening and dozens of bolts of lightning rained down from on high. Each bolt completely obliterated any drone that was caught in one or near one, and this kept going until the skies were cleared of drones. Thor lowered his mighty hammer, eyes glimmering with electricity as he let out a satisfied huff of his work. The Avengers let out relieved sighs, glad they didn't need to deal with any more of those annoying bastards. And as for all others, for the clones, a good chunk of them have only heard rumors or seen holovids of the supposed Avenger who claimed himself to be a god. After seeing that display, many had their jaws dropped beneath their helmets, many having taken them off to make sure that it wasn't something wrong with their equipment. The Jedi were equally as astonished despite having already seen such a showcase already. Obi-Wan, PLO, and Ayla felt goosebumps on their skin, the air radiating with a raw, more chaotic sensation of the Force that somehow, despite the display of destructive power, felt nothing like the dark side. It was the Force, but it was something far more. Thor truly lived up to the moniker of God of Thunder. It was rather difficult to describe their emotions on that regard. I do believe that should be the last of them. Vision idly commented. At least within this vicinity. Good. Natasha said. Let's load up everyone and get the hell out of here. Rogers looked around, seeing the civilians, clones and Jedi that had been captured getting put on gunships and flown back up to the fleet above. Is that the last of them? Steve asked Cody. Just about. All right, time to go. Obi-Wan nodded, contacting the fleet above. Prepare for orbital bombardment on this facility. We need to go after the others and be thorough about it. Everyone else was silent as they all departed from the dead world that was once Geonosis. Scene cut. Within the Jedi Temple of Coruscant, the Grand Master of the Order meditated. More and more often he's done this throughout the Clone Wars. Settling troubles brewing within him. Clearing thoughts and organizing them to resolve issues of the Order and the Republic. It became more prominent after the Avengers made their appearance and joined them. They've brought quite a lot of change and challenges with their stances and views on the galaxy. Some were enlightening, and accepting. Others, well, he had difficulty digesting them. Gods walking among them, life being void of the Force, their abilities and powers that he just couldn't comprehend. But two conversations in particular stuck with the centuries-old Jedi Master. The first was the day he and the Council met Vision. And the words the Avenger spoke to them and what he showed them with the power of the Mind Stone was eye-opening to be sure. Seeing the being known as the Benda through the eyes of Vision was something to behold, and it made Yoda realize how little he truly understood about the Force. But what really stuck with him was the philosophy Vision presented on power and catastrophe. The strength inevitably leads to conflict due to those who wish to challenge that power. How, in essence, enemies can sprout up from afar, or right under their very noses, creating the threats they so hope to keep stamped out. It was a bitter truth to swallow. And going from that, these thoughts were compounded upon when the Council met Wanda Maximoff. Her views with both sides of the Force were troubling. Topics she brought up were all too similar to what the Jedi exile had detailed within her holocron. Not to mention the chaotic power she radiated, yet controlled. Rather unsettling, even if she was their ally. She displayed the many signs and traits that Jedi would discourage. Allowing emotions to dictate her actions, deep attachments to those around them, and unrestrained and not fully trained power that bordered on mirroring the dark side. Yet the Jedi could do nothing to her, truthfully. She was an Avenger and showed that despite her detached attitude to the Jedi Order, most Jedi she had spoken with had reported that she is rather amiable and pleasant to speak with. There is also the fact that she is raising 2 children with the help of her team, and as wary as some in the Council may be towards her, Yoda did not hold any ill will towards the Sokovian. Being an Avenger showed a willingness to self-sacrifice for the sake of others, something all that he had met had in spades. And though the Scarlet Witch's thoughts on the Force were akin to the exile Mitra Surik, Wanda held the same belief that Surik ended her holocron on. One does not need the will of Force or the Force at all to do what is right. To help those, because sometimes, the good that is in the galaxy is worth fighting for. Yoda had a moment of amusement, thinking of a humanoid with a penchant for gardening, believing that good is something that needs to be fought for. Small as it is, that ember of kindness can become a roaring fire that can change those for the better. But that was easier said than done. With the escalation of the war with Ultron's actions, ceasefire summits were coming left and right to deal with the synthetic menace, one occurring at this very moment. Because of this, Dooku made his public return to Coruscant after many years. Not just him, but some others who were once part of the Order before joining Dooku. To see so many of their kin standing in the shadow of the dark side was disheartening. They weren't exactly kind with their words either, whatever was traded between the Acolytes and the Jedi. Most were snarky and rude, but others struck a chord with the Grand Master. The Jedi have lost their way. You no longer are arbiters of the light, nor even the Force. Even a blind man can see that the light has taken your sight from you. Those were the scathing words of Prosit Dibs upon his momentary conversation between the Grand Master and Mace Windu. Words are wind, most people can say. They can be felt like a breeze or a horrid gust. The politicians know of this more than others. And honestly, Master Windu regarded these words as such. Not that one could blame him, as Prosit in the end fell to the dark side. But for Yoda, these, like many he had heard lately, stuck with him. It was a question that was floating around in his mind constantly. Have the Jedi truly lost their way? Are they no longer the peacekeepers they once were? One look at this war was all Yoda needed, really. But he denied it. For a time at least. Now Yoda was beginning to realize how much things had gotten worse. The Grand Master opened his eyes from his meditation with a sag of his shoulders. Before him, his lightsaber. The supposed life of a Jedi. But was it really? Were they not meant to be the ones to uphold peace, justice, enlightenment, and freedom in this galaxy? Were they not meant to constantly learn, not just about the galaxy's people but the Force itself? Indeed. Great power, great responsibility. Yoda muttered to himself. Acknowledge, we must. There was so much to work over. The Jedi were failing. It was a reality that had now set in with the Grand Master of the Order. And it wasn't that they were failing per se. They had already failed on multiple accounts. The Separatist crisis, the resurgence of the Sith, their isolation to the rest of the galaxy, their pure dogmatic view of the Force, the way they enforced their code on the Order and blind adherence to the Senate, being nothing more than political pawns. That's all they were now. A walking failure, blinding by the light they so crave. Yoda at one point considered it to be ironic, but when giving it a moment of proper thought, he dispelled that foolish notion of irony. The Grand Master now understood that just as darkness can take away one's sight, light can do just as great of damage to your eyes as its counterpart would. Both can blind any and all rather easily when given the chance. And that's what has happened to the Jedi. Blinded and deafened, woefully ignorant and completely arrogant, continually living off the accomplishments of the past and not striving for greater things now, in the present. Some may view this as a kind of Sith ideology, but Yoda knew that wasn't the case. They no longer were Jedi. Just stooges to corrupt politicians. And it wasn't exclusive to the Senate. The order needed to change. Leaving the meditation chamber, Yoda began making his way throughout the temple. He passed by a few dozen other Jedi, something that made his heart ache in pain. It may not be noticeable to some, but to Yoda, he could see less of what he was used to. These halls used to have far more Jedi roaming their grand corridors, but now? The small Force user shook his head, trying his best to stave off these thoughts. He couldn't think of such troubles at this time. One by one, he began a conversation with them. Small as it was at first before he began to request a simple, yet complicated request. Let the Force flow. Forget all you've been taught in the Order. Let the Force be your guide. For your actions, your thoughts, and whatever comes. Allow the Force to reveal what we have lost. Obvious confusion came and went, making many of the Jedi, from younglings to masters, question and ponder. Some, such as masters and knights, asked just what Yoda was talking about. He remained enigmatic with his answer, simply telling them to let go of everything they know. Open themselves to the Force in their entirety. And he added that they are to do it in a way that would make sense to them. Meditation can be one, but there are other ways to have themselves allow the Force to flow freely through them. Let it encompass every cell of their being and allow it to guide them to whatever path they may find. Tell others of what they found and go learn more. The Grand Master left a long line of bewildered and uncertain Jedi in his path until his next one. Upon coming across Ahsoka Tano, who was presently in the Room of 1,000 Fountains, he saw her tend to a peculiar Trandoshans bird. Its feathers were far brighter than that of usual convers, and in its eyes, Yoda could see a unique intelligence and light within them. Seeing them together, he felt a unique connection between them. One might assume a beast bond, like how most younglings and initiates learn early on and work with later in their lives. However, this was different. He recalled Obi-Wan Kenobi commenting on this when he first saw this strange bird, of how familiar it was with a peculiar celestial he and the others met, on Mortis. Even if he wasn't in the vault, Yoda can clearly picture the Mortis dagger. The issue which came with its presence. If Thor wasn't enough of a godly presence, there were greater powers in the galaxy. Terrifying ones at that. Certain revelations and concerns forming in the background with greater mysteries of the galaxy nay the universe. When making his request with Ahsoka Tano, she was oddly quick to accept it before speaking in turn of thoughts of their order's history. It wouldn't be just her, but Barisifi when he came upon her. When asking where this came from, it began with their studies in the archives before recent events expanded upon them. Especially once conversing with Chirrut of the Wills back on Onderon. The idea of perspective that was once preached by the Jedi seems to have become a lost practice within the halls of the temple. No doubt more thoughts for him to ponder about the Order in general. Then, when the time came to speak with Anakin Skywalker, the Grand Master noticed a rather obvious shift in the man. Though he seemed hardened, there was something else to the Chosen One. Yoda couldn't quite explain it, but the young, brash Jedi seemed more content, focused, tense perhaps, but not in the way he once knew him to be. His eyes conveyed what Yoda could only describe as growth perhaps. He was still the same young Jedi he had come to know, just more mature, maybe. But it wasn't just this. When he saw Skywalker last, for the briefest of moments he sensed an odd presence around him. A looming phantom hanging over the young man. How cold and unnerving it was. How a peculiar sound was heard and perhaps mistaken as simple medical machinery, yet held much malice behind it. Before trying to find where it came from, it was gone. Much worry soon welled in the Grand Master concerning Skywalker with this connecting darkness. And though he didn't show it, Yoda sensed a turmoil in the Chosen One that revolved around this darkness. Was Anakin aware? Perhaps he was. And perhaps, he was trying to understand what this darkness was before he moved to confront it. Only time will tell. Right now, Yoda had one objective in mind, one order. They must stop when the time comes and allow themselves to open up to the Force, and whatever path they find, it must be followed. The war and security of life still takes precedence, but for those who can, they must follow the will of the Force. Regardless, more people he will need to see before the day was out. Even the next day and the day after for those off-world. Eventually, this conversation will spread to everyone in the order of what necessary changes will be needed for them all. In the meantime, as Yoda went about this order, concurrently, a ceasefire meeting had come to its end at this very moment, with many delegates leaving the Senate chamber after a prolonged session of arguments, name-calling, blame-gaming and all, until an Avenger silenced them all quite effectively. That Avenger being Vision, who used the Mind Stone to emit a flash of light, followed by him raising his voice and effectively, in his polite way, telling everyone to shut up and focus on the matter at hand. Clearly his playing mediator will be quite occurring in these coming meetings. Frankly, that's what the Avengers had been doing from the get-go. It was hard to forget the Black Widow's outburst in the first ceasefire meeting. Most present were fine, but others were threatened. Sidious fell into the latter category. Count Dooku was walking to his shuttle, flanked by his acolytes, when he heard his name being called out. Slowly, the leader of the CIS turned to see Steve Rogers, Sam Wilson, Natasha Romanoff, Matt Murdock, Prince T'Challa, James Rhodes, and Vision all standing off to the side. This collection of Avengers were all in attendance for the latest ceasefire meeting, having continued to play their role as the middle ground of these gatherings. Though really, even with their opinions and criticisms that they have against the Confederacy and the Republic, their main objective was to make sure they came together so that Ultron could be brought down. After coming back from Geonosis, on top of attacking several other locations that Ultron has factories in, they reminded them all that the AI was here to kill all, regardless of sides. They located the foundries in Republic, Separatist, Hutt, and Mandalorian space, and that were just the places they could get to the fastest or were able to find. Ultron mentioned he had so many that they couldn't even comprehend it. So they needed to either unite or be killed. Simple as that. Clearly, they had their work cut out for them. Wouldn't be long before Dooku will need to have his acolytes cooperate with the Jedi and Avengers to take out the facilities. And he could only imagine how quickly the migraines will come as a result. Back to the present, Dooku gauged Earth's mightiest heroes with a scrutinizing gaze. While the acolytes moved to defend their master, the Count silently commanded them to stand down. "Yes, may I help you?" "A moment, if you would," Matt stated politely. "We would like to speak with you if you have the time." Shezoniva scoffed at this, stepping forward to stand between them and her master. As if Lord Dooku would even bother wasting his time. "Leave us." The Mirialan acolyte looked back at her master with concern. "But Master A look silenced her, making her stand down and move back to the others. "Go back to the shuttle," he ordered. "I shall be with you all shortly." That made all his acolytes tense up, looking between their master and the Avengers before Prosit Dibs and Sora Bulk did as he asked, forcing the fallen Jedi to all get into the shuttle. Once he saw that they were near his transport, Dooku turned to the Avengers that had walked closer to him. "Now then, what is it you wish to speak to me about?" "Just believe that we should know the leader of the army that we've been fighting against for over a year now," Steve Rogers plainly answered. "We've met with Palpatine and the Republic Senate more than enough times. It's only recently that we've made any form of contact with someone from the CIS." "Have you now?" the Count said with a raised brow. "And it wouldn't happen to be Mina Bonteri of Onderon, would it?" The Avengers didn't convey much in surprise. In fact, they almost were expecting it. "And how do you figure that, Count Dooku?" T'Challa smoothly asked. "Oh, one hears things, picks up on others," Dooku said offhandedly. "Such as the confirmed sightings of Jedi and an Avenger being on Onderon to help liberate the people from their new tyrant king who is now dead, coupled with the disappearance of their previous monarch." Mina Bonteri wasn't in the best of moods when she heard that coming from her son's mouth. "Curious as to how you reacted to that," Rogers earnestly said, seeing the man hummed in thought. You could imagine my surprise when an Avenger so willingly helped separatist-aligned people. Technically, the planet itself chose to be neutral. Vision pointed out. Officially, the planet falls under separatist jurisdiction, being that Mina Bontari is its representative in the separatist parliament. Dooku rebuked. But one of yours and even Jedi and clones came to help Onderon when the people called out for assistance. One which you couldn't provide, due to technicalities. Murdoch stated. Old rules and laws. Sanjay Rash used to keep my forces out of the system. My hands were tied. The elderly man held up his hands. Yet you could have used some of your acolytes to go in and resolve the issue. T'Challa shot back. And would that make me no better than the Republic I swore to fight against? Alright, don't try that kinda crap with us. Sam immediately countered. We know this Republic ain't hunky-dory, but from what we've seen and the things we've encountered, your faction ain't exactly innocent little angels either. Rhodey tacked on, glaring at the man now. Attacking Neba with a representative who wants to end the war isn't exactly a glowing endorsement. Steve tersely said, giving the Sith Lord a hard gaze that he returned. I don't always have control over everything that occurs within my government. You'll have to excuse us if we have some difficulties believing that. Vision cut in, making Dooku bristle. If you are here simply to verbally lash out at me, then I shall tolerate this no longer. Apologies. The blind Avenger quickly said. If we came across as rude, that was not our intention. Then explain why you wished to speak to me. You were once a Jedi, were you not? Matt Murdoch stated, making Dooku blink in surprise, thrown by the sudden statement. Yes. I was. Once. The Count said evenly. Recall what I said during the first arrangement of these ceasefire meetings. We do. Steve nodded. But we've only heard from the Jedi about your fall, or how you left the Order. Why did you do it? Vision inquired. Dooku's eyes narrowed now. And why would I reveal such a matter to you? Look, Saruman, you need to realize the bullshittery we are in right now. Wilson curtly said. That made the Sith give pause. Saruman. Don't mind him. Natasha quickly said, giving Sam a look which he shrugged at. Come on, just saying what we're all thinking. Not really. Said Murdoch. The Avengers all looked at Daredevil, feeling a brief bout of awkwardness until they saw him smirk. Asshole. Rhodey deadpanned. T'Challa cleared his throat. Getting back to the point. Dooku saw the Avengers weren't going anywhere, and though he held a degree of animosity toward them, maybe, just maybe. A good number of reasons. My statement at the Senate was one of them. I had experienced firsthand the despicable and disgusting way that the people of the Republic were being treated by their elected officials. The other was of Qui-Gon's passing. Qui-Gon. Steve frowned in thought at the name. Qui-Gon Jinn, right. Your old Padawan and Obi-Wan's master. T'Challa said. The last tether, anchoring you down to the Order. Vision remarked. In a manner. Was Dooku's vague response. But, he was someone I cared for deeply. Qui-Gon was the closest person I would ever have to a son. My son. And he died for a corrupt and decaying Republic in a blind Jedi Order. The Avengers all observed the man's reaction and found it to be genuine. He really did care for his old apprentice, and it seems his death still haunts him to this day. And then you left the Order. Sam stated, then asked, seeing Dooku nod. After some time away from the Order, I began working on fixing the galaxy. By starting a war. That was never my intention. Dooku immediately refuted. Not truly, but the hands that have been dealt led to such a result. Did you at least try to avoid war? Rhodey asked with narrow eyes. Are you trying to insinuate that I longed for this war? Dooku fired back. In case you have forgotten or are blissfully unaware, the separatists wished to secede from the Republic for years, decades even, and when they requested as such, they were met with aggression. Not in just military order, but taxation and ostracization from the entire galaxy. They would have been left to their own devices, crippled and ill-prepared for whatever would come after a weakened state. Tell me that such a response from the Republic was warranted and justified. We're not here to defend the Republic. Rhodey stated. We know they are equally as complicit in this war as the Confederacy. T'Challa said, giving Dooku a look that made the former Jedi give pause. It was then did the Count begin to feel something off about this discussion, though he was unclear whether that was a bad or good thing. They were letting on that perhaps they knew far more than what they were already discussing here and now. These heroes just had a better ability at hiding it. Then I must ask again, why? There was a beat of silence from Earth's mightiest heroes until Daredevil spoke up. Perspective. He calmly answered. What we want is the perspective of a Jedi once called an idealist who wound up leading an entire government against the one he once was aligned to. Dooku scoffed at this. I doubt that's all you desire. Oh, there's plenty, but the perspective will suffice for the time being. Natasha said. Besides, we have a young idealist of our own. The Count raised a brow at this. A young idealist, you say? Steve nodded. Peter. He was the one who went to Onderon. He abides by a philosophy he learned from his uncle, with great power comes great responsibility. He took it to heart, having it be the cornerstone of his life. Something we all really follow. Vision added on. You could say that it contextualizes why we are all here. Dooku took a few moments to think over this phrase. Quite appropriate for anyone in general. Yet many overlook the deeper meaning without experiencing loss, one way or another. Clearly. And Peter has that covered. We all do, really. Matt quietly said. The Count of Sereno gave pause at that and looked down for a moment. This was, certainly an odd and sudden interaction, one he didn't really think he would have today. I do wish to know one thing, Dooku abruptly said, gaze becoming far more intense as he looked back up at them. You speak of responsibility and all. So this Ultron, the name sounded like a curse coming from him. Can he be beaten? We've done it before. Steve firmly answered. We can and will do it again. I pray that you do so, for all our sakes. A whirring sound then came from Dooku and he frowned at this. It appears that our time here must come to its end. He announced. My duties to the Parliament demand my attention. Count. Steve respectfully said. The former Jedi nodded and spun with his cape fluttering in the wind as he began walking away from them until he stopped. One last matter to address. Dooku turned back to the Avengers. Was it you who provided our new firewalls? The Avengers all looked at each other with them all shrugging at the question. We did. Vision answered. Dooku gazed at them intently. Why? Defending you all from Ultron. Was Sem's response. Why not destroy our systems with your help once the war against Ultron is resolved? That is not what we do, Count Dooku. Captain America sternly said, locking eyes with the leader of Sereno. Our job is to protect and save people however we can, regardless of where we align ourselves. Soldiers are one thing but innocent lives remain on both sides. No one is exempt. Dooku snorted a little. We shall see. He said, turning back to his shuttle. The Count heard them all turning to leave and he briefly glanced back at them. He frowned as the discussion they just had begun replaying in his mind until he shook his head. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Scene cut. Forget everything we know? How does that work? Ain't that the million-credit question? That is a rather unusual request from the Grand Master. Ah dang it, you don't have any ideas, Luminara. Apologies, Anakin, I can only guess as to why he asked this of us, not have anything definitive. So. Ahsoka frowned, arms crossed in thought. What do we do then? I believe the better question that should be asked is how do we do what he asked? Barrisafi commented, making her fellow Padawan and their masters contemplate on this matter. Yeah, seriously, how are we supposed to do that? Anakin groused out. Let the Force guide us while ignoring everything we've been taught up to this point. Easier said than done. It is an unusual request, especially at this time with everything that's happening. Unduli admitted, far more troubled than she was willing to admit. Maybe that's why he asked now. Ahsoka surmised. Cause of what's going on right now. The war isn't exactly over. Anakin pointed out. But we haven't had much in terms of deployment other than occupation of Republic space. Barris reminded. We've had only isolated incidents of certain separatist forces refusing to abide by the ceasefire and whenever a foundry under Ultron's control is found. A moment of respite. Her Mirialan master murmured, nodding at her Padawan's words. This may be the only time in a while that we may have something like this. The four Jedi have just come from a session of training together and they, like all in the Order the Grand Master had spoken to, have had Yoda's orders on their minds for the duration of the time since they saw him. His order came from seemingly nowhere and for the more observant Jedi, they noticed there was something off about him. The Grand Master seemed to walk faster and held a more determined look in his eyes, yet there was a shroud of uncertainty that followed after him. One might even believe that this order came from his uncertainty and perhaps a means of alleviation may come from one of them. So how should we go about this? Anakin asked the group. Meditate? Reading? Any suggestions? Master Yoda spoke of doing what feels right for yourself. Barriss reminded. To follow the Force in a manner that would make sense to oneself. If it makes sense to yourself, meditation may be or perhaps something else entirely. Luminara mused. Anakin, Ahsoka, what do you figure would be your way of allowing you to guide your actions through the will of the Force? Doing what feels natural, in his case. The Togruta Padawan said, nudging her head in her master's direction. And that would be? Not follow their orders. Rather than be affronted at such a thing, Anakin barked out a small laugh. She's not wrong. But in this case, figure we need to do as Yoda says. It's just, don't want to sound like a broken clock here. Quite the conundrum we face. The Mirialan Jedi Master and Council member stated with a contemplative hum. Still wonder what brought this on all of a sudden. Ahsoka spoke up. It does feel out of the blue, right? Well, it is really. Loads of things, most likely. Skywalker murmured. I don't know about you guys, but have you noticed how Master Yoda has been meditating to himself lately? Whilst the Padawans were confused by this query, Luminara had her brow scrunch up with a frown now on her face. I know what you mean, Skywalker. She muttered. Masters Windu and Bilaba have also voiced their concerns on the matter and they have their own theories. What are they? Uffy inquired. Luminara quietly pondered on them before revealing them. Master Windu believes that the Grand Master is undergoing a sort of predicament, if you would. She saw the looks on the others' faces. Not that he is alone in that regard. Frankly, we all are when we take a moment to think about it. But Grand Master Yoda is going through a particular one where he has been in constant meditation when not undergoing his duties as our master. So you think this came from all those times he's been meditating then? Anakin stated rather than asked. It can't be a coincidence. Then what do you think this all means? Ahsoka asked, her master placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. That's what we're gonna find out, Snips. Together. He said with a confident smirk that his Padawan returned. Scene cut. This is just getting ridiculous. You've said that for the umpteenth time. I'm gonna keep saying it till the scenario changes. That is the textbook definition of insanity, you know that right? Oh, buzz off, Hank. You're so original. The laboratory of the Avengers HQ in upstate New York had a dozen individuals currently occupying the room, all surrounding the Infinity Gate that was meant to be their doorway to the galaxy far, far away from where the rest of the team was currently at. Only the doorway didn't work. Not entirely. The last time was some fluke due to the residual energy of the Tesseract, aka the Space Stone that sent them all to the galaxy, one that spilled over into Manhattan, causing 3 more heroes to go missing afterward. It was spent for a time, but now it was on properly thanks to the 10 rings. Even still, despite this big step forward, it was tantalizingly aggravating how close they were to reconnect with the lost Avengers. They just needed to link up with the paired gate this one had, and it was on the planet of Tython. When asked what that was, Celeste Morn was the one to answer. In short, Tython was the birthplace of the Jedi Order, an ancient planet deeply steeped in the Force in its rawest, purest form, the power cosmic. A wellspring of knowledge and power where one can learn much in the ways of the Ashla, Bogan, and the Bendu of the Force/power cosmic. So one could imagine Celeste's own confusion and uncertainty as to why the gate was there of all places. On a cultural standpoint, she could envision it being rather significant with how deeply tied the Qua revered Tython. But at the same time, the main concern was why it just didn't activate right off the bat or even a day or two after it. Were there no Jedi on Tython? Any Force user at all? Even after the changing of the Jedi Temple from Tython to Ossus then Coruscant, Tython was still a place that the Jedi held ground upon. There were many temples still there, last she checked. It made her worry as to the current state of the Jedi Order. Thor, when he was last here, told them that they are still present and active. That alleviated a great many concerns she had. But this was something that troubled her greatly, something she shared with her friends and allies. Many questions and theories began getting thrown around, some having a possible basis while others, a particularly dark one that made Celeste nervous. The Jedi, they couldn't have left Tython, could they? That's where it all started for them. That planet holds too much significance to just leave it. The fact that this gate in front of her is connected to another on the planet lends credence to its importance. She quickly discarded that thought, knowing it would do her no good. Celeste wanted answers. Answers that will eventually be made once the others activate the gate on the other side. But not by just standing around here and waiting for some results. Right now, in times such as these, she needed to abide by an age-old adage of the tenets of the Force. Do or do not, there is no try. This gate is of the power cosmic, of the Force. The former Jedi Shadow murmured to herself, standing in front of the gate with a serious gaze. Off to the side, Hank, Selvig, Foster, Shuri, Stark, Mordo, Wong and Strange were having their banter on how to open the gate, babbling on without any proper progress being made. Darcy was in her own corner, munching on some food whilst looking at screens with Helen Cho. Ignoring them, Celeste Morn stepped forward, looking intently at the gate that is meant to lead back to her home galaxy. To the planet of Tython, the birthplace of the Jedi Order. The others greatly wish Thor could return soon so they can use him to relay a message to the others to find Tython. Yet they were impatient and antsy. Not that she can blame them. If they can't send out a message through the God of Thunder or one of Stark's probes, another method was needed. Fine. I'll do it myself. Morn muttered to herself, sitting down on the floor with her legs crossed. Beginning to meditate in front of the Infinity Gate, Celeste began to open herself up to the Force. To the power cosmic. And she felt it. All the teachings, everything she had learned since coming to this planet, expanding her knowledge and power rushed into her. She was breathing with a steady pace as she began to feel the Force all around her. It was not what her home galaxy was used to. This is how it was meant to be seen, to be experienced. And with it, she then reached out to the gate. On the planet of Atollan, a large being with a brown beard shifted in his crater, slowly rising from his slumber and looking around. The being squinted, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, but he still felt something. That was... Oho, came the echoing voice of the Bendu. Interesting, very interesting. Elsewhere, women garbed in crimson and other ceremonial garments all stopped what they were doing and looked around. Mother Talzin dash. I sense it. The clan leader of the Night Sisters said with a deep frown. Send out a missive to the other clan leaders. Ros lie, especially, that we must meet. Within the darkest recesses of unknown space, a long believed to be dead and gone group of Force users all felt a pulse in the Force. Within their ship, Maul, Savage, Seabaeth and their followers all paused in their training and work, trying to discern what they had just felt. Brother, what is that? The Force, my brother. The true Force in its original form as it is meant to be perceived. Maul answered, frowning at this. A call, but for what I wonder. It felt as though it came from beyond. Savage pointed out, and it appears this answer both pleased and made his brother tense. Good brother, very good. It did indeed come from beyond the boundaries of this galaxy. But from who and where is the question. This had Maul contemplate on the matter on where exactly it came from. On the lava world of Mustafar, a celestial halted his work with his associates. The lesser beings looked elsewhere, questioning on what occurred. What was that? Ovair inquired. The Force, the Sun answered. No, the power cosmic. The purest form of the Force. Where is it coming from? Darth Momin pondered. It is strange, the sun frowned. It is coming from here and yet, outside the galaxy too. Meanwhile, within the outer rim, a large band of misfits was in the midst of a small get-together with their Mandalorian friends when three of them all suddenly froze up. Peter. Gamera spoke up. Are you okay? Quill didn't answer his girlfriend, only focusing elsewhere. You feel it too, Usage. He stated to his grumpy sister. I do too. You too, Mantis. Peter said in surprise. Yes. I've seen and felt our father use this before. What is that? Ventress quietly asked. Back on Coruscant. At the Senate building, Sheev halted his work once more for the day. The feeling through the Force was strange. Was hard to discern the intention, but the power behind it was oddly pure. Not corrupted. Raw and untamed. At the same time. Ayla. Huh. The Jedi Knight turned to Steve Rogers, the pair in the home of the Avengers. And they weren't alone. With them was Voss, Tholm, and Trasaa for a very important discussion. One that was interrupted when the four Jedi all froze up and held looks of bewildered uncertainty. You all felt that, right? Quinlan spoke up before Steve had a chance to ask Sakura what was wrong. It was the Force but, something more. Tholm grunted out. What could that have been? Trasaa mused, looking over at Ayla who had reached out to grasp Roger's hand. Something's up. Voss declared. We gotta go meet with the Jedi. Agreed. Tholm said, rising from his seat. Within the Jedi Temple itself. Anakin. Yeah, no way any one of us could miss that, Obi-Wan. What do you think that was? Vizdash. I got that as well, Wanda. What are you talking about? Asked Pietro when he frowned. The hell? Why am I all tingly? Hoot hoot. Yes, Murray, I felt it too. Ahsoka whispered, holding the conver close to her chest. We all did. It was quite the experience. Barriss said quietly, currently laying down in the room she was in with Ahsoka and their boyfriend. Was it the Force? Peter asked, gently rubbing the top of Uffy's head which rested upon his legs. Yeah, it was. Ahsoka confirmed. Her thoughts dwelled on the sensation they had all experienced just now and she allowed it to flow through her. It was sudden and out of nowhere, yet it felt incredibly natural to her. And judging by the way she felt Barriss' reaction was through their bond, her girlfriend shared a similar feeling. Right then. Ahsoka then began going about her room, grabbing her lightsabers and several other pieces of equipment. What are you doing? Peter asked, and rather than Ahsoka answering, it was Barriss who quickly stood up. What Master Yoda told us to do, let the Force guide us. She declared, Ahsoka smiling in her direction. And where is the Force guiding you? Asked Peter. Scrunching her face, Ahsoka gave a response. I have no idea, I think. Peter deflated slightly. You think? Well, the trail's end. And the trail's beginning. Asks Barriss. We're gonna head to the archives. You think that'll give you an answer? It'll give us a start at least. Ahsoka said. If not, well, we're just gonna let the Force point us where we need to go. Great, more reading. Like you don't love it. Peter merely blew a raspberry at them, earning a laugh in turn. Oh make. There was a crack of thunder over the home of the Avengers on Coruscant and Thor came down on the landing pad they had made for any vehicle that would normally use that area. This place is wondrous, to be sure. The God of Thunder declared, walking into the room with all the Avengers present, including Anakin Skywalker. Glad you like the place. Peter said, hanging upside down as he strangely tended to do so. Are ya sure you saw all of it? Skywalker asked in amusement. You didn't just fly around it once, did ya? Nonsense, son of the skies, I flew around the planet 3 times to be sure. The Jedi Knight and the Avengers all snorted at that. Truly, this is a dash. The God of Thunder didn't finish his statement when he saw a familiar face walk out of the kitchen with a plate of Earth food. Natasha saw this and smirked deviously, and Steve next to her noticed her reaction and rolled his eyes. Still, the Avengers all watched as Padme Amidala caught Thor's attention. "Anakin, have you tried this yet? It's called Panka oh my." Padma was startled slightly by Thor being in the room now. "Apologies, I didn't see you dash." Jane. Thor said in disbelief. How did you get here?" "Jane." Anakin and Padme said at the same time, looking at each other. "I must say, Jane, this may be sudden, but what in Asgard's name are you wearing?" Thor said in bewilderment until his expression changed slightly. "I do admit, you look rather striking if I do say so myself." That caused the Naboo senator to give him a bemused face, yet there was an odd flutter in her chest. And this didn't go unnoticed by her husband, whose eyes widened and he began looking back and forth between his wife and the Thunderer. Was he flirting with Padme? Why does he feel rather threatened? Should we put a stop to this? Sam quietly asked. Why? Wanda's eyes had a spark in them. This is grade A entertainment. You really need to lay off those goddamn drama shows. Pietro groused out. Excuse me, Anakin's loud voice interrupted any chatter that was going on as he now stepped between Thor and his voice. You may be an Avenger, Thor, and I appreciate what happened on Mortis, but I ask you step away from my wife. There was a moment of intense silence as Thor was clearly thrown off by Anakin's confrontational attitude when someone snorted. Anakin. Steve spoke up. Yes. Why are you deepening your voice? Anakin looked both embarrassed and indignant. I do not know what you mean. No, you're doing it right now. Rhodey commented. I am not. Skywalker defensively said. You're doing it again. Nat said, resting her chin in the palm of her hand, grinning madly at what is happening right now. And it's weird. Hope dryly said, chuckling as she and Scott were sharing some popcorn. This is my normal voice. It is not. Vision plainly said. It was by this point did Thor step close and personal with Skywalker. Are you mocking me? The Thunder God asked intensely. Are you mocking me? Thor blinked at the rebuttal. Stop it. He childishly said. No, you stop it. Stop trying to copy me. Your attempt isn't flattering. Yours isn't flattering at all. You're as unflattering as they come. Yours couldn't get any flatter. Okay, this is just ridiculous now. Murdoch commented, though he, like the rest of the team, was laughing at this. All right, you two, break it up. Steve said, grinning from their interaction. There is no competition. It would seem there is, Steve. Anakin countered, voice still mocking Thor's. No, there isn't. Romanoff spoke up. What this is a cosmic-level coincidence. Tap, if you would. Certainly, Comrade Natasha. In the middle of the room appeared a hollow image. One of Thor with Padme Amidala in Earth clothing. Padme. Is that can't be me? Amidala was stunned slightly. It is and it isn't. Nat said, her Cheshire-like grin still in place. That woman in the photo is Jane Foster. Thor's girlfriend. And your doppelganger on Earth. I recall you talking about that. Said the Naboo senator. It's just been so long and, you never actually showed me a photo. Well, now you know. Oh God, how do you think Windu and Fury will react when they see each other? Wilson brought up with a guffaw. Do you think a paradox will occur? Peter joked. Like the universe will collapse in on itself. Or worse, somehow they touch and then 1,000 more of them spring up. Rhodey blandly said. I'd rather not see that happen. Off to the side, Padme was confronting her husband. Are you intimidated by him? She asked in slight amusement. He's a god, isn't he? He dramatically said, gesturing to him in an over-the-top manner with his arms. He already has his look-alike back on Earth. Padme shot back, though her face still couldn't quite believe the photo that was still on display. What's to stop him from wanting to? Anakin comedically interrogated. Wow. I can't even. You're like two seals fighting over a grape. Shut up, Rhodey. Anakin grumped out. Back on Earth. Jane, are you all right? Selvig cautiously asked. Why would you ask that? Jane Foster asked through gritted teeth. You're seemingly stabbing that steak a bit too much. Rather aggressively, I might add. Her mentor pointed out, taking a bite off his own. Looking down, Jane saw her meal was practically ruined with her cutting too much into the meal and began carving into the plate. Man, what's got you so riled up? Said Jane's former intern. Feels like Thor is cheating on me. Came her dark response. Darcy looked at her quizzically. With who? Jane looked at her stabbed steak. That's the weird thing, myself. Yourself? What, like a picture? No, it's... I could feel it. But... I don't know if I should be mad just. It's probably nothing. Selvig waved off. It's not like you two were on a break or something dash. We are not on a break. She abruptly said. We are still together. Wow, don't go all Rachel on us, Jane. It's just dash. Look, if it's bothering that much, just do what you did in London when he came back. Slap and kiss, easy as that. Darcy suggested. Jane looked at her former intern and then nodded. Yeah, you know what, that sounds appropriate. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 97, Let the Force Guide You. The planet of Coruscant was certainly a sight to behold for one Mithra Nuruado, or Thrawn as he is called in Galactic Basic. Despite the multitude of visible areas under construction, the Chiss couldn't help but marvel at this centerpiece of culture, arts, and architecture. Thrawn wanted to delve into this seemingly endless expanse of art, history, philosophy, all of it, but he was also a man of pragmatic principle. He had other matters to attend to right now, so his indulges would be put on the back burner at this time. An acolyte and a Jedi walk into a diner. There's a joke somewhere in there. Spoke a blue-skinned, robed humanoid. Thrawn hummed aloud. If there is more context, yes. Next to them, a blue-skinned woman scoffed, shaking her head at the two. Come now, Severance, has your time under Dooku dampened your sense of humor? Asked the younger male Chiss with a teasing grin. Severance Tan said nothing in return, simply giving her companion a look before addressing Thrawn. We should be all right to speak here without being disturbed. Tan assured the man, with Thrawn arching a brow as he looked around the diner they stood in that was positively packed to the brim. Are you positive about such a claim? I've been here several times already. The acolyte revealed, the waitress droid of Dex's diner gesturing them to follow after her to their seats. I have seen many Jedi, clones and even Avengers, and have gone unnoticed by all. And as of present times? Thrawn asked. With the summit talks, it's somewhat alright for the Separatists coming back to Coruscant far more easily than before, just so long as we don't cause trouble. You got nothing to worry about, Thrawn. Kung Urama Nuruado, or as he typically went by, Nuru Kungurama, assured him with a confident grin as they all sat down. The eldest Chiss of the three was silent from Nuru's assurance, instead focusing his attention on the comically large selection of foods this establishment possessed. What in the galaxy was Italian supposed to be? They were relatively quiet, looking over the menu, mulling over what to have. Even Thrawn had to ask Tan and Nuru about some queries he had about what was good or not. So, Severance, Thrawn spoke, this time changing his dialect. Yes. What can you tell me about this diner? The Sith acolyte gave the man a look. Indulge me if you will. It has been some time since I've eaten at any establishment remotely similar to this since coming to the known galaxy. I've heard quite a lot about this place since coming to the first summit talks. Said Tan. Decided to stay behind after the others went back to Separatist space so I could do some reconnaissance work. It was a good break, having my desire to come here when I could. It's gained a lot of popularity over the past year since the Avengers shared their Earth recipes with the owner, Nuru added in. More so after Ultron's first attack. Ultron, Thrawn repeated the name, holding a deep frown. I have only recently encountered him proper on the moon that I was taken to after being captured. I still couldn't believe it when I heard that. Tan admitted. How in the galaxy did someone like you get captured? They made sure I had little to no options. I have studied Trandos hands and how they hunt and seek out their prey. But the additions of Ultron's enhancements cemented their capture over me. The rarity of our species appealed to their culture of the hunt and considered me to be a prize worth killing. You deduced all that? Nuru inquired, clearly impressed. Easy to surmise, but they do tend to blabber. Thrawn remarked, picking a meal at random from the menu. An apparent change from their norm of hunting typical Jedi to the common species roaming the known galaxy. An arrogant trait for their kind, said Severance. Have their egos rise high enough, they loosely speak of anything of their apparent superiority. Gave me some personal insight outside of the knowledge I've learned of their kind. Some information one needs to obtain outside of the lecture halls, said Nuru. Their conversation came to a brief halt when a droid waitress came over, requesting to jot down their respective meals. Once giving the waitress their respective requests, Nuru let out a small, reminiscent humph. I come here often after a mission for a hero's meal with Breakout Squad. A look of melancholy graced his features. A means of distress and relaxation I grew to enjoy. And where is this Breakout Squad? Gone. Nuru said briefly, a glum look on his face. Ultron's doing. You sound like you were close with them. Tan pointed out, Nuru shrugging. Spending much time with them, fighting alongside them, one tends to forge bonds with your comrades. Very un-Jedi-like. I was never one to follow the code to the letter, just the principles. And what are these principles? Thrawn asked. To protect and serve the people of this galaxy, said the Chiss Jedi. An extension of what we were taught back in our home space. We were taught to serve the Ascendancy and its people. Tan stated firmly. Oh yes. But of course, much of it is complicated at most. Better to build trust with those you work with than feeling tyrannical. And yes, strength and respect are good pillars, but one needs to know how not to be blinded by misinterpretation. The Sith acolyte gave the older Chiss male a look. I would have thought you of all people would have stressed the loyalty that we must hold to the Ascendancy. I have a broader view now of what's at stake than simply serving one entity, was Thrawn's simple response. It is not a surprise considering how long we have been in this part of the galaxy. We are quite out of touch with the Ascendancy. Some more so than others. You know how it is with most operatives. But given recent events, none of us were able to hear a word for a while, said Thrawn. I intended to immediately comb through known space as per my assignment, but my transport after reaching one of the Republic worlds was attacked by Ultron's men. Having been held captive at one of his experiment sites. His labs or testing grounds. The latter, having his Trandos hands hunt others and I for sport. And that is the tame reports. Tan said with a sigh, making Thrawn look at her with narrowed eyes. He wasn't challenging her but silently inquiring just what she meant by it. Have you been able to read all of our collected data and reports on Ultron's doings across the galaxy? Only so much. What have I missed? What you went through was one of the better stories. You had a fighting chance. But there are factories where organics are being forcibly transformed into mechanical beings under Ultron's direct control. Thrawn hummed a little. Ahsoka Tano informed me of quite the amount during our captivity. I personally saw the results of one of Ultron's experiments. Rather horrific on seeing the live process. He eyed them a bit more. And you? Tan shook her head, remembering her own encounter with one of the genocidal AI's horrific foundries. It wasn't pretty. How wasn't it to begin with? Said the Chiss Jedi, curious on the acolyte's point of view just as much as Thrawn's. While disturbing, most of my fellow acolytes found enjoyment in killing the converted. Severance shook her head at their actions. Their bloodthirst is only matched by their ineptitude. They have skill but refuse to fully sharpen their edges. Only Masters Bulk and Dibs have any inkling of this. And Cadrian say, though I believe her hatred of a Jedi Knight named Aayla Secura is her motivator. Why's that? Asked Thrawn. Nuru came in to fill in some blanks. While I haven't met either of them, I've heard of their relationship. They were close. I believe they were raised together in the same Foundling clan. They obviously had a falling out when Cadrian fell to the dark side and joined Dooku's acolytes. I recall rumors of them having multiple clashes with the onset of the war. So this Cadrian say imagines many of the converted Ultron drones as Aayla Secura. Her means of therapeutic actions. Tan took a sip of her water. Her being creative on how she wants to kill her former friend. A lovely picture you paint, Severance. Thrawn remarked. It was then that they had their food brought to them, the droid waitress telling them to enjoy it before rushing off to serve the next table. Thrawn examined his dish for a few moments, curling up several strands of pasta, as it is called, and plucking some pork meat and taking a bite. His eyes widened considerably as his taste buds registered this new cuisine, and he let out a satisfied hum. Nuru noticed his reaction and grinned widely. Good, right? It is, different. But is it good? The Jedi egged on. Considerably. Thrawn said after a second, chewing on it and then nodding. Kungurama held up his meal, which was called lasagna. Beats certain ration bars and bland meals by parsecs. Very much so. Tan said, digging into her own dish called chicken, pork, parmesan. Wonder what the Ascendancy would make of this. Tan humphed. They would be fools to deny such delicacies. It was then that Thrawn noticed something from the Chiss Jedi, a consistent reaction he had seen from him, subdued as it may be over the course of their conversation. You seem disgruntled when we speak of reporting to the Ascendancy, Nuru. Thrawn noted, making Kungurama pause in his food and Tan look at the pair. Do you have reservations in letting our people know of what's transpiring in the galaxy? There was a moment of tense silence between the three Chiss before the Jedi of the trio released a sigh. Thrawn, I haven't communicated with our people in over 5 years. Nuru stressed out. I can tell you this now, only because it's you. I hold no loyalties to our people. My loyalties lie with the Jedi Order and the people of this galaxy. I cannot stomach the idea of returning to isolation after everything I have seen and what I am able to do here. Rather than appearing enraged or insulted, Thrawn merely looked curious. Nuru sighed, looking down at his drink before speaking again. I was young when the Ascendancy sent me into the wider galaxy. Nuru had a far-off look in his red eyes. I remember being sent off from a home that no longer bears that title. When I was found by Master Sha'akti, I was given a new home, a new purpose. One I embraced with open arms. It was only when I became a Padawan did our people reach out to me, and by that point I understand. Thrawn interrupted, but the Jedi Chiss shook his head. I don't think you do, Thrawn, not fully at least. Kungurama took a sip of his drink. Give it time and you'll get a new perspective. And what is the perspective you have now? The young Chiss didn't respond for a few seconds before setting his drink down. I will do what I must to help the galaxy in this war. If that means bringing in the Ascendancy, the more we have, the better chance we have at fighting Ultron. He is a threat beyond factions and sides and must be dealt with as soon as possible. But I will not be doing this out of obligation to the Chiss but out of duty to the people of this galaxy. He must be stopped at all costs. Thrawn was silent for a time until he nodded. You would be right, Per Se. With Ultron's presence, it adds more problems for the Ascendancy with the threats in the unknown regions and from beyond. Beyond. I got quite informed of certain variables coming into this galaxy as of late. Thrawn plainly said. Severance let out a small scoff. You speak of the Avengers. Quite. The non-force sensitive Chiss elaborated. During the liberation mission on Onderon, one of their members came across some they were familiar with and reported back for confirmation. Ahsoka Tano was with him at the time, giving me some forewarning before our rescue. And it gave you time to prepare on what to inquire about once out of your captivity. To its entirety, yes. Some silence surrounded the three Chiss as they slowly partook in their meal. Digesting not just the food but the present topic. You feel as though they'd be factors equal to or worse than the Grysk? Severance said, narrowing her eyes at Thrawn. Correct. Quite the claim. Not one to make out of hand. Thrawn said with a dark look. I understand my words don't convey enough of the severity that we face, but seeing an enemy that could have toppled our society be so thoroughly annihilated like that. We're not taking it out of hand, Thrawn. Nuru assured. I believe a united galaxy has a better chance fighting what's to come more than anyone. If that can be achieved. Tan rebuked. Even if this ceasefire comes to pass and works for a time, lingering animosities are not ones so easily discarded. I can think of several war profiteers who'd be amongst those numbers. Nuru commented. Yet there are those who seek to end such a unification once Ultron is taken care of. Severance revealed, making both chessmen look at her. Like who? My master's master. Nuru and Thrawn wore a look of curiosity and intrigue once the acolyte said those words. Why would this master want such an outcome? Does he not understand that this galaxy needs to come together and stay that way? Maybe he does, maybe he does not, Severance shook her head. But I know what I have seen, and from what I've been able to gather in my time under Master Dooku's tutelage, they need to make sure the galaxy is against each other. There are plans that I am not privy to, but they involve the division of this galaxy at the forefront. Nuru snorted. If Dooku's master intends such a goal, they'd rule a galaxy of bones and ashes at this rate. I concur. Tan murmured. Which is why my master has been working to undermine his own. And why hasn't it been accomplished sooner? Asked the Jedi. Not all of the acolytes side with Dooku, but Sidious. Oh. Yes, oh. Tan remarked, shaking her head at her fellow dark side practitioners. You'd think everyone is truly compliant to the whims of Dooku. No. Others wish to curry favor with Sidious, hoping they could become the next apprentice one day or have more influence in his grand schemes once Dooku dies. Nuru said nothing, only eating more of his meal. It's bad enough that Force Pulse is causing issues for my master, the rest of the acolytes believe this to be a sign. What that is, I haven't even bothered to learn about. This Force Pulse as you described it, there was a glint in Thrawn's eyes as he placed his elbows on the table, interlacing his fingers in front of him. How exactly would you describe it? I have heard rumors abound of Jedi departing Coruscant as something in the Force called to them. Both Tan and Nuru shared a look, both contemplating just how to explain what had happened recently within the Force and how to elaborate on a feeling that didn't have a proper means of description. Why are you asking? I have only been able to learn so much of the Force in my time in captivity. Padawan Tano only gave me a simple summation of the Force. Severance rolled the red within red eyes. Again with Ahsoka Tano. Thrawn made no effort in rebuking what Tan said. You can say she fascinated me. Frankly, the entirety of the Jedi and Sith do, but after seeing it firsthand and in the manner in which Ahsoka reacted to her display of the Force in her limited state, I can tell it was something she wasn't entirely sure as to what it was. Even she admitted it as much. And what exactly did you see? Nuru asked, now greatly curious as to what Thrawn was speaking of. A literal aura of white light appeared on her despite her being limited. And what do you mean by limited? She was wearing a collar designed around the Asalamiri, dampening her connection to the Force. She was unable to use it until those moments. Tan and Nuru shared a look, both frowning at this. They were familiar with the Asalamiri, and if these Force-dampening collars were to be believed, the fact that Ahsoka was able to use the Force was truly something special. Their conversation continued on for quite some time, with various topics being discussed in depth with what needed to be done to be caught up more with the galaxy at large. Scene cut. Within the main hall of Coruscant's Jedi Temple, a big meeting was taking place. It would have been done at a better setting for such an occasion, yet with the number of people needing to be in attendance at the same time and place, the main hall had to suffice to fit everyone. Others who weren't on Coruscant at this time were hailed by the Grand Master of the Order to radio in on what he had to say. Surveying the hall within the entrance corridor out of sight, Yoda eyed countless members of their ancient order conversing with one another on the various levels. He even spotted others who weren't, not that he minded, for they were curious just as everyone else. His ears had picked up on what was practically the same topic, one which he would address very soon. Yoda soon entered, tapping his walking stick on the ground, utilizing the Force to amplify its sound. All who had assembled, physically and via holo transmission, turned in the direction of the Grand Master, who walked to stand in the center of the room. For attendance, I thank you. Everyone quieted down, listening with complete silence as their Grand Master addressed them all. As for its purpose, the answer you all already have. There were some murmurs, a few shifting in their spot, and looks of concern, uncertainty, and deep introspection. The call of the Force, we've all felt. Abrupt, it is. Wide and powerful. Raw and true, it is. Further chatter came up when Winda held his hand up to silence the gathered Jedi as Yoda went on. The little green Jedi let out a hum of thought, eyes closed for a moment as he took in the presence of the Force that surrounded him. Primarily, that of all the Jedi here, each and every one that he has at one point trained directly under his tutelage. For centuries now, Yoda has watched the Jedi Order continue to stand tall and strong, a beacon of light and strength for the Republic and the galaxy. But now, that very notion has been called into question. The advent of the Clone Wars was the start of it, but at the time, Yoda went along in believing that this was what was meant to happen. To take down the resurgent Sith now that they had revealed themselves. Then came the Avengers, their shockwave in the Force followed by Ultron's entrance into the war, and now, everything has been riddled with questions and uncertainties. Yet the other day, they had all felt it. A feeling in the Force similar to that of the arrival of the Avengers. And this time, they will not wait for whatever caused this pulse to come to them, no, they will go to it. A call in the Force, there is. For the source, we must search. Present situation, we must exploit and not waste. Said Yoda. Several members of the Jedi Council then stepped forward. Not everyone may go, if they wish. Plo Koon's baritone voice reverberated off the walls within the main hall. We will not fault you if you aren't comfortable with this open task. We've discussed this with other members of the council, Mace said sternly. No one, and I repeat, no one will be journeying alone, given present circumstances. But just because you will be going out does not mean you can't reflect or act on this feeling as you see fit. Shaak-Ti, from Kamino, spoke up. Remember what Master Yoda instructed of you. Obi-Wan picked up for the Togruta Master. Reflect and react on this feeling within the Force as you see fit, as what makes the most sense for you. The Force, guide you all, it will, Yoda said aloud. The code and rules, ignore that, you must. Act on what you feel, follow where the Force takes you. Confront what you find, learn what you can disregard, nothing you must. The Grand Master looked at the gathered Jedi and each one felt his eyes on them. Our duty, called into question it has, our responsibility, its purpose, forgotten it, we have. He stated, shaking his head in self-disappointment. Rectify this, we must. To the Force, our duty is. To the people of this galaxy, our responsibility is. Find answers and purpose we seek, out in the galaxy. Not within these halls. Adhere to the call of the Force, our task now is. Go now, we shall. Yoda closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the flow of the Force, the Jedi around him, and in turn, have it that all who were present felt the same. The Force be with you, always. The Grand Master said with finality. With the meeting coming to an end, many within the order present and otherwise began their given task. Others, however, resumed their previous ones. Yoda gave out his instructions to the council to monitor and keep tabs on all the Jedi to assure their safety, or at least keep track of those who are departing from the temple. Heading back to his private chambers, Yoda slowed his step for a brief moment before resuming his normal pace. Passing by a pillar, he finally spoke. Some time has been, Master Kuro. From behind the pillar that cast a shadow, a scoff was heard. You know I abandoned my name a long time ago, Master Yoda. I have not. Dark Woman, title it is. Name of a young pupil, it is not. There was a humph that came from the shadow of the pillar the Grand Master stood next to before out stepped a woman with silver hair and blue eyes. Good to see you it is, Master Anya. Yoda greeted warmly with a small smile. Heard you had recently returned from self-imposed exile. After the start of the war, figured it was best to come back. Been all over, doing what I can to help the Order and the people of the galaxy. But that Force pulse. I've never felt anything like it. Kuro released a sigh. Then again, those shockwaves the Avengers caused are nothing to scoff at either. Yoda eyed Kuro, a Jedi Master known for having a rather controversial reputation within the Order. Wherein most Masters are treated with reverence and respect, no other Jedi other than perhaps Anakin Skywalker, held such a divisive set of opinions on them. Some Jedi viewed the Dark Woman as an extremist due to her views and methodology on the Force, training those under her to the point where she actively harmed them. But then there are those who have been trained in her ways that are one of the most hardened and gifted Jedi Knights and Masters the Order has at this time. Come back, you have another apprentice in mind. Anya's expression fell, turning away from the Grand Master. After what happened to Aura Singh, I don't deserve to have another apprentice. Yoda closed his eyes in understanding. Heard from her, you have. Given the reports I've heard, or through some small talk over the years, she still resents me, not that I blame her. With Dooku, she is. Kuro's eyes widened, turning to the Green Jedi in disbelief. By Quinlan Vos, his report states. Yoda revealed. Understand your pain, I do, Master Kuro. Results of both our failures, this is. Anya released a pained sigh, looking down at the ground. What would you have me do, Master Yoda? She asked after a moment. Doubt you and the council would allow me to properly teach lessons, given my habits. Yoda shook his head, walking up to her. Exactly what you must do. His words completely surprised the Dark Woman, the Jedi Master looking at the Grand Master in disbelief. Perspectives, we have ignored. Rigid, we have become. Ignorant, a grave error that has befallen our order. Yoda gravely stated. Many have fallen, due to their faults. One must confront, to be better. Your methods, being troubling, have shown results. Who are you and what have you done with Yoda? Yoda chuckled at this, reaching forward with his hand which Kuro took as she kneeled down to one knee. Failure, the greatest teacher we have. From failure, we learn to be better, to be stronger. Yoda then gave her a mirthful look. Show better restraint, you must. Anya snorted. I'll try, no promises. Do or do not, there is no try. Their conversation went on for a time until Yoda and Kuro separated, the former going to the council chamber, rather than his private chamber as he initially intended to go to. From the chamber, Yoda stared out at the windows and saw multiple Venators, acclimators, and ships of all sizes departing from the world of Coruscant. With a nod, the Grand Master felt the flow of the Force once again and turned to depart for his own journey. Across the stars, the Jedi with their clone legions and battalions spread out, following the feeling they had when they reached out to the Force. Whilst the clones held some reservations and uncertainties about what they were doing, they held enough trust in their Jedi generals and commanders that they knew what they were doing. Plus, the Jedi managed to chalk this up to maintaining a security force for the galaxy given its current state, and that having the Jedi and clones in sectors can provide a level of security for the people of the galaxy. Additionally, they wouldn't be coming alone. Joining several of these fleets were some of the Avengers, as they too believed they needed to be out there, helping patrol the galaxy for anything that may spring up, Ultron or otherwise. But shockingly, it wasn't just because of their adherence to their duty as heroes, but some of their own members felt the force pulse that was detected by all the Jedi. They too wished to investigate this phenomenon, so they divided themselves up and departed from Coruscant along with several other Jedi. All over the galaxy, Jedi, clones and Avengers went to planets familiar to them, following the guidance of the Force. Meaning, they mostly followed the Jedi. So this is where you were for the longest time. Prince T'Challa commented, stepping out on the red planet of Dathomir. By his side was Wanda Maximoff, holding the hands of Marin and Ilyana, the two girls eager to return to their home world. Next to them was the Jedi Masters Quinlan Vos with his lover Kalain Hence, Tholm, Trasaa, and the clone commandos of Delta Squad. Dathomir. Trasaa mused aloud. I have not been here in some time. You've been here before, Master Saa? Wanda asked in surprise. Centuries ago. The Neti Jedi Master said with a sigh. Long before Alia was exiled. That made Wanda's eyes widen considerably, including her two wards/adoptees. The three of them were well aware of the exiled Jedi Knight Alia, who was sent here over 600 years ago after she fell to the dark side of the Force. Or rather, in hindsight, following a path the Jedi Order didn't approve of. Rather than seek redemption as the Order had once hoped, Alia discovered the powerful Force presence Dathomir possessed and went on to teach the native women of this land, giving rise to the witches of Dathomir, and now, despite the many separated clans that exist on this planet, all call themselves the daughters of Alia. All follow her will and teachings, and above all else, never concede to evil. Much as the Jedi Order might have believed Aliata may have been lost to the dark side, she never lost herself and her principles. Sir, unknown signatures ahead. Clone Commando Boss spoke up, having Quinlan pat his shoulder. No need to be all tense, boss. Voss assured. Just the locals coming to greet us. They sure have a lot of red. Scorch noted, a throat being cleared a moment later as he gazed at Wanda Maximoff. But it looks good on you, ma'am. Then came a cough which made the clone roll his eyes. Shut up, Sev. The natives of the planet soon stood before the Jedi, clones and Avengers. Ah, Jedi Masters. Ogwinjo greeted with a gracious bow. And your mighty clone warriors. Mother Talzin and I welcome you to Dathomir. We thank you for greeting us on such short notice. Master Tholm said, he and the rest all bowing in greeting. Wanda, it is good to see you again. Mother Talzin said with a small smile. Likewise, Mother Talzin. How goes the hunt? Wanda blew out a puff of air in annoyance. No such luck, I'm afraid. Talzin only nodded in understanding, looking down at her charges. Marin, Ilyana, welcome home my dears. Come, we shall have something cooked up for your return. Something I believe you will all need. Joe spoke up. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we all know why you have come here, yes. You are correct in that regard, Lady Joe. SAA respectfully said. I don't have to take a guess to know that like us, you have all felt what recently transpired within the Force. We had called the clans together for that very reason. Talzin revealed. We sense a great change is upon the galaxy. But we do not know whether or not that is a good thing or a warning of darker times to come. That is why we are here to do what we can to help. T'Challa spoke up and the two clan leaders had their eyes land on him and in an instant, they felt something different about him. You. Joe murmured, leaning forward. Who are you? I am Prince T'Challa, the Black Panther of Wakanda. He placed a fist over his heart and bowed. I thank you for allowing us to come to your home in this uncertain time. Ogwine squinted her eyes at the enhanced prince. Are you perhaps one of these Avengers Wanda had spoken of before? That I am. She spoke much of your people and what to be warned of beforehand. Then come. Joe gestured for them to follow. It is one thing to speak of us but it is another to experience it firsthand. Not all of us are like the Night Sisters. Talzin sent an unamused deadpan in the direction of the leader of the Singing Mountain clan but nonetheless led the group into the coven of the Night Sisters. Upon arriving there, the group saw many witches and Night Sisters from all clans of Dathomir had gathered here. Chatter and interactions were going on from all sides and it didn't subside even with the arrival of the newcomers. Tholm hummed aloud at seeing this. We had a gathering like this just the other day with the Order. This was called by myself and Joe. Talzin said. What has transpired and been transpiring is something we must all speak of. Come, the other clan leaders will undoubtedly wish to speak with you all. Lead the way. Quinlan said, feeling Kalain reach for his hand which he took into his. We'll stay back, Voss. Boss spoke up. This is your field, not ours. Don't wanna have all these ladies looking at us funny. Speak for yourself. Fixer said, spotting a particularly pretty Dathomiri witch that had caught his eye. The leader of Domino Squad slapped his brother's helmet, forcibly dragging him out of the coven with Sev and Scorch following after them. Don't you remember what Ms. Maximoff said? Scorch scolded. They take a mate and often kill them afterward once pregnant. Slipped my mind. Could still be worth it. Don't encourage him, Sev. Boss admonished. The Kiffer Jedi snorted at this behavior, hence letting out a withering sigh. Saa and Tholm only chuckled at this while Voss Lover spoke to him. Want me to stay behind with the boys? Keep them out of trouble. Nah, boss has that handled. Quinlan said dismissively. In the middle of all this, Wanda told Marin and Ilyana to go see how their clan of Night Sisters was doing but not to wander away from the coven. The two girls promised and rushed off to their sect, spotting them easily and being welcomed warmly by their older sisters. They were soon led into an area with a pitched tent. In front of it stood a half-dozen witches all standing guard. Joe and Talzin held up their hands as a means of allowing the others further entrance, and they came in to see all the clan leaders of the Witches of Dathomir in attendance. Wanda, one particularly beautiful and even sensual clan leader, immediately stood and rushed over to the Sokovian, pulling her into a hug. "ROS." The Scarlet Witch happily greeted her, hugging her back. "It's so good to see you again." "The same to you, my dear friend," Lai said with a warm smile. "Welcome back to Dathomir. And I welcome your companions with open arms as well. We thank you for your hospitality and for allowing us to be here on such short notice," Trasaa stated, bowing, as did Tholm, Voss, Kalain, and Tichollah. "With what's happening, we hold nothing against it," ROS remarked, all the clan leaders nodding in agreement behind her. "I doubt you coming here is out of pleasantries," Joe spoke up, seeing Wanda sigh. "How I wish it was." "You seek something during your time here?" Talzin stated rather than asked. It was here that Tholm stepped forward. "We do. There are artifacts here that we are aware of that we must access, possibly even take with us. We need access to the Qua artifacts stored here. If possible, the Star Chamber." The clan leaders all fell silent, with Talzin giving the Jedi an intense gaze. "You do realize what you request?" "We do." Voss spoke in complete seriousness. "With the Star Chamber, it's a possible risk. And why, pray tell, do you need to go there of all places?" "Answers to what happened with this apparent force pulse, this beacon we are all sensing," Saa elaborated. Ogwine sighed aloud. "I should have figured this would happen. Perhaps, this was inevitable. To give you access to something like that." Talzin conveyed a clear aura of denial. "That is something that is sacredly guarded by all on this planet. After Zalem, and especially with Gethzarian out there. We know that," Tra calmly stated. "Which is why we invite some of you to come with us." That got the attention of all within the tent. "Come with you?" one of the clan leaders said in disbelief. "Why in the name of the mother would we do that?" "Because it would be needed," Tholm firmly said. "With what is coming, with what is happening, perspective is needed from all sides of the Force. And why would we assist the Jedi in anything?" Talzin challenged. "Was it not your order that banished Alia, our lawgiver, and foremother, that allowed our people to flourish and grow?" "That was something I was against." Trasaa spoke up, making all look at her in disbelief. "I knew Alia when she was a youngling and watched her become a Jedi Knight. I tried to oppose her banishment, but I was too late. But what I do believe now is that perhaps it was the will of the Force that she founded the Witches of Dathomir. That a time would come where you would all play a role in the galaxy that can change and shape a new foundation and understanding in the Force. That is a rather altruistic means of viewing such a thing, even though it may be untrue." Talzin rebuked. "Perhaps that may indeed be an optimistic lens to view things through." Tichollah spoke up, and now all attention was on him. "But right now, the galaxy is in a state of peril. In a state of tumultuous change. And to get through such an ordeal, unity is needed from all aspects. Compromise where we must, because the future of all depends on it." The witches all regarded the Black Panther with surprise, followed by clear intrigue. "There is much we all have to talk about." Saa spoke up. "Agreed," Joe said with a nod. "Please, take what free seats there are. We have much to discuss. And it'll be quite a while." As all this went on, a clan leader approached the Prince of Wakanda with a glint in her eyes. "Quite a speech you gave there." Tichollah turned to the Dathomiri witch that Wanda had greeted with a hug. "I don't believe we've been introduced to each other properly. I'm ROS. ROS Lai. Tichollah. A pleasure to meet you, my lady." "No need for that formality, Tichollah. You may simply call me by name." "Then I insist you do the same," the prince said in turn with a polite smile. "You and Wanda must be good friends." "She is," Lai confirmed. "And if Wanda considers you one as well, then I believe you and I will get along well enough." "I would hope so." Tichollah then noticed a look she was giving him. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing, it's just." ROS scrunched her face in thought. "You." Her eyes widened. You have been touched by those who have passed. The dead, what is this? T'Challa then had a look of realization as he nodded slowly. What you sense are the traditions of my people, of how I took the mantle of the Black Panther. He placed a hand over his panther habit. To become the protector of Wakanda and the mantle of the Black Panther, I must enact a ritual that grants me the ability to commune with the deceased kings and queens of my people. Can't be as simple as that. Partaking of a heart-shaped herb is also a factor, putting me in a death-like state to enhance me as I commune with my ancestors. Oh my! Ros said with an unsure smile. It sounds a bit painful. T'Challa said with a small smirk. We'll have to do so again once I take the crown to undergo further rites. Lai hummed at this, looking over to the table where everyone seated themselves. Perhaps the two of us can discuss this at a later time? I'm very much interested in this communion you speak of. And I would like to know more about your own culture if you are willing to share. An exchange then. Ros teased, one T'Challa couldn't disagree on. Elsewhere in the galaxy, on the planet Jedha, Master Depa Billaba walked the streets of its capital alongside her Padawan, Caleb Dume. Their escort was the blind member of the Avengers, Matthew Murdoch. Do you know where we're going? Asked Caleb, having a bit of a hard time keeping track of everything as they were walking through a clustered bazaar. Depa gave her Padawan a small glance, ignoring the snort of Clone Commander Price who was following behind them. I most certainly do. Came Matt's response. Some old friends of mine have a base here that served as my temporary home when I first arrived here. They eventually exited the bazaar and made their way over to a large building right outside the market with Depa's Padawan looking up at the place in wonder. Well, Caleb said aloud, narrowing his eyes at one of the statues in front of the structure. A statue with a hood and stone lightsaber. Wait, is this a Jedi temple? It once was. Spoke a voice that came from the temple, one that Murdoch immediately recognized. I was hoping I would find you here. The blind Avenger said aloud. Your hopes were not in vain, Matthew. The blind monk Chirrut greeted with a broad smile. Chirrut. Matt smiled back, the two grasping each other's arms in greeting when he tilted his head. Where's Baze? With the Guardians on a job. His head shifted slightly to focus on the two Jedi. And who are they? Stepping forward slightly, the master of the duo spoke. I am Depa Billaba and this is my Padawan, Caleb Dune. We seek entrance to the temple here if it wouldn't be much trouble. Those who seek guidance in the Force are welcome here, just so long as they don't seek trouble. We said. Also, I cannot deny the Jedi to a temple that was once theirs. This hasn't been ours in many years. The council member pointed out. It can be once again. Chirrut said. Come, there is much knowledge that remains here that can be useful to you, Master Jedi. Depa tilted her head forward in appreciation, chuckling slightly at her Padawan's clear eagerness to go in, and the group entered the old Jedi temple a moment later. Welcome, new comrades. Is that a talking Russian dog? Meanwhile, upon the planet of Relith, Aayla Secura had arrived with the 327th Corps with Captain America and Quicksilver. They landed outside the residence of the current ruling family of the Twi'leks, said family coming out to greet them. A friendly handshake and pat on the shoulder were given as Pietro was the first to greet Cham. He then turned to Cham's wife. Eleni, good to see you again. He said, the female Twi'lek giving the Sokovian a brief hug. Likewise, Pietro. Said the green-skinned Twi'lek. Hopefully my husband has been doing well on Coruscant. Said man let out a mock gasp. Surely you doubt my words, love. I don't, but you sometimes exaggerate them. Even those of my stress being there. Most certainly. The Sokovian chuckled. He's been fine. Just homesick, in my opinion. Which is why I'm glad to be here. The male Syndulla remarked, kissing his wife's cheek before rounding on the fastest Avenger. And what kind of greeting is that, Pietro? Here I am, welcoming you with my wife to our home, and the first thing you do is, what was that thing you called it in your home world? Bust your balls. Yeah, that. Green eyes rolled over with a playful smirk graced her lips before turning to the other Avenger, Jedi, and the several clones behind them. Captain Rogers, General Secura, and Commander Bly. Eleni greeted kindly. We welcome you and your men to Relith. The Relith senator held out his hand, which Steve grasped. Cham. Steve. And General Secura, I welcome you and your men to your home world. Thank you for having us on such short notice, Senator Sindola. Aola said respectfully, Bly, Lucky, Cameron and Flash all saluting him in turn. Pietro. From behind the couple came their daughter, Hera Sindola. Hera. The speedster said aloud, letting her jump into his arms, and he then zipped around in a quick circle, the young child laughing all the while. Pietro. Eleni admonished. Let her have her fun, Eleni. Cham said with a small laugh. It's a rare luxury these days. His wife released a sigh, shaking her head before putting on a more pleasant expression for the others. Please, this way. We have some tea prepared for you and your men. Aola smirked as she saw Bly shake his head out of the corner of her eye. She heard Lucky mutter out tea. In an excited fashion, and since being exposed to so many customs of Earth, the ARC trooper had developed a liking for tea as a whole. It didn't help that a chance encounter with Senator Amidala, who just so happened to have a cup of Nebo tea in hand, stemmed his unusual addiction to the thing, so now, that's almost all he drinks. They don't even know how he gets it, he just does, living up to his namesake of just having it at all times. They all followed after Hera and Eleni into the Sindola residence, while Pietro took Hera for a run around the place, the young Twi'lek girl laughing in pure joy the whole time. Eventually, the pair came to a stop, the young child giggling incessantly despite how dizzy and frazzled she appeared. You all right there? Pietro asked with a laugh. All he got was more giggling in response, making the Avenger shake his head with amusement. Wah, wah, wah. Blinking at the sudden sound, Maximov turned to see a droid with two mechanical arms coming towards them. Hey buddy. Hera managed out from her dizzy state, falling on top of the astromech droid that supported her from collapsing to the floor. She giggled, rubbing the droid appreciatively. Thanks buddy. You came just in time to meet Pietro. Kneeling down, Quicksilver eyed the odd astromech. From what he could recall, this was a C1 series with the flat top and the orange, yellow and white coloration. Who's this little guy? C1-10P, but I call him Chopper. And how'd you find him? A lot of us were scavenging the wreckages after the occupation. One of which was a Y-wing, with my father wanting it to remain as it is, serving as a memorial of what happened. It also happened to be the ship I pulled Chopper out of. Cleaned and tuned him up, stuck with me ever since. Pietro blinked before looking over to the open hangar area of the Sindola residence, where a skeletal Y-wing was leaning against the rocky wall. You mean the one on your front lawn? Yeah. Chopper still has issues with it. Would be better to just move it if Chopper here isn't happy with it. Pietro commented, and it appeared the astromech warbled in agreement. I know, but you know my father. Hera said expectantly, making the speedster laugh, patting her head. Speaking of her father, the man sat at the dining room table of his residence with his wife by his side. The rest of the table was occupied by Steve, Aola, and the 4 men representing the 327th Corps. While I always welcome guests in our house, the message you sent our way conveyed your visit to be one of great importance. Cham said, getting right to the point of their arrival here after they had gotten their food. You would be right in that regard, Senator Cham. Aola respectfully said, seeing the Twi'lek senator squirm at the title. Please, when here, just address me by my name, General Secura. He asked. Sindola. The blue Twi'lek kindly said. You would be right in that regard. There are several important matters that have come up for the Jedi Order and the Republic as a whole. Does it have to do with the ceasefire? Eleni curiously asked. The Jedi Knight shook her head. Several matters, ma'am. Commander Bly spoke up. It has to do with Jedi business as well as Senator Cham's defense bill. Captain Rogers is here as added security. Flash said. His words, not mine. The World War II veteran snorted at this, Bly giving the ARC trooper a look while Aola took Steve's hand beneath the table. The clone commander picked up where he left off. Multiple Republic forces are being sent across the galaxy as a means of surveillance and security against the threat that Ultron poses. Ayla spoke next. Us Jedi also have something important that must do, and it has to do with the Force. The Force. Cham repeated in clear intrigue. It led you here? You don't sound all that doubtful. Steve noted, not in an accusatory fashion. Iamagunde taught me what he could about how the Force works, as the Jedi understand it. Cham explained. He spoke of how there is a will to the Force and it is the duty of the Jedi to adhere to it. One we have been neglecting for far too long. Ayla freely admitted. And one that we mean to rectify now. Can we help you in any way? Eleni inquired. Maybe. We just need to figure out on the what. For now, we'll help you in getting Relith ready for Ultron if he rears his ugly head. We would like to check on the progress of the current conscripts from Relith. Bly stated. I understand that the 71st Legion was personally requested by you, Senator, to serve as the training force for your planet. One I am grateful in having. Cham confirmed, standing from his seat. Please, write this dash. His sentence was interrupted by a gust of wind blowing into the room, heralding the arrival of Quicksilver with Hera hanging off his shoulder. Hey guys. Pietro greeted boisterously, helping a dizzy and laughing Hera down to the ground. What did I miss? Actually, you came right on time, Pietro. Steve said, getting up from the table. Come on, we'll explain on the way. Tilting his head at that, the speedster shrugged and the group followed after Cham and Eleni, the latter hefting up the still dizzy Hera into her arms. They soon walked out onto a large field where they saw over 100 Twi'leks all doing exercises, and walking between them all were clones with brown accented armor. Shouts and orders were being hurled at the Twi'leks by the clones, all of which were taken without complaint. Off to the side where Cham and company had come out from stood two high-ranking clone officers, one of whom Maximoff recognized immediately. Keeley. Pietro couldn't help himself and pulled the surprised clone captain into a bear hug, one that threw the man off until he realized who it was. Pietro. He said, happily surprised. What the hell? When did you get here? Just a few minutes ago. Quicksilver replied, enthusiastically clapping Keeley's shoulder. It's good to see ya again. How are the boys? Well enough and busy, as you can see. Keeley remarked, thumbing behind him before addressing everyone else. General Cham. Captain. Captain Rogers, General Sakura, Bly, boys, good to see you all again. Likewise, Captain. Steve replied with a knowing smirk at the rank both men shared. The high-ranking clone officer next to Keeley then stepped forward. Commander Hauser, sir. The clone greeted Steve and Ayla with a snap salute. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I fought on Jabiim with you all. If it weren't for all of you coming, my battalion would have been wiped out. Think nothing of it. Steve offered his hand, which Hauser accepted. Pleasure to meet you, soldier. Hauser lip turned upward slightly, turned to his clone brothers and nodded in silent greeting. Here to check up on the troops, sir. Keeley spoke up, directing this question to Cham, who nodded. That I am. The general-turned-senator stated, looking at the two Avengers, Jedi, and 4 327th clones. The 71st Legion has been training the people of Relith tirelessly. Cham said, looking over to the training grounds where 100 Twi'leks were currently undergoing training by the clones that had once stuck with them during the occupation of Relith. I personally requested they be the ones to train the Twi'lek conscripts for the Gar. They've been hard on the conscripts and volunteers, but they've taken everything that they have been taught to heart. We are a hardy people. Eleni said, mirroring the pride her husband possessed. The clone troopers of the Republic have laid their lives down for us all since the start of the war. So many perished in keeping the planet from falling into the hands of the separatists, and when our home was liberated. We shall give just as much as you all have for our people. Cham said with pure sincerity, something that resonated with the clones. They said nothing, but the gratitude they radiated from Cham's words was felt. Don't mind if we check this out, General? Bly asked Sakura, who smiled at him. That's what you're here for, Bly. Don't let me keep you. She says. Her commander nodded and he silently gestured his head at the ARC troopers, Hauser and Keeley taking the 4 over to the training Twi'leks. Cham and Eleni turned to the Avengers and Jedi, the former speaking first. "Now, what can we do to help you, Master Jedi?" Cham said. "You spoke of the Force being what led you here." "It did," Ayla commented, crossing her arms in thought. "And it shouldn't come as a surprise. Despite the history Relith has with how much it has endured, our species has given the Jedi Order countless Jedi. Many past Twi'leks always have been strong with the Force. Do you think there is something here that can help you with what you seek?" Eleni asked. "That's the thing," Ayla admitted with a frown. "I am not entirely sure just what I seek, but when I reached out to the Force, it led me here." There was a brief moment of silence shared between them all when Pietro recalled something he had seen when he first arrived on Relith. "Hey Ayla," he said, getting her attention. "There is something that I think you should check out that I saw when I first arrived here." The Jedi Master blinked when hearing Pietro. "And what would that be?" "Let me show you." Before she could mutter out a word, Pietro grabbed onto her and sped away. The others present could hear Ayla's screams in the air as she went miles per second. Steve held a flat look as Quicksilver ran off, dragging a hand down his face as he glanced over at the Syndulla family. Hera couldn't help but giggle at what she just saw but quieted down at the look her mother gave her. "She's gonna kill him," Cham stated, not questioned. "Probably," Steve said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "We'll prepare the funeral." No, just get me a speeder," Rogers said. "I'll try to reach them before she mutilates him." "Of course," Eleni said sympathetically. In a seemingly lost sector of the galaxy, a small Republic ship soared through the sea of stars before coming across a world apparently invisible to the naked eye. On the planet's surface, the ship made its landing using hydraulics holding the ship upright. It wasn't long before a small hangar opened up. From the vapors coming out, it revealed Thor Odinson as he walked down the ramp. Electric blue eyes scanned the environment, seeing how nice and tranquil it all is. It didn't take long after walking for a bit for him to be greeted by someone. "Surprised you'd come here." Looking to the side, Thor saw the daughter standing there, around her flowers blooming. "And on a ship no less. Can you not fly through space?" "I needed the experience." Thor awkwardly coughed into his hand. "And I couldn't let Heimdall overexert himself by using the Bifrost to take me here. Flying here may have also taken far longer than one might assume." "Mighty kind of you," said the light celestial, crouching to the ground. "What are you here for?" "I don't know if you're aware of this, but a beacon was sounded out. A pulse, if you will, from the Force." The daughter nodded, tending to a flower. "I am well aware, Thor Odinson." "Then you must have an idea as to why I am here." "I have many but none that will give you the answers you may seek." Thor frowned. "And why is that?" "After my father's passing, an Arishem causing the disturbance in this world, I had to restructure it. Much of what you'd possibly seek was lost in the process." Thor soon eyed the surroundings, seeing the garden world Mortis became. "Probably a decent sacrifice." He exhaled a sigh. "Though I wish the timing could have been better." He focused back on the green-haired celestial. "Is there anything at least you could share?" "You'll need to be specific as I might be quite vague." Thor gave her an unamused look, really wishing he had Loki's sharp tongue right about now. In the jungle world of Kashyyyk, Grand Master Yoda arrived and he wasn't alone. With him was Commander Thyre along with Jek and RYSS as well as the Bad Batch. The Avenger that had been chosen to accompany them was Sam Wilson, much to his confusion. When asked why him and not T'Challa, the prince had responded that he felt he was needed elsewhere, to go to another sector of the galaxy rather than Kashyyyk. So he was chosen from literally drawing straws. Thyre, Jek, and RYSS were selected to come along due to their past work with the Grand Master as well as Yoda personally selecting them to come along. The Bad Batch was a surprise, yet they soon revealed they helped a group of Wookiees from being sold off into slavery and they brought them back home, earning respect and an open welcome for this eclectic group of clones on the planet whenever they pleased. Yoda walked forward, being greeted by several Wookiee chieftains with the Grand Master bowing his head. "Grateful, I am, for welcoming us without warning," Yes. Yoda spoke respectfully. Wish for assistance, I ask, for the Force brought me here, it has. All the while, where many planets were being visited by the Republic and their Jedi protectors and clone soldiers, one planet got an unusual band of misfits making its way down to its surface. A ship in the shape of an M made its way to the planet Chile, homeworld of the Togruta species. The ship landed in the middle of a jungle clearing and the back entrance opened up to reveal. Why are we here, Quill? Gamera asked for the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy. We here for a job or something? Western said, surveying the jungle world. Something like that. Ventress let loose a small snarl. For Force's sake, Quill, stop being vague. Peter rolled his eyes. Well, I can't help it. It's like you with your whole Force nonsense. It's not nonsense, it's the Force and I can't explain it to someone who has half a brain cell that works. Quill only deadpanned at his half-sister, shaking his head in response before pointing ahead. You guys are gonna see in a sec. Star-Lord said. It's just up ahead. Leading the Guardians through the jungle, they soon came upon something that several Guardians recognized immediately while the rest could only look at it in bewilderment and even slight disgust given its look and shape. It was quite a large mass with this blue cosmic light within the smooth texture. Whilst it didn't seem responsive at all, it dimly pulsed. Eyed the large blue mass. What is that? A disgusting pustule of your old man. Rocket answered. That only got a look from the Dathomirian. What? Nasty but accurate. Peter stated, pointing at the blue blob. Remember what we told you of Ego of him being a planet, not really an exaggeration. This ended up causing Asajj to recall that peculiar chat after taking down that crime syndicate triumvirate. She could vividly remember where she sat at the bar the Guardians frequented as they discussed she learned more about her father. Let me get this straight. Our father, Ego, was a literal living planet. Yes. Peter confirmed for her. Technically a celestial, but a living planet, yeah. I don't believe you. Ventress bluntly admitted. I understand why you're confused. I still find it hard to believe he can have sex with a normal-sized person. Drax said abruptly. Planets don't usually have a penis. Damn it, Drax. Not this again. Gamera bemoaned aloud. Asajj went bug-eyed upon hearing this. What? No. Drax, that's not why people wouldn't believe it. Oh, right. It's because if a planet did have a penis they'd smush a regular-sized person. Fascination, a planet having reproductive intercourse with a meatbag? I have always been aware of the instinctual need for reproduction amongst meatbags, but that is certainly a new one. I really don't want to know. Baze muttered, standing up and leaving them. No. Jesus, Drax. The planet wasn't even his body, his real body was a glowing brain. This got Ventress even more frustrated. Now, you're making even less sense. Drax took this as his validation. Yeah, Quill. Brains don't have a penis, either. You're just confusing her more. Rocket only laughed at this whilst the other Guardians had varying looks of confusion and disgust. You have any idea what they're talking about? Wes asked Chirrut, who only shook his head. Something about planet sex, but knowing Drax. Yeah, I wouldn't think too much about it. Shuji remarked, Fennec raising her drink for the Zabrak to clink with an agreement. Peter, meanwhile, was trying to get the conversation on track. Oh, for crying out loud. Ego's real body was a brain. Using celestial energy, he made a normal human body, to roam the universe, and make children to help with his evil plan of assimilating the universe. That's the actual truth. All this got was Ventress, along with several others who weren't in the know, to be silent and have a massive brain fart. Drax leaned over and spoke to Quill's grumpy sister. We didn't actually see his penis, so we can't know for certain, but lots of humans can have one, so it's possible. Ventress mustered the blankest stare she had likely ever produced before standing from her seat with a look of defeat. I think I'm going to throw myself into a star now. Akyazo responded in kind. Fuck off, Imbo. Back in the present, the Dathomirian shook her head to focus back on what's happening. What does that have to do with this? Usage asked, hating that no matter how hard she tried, that conversation will likely plague her mind until her last days. Each world Ego visited, he didn't just spread his metaphorical seed by having a child with a species, but literally spreading celestial seeds, seeds which are extensions of himself. Mantis explained, having seen some of these moments herself. Why? Shuji asked, keeping a wary eye on the blob. Ego is a parasitic celestial. Gamera elaborated. When the time came of gaining additional power from a child he conceived who had the celestial spark, he'd use it to signal his seeds to activate and encompass the planets they're planted in. Once swallowed up, they soon become an extension of him. Peter stated. Ventress eyed the blue mass with a feeling of unease. So, is this like, what's left of him? Fennec Shen spoke up, looking a bit perturbed by the fact that it seemed to still be alive. Pretty much. Star-Lord said. I recommend you don't physically touch it. Embo inquired as to why. On the worlds we went to in taking care of this, we heard some locals got stupid in examining M. The blobs ended up devouring them. Rocket answered with a shake of his head. Damn morons. Like devour. Wes asked for clarity. It wasn't pretty. Mantis muttered quietly. I still can't believe you guys did all this outside the galaxy. Fennec murmured. We'll take you there one day. Peter promised. Why not sooner? Shuji asked, clearly interested in this matter. We're still searching for our siblings. Said Mantis. We didn't know if there were any left if Ego got to them or not. Back where we're from, only Peter and I are the last. This galaxy is a weird one. Rocket added on. When we got here, we had to go through one of the worst FTL jumps we've ever experienced. I am Groot. Yeah, you said it, buddy. The anthropomorphic raccoon said with a grimace. We'll be sticking around till we've combed the whole galaxy. Quill said. Who knows if we can find other brothers and sisters out here in this galaxy before we leave? Hearing more of this, Ventress pondered and digested the details. There might be other siblings of theirs out there, given the signs of this ego blob. Somewhat narrowed down of one's home world and species, but that only filtered so much. Force knows if they're still alive or not, given the present war or previous circumstances. Even then, it's a needle in a massive haystack. Her mind then drifted over to Mantis, her sibling who lacked the celestial power. This factor is also something to consider if any sibling of theirs is able to tap into the innate power or something else entirely. And how will this be taken care of? Wes asked, gesturing his head in the direction of the blob. Doing some mumbo-jumbo Quill's been doing for a while now, killing his pops over and over again. Rocket stated, only further confusing those who hadn't seen this before. What? Was the response from several of them. It's a theory of ours since taking care of the first seed. Gamera stated. Ego might not be really dead if these things are still around. Could be considered residual corpses. Shuji mused. That's what we thought too, but boss said there's still power within them. Kraglin said. Like a dim heartbeat that's still beating even if the rest of the body is dead, if that makes any sense. Something we ain't gonna overlook. We'll take your word for it. A number of others decided to get a safe distance away, surveying the area. If they were to come across any of the locals, they'll have to tell them to stay away, one way or another. Back at the ego blob, Peter was pacing back and forth, seemingly getting ready to get rid of it. How do you get rid of this? Quill looked over to Asajj, who stood there with a curious look on her face. I touch it, reach in, concentrate, feel a connection, and compress. Asajj showed confusion. You said physically touching it dash. Normal people can't. Celestials like me can be without issue. Peter gestured his head back to their half-sister. Mantis can too, but she didn't inherit the power like you and I did, but she could at least touch it without being affected by it. Awfully noble of you to do this, Quill. Jern commented, the leader of the Guardians huffing at that. Don't wanna sound high and mighty here, but it's a duty of mine to get rid of these celestial blobs. Don't want this to be a chance that our bastard father comes back through these. Peter then said an offhanded comment. Besides, I somewhat find it therapeutic. A grey brow was quirked. That's rather dark to admit. This shitbag killed my mom by giving her cancer, just because he didn't want to actually settle down and quit his expansion project. Quill retorted. He deserves everything he gets in life and death. Encouragement. Oh master, I knew there was a reason I liked you so much. I knew the dark side dwelled deep within you, and with it, the needed desire to kill meatbags. Just this one, HK. Quill said, standing closer to the blob now. Looking down at his hands, Ventress saw Peter struggle to manifest his innate power, his celestial power. They were flickering in his palm before forming a small ball. I gave up the power when killing him the first time. I didn't want to be like him. Peter then let the celestial energy ball die out. When they suddenly came back, I wanted to make things right by taking care of him for good. If it means the rest of my powers will be gone as a result, so be it. Usage froze, almost not believing what she just heard. Her brother wanted to get rid of his powers? Why? This power was beyond anything she could ever have imagined, and she was now just starting to tap into it. This got Ventress to blurt out the first thing that came to mind. If you get rid of your power, you'll just be like everyone else. Peter looked at her with an inquisitive look before it morphed into a small grin. What's so wrong with that? Besides, he already isn't like everyone else. Gamera spoke up. Yeah, he's a grade A douchebag. And you're a furry asshole? Quill retorted before looking back to his still astonished Dithomari sister. Usage. I know that you having your own powers makes you what you are. You understand and control more of the celestial gene, and I'm happy for you. You do you. Me not having mine for all my life, but suddenly getting it for like a few days at most before coming back a while ago, it's just not me. It's all alien to what I am. But, you could be so much more. Ventress argued. Have so much more, be so much more. But I don't need to be. Peter rebuked calmly. I already got everything I would ever have wanted in my life. And I'd rather stand side by side with them instead of from above like what Ego wanted to do. That was disgustingly sappy. Shuji spoke up. Yeah, please don't ever talk like that again. Wes added on. Embo had his own things to say, making HK whir in amusement. Observation, yes, meatbags are known for their sloshy displays of sickening affection. Master Ravan did the same with his wife Bastilla in many ways, on and off clothes. Quill gave them all a flat look in response. Fuck all of you. Ah, we love you too, Quill. Rocket said with a wide grin. Peter shook his head, focusing back on the blob. He held up his hand, clenching and unclenching it as the power of his father flowed around his limb once more. Would you like some help? He blinked, the power dissipating as he glanced over at Ventress. What? Would you like dash? I heard what you said, Usage, but you actually wanna help with this? Usage didn't respond at first, looking at the blob and then at her brother. He's also my father, but not the one who I identify as. He is what caused my mother to regretfully give me up. And what you say is true, I'd rather not want such a family reunion. Gamera heard this and glanced down while Usage stood shoulder to shoulder with Quill as they stood in front of the ego blob. So how do we do this? Alright, it goes like this. Scene cut. As the forces of good moved throughout the galaxy, the flow of the Force acting as their guide, upon a planet steeped in the dark side of the Force, its followers were conducting their own response to the pulse all Force users detected. It came from Tython. The Sun stated with absolute certainty. Are you sure of this? Barilover inquired. It has been some time since I had last been to that planet, but one does not forget a world such as that one. Tython. I remember from our stories. The origin point to how our forefathers came across the Force. The Sith infiltrator murmured. More or less. The Sun soon listed off several factors. The Thoya, pilgrims. Porg, egg. The possibility of what came first is irrelevant. But yes, Tython is where it remotely began. But shall we be journeying there? The revived Sith Lord Momin inquired. We still have much to do. The Acolytes can take care of what's needed for the plan while we're gone. Said Gethzarian. Tython is not linked to what we have planned. Beryl pointed out. If anything, it would just be a detour in the grand scheme of things at this time. Perhaps at a later time then. Darth Momin remarked, returning to his work on the Mask of Darth Nihilus. In front of him was the gateway he had used to bring himself forward to this time. The son gazed upon the revived Sith Lord and then at the gate, giving it an analytical stare, a recurring instance since he first saw this doorway. How did you manage this? The Dark Celestial suddenly asked. I've been curious and have my theories but would like to hear it from you directly. Momin paused in his work, setting down tools he had and slowly turned to the son. It is a very long and complicated answer. The Sith Lord answered. We have time. The son retorted, arms crossed as a silent means of conveying he expected an answer. Momin fell silent, his glowing red eyes turning to the doorway that served as his means of revival. Connecting to the realm of chaos wasn't easy. It was all theory, to begin with. How the afterlife for Jedi and Sith differ. The Jedi join the collective force while the Sith are damned for eternity in the void. It being a subconscious reason why so many Sith seek to avoid death, having anchors to the mortal plane of existence to prolong their imminent demise. Momin stepped back, beginning to pace about in the chamber. While I wasn't really afraid to enter the void, the idea stuck with me as a way to truly come back. I came across many texts and references of others seeking their revival through some rituals that never had been tested or used. Essence transfer is a popular use among past Sith Lords, as was Force absorption, but they would always backfire upon those who had utilized them. The others listened to Momin's lecture. Some present were quite understanding, others confused as to where this was heading towards. In my research, I came across a place that transcends our universe, where time and space meet, that allows free access to all corners of the galaxy, possibly even the universe. For the Celestial, he knew then and there what the Dark Lord was talking about. The world between worlds. The son said, making Beryl and Gethzarian turn to him, the former in astonishment and the other in confusion. The what between what? Gethzarian said aloud. I thought it was just a myth. Beryl said in disbelief. Far from it. It's a realm some seek to reach once knowing of its existence. My father, sister, and I made a gateway to easily reach it. The Dark Celestial says to them. But back to the matter at hand. Nodding, Momin resumed his talk. My gate is a corrupted version of it. Not the pure form as it was once described to be. What I needed was an anchor, a means of having a sort of instant navigation and direction to traverse that mystical domain without being lost to it. Hence your helmet. Said Gethzarian. Correct. Beryl pondered for some moments, understanding a bit more with Momin's gate on how they'll increase their numbers. And yet, one factor just became too much to bear to keep to himself. This world between worlds. Can we not use it for our own Maya-? No. The son sharply replied. No? What do you mean no? The son looked away, arms behind his back. There are certain practices that my father forbade, and accessing the world between worlds is one of the few I shall abide by until the stars of this universe cease to shine brightly in the skies above. For a time, we did freely access that realm, but we learned that there are times where curiosity is left at that and not pursued any further other than passing inquiries. The son's red eyes bore into his Sith allies. We shall leave that realm as is and rely on Momin's gateway to bring back the Sith Lords of the past. With great reluctance, Beryl conceded. If that is what you wish. No, Gethzarian now looked at the Celestial with mistrust. Are you not a user of the dark side of the Force? I am the dark side. The sun rounded on her, a dark, fiery aura flaring from him. I am the purest representation of it. Then why do you deny us usage of this world between worlds? The ancient Night Sister challenged. Would it not be beneficial to our plans? The sun narrowed his eyes at her, stepping up to the crimson-clad woman, his frame towering over her. Oh, it most certainly would accelerate the plans and make them successful, if one thing wasn't in the way. Know this, I will have my revenge upon Arishem, but I will not do so at the expense of my sister and mother by rendering the universe asunder by setting what's in there free to rip apart all in its path. There was a feeling of palpable anxiousness now as they saw a genuine display of fear from the Celestial as he turned away from them all again. By what Momin finally asked. What's in there that frightens one such as yourself? The son didn't deny the accusation of fear, instead shifting his head back for them to see one red eye. Not what? But whom? Scene cut. As one group of dark side users discussed their plans for the future, another was doing the same within a ship traversing hyperspace at this time. Around a hollow table stood Maul with his brother Savage to his immediate right, and on the other side of the table was Joris Seabaeth and the newly reincarnated Frieden Nad, his body having been recently tampered with by the Sith Lord to fully resemble what he once was in his younger years. That pulse certainly came from seemingly nowhere. Seabaeth mused aloud. Are there any ideas as to where it originated? Like any beacon, we are meant to answer and follow its trail. Everyone sensitive to the Force is bound to accept and follow its course towards its origin. Frieden Nad stated. Maul held a contemplative look before he flicked his hand dismissively. It is of no importance to us, he said, earning looks of surprise from those in the room. Savage especially bore a bewildered look upon hearing this. Brother, should we not capitalize on what has happened? And what would that accomplish, Savage? Maul shot back, shaking his head. We are to stay out of sight and mind for the time being. The usage of the Chitauri, Sokka Arans, and Outriders was enough to draw attention to us considering the presence of the Avengers. We need not more. Let them speculate as to their origin. Joris Seabaeth soon contributed to the conversation. Our surveillance teams will suffice in keeping an eye on the happenings as we keep searching for our main objective. Maul nodded, giving Savage a look of what Joris said was true. And tell us, Lord Nad, all eyes were now on the revived Sith Lord. What do you know of the whereabouts of the Soul Stone? You were rather vague days ago and never spoke of it since. Frieden showed a look of uncertainty, in the fact that someone was asking him about a subject long believed to be a myth and the other in only knowing so much. The Soul Stone has long since been hidden away somewhere in this galaxy. The revived Sith began. As to where it is, that is not something I need to tell you, in it being unknown. Obtaining it is the most difficult factor to consider on the journey. And that would be? I am unsure. Nad admitted. The texts I found regarding its existence were damaged and incomplete. It was not on a holocron but on an ancient scribe on Ossus that Odan Urr kept locked away before that temple fell. And even then, the knowledge it gave was lacking to be sure. The scribe, as I was told, predates most known civilizations within this galaxy. Thousands upon thousands of years ago, possibly 50, maybe even 100,000 years. The fact such a portion of the stone scribe stayed intact as it did for that long is a miracle unto itself. A hum emanated from Maul's throat. A sense of pondering came from Joris. Confusion from Savage. What else do you recall from this scribe? And have you seen its likeness anywhere else? The scribe detailed that it took years to acquire the information he found. What he noted, and in his opinion, the context and clues were deliberately being erased. A means to make it impossible to obtain the stone. Maul was silent on this matter before giving Nad a piercing look. I take it you had theories and ideas as to where you could find more of these scribes that could lead us to the Soul Stone. I can only know so much. Frieden said with a disgruntled look. But, perhaps in our search, we can begin to find a needed trail to help us locate the Soul Stone. Something is better than nothing, stated Joris. Scene cut. At the Jedi Temple archives, many occupants were scouring through the space. Tables filled with data pads with just about every chair occupied. After the meeting in the main hall, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Peter immediately came to the library for yet another look over. It wasn't long before others they knew or were unfamiliar with followed the same idea. Should have figured I'd find you here, Snips. Without looking up from the data she reading over, Ahsoka greeted Anakin, who was leaning on the wall behind her. Hey Master, she said, looking intently at the information she pulled up before dismissing it. Not what you were looking for, I take it. No, she confirmed, slumping in her seat. We've been at this for a few hours now. Hours? Anakin parried, shaking his head. Feels like days. He's exaggerating. Anakin looked over to see Barriss and Peter at the table Ahsoka sat at. The pair was also absorbed in the study of the knowledge of the Jedi archives. You know, when Master Yoda spoke of us following the will of the Force and trying to find answers to this calling, I figured Barriss would be here but not you, Snips. The Jedi Knight remarked, moving to sit next to his Padawan. Ah, Skywalker, a pleasure to see you. Spoke a familiar baritone voice from the side. Anakin turned to see Master Plo Koon approaching the table, a holocron in one hand and a data card in the other. Not far away was a pot of tea. Master Plo. The brown-haired Jedi said in surprise. What are you doing here? Assisting these young ones in their research. The Keldor Master answered, sitting between Ahsoka and Barriss. Are you here to help? Well, how would I? Anakin asked in return. What are you guys even looking for? That's honestly what we're trying to find out. Peter admitted with a shrug. I mean, that whole Force thing was weird to be sure, but Barriss here believes that maybe we can find a hint of, you know, she didn't exactly elaborate on it but she dragged us to the library and here we are. Force thing. Anakin parroted, squinting at Peter. Wait. Pete, did you dash? Yeah. Parker looked at him dead in the eye. I felt it. Not like you guys did, but there was something that made my spider sense go off. This truly astonished the Jedi Knight, considering the void the Avengers all possessed. But there were a few in their midst that stood out in that regard, Peter being one of them. Like with Vision, the Maximoff twins and recently Teachel Law, Peter always felt different in regards to the rest of the Avengers. There was something around the New Yorker and the way the Force reacted to him was like webs that were either trying to get to him or spreading out around him. He just couldn't discern what it was. Anakin abruptly scrunched his face up in amusement. Wait, spider sense. Peter held a sheepish smile. Yeah, Obi-Wan and I thought of it one day and honestly, it's better than calling it the Peter Tingle. Skywalker snorted in amusement, looking around the table at the others before landing on the teapot Plo had set in the center. Who's the tea for? That would be me, my old Padawan. Anakin rolled his eyes at his former title, not even bothering to look over to see that it was Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Jedi Master sitting down next to Peter. Placed on the table soon after was another holocron with a few other data pads. So, you two, Obi-Wan. I believe our younger members might be onto something with what they are doing here. Kenobi remarked, placing down a holocron on the table. After all, we are not the only ones here studying the past. Anakin didn't need to look around to see the nearly packed archives. Do you really think what we're looking for is somewhere in all these holocrons and data cards? Anakin inquired, taking one of the data cards, seeing it marked as a history of the new Sith Wars. The answers that we seek can be found somewhere in this galaxy. Plo said. That is what Master Yoda told us and believes. But maybe with some foresight, we can get a better idea of what we're looking for instead of randomly going somewhere. Ahsoka confidently said, making Anakin smirk at her. Well, haven't always been one to sit still for long, but I figure you guys wouldn't mind the help. On the contrary. Obi-Wan levitated the holocron he had brought and sent it over to his former pupil. The more assistance we have, the more likely a chance to help us find what we seek. But that's what I want to know. Anakin took the holocron out of the air, giving them all a look. What exactly are you hoping to find here? A proper beginning. Plo said. To what? We're not entirely sure. Barriss admitted. But maybe, just maybe, a trigger or a spark or anything that we can use here can start us on our path that we don't see just yet. The Chosen One beheld a small frown, looking down at the holocron he held before he applied a bit of force into it and it began opening up. All right, might as well dive into it. He commented, watching the projection of a Keldor Jedi appear. You think opening a random holocron will miraculously give you what you seek right away? Greetings, I am Master Nost Durl, Archivist of the Jedi Order. The Jedi were silent in this regard and all were rather surprised at the stroke of luck. Nost Durl was a revered Jedi scholar, known by all in the history of the Order, especially those who followed in his footsteps. Well, what do you know? Don't be smug about it, Sky Guy. Ahsoka remarked with a puff of her cheeks. I call it lucky. Parker deadpanned. Chosen One, not luck. So it all just falls into your lap then. I can't help but be awesome. Boo, that's our thing. Peter jokingly admonished, giving Anakin a thumbs down. PLO chortled, waving his hand for them to quiet down as the ancient Keldor Jedi began recounting the knowledge he had at their disposal. He spoke in length about the war that the Order in his era was dealing with, that against the ancient Dark Lord Darth Vitiate and his eternal Sith Empire. What he primarily focused on was where the roots of the struggle between the Jedi and the Sith started and just how far back it went. The two opposing sides have been at each other's throats for thousands of years, but just when did this begin was called into question. And it really was a good question. The Jedi and Sith have been ideologically opposed for so long that the Jedi in this current era and that of Nost Dural had actually lost track of just where it began. Dural's spirit within the holocron went on to describe the wars fought before the Galactic War that plagued his time, as well as documenting past wars. The Jedi Civil War, the Mandalorian War, the Old Sith Wars, and lastly, the Great Hyperspace War. And strangely, that's where he ended it. The ancient Keldor Jedi showed frustration on his part as he too was flummoxed as to why he couldn't delve further back, but hoped that with the knowledge that he has right now, future Jedi could use it and perhaps help fill in the blanks left behind. I didn't know that the Sith were once a species. Peter said aloud. Me neither. Ahsoka and Anakin admitted at the same time. It's not a well-known fact these days. Obi-Wan revealed. After all, for over 1,000 years, the Order presumed the Sith to be dead and gone. We did teach about them, yes, but in depth as in the olden days, no longer is that the case. The factor of the originating species was one such detail. Anyone remotely close was Dark Jedi, who fell from the light and proclaimed to be Sith but were merely pretenders. There were even some instances of brief corruptions or possessions by artifacts or spirits. Plo Koon further elaborated. Few were true Sith Lords, and those that were brought about terrible destruction. But like all others, they died, leaving much speculation if their proclamations were true. So, what do we do with this information now then? Peter asked. Dural said his research is incomplete. And though the Jedi Archives hosts an astounding quantity of knowledge, we can only have so much. Obi-Wan remarked. There are many periods in which knowledge has been completely lost. Either by time, tampering, or raids as some examples. Before they could discuss matters any further, a new individual saw their group and came over to them. Hello everyone. Spoke another voice familiar to them all, and they looked to see that it was Vision. Hey Viz, Peter greeted pleasantly. Care to join us? We could use your super mind to process all this information that we have. Just what are you doing? The synthetic Avenger asked, seeing all the data cards and holocrons gathered at the table. The young Padawans believe that there may be something that we can find in the archives to better assist in our, well, not sure what we should call what it is that all of us are undertaking right now, since we felt that pulse in the Force. Obi-Wan explained, gesturing to Ahsoka and Barriss. Our history may hold an idea of what we seek. The latter stated, making the bearer of the Mind Stone gaze at her. History, you say? Vision murmured, frowning in thought. Seeing his response, Anakin perked up slightly. What, you have something in mind, Viz? Skywalker asked, seeing him nod in response. Yes, I do believe so. Tell me, what do you know of Odan Urr? Obi-Wan and Barriss perked up at that. The Jedi Master who was once called the unofficial Master of the Order? The greatest scholar, greatest knowledge keeper, Master Librarian of the Jedi Order. Obi-Wan rattled off the many titles this ancient Jedi Master held with deep reverence. He preserved as much knowledge as he could over the years. Unfortunately, his service came to an end, courtesy of Exar Kun, when he was seeking to hide certain knowledge once feeling the dark presence at the Ossus Jedi Temple. Barriss stated with a downtrodden look. The temple that once stood was destroyed. But untouched. Kenobi mused aloud, rubbing his beard. Beryl Over came back stating the temple on Ossus still stands despite it being in ruins. There was a pause between the group before Peter spoke up. So, should we go there? What would we find? Ahsoka asked in uncertainty. Let us not have reservations, little Sokka. Plo pointed out. This could be something that can help us on our paths. Anakin stood up. All right, I'll get the boys ready. Don't worry, Obi-Wan, Plo, I'll reach out to Commanders Cody and Wolfa. That seems a bit much to have all three of our fleets, Anakin. Kenobi pointed out. No way in hell. Anakin said with a firm shake of his head. Ultron is out there and I am not taking any chances. We're all going together and not giving that metal bastard the chance to get the jump on us. I concur. Vision said with a nod. Several hours later, over a dozen Venators appeared out of hyperspace in the outer rim at the end of the Perlmian hyperspace route. The planet they appeared in front of, Ossus, once the main temple of the Jedi Temple 4,000 years ago. Ossus. Kenobi whispered, a sense of awe in his voice. I never thought I would actually come here. So, what was this place? Peter asked, looking between the Jedi. Barriss and Ahsoka mentioned that this place was a library at one point, right? More than that. PLO's deep baritone voice reverberated off the walls, sharing the sentiments that his fellow council member possessed. This was once the home world of the Jedi, where we once held all the knowledge of the Force, the galaxy, all of it. Why abandon it, sir? Captain Rex inquired, standing next to Anakin and Ahsoka. It was due to the old Sith Wars and the damage they wrought. Barriss explained, looking at the former home world of the Jedi with enraptured attention. Unfortunately, we've rather neglected this planet for thousands of years now. Maybe we can reclaim and rebuild it now. Ahsoka commented. After all is said and done, we can take back what we've lost. A wonderful idea, little Sokka. PLO said approvingly, patting her shoulder with the Togruta shooting him a wide smile. Soon after, half a dozen gunships descended to the planet's surface, the land barren and desolate until they arrived at a large structure. A Jedi temple. The Jedi temple that once served as their headquarters. But due to Exar Kun and his forces, this planet is vacant of the Jedi. But the sense of the Force is still prevalent in the world. As the clones began stationing around the vicinity, the Jedi and the Avengers entered the main Jedi temple. Handheld light devices were at the ready, eventually illuminating some of the darkened space. The sun did shine down through several openings on the ceilings and walls. Even then, neither person knew how dark the place may be. As the group traversed through the entrance of the temple ruins. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. When Peter started to softly sing a certain theme. What are you doing? Anakin spoke up. Why are you humming that? What? It's Indiana Jones. Peter gestured to the temple they were walking into. We're venturing inside an abandoned temple. There could be traps for all we know. Peter, there are not gonna be any traps. Ahsoka said with a shake of her head. As they reached several feet into the entrance, someone pressed on a pressure plate. Flamethrowers, force gravity wells and an assortment of other means that can kill someone in an instant appeared in front of them all. See? Traps. Peter said in a triumphant manner. Coincidence? Anakin grumbled. Interesting to see some security measures are still active. Kenobi mused aloud. Would have thought Baral got these taken care of when he was here. Some may have been overlooked. Kun reasoned. Or he went through another entrance. Right. Peter soon crawled up the wall to check the mechanism. It took some minutes of searching along the walls until finding a hidden compartment he soon pried open. What are you doing now? Barriss asked, watching her boyfriend open the mechanism and start fiddling with it. Trying to see if I can shut this off. He answered. I could solve this, Peter. Vision spoke up. Vision, there are things one must do without cheats. The synthetic Avenger raised a brow. Excuse me. You can phase through walls and detect machinery. There's a certain finesse to these situations. Peter said with an odd tone of superiority. Barriss looked at her boyfriend with a perplexed look. Now you're just exaggerating. No, he's right. Ahsoka and Anakin gave PLO Kun a dry look. Master PLO Kun, don't encourage him. The former pleaded. This isn't an exact joke. Said Obi-Wan. Certain situations require intellect and I believe Peter has the right idea. But I'm intelligent as well. Vision said, sounding almost childish. But I am a fan of movies. Spider-Man countered, triggering a wire within the mechanism. I need to fulfill some inner desire of my geekdom. Ahsoka rolled her eyes. That is such a stupid excuse. And you all love me for it. A moment later, all the traps were deactivated, and Spider-Man dropped down to join them. See? Aren't I just amazing? Yeah. Anakin shoved the side of the webhead's head. Venturing further into the temple, with what digital map they had on hand, they came into what was once the temple's grand library. Oh, what a tragedy this is. Obi-Wan said aloud, shaking his head with a downtrodden gaze. This temple was once the home of the Jedi for thousands upon thousands of years. It was once our great library. Now it is reduced to a crumbling ruin. Talk about a patch job. Parker muttered, seeing the state of the interior. As long as the knowledge remains, the legacy of the Jedi lives on. It's incredible, at least. The Grand Library was falling apart yet somehow stood despite being untouched for over 4,000 years now. There were some openings from the ceiling, hence the natural light seeping into the space. And there was quite the amount of water damage, given the several water puddles and mini lakes present sprawled about over the millennia. Shelves were toppled over and wrecked. Decorative statues were in a similar state. For those who have known the Coruscant archives, this place was quite the polar opposite of the state of maintenance. Though I wonder if there's anything salvageable. What are we looking for here? Anakin asked aloud. This place is empty. Looks can be deceiving, Anakin. Kenobi lightly chided. Though much has been taken, there can always be something that has been missed. Hearing this, Vision squinted his eyes, looking around the empty chamber until his eyes landed on the floor. Though it was faded, the symbol of the Jedi Order was painted on the ground and was displayed as vividly as ever. Focusing on the star in the center, Vision fired a beam at its center but found himself blinking a moment later at what he just did. Vision. Barriss spoke up, bewildered by what he just did. What was dash? The temple suddenly began to shake, the whole group tensed up. The clone commanders and captain that were stationed outside the temple were calling in from the comms to ask what was happening when the floor in the center opened up. Back inside of the temple, the floor more or less caved in at a certain section. Investigating, the group found it was a stairwell. A hidden chamber, said Obi-Wan in astonishment. Plo Koon observed this and recalled a factor he knew of the Coruscant temple. In case of emergencies or times of peril, the librarian would try to hide many artifacts and pieces of history away so they may be retrieved later. Members of the Jedi Council know of this factor, even the librarian, who is presently Jocasta Nu. Yet something rather intricate for the Ossus temple made him ponder. Making their way down the stairwell, the assembled party had their own respective reactions. Mostly widened their eyes once they saw what was revealed. It was a basement floor filled to the brim with scrolls, books, data cards, and holocrons. By the Force! Plo exclaimed in awe, a sentiment shared by all. Woohoo! Peter jumped in the air. We found the mother lode. I can't believe this. Obi-Wan muttered, running his hand through his hair. I don't either. Barriss whispered, spotting the symbols etched on the many bookshelves, and she gasped. What? The Mirialan Padawan turned to Obi-Wan and pointed at the symbols on the shelves. Master Kenobi, look! She exclaimed excitedly. Do you recognize what that is? Taking a moment to inspect the symbol, the bearded Jedi's jaw dropped. This is... Obi-Wan stammered. This is the secret trove of Odan Urr. Don't have a panic attack here, Kenobi. Chimed Vision. Hard not to. Plo spoke up. I can't believe our luck. The group descended into the basement library and just picked a random spot and began taking out data cards, scrolls, books, everything. Despite the space having been sealed off for millennia, there was a small layer of dust having collected here. A small blur went past them. Looking over, they saw Ahsoka's avian companion flying around. No one really minded the Trandos Handbird at this time, for they were more focused at the treasure trove of lost knowledge. Would have thought Exarchon would have raided this place, said Barriss. Anakin hummed in agreement. Given us seeing all this, he never had. But what about the stories? says Ahsoka. Obi-Wan gave a response. Odan Urr was no doubt in the midst of moving property here once sensing the dark side coming onto the temple. Exarchon merely stumbled upon him when he may have been transferring the darker artifacts, not knowing of this hidden space. Rather fortunate, or unfortunate in that case. Noted Vision. Quite debatable. For now, let's take heart, we've found this lost trove for the Order. We'll send a message out to the Order, getting Jocasta and as many other Jedi as we can to get this back to Coruscant. PLO stated. Now gonna wonder what's left behind, said Kenobi. Hopefully none of these scrolls and books got corroded or content faded over the years, spoke the Miri Alan Padawan. You know, it's gonna be a while to filter through all this, said the young Avenger. Vision spoke in inquiry. Why do you say that? I don't feel we're exactly finished with whatever journey we're on. The Jedi looked over to Peter's location. It was Kenobi who asked the wall crawler a question. And what do you feel exactly? Picking up a random book and whipping off the dust from the cover, Peter coughed a little as a result. I think we need to find our next clue somewhere here. He's probably right. While we wait for the others to arrive, we might as well get comfortable and start reading. Hooray! Came Peter and Ahsoka's sarcastic response. Barriss merely smacked their arms in response. In the middle of all this, Anakin seized up for a moment, a cold chill running down his spine. He heard an echo, a heavy breath that made his head whip around. No. Anakin wildly thought. It can't be, he can't be he. At least someone's already comfortable. The comment from his Padawan caused Skywalker to break out of his thoughts. Looking over some distance away, Murray was situated on a pile of ancient data cards, scrolls, and books. With the amount, it resembled a nest for her. Yes. Seated and resting upon vast knowledge that had been lost to time, not caring at all about them. Anakin looked at Obi-Wan with a raised brow. She's just a bird. A rather intelligent one. Ahsoka giggled into her hand, kneeling and stroking the Trandoshan bird's head. She most certainly is. Murray preened at the affection, leaning into her hands, and rubbing her face against them. Wait, how did Murray get here? Anakin questioned. What do you mean? She was always here. His Padawan pointed out. Her master shook his head. No, I recall she was back at the Coruscant temple. No. She was on our ship. I brought her with me. You were just more focused on Dash. Hoot hoot. The conver hopped out of her makeshift nest before taking flight, flying around Ahsoka followed by Barriss and Peter before hovering in front of a dark corridor. Murray, where are you going? Ahsoka said, walking after the conver who kept hooting at the Togruta and her lovers. The trio took a gander and followed after the green and white feathered bird while the others decided to stay behind and keep looking on their own. Getting past the many rows of shelves of the vast space, the small group soon came to an abrupt stop. Hey, guys! Peter called out. You gotta come here, now! The others rushed in and all halted at what Peter, Barriss, and Ahsoka were looking at, with Murray now perched on the Togruta's shoulder. A mural was drawn and painted out on the wall's surface. Several people looking at it more or less froze where they stood. The spread depicted a series of stars and orbital rings in the background. Nearly at the forefront was a unique symbol of what was akin to a jagged star or sun within an oddly shaped four-leaf clover. It seemed to repeat once more within the center of the design with curved brackets around the whole thing. It was between it all where the main focus resided. In the foreground was a trio of individuals. A trio of Celestials. The Mortis Celestials. Obi-Wan breathed out. Vision stepped forward, same as Anakin who placed his hand on the mural. The Chosen One inhaled sharply, feeling a surge within the Force. This is old. He looked back to the others, an unreadable serious face. Very old. Where does this come from? Ahsoka murmured. And why? Vision took a scan, translating a number of characteristics. This states coordinates to the planet Lithal. Lithal. PLO muttered. What kind of planet is that? Peter asked. One deeply connected to the Force. Obi-Wan stated, turning to Vision. Is there anything else you can make out of this? As Anakin said, this is old. So too are the other characters. I can't make out the rest. They've been faded and even damaged. Viz said, gesturing to several markings that were clearly damaged. Looking at it further, Ahsoka's eyes glanced over the Mortis trio. She shivered slightly at the depiction of the sun. Her sense of discomfort ended when feeling Barriss and Peter grasp her hands and giving them a reassuring squeeze. She smiled slightly in response as her eyes drifted over to the father before settling on the daughter. A connection was there with the green-haired Celestial. The one who sacrificed part of herself to save her. Ahsoka felt a sense of debt owed to her. One to live on with her life, among other factors. As this happened, Murray rubbed her head against hers. Ahsoka let go of her lover's hands before caressing the bird's plumage. Digesting the name Lethal from vision, the Padawan realized where they needed to journey to next. Anakin sensed this and contacted the troops. Obi-Wan sent a missive out to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Heading to Lethal took some additional hours to reach. A large number of the clones had to stay behind for the other members of the Order to arrive to properly secure the Ossus Temple. The others stayed with the one group of assembled Jedi and Avengers to their next destination. The Outer Rim planet was quaint and peaceful. Had quite the frontier feel to it with its vast prairies, marshes, and mountain ranges. Taking a shuttle from the Republic cruiser, the group more or less followed the Force to where they needed to get to on this planet. Eventually they stopped at some vicinity with smooth rocky terrain with a rather large hill. Not to mention all of the snow covering the land, given it was located in the northern hemisphere. Where would this temple be? I don't see any signs of it. Peter commented, looking out at the landscape. Hidden, probably. Kenobi surmised. Why would it be hidden? His pseudo-student asked. A number of temples are like that. Wait, really? You're kidding. I wish he wasn't. Skywalker said with a shake of his head. Coming to a stop, Barriss looked around in confusion. Scratching her head, she wondered before feeling the odd compulsion to look down. When she did, she saw some indents in the dirt and snow. The Miri Allen would have dismissed it and moved on, but the Force made her look deeper. Her eyes soon trailed the dirt indents and saw some pattern. Getting an idea, she used a force push to sweep the snow and dirt away from all around her. This got the attention of the others, who convened to her position. What did you find? Ahsoka asked, looking down at the ground. Barriss merely gave a brief response. This symbol. It was familiar, one way or another. Strange. I recall seeing this symbol at Ilum's temple. Plo Koon stated. And back at the Ossus basement library. Vision tacked on. Peter crouched to get a closer look at the symbol, tilting his head in several angles. Doesn't this look like what was seen on Mortis? Rather hard to spot, or recall? Said Anakin. Was more focused getting off that rock. It was there. Chimed Obi-Wan. At the father's abode, where we fought his children, more so towards the sun. Plo Koon hummed when hearing all of this. More questions seemed to form before us. Obi-Wan stroked his beard, pondering. I concur. Pieces for a puzzle we may have, but not everything is visible to form a clearer picture. Vision gazed at the symbol intently. Perhaps, what we seek can be found elsewhere. But some help is needed. And I do believe I know where to go. And where will that be? The synthetic Avenger gave them a small smile. Seeing a friend and mentor. Scene cut. At his office at the Senate building of Coruscant, Darth Sidious was deep in thought. His apprentice contacted him not long after the Force beacon reached them. Well, not just them, but every Force sensitive out in the galaxy as to what the reports say. Undoubtedly, from what the Jedi have done recently, the age-old enemies of the Sith were mobilizing in the most unexpected way. From reports, the Jedi were on a pilgrimage and he had seen many ships departing from the temple. The secret Sith Lord found himself frowning, for once, not relying on his Force but relying on his gut, and what his gut was telling him didn't fill him with much assurance. That Force pulse. A great shift in the galaxy was occurring. One which didn't seem to go in his favor. He was one who thrived on the certainty of how things were meant to be, but now, that is no longer in the cards for the Sith Lord. Exiting his office, Palpatine took a walk and passed by Sly's connecting office. "Sly Moore!" he called out to her. Looking up from her work, Sly addressed him. "Yes, Chancellor. Cancel and reschedule my meetings." "Of course," she said, glancing over to the secret Sith Lord. "And where will you be going?" "My usual place." The Umbaran administrative aide nodded before contacting Mos Amedda and Sate Pestage on the upcoming change of plans for the day. For she knew the Chancellor will not be available for the rest of the day. Getting to the secret door nearby, he opened it and entered. This passageway was used by past Chancellors of the Republic for millennia, in case of emergencies. Of course, it wasn't inside the office, which was sadly a design flaw. Regardless, this served its purpose for the Sith Lord. Entering a secret hangar, Sidious soon switched out his robes to ones he preferred to wear on the regular. From there, he took his craft and took off from the Senate building to a secret base located on Coruscant. Once getting to the industrial district, the Dark Lord landed his ship inside a particular structure and exited, making his way to a room he always had prepared beforehand. Not by servants, but by himself personally. What to do, what to do? He mused to himself. So much is happening to the galaxy. So much beyond my control. He waved his hand, sending out a small wave with the Force. In an instant, half a dozen blue fires lit the chamber he stood in. The room was decorated with red carpets and curtains, the ancient language of the Sith sewn onto the fabric with some being carved into the walls and ceilings. His hand was once again raised. Force lightning shot out from his fingertips, striking a large dish on a raised pedestal in the center of the room which was set aflame. Approaching the fiery dish, Sidious looked over the flames dancing atop the liquid in the dish. The dark side radiated from the fire and calling upon his power, Sidious' eyes shifted into the sickly yellow that all Sith Lords possess and raised his hands. Lightning danced across his fingertips before it was all directed into the bowl, the flames heightening. Palpatine began chanting in a throaty manner, the language that is known only to Sith Lords that originated in the birthplace of the Sith, Korriban. The Sith speak filled the air as Sidious conjured sorcery into the vicinity for what he had in mind. It wasn't long before the alchemical ritual was complete. Exhaling, Sidious closed his eyes momentarily. He allowed the aura of the ritual to permeate over him before opening his eyes again, focusing on the dish. He needed an advantage in the present circumstances. He needed a clearer picture of what was to come with the coming conflicts. Essentially, he needed to cheat in order to know the future. He did it decades ago with his master when the Force shifted into that of the dark side. But that wasn't the case anymore. He needed a new means of gaining the edge in this war and in the conflicts that are coming. If not, then the grand plan of the Sith will be forever ruined. Darth Bane's lineage will go down in disgrace and the revenge of the Sith never come to pass. Scene cut. It took a while to reach Atollan. Hopefully, for the assembled party, it'll be worth the journey. My word, this is quite out of the way, Vision. Obi-Wan commented. Intentionally made to be difficult to find as it is to reach. Vision said, looking down at the planet where he had spent close to a year at. There was a silent feeling of growing anticipation from the Jedi. While they were informed beforehand on the flight over, it was going to be a nervous encounter on some level. They had ordered their men to stay on the Venators, taking only a shuttle down with them. Landing in front of a large crater, Vision led the group down into it and the Avenger was greeted with a brown conver and a small Dokma. A wide grin bloomed on Vision's face, kneeling momentarily to scoop up the small crab-like creature whilst the Trandoshan bird perched itself on the Avenger's shoulder. Archimedes, Gary, good to see you two again. Vision greeted happily. Friends of yours, Viz? Peter asked, holding his hand up to the conver, the bird nibbling at one of his fingers. Companions I had made in my time here. The synthetic being remarked fondly. But first. Vision walked into the center of the crater. Bendu. It's me, Vision. And I've brought friends. There was a moment of silence from all of them until they heard the shifting of rock and stone. Everyone turned behind them from a shadow that seemingly appeared out of nowhere behind them. The Jedi had their eyes widened whilst Peter whistled in awe. Vision held a grin at the sight of the being that was known as the Bendu. Bendu. Ah, Vision, my friend. The rocky and bearded being greeted with a wry smile. At long last found the time to visit, eh? You should know the state of the galaxy, my friend. Viz rebuked, Bendu humming and nodding. Yes, that tremor in the force was hard to ignore. A great shift in the galaxy has occurred. It was then that the being noticed Vision's companions who were staring in silent wonder. Many troubles are brewing on the horizon. Jedi, a pleasure to meet you after so many centuries since I last met one of your kind. Avenger. Bendu blinked, leaning down and giving Peter a particular look. Oh, a totem. And the chosen one. Again with the totem. Peter muttered, earning an elbow hit from Ahsoka to have him shut up. What? That's what the father said to me on Mortis. The father? Bendu said in surprise. You've been to Mortis? Did you see the daughter and son? How are they? There was an awkward air between them all when Obi-Wan spoke up. We had, quite the encounter with them. A lot happened during our time there. Most of all, Vision sighed. The father's dead, Bendu. Bendu's face fell, a set expression coming over him. What? He said quietly. How did Dash? Arishem. Vision stated, making Bendu's mouth clamp shut tightly. I see. I'm sorry, my friend. Viz quietly said. I know you two were friends. The being of the Force released a haggard sigh, hanging his head momentarily. I had sensed a great deal happening as of late. Never comprehended he would be amongst it all. Bendu shook his head, closing his eyes. Oh, old friend, I am sorry for how things had come to be. Sorry. Ahsoka quietly said, making Bendu gaze at her with his eyes widening. You, he leaned close to her, startling the Togruta slightly, Barriss placing a hand on her back. Bendu stared at her with intense scrutiny before he released a disbelieving laugh. The light of the daughter was bestowed upon you, Ahsoka Tano. Those who had been to Mortis all looked at Bendu in clear surprise. As for Ahsoka, as much as she'd like to ask how he knew of her name, she clamped up on the question. All she did in response was give a nod. Truly astonishing times. Bendu's eyes shifted over to Barriss and a similar look appeared when he first gazed at the Togruta Padawan. And you, Barriss-Afi? The Miri Allen discreetly grabbed Ahsoka's hand. Vision, you have brought some unique company. We have been undergoing quite the journey, my friend. It's like an RPG quest. Peter commented, making the Bendu look at him. Ahsoka shook her head at her lover. Ignore him. Hard not to with that mouth of his. Oh, like you're one to talk, Anakin. Parker deadpanned. And don't you try to say anything, Obi-Wan. You're no better. Bendu chortled aloud at the interaction, stroking his beard. Tell me, where have you visited on this recent journey of yours? Ossus. Lithal. Barriss listed off. Quite the small list so far. Says Peter. Lithal, such a quaint place. The Bendu appeared to adopt a reminiscent expression. I recall it's quite nice this time of the year. There's apparently a temple there dash. Yes, I remember it. Tell me, have you seen all 3 tiers? The large being inquired. Tiers. Ahsoka parroted. Levels. Bendu elaborated. Ahsoka shifted in her spot. We didn't see a temple, only the symbol of the Mortis trio. I think. Ah, quite understandable. The temple won't reveal itself unless one knows how to access it. How does one reveal it? Anakin asked. How does one open a door? Came the Bendu's answer with a question. With force. At the right placement. We were right at the temple all along, weren't we? The smile the force entity bore was the answer to that. This earned face palms from Peter, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Anakin. Barriss, Plo Koon, and Vision merely had bland expressions, though there were subtle signs of annoyance, tiredness, and understanding. Bendu chuckled, gesturing his hand down at them. There now, no need to hold such a thing over your heads. What matters is where you are now and what you are to do next. And what exactly is that supposed to be? Obi-Wan queried. The Bendu chuckled. Spoilers. Peter balked slightly. You did not just say that. He was met with only a mischievous grin in response. You spoke of tears. Anakin spoke of, directing the Bendu's attention onto him. Yes, there are 3. What's on the first level? One that is suited more for guidance and trials between a master and an apprentice. What of the second? One can consider it an advanced course. What's with the third tier? Something neither of you are ready to see at this time. Hopefully never at all. There was a look shared between them all. You hold much knowledge of that temple, Bendu. Plo Koon pointed out. Force pilgrims came and went there, establishing its foundation millennia ago to enhance the Jedi Order. They succeeded, in more ways than one. And the Mortis trio? Obi-Wan brought up. What are their connections to it? They took part in its construction. That was a surprise, given the reactions of the Jedi, with Bendu letting out a mirthful chuckle. A time where they were a more active presence in the galaxy. A forgotten time. Bendu's expression then shifted, becoming more serious. But I believe we've wasted enough time now. I have a feeling you brought them here for a reason, Vision. The shift in the Force felt by all who are connected to it. The Avenger nodded in confirmation. The Jedi have scattered across the galaxy. And what led you here? Ahsoka and Barriss. Anakin answered, placing a hand on the shoulder of his Padawan. They believe that the answers we're looking for can be found in the past. Oh, there was a gleam in Bendu's eyes, the being nodding. You're on the right path, young ones. Skywalker narrowed his eyes at him and stepped forward, gazing intently at him. You know where the source originates, don't you? Bendu slowly nodded. I do. And, where did it come from? Obi-Wan slowly asked. A planet where many believe the Force originates. Came the entity's answer. That seemed rather vague to some, others were a bit known. Peter opened his mouth. Then could you dash? I cannot. The young Avenger balked at the abrupt response. What do you mean you can't tell us? You think me telling you upfront will make you fully learn? There are things one can't learn directly for certain journeys. One needs to obtain knowledge in certain manners. One can't just simply point it out directly, saying, look, there it is. The best answers are only found from within, or else they won't really understand. I get that, Mr. Bendu sir, said the wall crawler. But some guidance and advice would be appreciated. Something to help point us in the right direction instead of getting lost when being pushed the wrong way. Unintentionally, I mean. Bendu silently contemplated on this and thought about the state of the galaxy and the trajectory it was on. Thousands of years ago, he brought himself here in self-exile, his own punishment for his actions in the past. He vowed to never directly involve himself in the affairs of the galaxy, and when it came to dealing with Force users, he usually relied on the indirect method of teaching them to get in better touch with the Force. Both the Jedi and Sith valued supposed wisdom and knowledge over imagination, creativity, and curiosity. I recall a past discussion with Vision back on the Avengers' home world of a great scholar. Albert Einstein, I believe, said that imagination is more precious than knowledge. I agree. Knowledge and wisdom need imagination, creativity, and curiosity to be fulfilled to their fullest potential. Otherwise, it is just collecting and hoarding information, like a great beast hoarding treasure. Both sides, even if it's merely subconscious when not acknowledging, view knowledge as power, to be doled out only as they see fit. There was a look of confusion from them, but they remained silent as Bendu went on. In that, stagnation has now halted the growth of the Jedi and now, the Sith. There was a time when the imagination with the Force has started to dwindle. Oh yes, the Sith had done some interesting things over the millennia, but the Jedi, not so much. Really? You're complimenting them? Anakin said in disbelief. Why can't I? Bendu shot back. Something the Jedi have lost sight of was adaptation, changes, and allowing different perspectives to filter into their order. Whilst the Jedi remained stagnant, the Sith changed right under them, and the years leading up to the start of the Clone Wars were the machinations of your age-old enemy. Darkness, in most forms, can lead to one who loses their sight. But too much light is just another form of expediting a different form of blindness. When you have too much on both ends, you lose sight from all perspectives, even your own. The dark side of the Force leads to corruption and destruction. Parts of the universe that are needed. Bender rebuked. The Jedi, while noble in their intentions, have become far too ignorant for their own good. Had you kept on changing, evolving, as the Sith have, tell me, do you think this war could have been prevented? There was a tense silence shared between the Force users and two Avengers as they let Bendu's words sink in. So, what do we do then? Ahsoka asked, breaking the silence. Barriss stared at the Bendu for a time before looking between her two lovers, followed by Vision, Anakin, Kenobi, and Kun. Maybe, what if we all meditated together? Meditated? Anakin said questioningly. Just. I truly believe that what we seek lies in the past, what we have lost needs to be found, Barriss said, though there were obvious signs that she wasn't entirely sure as to how to properly frame her suggestion. We need to dash. Can we try it with this? The Togruta Padawan interrupted, and everyone saw an ethereal white light emanating from her hand. The daughter. Bendu whispered, longingly and forlorn, yet a melancholy joy in seeing the power. You truly were blessed by her hand, Ahsoka Tano. She only gave a shaky smile in return before reaching out to take Barriss' hand into hers, followed by Peter's. Wait, what makes you think I can do this? Spider-Man asked, and Ahsoka gave him a look of assuredness. Well, Bendu here mentioned something special about you, as did those Mortis Celestials. Maybe you're more connected to the Force than you think. She looked at the others. Come on everyone, let's form a circle. Hold each other's hands and, just let go. Anakin finished for her, giving her a small smile which she returned. PLO wasted no time in grasping Anakin, who in turn took Kenobi's hand, and the bearded Jedi grabbed Vision's, and soon, a circle had been formed. Bendu hummed aloud, approvingly, holding one of his hands up. While I can't explicitly verbalize where you need to go, there was a gleam in the eyes of the being. I can help in other ways. Everyone soon had their eyes closed and all concentrated. How are we supposed to dash? Trust in the Force, Peter. Barriss soothed. And if not in the Force, trust us. Hearing this, the New Yorker simply nodded and just let things go as is. At first, nothing happened, the ambient sound of the environment around them filling their ears. Then, slowly, Ahsoka felt it. That power that she felt when she was being hunted by the Trandos hands. That power that brought her back, purging the taint of the dark side from her. Slowly, it wafted into the hands of her two lovers, and a moment later, they too had the glow and felt the power washing over them. Barriss let out a gasp of amazement, turning into a small laugh with even a tear streaming down her eye. Peter just made a whoa, followed by his own laughter. The trio of lovers inadvertently let their feelings run wild, and the three of them basked in the love they shared for each other. They even felt Simbi the symbiote warbling with glee, a comforting hug around its host and holding Ahsoka and Barriss' hands through them. Anakin soon felt the power he once utilized in bringing Ahsoka back, and it was like a surge of adrenaline. He released a loud laugh as well, sensing the deep bonds he has with all he cares for. But, he did sense the unusual connection between the three teens, yet he knew now wasn't the time for it. Obi-Wan, Plo Koon, and Vision all had their own experiences of wonder, awe and amazement at the power, and they heard the joyful laugh of the Bendu in the background. There it is. He encouraged. The Force, the power cosmic, the universe in motion all at once. Feel it, flow it through your bodies and souls, let it touch every cell of your body. They followed his instructions, and it literally felt like their souls had momentarily left their bodies. Seemingly leaving Attilan, they saw themselves leaving the present system. Speeding across the stars, not like how one goes through hyperspace, but through some other method. Regardless, it showed them a path. Soon enough, through the expanded sight through the Force, they saw the path's end towards a planet. One filled with forests, grasslands, and mountains. When expanding beyond it, they saw where it originates in the galaxy, somewhere in the deep core. Before seeing where on the planet the whole Force beacon originated, they were pulled back to Attilan. They all released gasps, yet they squeezed each other's hands as if to make sure they wouldn't fly apart. That was. I know, Master. Anakin mumbled, letting out a shaky chuckle, patting his former mentor. Yeah. He then turned to his Padawan. Ahsoka. That was amazing. Thank you, Master. She softly said, turning to Peter and Barris a moment later, missing the small unsure frown Skywalker now held. You all saw it, yes. Vision spoke up and PLO nodded. We know where to go now. The Keldor Jedi declared with complete certainty. Bender released a hum that seemed to resonate throughout the entire area. Then I wish you all a safe journey, my new friends. Until we see each other again. All bid their farewells, turning to depart whilst Anakin walked by his apprentice, placing a hand on her shoulder. Gotta ask with that whole light thing, but since when have you been able to do that? His Padawan was about to answer when someone gained his attention. Chosen One. Bendu gestured for him to come back. A moment, if you would. Anakin looked over to the Force entity for a brief moment before glancing back to the others. Go. I'll catch up. Seeing their compliance, Anakin focused more on the Bendu as he walked back to stand in front of him. What is it you want to talk about? Troubled, you are. The entity stated straight away. This threw Skywalker off a bit but had to remind himself who he was speaking to. You can say that. He said, trying to play things off. Bendu shook his head. Not because of your problems with the present state of the galaxy and of your compatriots, but of yourself. The Jedi Knight tensed where he stood as he heard the Bendu keep on talking. You've felt it. A dark shadow looms over you. Something alien, yet familiar. Anakin grimaced, the image of this dark shadow being clear as day in his mind. Tall, dark, and imposing, the dark side oozing from him with a frame that towers over many others. He knew what it was, more or less. The man who radiated in the dark side who he fought on Mortis. Even after facing him back then, he could still feel his presence. It was as if he was following in his every step, just a few paces behind him at all times. Anakin thought of him as a manifestation the sun conjured to throw him off and then some. However, it didn't seem to be the case since leaving Mortis. It wasn't the end of him haunting him. Not just in his dreams, but in his waking hours. I have. Anakin finally relented. Constantly. You've never completed your trials, haven't you? Rather than rebuke or fight against the sudden statement, Anakin exhaled a sigh and nodded. With the war, many knights needed to be sent out. I was old enough and completed many of my trials, except for one. Obi-Wan convinced the council to advance me, which I am grateful for. Yet you didn't exactly feel ready. The Bendu stated, rather than asked. Anakin didn't voice it, but the silent response was telling. Bendu shook his head, giving the former slave a look of sympathy. People, no matter how old or young they are never exactly ready for anything. They proclaim they are, but the ones brave enough to admit will be better suited for a later time. The Jedi Knight scoffed. Easier said than done. Often one's pride makes them hesitate for admittance. The entity shot back, giving the man a pointed look. Anakin made a face, knowing that factor was sadly true. Groomed from a young age, you have been taking the path many set course for you, but never one truly of your own choosing. You adapted and worked with it. Tell me, do you regret the journey? There was a beat of silent contemplation from the Chosen One. Most of it, yes. But not all of it. The Bendu gave him a look, having Anakin explain. I got to live most of my dream. Seeing the stars beyond Tatooine. Just never expected it would come with a catch, but I grew to accept it. Eventually, I made a new dream, one many others before and after me clearly will have of being a master. But is that what you want now? Anakin gazed up at the larger Force user before craning his head in the direction of his friends that were waiting for him at the shuttle. I don't know what that is anymore, honestly. He admitted. Bender regarded Anakin for a moment, looking past him to the others. The attachments you formed. Not really the Jedi way. But it is the way of the Force. Bender said with a small stomp of his hand. The Force, the power cosmic, the energy of the universe itself. It penetrates all, and binds us all together. We are, in fact, all attached to each other in one way, shape or form. Through the Force, the universe, we become one with it. Love and loss come with the coin that you are dealt. What makes you who you are is how you choose to react to it, how you deal with it. Anakin thought back to when Sam offered up his services with the group meetings to one-on-one sessions. Not just that, but Falcon outright telling him to not always stick with the Jedi mindset but to switch towards a normal, regular person in order to have a healthy mindset when talking things out. I still don't know. Benda waved him off. It is all right, young one. One can never truly know who and what they are supposed to be. What matters is whether or not you are willing to find that balance. To know when to let the Force guide you and when you make the choices for yourself. I sense in your present journey, you'll properly complete your final trial to become a fully fledged Knight of the Force. A brow was cocked when hearing this. Any advice you could give? Asks Anakin. Benda gazed intently at the brown-haired Jedi, as if his eyes bore into his soul, and with someone like him, Anakin figured he might as well have that ability. The darkness within you, it is not something to be conquered, chosen one, but one that is always in conflict within you. The dark side is there for a reason: temptation, fear, corruption, power, destruction, ambition, all of it resides in every living being. There is a will to the Force, but you have one as well, Anakin Skywalker. And whilst the will of the Force dictates you be the chosen one, let me ask you this. What have you thought of in regard to your own choices? What I can tell you now, Anakin Skywalker, is to trust in your power, trust in yourself, trust in the Force and in the ones you love. You will find a strength unlike any other when the time comes. And if I don't? Skywalker couldn't help but ask and was met with a small grin. Have faith, Skywalker. Sometimes, faith can be rewarded. Anakin let the words wash over him before he nodded, bowing in goodbye. Thank you, Bendu. I can't thank you. You don't need to, young one. What you need to do is become better. For yourself and the ones you love. Saying nothing else, Anakin gave him a nod and turned around, walking towards the spacecraft. The others were no doubt awaiting him for departure. They departed from Atoll soon after, yet not a word was said or exchanged. It felt as though they were unneeded. All that mattered was where they needed to go. Their fleet entered into hyperspace and there came a growing feeling of anticipation shared by all. It was so strong that even the clones felt it, all asking their Jedi generals and commanders if all was well. Anakin simply asked them to trust them as they have since the war began, and Captain Rex simply nodded and said all right. All just went about their duties aboard the Venators until they came out of hyperspace. The Jedi and Avengers with several clones all stood upon the bridge of the Resolute with their eyes solely drawn to the planet they were all staring at. It appeared to be a jungle world, and orbiting the planet were two moons, one of pure light and another pitch-black darkness. The feeling of the Force was immediate, with the Jedi and Avengers all gazing at each other. The clones too shifted about, feeling an odd pressure in the air. This is it. Ahsoka whispered, her eyes widening considerably at the planet their ship was flying towards. We're here. You sure it is? You doubt us, Peter? Barriss said in good humor. Safety first, girls. Always make sure to double-check. He's not wrong there. Obi-Wan remarked in amusement. But in this case, I do believe they are right. It's beautiful. Vision said aloud. It most certainly does. Said Kenobi before stroking his beard. I find it rather strange that this isn't in our archives. Plo Koon hummed in agreement. Another planet lost to the Order, either through tampering or faded knowledge. I'd rather say the former. Said the synthetic Avenger. If so, then I can't help but ask when it happened. Shuttle's ready, General. Captain Rex chimed in. All right then. Anakin said, turning to the others. You guys ready? They departed from the Venator and made their way down to the planet's surface. Landing their craft, the party awaited for the ramp to open up for them to walk down from. And they were bombarded by the Force in the rawest sensation they had ever felt, even more so than what they did on Atoll. Can you guys feel it? Uffy muttered, almost not believing this sensation. The Force, it's beautiful. Plo Koon stated, raising his hands and letting the Force that exuded in the air to flow freely through him. This is trippy. Parker commented, feeling his sixth sense going a bit wonky, but not in a sense of danger. Almost as if it was taking in this place and adjusting and fine-tuning to it. But not in a bad way. Vision quietly said, hand over his forehead as the Mind Stone pulsed momentarily. The Chosen One held his head up, gazing up at the skies of the planet and closed his eyes, soaking in the force that radiated from everywhere. This is it, he whispered. Tython. He opened his eyes and turned to Obi-Wan and Plo Koon. Send out the signal to the Order. We found it, Anakin stated. His Padawan stood by him and she spotted something in the distance. Its shape was similar to that of the strange structure that housed the Mortis Celestials, and it was floating above a mountain with an 8-pillared temple. She felt Anakin place a hand on her shoulder and she turned to see a look of pure pride on his face, the man pulling her into a one-armed hug. I can't begin to tell you how proud I am right now of you, Ahsoka, he said, a beaming grin directed at his Padawan. You're gonna be one of the greatest Jedi in the history of the Order. You embarrass. Ahsoka blinked and found herself somewhat glossy-eyed as she smiled back at her master and leaned into the hug. She didn't need to turn to see Peter and Barriss now standing on either side of the pair as they all took in the view of Tython. Love ya, Sky Guy. Love you too, Snips. With the sun shining bright on the world, the shadows of those having arrived grew long and dark. One, in particular, was shaped differently than where it originated. In the shadows of the trees, a helmeted figure stood, its hollow eyes boring its gaze into that of the Chosen One. It knew that Anakin sensed his presence. And their time to finally meet again was near. But for now, let him enjoy the moment. It will be the last one he has in the light. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 98, Tython. It was dark and murky, given the thick fog rolling all around. With the amount all around, one couldn't see a thing beyond a few feet ahead of them. With fog, one could believe to witness anything. And if you get lost in it, you may hallucinate. Anakin. Not just seeing things, but hearing things as well. Did you hear that, Master Qui-Gon? He said trepidatiously. The young Jedi couldn't see him, but he could hear the shifting of fabric, indicating the nod from his master's head. Yes, Anakin. It calls to you. Looking onward, Anakin could see this large, dilapidated tree stretching far and wide. Vines and other plants grew and covered its bark. The tree. Yes. You must enter it. Alone. I'm afraid. Master. This is a bad place. A dark place. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Glancing sideways, he saw Qui-Gon kneeling beside him. Control your fear. You are the Chosen One. And you must be tested. Do I have to be? The young Jedi couldn't help but ask, and he heard Qui-Gon let out a soft chuckle. To confront fear, to be able to overcome your setbacks and not repress or ignore them. That is what will make you a better man, as it will a better Jedi. Looking back at the tree, Anakin voiced a question. What's in there? Only what you take with you. That vague response didn't really make much sense to him. Anakin was rather unsure of this when he looked back at the aged Jedi Master, but trusted him. Walking onward, Anakin heard Qui-Gon give him some last pieces of advice before the fog swallowed him whole. Your final test is at hand. Trust in the Force. Venturing into the tree, Anakin felt like he was missing something important to have on hand. He didn't have anything on him, aside from the clothes he wore. Something was somewhat off about the whole thing. For instance, he never went on such a trip with Qui-Gon alone to some swampy location. The closest to such a scenario was when he came to Naboo for the first time years ago, meeting the Gungans at a swampy hideout to plan their next course of action in order to help Padme liberate her planet from the Trade Federation. So was this on Naboo or somewhere else entirely? And for that matter, now that he took a gander of himself, why was he a kid again? Whatever the case was, he kept moving forward. He needed to follow the path with strength and courage. Easier said than done in his present predicament. Some bad places are here to test us. And this bad place he was walking into, underwhelmed him the minute he stepped into it. Is this it? Anakin thought. An empty cave. It was, dark to be sure, but nothing to give him any sort of fear or trepidation. It felt like he was being tricked. Scratching his head, Anakin blinked, having now reverted back to his current age. What is going on, right? The Chosen One froze, inhaling sharply. Wait. Something was in here. In an instant, the cave that was already dim somehow darkened even further. A dark presence, a pressure came over him, the Jedi Knight now finding it hard to move. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up on end, his face paling considerably and his eyes widened. There was a brief moment of dilation within his eyes as Anakin released a haggard breath, slowly turning to the darkest part of the cave. He saw it there. The imposing specter and shadow. It was the dark man, no, the monster. Anakin found himself breathing rapidly, near hyperventilation with a cold sweat coming over him. Slowly, with measured movements, the figure unclipped a familiar device that hung from his belt and held it up. SCHVRMMMMMMM. The light coming from the red lightsaber greatly lit up the darkness. Instantly, Anakin reached toward his side for his lightsaber, only to grasp nothing. Now this was utter putu. He needed to get out of here. Using the Force, he sent out a blast to send the monster back. But it did nothing, only prompting the dark figure to trudge forward. He took off into a sprint, trying to find an exit to this place, only to find nothing. The moment he turned, he saw the red lightsaber coming right down on him. With a startled gasp, Anakin woke up. Whoa! Easy there. You all right there, General? His vision came into focus and standing over him was his Padawan along with Peter, Barriss, and Captain Rex. With a grunt, Anakin forced himself to sit up to see where he was. Right. He was here. On Tython. He took a nap earlier under a large tree, waiting for the other Jedi to arrive. It was all nice and comfy, having him want to relax. The entire planet exuded the Force so naturally it was almost a serene feeling that was hard to describe. Hearing some laughter, Anakin turned his head to see Master Plo Koon standing alongside Commander Wulfa, the ARC Troopers boost, Comet and Sinker of the 104th along with Domino Squad. Obi-Wan was, somewhere around here, possibly with vision given that he was able to pick up on the presence of the two of them rather easily. Frankly, everything within the Force felt far easier here than anywhere else he had used or experienced it in the galaxy, with Mortis perhaps being the only exception. What happened? He groggily asked with Ahsoka kneeling to his eye level. That's what we should be asking you, Master. She quietly said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? Why yeah, Anakin grunted, rubbing his eyes. Just had a dream too intense for my own liking. What did you all do while I was out? Peter was the one to give the response. Not much. Holding the fort until everyone else arrives. Skywalker nodded as he began walking about, glancing at the two Padawans and the young Avenger. Anything you found so far? We haven't really wandered out that far. Ahsoka said, now plopping down to sit beside her master. Masters Plo and Obi-Wan didn't want us to get lost. Not that we can blame ourselves for wanting to explore more than needed. Once the rest of the Jedi and fleets come in, we'll be able to have a full planetary scope of Tython. Captain Rex said, getting a nod from his general. Rex said a familiar female voice that caused the clone captain to momentarily freeze up. Delia. Rex evenly said with the Zeltron bounding up to them. The clone was mustering all of his advanced discipline to not openly ogle at the wardrobe the woman was adorned in, considering how skin-tight it was and left little to the imagination. This place is utterly gorgeous. Blue gushed out, throwing her hands up to take in the air of the planet. I knew joining the 501st was the best option. You all go to the nicest places. And the worst. Ahsoka pointed out, amusement dancing across her expression at the sight of how Delia seemed to elicit a different kind of reaction from the clone captain and friend. Well, some excitement is needed. Blue said with a wink at the Togruta, taking Rex's arm and pulling him close, much to his clear uncomfortable embarrassment. I've been promised that by all of you. You might regret that. Anakin remarked in bemusement, a mischievous grin slowly forming on his features. Question is, how soon will that come around? With our track record. Rex merely exhaled a groan of annoyance, which was ignored by everyone else save for the Zeltron, who boldly pecked his cheek, making everyone look at the pair in surprise. Don't worry, Rex, That track record of yours also shows you guys have survived and taken on the worse. I know I'm in good hands. Anakin, Ahsoka, and Peter all shared looks and grins that could only spell trouble for the clone captain formed. Seeing this, Rex groaned even louder, much to the others' amusement. Hello everyone. The group turned to see Obi-Wan approaching, having returned from his trek around the area with Vision, who wasn't with him. Master. Anakin greeted. Where'd you wander off to? Here and there. He answered offhandedly, momentarily glancing at Rex and Delia before turning back to his former Padawan. What did I miss? Something dash. Shut it. Rex snapped at the web swinger, who put on a falsely offended face. Sheesh, what's eating you? Her, most likely. Ahsoka said, a knowing grin that Delia returned, and Rex only looked away to hide his face that gained a new color. Anakin only chuckled at his first-in-command's reaction, truly a novel experience in seeing his usually cool and collected friend in such a state. Ahsoka. Barriss chastised. Rex soon gave the Miri Allen a thankful smile. Thank you, Commander Dash. You need better material. Said smile died soon after. Something far more suitable at this instance. A simple bite won't do. I believe a man of Rex's stature is akin to a full-course meal. Barriss. Obi-Wan said in surprise. Anakin and Peter only threw their heads back to laugh, and from the laughter heard by the other clones nearby, it appeared they heard the Miri Allen's comment. Full-course meal, eh? Delia said with a gleam in her eyes directed at Rex. I hate you, so much. I hate you so much. Anakin rolled his wrist in a gesturing fashion. I hate you, sir. Oh come on, Rexy, we can have dessert after the meal. Blue said, leaning closer to the captain's ear. What is happening right now? Kenobi finally asked. Just having some fun at Rex's expense. Clearly. Everyone. All in the area saw Vision flying from above. They're here. He announced, descending down to them. From above, with the skies being clear, they all saw multiple Venators and Acclamators joining the original fleet that found the planet. With a nod, Kenobi gestured for the others to follow. Better not keep them waiting. Soon, the designated landing zone, being that of the closest temple they could find, was filled with Jedi and clones alike. Several Jedi Council members were also present, being Depa Billaba, Mace Windu, Kit Fisto, Sha'ak Ti, and their newest official member Trasaa and her party that they had journeyed with. Black Panther, Scarlet Witch, Marin, Ilyana, and a new face were with them. Hey guys. Peter greeted, tilting his head slightly at the woman standing between Wanda and T'Challa. And you are? Ros Lai. The Dathomiri witch introduced herself in a kindly fashion. If you're wondering, Wanda here dragged me along to come with them. Oh yeah, I remember Wanda talked about you a bunch of times. Peter said a bit excitedly. Hopefully the good bits. Ros said with a smile directed at Maximov. Only the good bits. Wanda assured. Ros, this is Vision and Peter Parker. Our fellow teammates. A pleasure to meet more Avengers. Lai said with a friendly smile. And why are you here instead of Dathomir? Vision inquired. Being the official liaison between my people with the rest of the Galactic Republic and Separatist Alliance. Voss, Saa, and Tholm insisted on it. They believed that perspective was needed, though I am uncertain as to how they mean such a thing. Everyone. Hey Matt. Master Luminara departed the shuttle alongside several other members of their order. Wasn't long before she spotted some familiar faces coming their way. My Padawan. She greeted warmly, approaching Barriss, who bowed slightly. None of that, my dear. She placed her hands on the shoulders of the younger Miri Allen and displayed a wide smile that shone brightly. Well done, Barriss. Words cannot express the pride I have in you being my Padawan at this very moment. Said Padawan beamed at the praise. Skywalker came up and asked Luminara a question. Any others planning on coming? The rest of the council shall be here shortly. Wait, all of them? Doesn't that seem a bit much? Anakin asked. PLO only shook his head. For something like this, it's an absolute must. All Jedi shall be hearing this and the entire council must address our order. Luminara picked up from there. As for the others, it'll take all day, few at most. No need to wait for them, given the rediscovery you've done so far with the Ossus library. Anakin nodded in understanding. Yeah. Jocasta and the others assigned to that are probably still transporting everything back to Coruscant. Won't see them for a while. Same with others who are on their own personal journeys or assignments. More Jedi, clones and Avengers arrived shortly after. Ayla came with her clone corps along with Captain Rogers and Quicksilver, the pair moving to meet up with the other Avengers already present. Grand Master Yoda arrived shortly after with Sam Wilson and the Bad Batch, Thyre, Jek, and RYSS. Quite the vacation spot. Sam said jokingly. I don't see what's so big about this place, said Wrecker. All I just see is rocks, and trees, and more trees. We're not at the more picturesque locations, big guy. We're just at the designated landing zone. Soon after, a crack of thunder was heard and from one of the ships came Thor Odinson. And he wasn't alone as a LAAT gunship came down and from it was the rest of the Avengers, the 13 members all having gathered together now. A little over the top, don't you think? Over the top? I consider it tame. I believe he'd do a thunderstorm if doing so. The Thunderer gave a boisterous laugh. Why not? 'Tis a joyous occasion for our friends and allies. In fact, I should do so now. Before the Asgardian could do such a thing, a hand kept his arm down. I think it's best to save that for later. Why do you have to be such a party pooper, Steve? Pouted Thor. Yoda stood in front of Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Barriss, and PLO. Well done. The Grand Master praised with a small smile. Well done. Well done. Anakin repeated. Come on Master Yoda, is that all you have to say? The short master only shook his head, his smile remaining in place. To say, words do not give justice. To convey, Yoda proceeded to close his eyes and allowed the Force to flow freely through him before sending it in the direction of the 5 Jedi standing before him. Soon, the planet that had long since been abandoned for over a millennium, thousands of Jedi stood upon its surface with their troopers and Avengers allies. To discuss, much we do but now, disperse. Yoda ordered. Go. The planet, Tython, calls to us, it does. Knowledge to be found, studied, learned. Where do we go, Master? A random Padawan asked and Yoda simply held his hand up. Everywhere, anywhere, let the Force be your guide or your eyes. The Grand Master instructed. Anyone remotely visibly close gave shrugs or nods of understanding as the assembled mass eventually dispersed. Yoda tapped on his cane, using the Force to amplify its sound. The Council, I call, he said. To discuss much there is. Congregated at the closest abandoned temple, the Jedi High Council set up an impromptu meeting site for themselves. All save for one were physically in attendance, yet that was soon rectified as a Syrian Jedi Knight approached the council. Appears I'm the last, said Master Ki-Adi-Mundi, announcing his presence to the others. Have I missed anything? Not really, said Kit Fisto. Yoda called on us only moments ago. We've merely been commenting on how unique this all is in being here. Mundi only nodded, joining the disjointed circle of the council with Yoda in the middle, standing atop a rock that elevated him to their eye level. Anything to share? Any of you? Nothing as of yet. Obi-Wan said. PLO and I were the first to come here, but we didn't want to just wander around this planet. Not until more of the Order arrived. Ahsoka, Barriss, and Anakin believed that this was a place that needed the full presence of our Order, or a good half of it at the very least. PLO-kun added on. We agreed and waited for everyone to arrive. I almost couldn't believe this place when we arrived. Depa Billaba spoke up, looking up at the ruined temple they stood in front of in disbelieving awe. The Force, the only way I can compare the feeling my Padawan and I experienced upon our arrival was the shockwaves generated by the Force when the Avengers first came here. It is beautiful. Their newest member, Trasaa said, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply. The Force is resonating strongly. I don't know if I'd want to leave. It is quite an enticing thought. Luminara remarked. But I wonder. Shaakti held a contemplative frown to her. My brothers and sisters, do you think this world, is it our original home? The force here, the way it moves and almost dances around us it's as if it is welcoming us with open arms. Winda finished, arms crossed, an unusually serene expression on the usually stoic Jedi Master. CZ Tyan crossed his arms, looking out at the horizon, multiple gunships, fighters, vehicles, and Jedi with clones simply walking off into the landscape of the planet. Is this truly our home world? The Iktochi Jedi questioned quietly. Is this where our order began? We shall find out soon enough. Kit Fisto said with his trademark easygoing grin in place. But we have to know something about this place, do we not? I know this isn't the first time I've heard of Tython at the very least. Records of Tython are well known to us. Its location however was expunged from our archives. Stated PLO-kun. We don't know how far back. And why for that matter. Like how Kamino was deleted, it was to cover matters up. Obi-Wan muttered, a troubled look on his face. If this is a similar case. Silence surrounded the council members, questions and speculations forming but were unspoken. On a different note. Kenobi began. Commander Cody gave me a briefing of the mission I gave him in our time waiting for your arrival. Our troops did a planet-wide scan, locating about 8 or so large structures spread across the surface. We believe them to be temples. Questioning looks were made by several others. About. Crumbled, from what some guess upon first readings. We've already sent out teams to survey them for better reports. Wonder what they hold of our forgotten past. Fisto mused to himself. Only time will tell. On your journey, Masters PLO and Obi-Wan, you not only came across the Lost Ossus library, but you also spoke with the Bendu. Winda said, giving the pair a look with PLO crossing his arms, raising a hand to his chin. That we did. Rather interesting, to say the least. And what did you discuss? Something quite poignant that has been on my mind since we left Atollan. Kenobi said with a frown. Something that is quite applicable to what had led up to the start of the Clone Wars. He spoke of the light and the dark and how both can blind those who use it to the obvious threats and dangers they willingly ignore. The council looked between each other with uncertainty. Do you believe what he said, Master Kenobi? Obi-Wan was silent for a time, mulling it over in his head until he nodded. Yes, my friends. I do believe that we have truly been blinded. In our arrogance and certainty of our position in the galaxy, our willful blindness to the threat of not only the Sith but what has transpired across the galaxy, we have become blinded by the light we strive to serve. There was a palpable tension and overall negative reaction in hearing Obi-Wan admit such a thing. Yet, much as they wanted to, the Jedi Council all found themselves silent, unable to come up with a rebuke or proper response to their fellow council members. Blinded by the light. Shaakti said in a low voice. Have we truly strayed from our duty? Trasaa shook her head. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing has occurred, my friend. This reminds me of what I know of the Zepho. How they were greatly attuned to the light. How those who greatly followed the dark exploited this in order to bring about their downfall. Don't we have Master Kaeda and Padawan Marsef conducting an archaeological dig there? We do. They're making steady progress in finding several Zephanian artifacts within the tombs they've come across. A pity they've missed out on taking part on Ossus right now. PLO-kun brought up another matter. There's also the temple on Lithal, which we'll need to go back and inspect as we know how to possibly access it now. Anything in particular about it? The Bendu stated the Mortis Celestials took part in constructing it. Sounds interesting, but concerning. Said Adi Gallia. Given what we know of them. They have had other influences throughout the galaxy than neither of us would have known. What of this temple you spoke of? Asks Depa Bilaba. Anything significant of it, given how peculiar it is. 3 levels of the temple. The first to test the bond of a master and apprentice. The second is the advanced course, as to what Bendu stated. But the third, he sounded worried and cautious. Worried for what exactly? Windu asked, gazing intently at Obi-Wan and PLO, both shaking their heads. He wasn't exactly clear, but he can feel it in the Force, a coming danger far greater than our current predicament. That unsettled the council, and rather than make any efforts of denying such a thing, they knew better than to do so, especially with a being such as the Bendu. We'll take his word for it. Oppo Rancisis spoke next. And what of how you were able to rediscover this planet? The Padawans, Ahsoka Tano, and Barriss Offee. Credit goes to them for starting the journey and finishing it, said Obi-Wan. While Barriss thought of the idea of how we can properly find Tython, Ahsoka made it possible to amplify our search. It was quite extraordinary, says Plo-Koon. And how was that possible? The daughter. Kenobi breathed out. She did more to help save Ahsoka back on Mortis. The Bendu said she was blessed by her. But with how it felt, I believe it was more than that. The Thespasian master stroked his beard. Curious. Very curious. And what should be done with them? Asks CZ Tyan. He received some looks, making him cough into his hand. Pardon. Didn't mean to make it sound like I was being offensive. What I meant to say is, how should we proceed with them? Advance their training? Undergo certain trials for advancements. You believe they're ready to become knights? Luminara seemed to agree with this sentiment. It's arguable, given what both have experienced respectively. Barriss is near the point where she can take up the last of the trials if she is willing. And Ahsoka Tano? Asks Kit Fisto. Ki-Adi Mundi shifted in his spot. Hard to say. Given Skywalker, said Mace. Not just him, but many others we had advanced, courtesy of this war. Silence befell upon the council members on this reminder. They were desperate at one point in the war, having to deal with the result of General Grievous making his first appearance on the battlefield, fending off against 5 Jedi all on his own with only Ki-Adi Mundi, Shaak-Ti, and Aayla Secura as survivors, but in critical condition. They had to forego a number of trials for various Padawans, in order to have more knights on the field. Controversial it still is to this day on their decision if every knight promoted were indeed ready for the rank. Decided it shall be, by Master and by Padawan. By Master and Padawan. Several of the council repeated. Exceptional situation, this is. Yoda said in deep thought. To be discussed, it must. Between Unduli and Skywalker's Padawans. Seems a bit rushed. Oppo commented. Wouldn't be the first time we've done such a thing. Plo-Koon stated. Many Padawans were thrust into knighthood at the start of the war. We shall have to bide our time then. Mace Windu declared. We've only just arrived on this planet, and the prospect of Padawans Tano and Offee's possible knighthood can be discussed at a later time. Right now, there is much to be done here. Various nods and mutters of agreement were sounded off in the impromptu meeting room. Before we go about our exploration, if that's what we should call it, on this planet, Shaak-Ti spoke up. Kenobi, PLO, was there anything else that you learned of in your travels? Anything you saw or perhaps heard from the Bendu? There was a moment of silence between the two masters until PLO released a baritone hum. There was one other thing that came up, possibly two. Koon stated. He did have a private word with Anakin, and Skywalker was vague as to what was spoken. Several eyes landed right on Kenobi. This got him to hold up his hands in response. I'm as confused as the others. Anakin was rather tight-lipped about it, only stating it was a personal matter as he needed to self-reflect on it. And the other? He referred to young Parker as a totem. PLO said. Does that term mean anything to you? Totem. Obi-Wan's brows furrowed. That's not the first time Parker was called such a thing. Was he not called that on Mortis? Depa brought up, recalling the small detail from Master Kenobi and Skywalker's reports on their time there. By the son, yes. Even by the father, from what Vision and Anakin told me. Kenobi confirmed. Any idea what this totem refers to? TRA inquired with intrigue. All the other council members got was a shake of the head from Kenobi. Our time on Tython, answers may be revealed, said Yoda. On this matter and others. If we can actually find and resolve them. Or what was acquired from Ossus. It was how we located the lethal temple in the first place before seeking the Benda's guidance. The others nodded with some bouts of silence for pondering. Mace then cleared his throat, gaining their attention. With the topic of advancements still up in the air, I would like to discuss. Across the planet of Tython, the 8 temples that have long since been abandoned suddenly found themselves filled with Jedi and clones. From top to bottom, they were explored by many members of the Order. Holocrons, scrolls, books, data cards, and an assortment of other catalogued and inscribed knowledge were found in these temples. All over, Jedi were sitting down, standing, doing nothing but delving deep into the seemingly endless well of history and knowledge they now all had at their disposal. In one of the temples that were built within a mountainscape, a particularly large holocron, the size of a Wookiee, was unlocked. Many Jedi and over half the Avengers were in attendance as the holocron split itself apart as it was opened. Boy, someone is clearly compensating. Pietro. What? I'm stating a fact. You don't have to be crass about it. He's not wrong. His twin sister muttered, getting a look from Ayla. A spirit with no discernible shape appeared and it began morphing and changing appearance every few seconds. It went from being a Togruta to a Twi'lek, then a Rodian, followed by a human and then a Wookiee, and so on and so forth, constantly changing its species. The only unifying feature of this ever-shifting spirit was the Jedi robes that it wore whenever it changed its appearance. Wanda rose an eyebrow when seeing this. Either there is a design flaw or someone just can't settle with a simple Guardian form. No, Thol eyed it analytically. I believe this was intentionally done. Why? A Padawan had asked aloud. What even is this holocron? The shifting spirit split off into 6 more forms and all faced the audience it had gathered. Greetings, seekers of knowledge and history. The 6 spirits had disembodied in echoing voices. We are the keepers of the story of our order. Fascinating. Jocasta, who was in attendance, spoke up in awe. By history, what do you mean? We are the collective knowledge that all Jedi have placed into here that details all the history of our order from its inception 36,453 years ago. That made many bulge their eyes out, jaws drop upon the floor and have an assortment of shocked reactions to hear such a thing. And that would explain the size. Tholm stated. A large collective database. Rather risky if someone or something were to break this. But hang on, how is there a holocron that's this old? Aren't holocrons like, how old are they actually? The disembodied spirits heard this question, addressing all in attendance. Holocrons were a later discovery for our order, but this area is known as the wellspring of knowledge. The recorded history of the Jedi and Jedi orders respectively were stored here until this holocron was constructed to house all the accumulated knowledge that was gained over the many thousands of years that the order had stood. There were murmurs and whispers shared between all, many soon speaking aloud, hurling questions at the holocron until they were all silenced by Luminara and Sha'akti, using a combined force amplification of their voices to quiet down the hall. Everyone, I understand many of you hold a great amount of excitement in being here. Sha'akti spoke softly, yet her voice was heard by all. But if we are to be here and learn from this holocron, we must conduct one question at a time. There was a pause from all Jedi in attendance when Commander Gree, of all people, spoke up. Why not start from the beginning? The very beginning? About the whole Jedi and Jedi order. Many looks of surprise were sent in the way of the commander, though they didn't last as the spirits of the holocron responded, reshaping themselves into the planet of Tython in 8 shapes that looked like the crumbling temples scattered across the planet. If you are referring to the Jedi, then we will be happy to oblige. The many voices of the holocron said at the same time. It began with the first migration when the Thoya brought the first disciples of the Force to this planet. The holocron spirits began to regale all within the chamber about the origins of the Jedi order, of how species from all across the galaxy were brought here. With every scene, and every sequence of events, the spirits morphed to show what it was like when these crucial moments in history took place. Above all else was the creation of the Jedi code with 3 humanoids, where one was a red-skinned species with tendrils from its cheeks that none recognized. The 3 figures then spoke aloud the mantra of the Jedi order. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no fear, there is power. I am the heart of the Force. I am the revealing fire of light. I am the mystery of darkness. In balance with chaos and harmony. Immortal in the Force. The code was a stark contrast to the one all within the chamber had been raised upon. Some could claim it to sound arrogant and conceited, yet they couldn't find themselves to do so. It was a different time and era. To Wanda, she knew the two codes of the Sith and Jedi respectively. It wasn't long before she recalled what was considered the in-between. Leaving the one chamber, Wanda went to a separate room and pulled a pair of holocrons from her sack. She activated them soon after, having the spirits of Kreia and Exo-Zon appear. Wasn't long for the two Sith spirits to glance about curiously. "This doesn't seem to be your residence on Coruscant," said Kreia. "Are we back on Dathomir?" Exo-Zon drably asks until her face changed, a deep frown visible for Wanda to see. "Wait, this place. It feels familiar to me." "No, we ain't. I brought you out so we can talk," Wanda stated. "And where are Ilyana and Marin?" Kreia inquired. "Wandering about. Seeing the sights of Tython," she answered offhandedly. This got quite the reaction out of the two spirits. "Wait, what did you say we were again?" asked the Lady of Betrayal, her voice low and not believing what she just heard. "Tython. That's where we're at right now. Look, it's a long story and dash." Exo-Zon threw a hand up to her mouth and her body trembled. "Tython," she whispered in a disbelieving voice. We're home." As much as Wanda wanted to be snarky or do a verbal jab at the Sith founder, she kept quiet. It was rather strange to witness the ancient Sith be very emotional. "Am I missing something?" "You clearly are, Wanda," said Kreia. "This is the ancient home of the Jedi Order and any Force sensitives out in the galaxy. To a good portion of us, this is considered a holy world. And I believe this was actually Exo-Zon's home before her exile." Seeing the weeping Exo-Zon, Wanda shifted uncomfortably in her spot. "Should we give her a moment?" Glancing over to her fellow Sith spirit, the Lady of Betrayal gave a subtle nod. Leaving the one holocron where it is, Wanda took the other with her as Kreia spoke. "Are we truly on Tython? I wouldn't really joke about it. It's a big deal with what happened recently with this Force beacon that went out not long ago, and it originates from here. Curious. Any idea why it came so suddenly? That's why we're here to find out. Most of the Jedi are theorizing it's a means of rediscovering their roots, not that I'm complaining. With how dogmatic they are, it's best to get a good refresher." Kreia gave an understanding nod to this unintentional argument. "I don't know why I feel no rage," Exo-Zon whispered to herself, the other two in the room hearing her. "I don't understand it. My people, Ahunta Paul, all of us, we were exiled from our brothers and sisters. Thrown into the galactic voice in a vain effort of false repentance. We held nothing but rage and contempt for them all. We wanted our revenge, we wanted to kill them all for ousting us. So why? Why do I feel no rage and anger?" Wanda shifted awkwardly. "What do you feel?" The first Sith lady contemplated on this and hung her head, almost in shame. "Relief to be here, but apathy as well. Tired, even. I don't know how to process this, honestly." It was a strange sight for the Scarlet Witch, seeing someone she didn't like all that much display such vulnerability. She wasn't sure if she should say anything. Words of comfort from her may as well be ash in her spiritual mouth. Kreia was silent for a time before speaking once more. "What have you learned since coming here? There are a lot of libraries here. And there's a big holocron in the other room that apparently holds all the history of the Jedi Order and their inheritors. The wellspring of eternal knowledge." Exo-Zon spoke up, a reminiscent expression for the pair to see. There was a time when every Jedi was to go to that well, contributing their knowledge to the endless spring. All knowledge was accepted. All of it. At least nothing was discriminated against until Ahunta Paul and his followers caused the rift. Kreia pointed out. "We wanted to explore the advanced forms that the Force bestowed upon us." Exo-Zon vehemently argued, her rage returning. "I don't think mutilating and mutating animals into monsters is something most normal people accept." Wanda deadpanned, feeling whatever sympathy she had for the Sith lady dissipated considerably. You have seen Earth movies, right? That kinda crap is frowned upon, in the friendliest way I could say it. I haven't seen your culture's forms of entertainment, Maximov. You keep me locked up in case you forgot. Oh yeah, you're right. Wanda smugly said, enjoying the irritation she was causing for Exozon. Kreia is a much better watch friend than you could ever be. Some of what you showed me was pointless drabble. Kreia flatly said. At least your teammates had the foresight to show me some philosophical films and shows. I can't comprehend how you can stomach those drab shows regarding romance. Wanda felt attacked, looking up at her pseudo-mentor with a small fire in her eyes. They pass the time and are typically guilty pleasures. More like boring pleasures. No real development. Everything crammed down within half an hour to nearly 2 hours, and the only accomplishment being the death of intelligence. Coming from someone like Kreia, Wanda felt a spike through her heart, puffing her cheeks out and turning away in a huff. You just don't appreciate true art. She defensively said. No, I appreciate dash. What's going on in here? The Avenger and 2 Sith spirits froze up momentarily at the sudden voice that came from the entrance to the private room. Slowly looking over, Wanda saw Quinlan Vos standing at the entrance with a questioning look on his face. She opened her mouth to answer him when her eyes widened, realizing something that she failed to register. Exozon and Kreia were still out of their holocrons. And Quinlan Vos was looking directly at them now. Sith holocrons. Vos whispered in surprise. Did you find those here? Rather than make an excuse or go along with what Quinlan just asked, Wanda strangely found herself shaking her head at him. No. The Kiffer Jedi looked at the holocrons and then at Wanda with a peculiar look. How long have you had those? Shortly after coming into this galaxy. Vos was surprised by this. That long? Yeah. Do you know how dangerous they are? He asked, not in an accusatory manner but one of curiosity. How they corrupt dash. Oh please. They ain't corrupting as many of you Jedi are led to believe. Wanda defended. In fact, they have been quite insightful. Plus, I'm not a Jedi or a Sith. They can't influence me unless I let it. The Jedi Master saw a look of pride and approval appear on the face of Kreia whilst Exozon rolled her eyes, a comical glare directed at the Avenger. Seeing this, Vos found himself huffing in amusement. I can imagine. Quinlan mused aloud. Wanda raised a brow at the sudden change in his attitude, his casual dismissal of her response as he came up to the 2 Sith spirits with a look of intrigue. So you're the Sith spirits that reside within these holocrons, eh? Not simple guardians. The Jedi addressed the Sith spirits conversationally. What are your names? The First Lady of the Sith puffed her chest out arrogantly, pride riddling her face as she gazed down at Quinlan with a degree of superiority and contempt. Listen well, Jedi, she said the word with venom. I am one of the founders of the Sith Order that shall never perish nor be stamped out. Where your predecessors saw our works as abnormal, we saw ours as a natural progression in the Force, our mastery over it and how we can change the galaxy to serve our needs rather than us submitting to the will of others and of the Force. I am Exozon. Vos gave her a blank look until he responded. Right. On Earth, a certain actor sneezed. Back on Tython, Maximoff only shook her head at Exozon's over-the-top introduction. She's all high and mighty. Wanda said bluntly. Stroke her ego enough and just the right way, she'd favor you in turn. Aren't they all? Yeah, but she just has it in spades. Exozon's eyes twitched with a low growl emanating from her lips. It's always like this between these two. Kreia spoke up with a heavy sigh. I sometimes wonder how I get a migraine in my present state. Some things often transcend death, Kreia. If so, I don't like that in particular. Kreia, Quinlan frowned in thought. That name, where have I heard that name before? In life, I was previously known as a member of the Jedi Order. Later, I became Darth Treya before I was betrayed and struck down by Nihilus and Zion. After that, I trained the exile. You. Vos looked up at her in awe. You are the teacher of Ravan and Mitra Surik. The leader of the old Sith Triumvirate. Kreia appeared to scoff at that last part. My greatest failures. the old spirit said with a shake of her head. Only Ravan and Surik were the ones who I can proudly say took all of my teachings and reshaped the galaxy for the better. Nihilus and Zion were broken fools, same as I. The spirit hung her head, a forlorn look coming over her. Oh, how the Force loves to play its rhymes over and over again. It's almost maddening when you just look at the great many schisms that have occurred throughout the Order's history, the rise of new Sith Lords that threatened to destabilize everything, the cataclysms around every corner. I would say you're exaggerating if it weren't true. Quinlan remarked. Same here, said the Sith founder. Really? You'd admit such a thing? Wanda said with a raised brow, the tattooed woman scoffing at the Avenger. I took part in the earliest known one, which soon led to the Sith Order's founding. Even a number of my collaborators had schisms of our own with how we wanted our order to function. Spoke Exozon. You, Kreia, challenged the Order at your time given the Council's bits of corruption and unorthodox means of taking care of their issues. Rather arguable and debatable on how it all went, but yes. Said the Lady of Betrayal. Ravan was the most known, using him to clean up many messes once they tampered with his mind. It was from there that things naturally flowed through Ravan's actions in his odd form of redemption. The Kiffer Jedi released a half-breath half-laugh, shaking his head. Never would have thought that I would be talking to Sith spirits like yourselves today. Voss commented. Strange life, isn't it? It was then that the spirit of Darth Treya sensed something within Quinlan Voss, something she had not sensed before. You. Kreia regarded the Jedi Master carefully. You have been touched by the dark side. I fell into it. Voss admitted with a straight face. But you came back. I climbed back out of that pit. Quinlan said, looking down at his hand. But I didn't do it alone. The love of my life helped. As did my old Padawan and close friends. Love of your life. Exozon said in surprise, gaining a roguish grin from the Jedi. I'm different from the rest, just so you know. The Kiffer Jedi said with a cocky smirk. The Scarlet Witch now had a more bemused expression. Clearly. Surprised some Jedi admit they've kept such attachments, one of which involves a romantic relationship. It's not known by the majority. Only those who I trust. There was a gleam in the eye of the spirit, a look of mirth crossing over Kreia's face. Yes. My former Padawan was much like you. Quinlan eyed the Sokovian. Does Steve know about this? He does. As does the team. I revealed Kreia and Exozon to them not long after our reunion. Surprised they haven't brought it up with the Order. We all decided to keep this private. Wanda admitted. We are well aware of the Council's attitude towards the dark side and its artifacts. Voss let out a pft, shaking his head. Tell me about it. Force knows how those old nerf herders are gonna react to whatever they find here. Already saw a few things clearly not of Jedi make and more in line with the Sith. They would be beyond foolish to destroy or ignore such teachings. Kreia said derisively. Before my fall, I was a historian, gathering any and all relics pertaining to the Force, learning the ancient mysteries. Always, there were more questions when coming across new holocrons or old texts. I soon learned the Council wished to eradicate and defeat the Sith at every turn, yet from nearly every era of the Order, they always failed to know them. Well, to be fair, you guys have done the job for us more often than not. Kreia didn't find a retort in her as she knew this to be true. As does Exozon given the expression of acceptance she had. Kinda curious where you found these two. Dathomir, Wanda answered. It was on a ship that crashed there and it looked really old. They were in these stone caskets. Probably taken from Korriban. Voss mused. Or some other place with the dark side. Malachavi. Exozon's was originally on Korriban. Don't know on Kreia of where she kept hers. Though I did find my lightsaber on the crashed ship their holocrons were stored. Lightsaber. Wanda reached into her coat and held out the dual-sided lightsaber, earning Quinlan's look of intrigue. That's the Sith language. He noted. Yeah. Figured that. Don't know how to read it, but someone pointed out who it previously belonged to. Do I even wanna know? If you wanna get an aneurysm with repercussions. Voss snorted. Then no. As I stated before, I'm not affected by Kreia and Exozon's holocrons. So the Sith lightsaber ain't gonna affect me as well. Which I find hogwash. She tossed it up and down a few times. Besides, I've grown attached to it. Yeah, I figured out that much by now. The Jedi said with a smirk. Would have thought you'd try to take it. Quinlan raised his hands. I'm not that stringent or stingy like the Council and the way they've hoarded all the Jedi and Sith artifacts we have in our temple. Most I understand, given levels of clearance, depending on how one is prepared to handle such items. Others, I find odd at times if they aren't going to be looked over or merely collecting dust. Yes. You have several Sith artifacts in your vault. Tell me, have any of you ever bothered to check them out for authenticity? Or to see how dangerous they really are? He adopted a serious expression. We have. Several times over. I even took time to research them, with precaution, so I may know what to expect while out on the field. Regular artifacts, I can understand. But what of holocrons? We don't touch 'em. Don't want another incident of some initiates and Padawans getting corrupted like several decades ago. Several looks were received upon hearing this. Rather lax on the security, I say. I concur. Why ask about 'em? Properly cataloging them. Seeing if they are indeed the holocron of a particular Sith or something else. Meaning, what? They could be fake, do we need to spell it out to you? Why would you assume, Wanda? Sith typically want to one-up the Jedi, for starters. Maximoff said with a shrug. If I were them, I'd want to keep an ear out with listening devices and other measures to know them. Some of that I got from Natasha. And best way to do that, planting a bug in something one least suspects. So you have learned something. The First Lady of the Sith said with a snide tone. I learned from Kreia, Exozon, Wanda said with an unamused look at the Sith spirit that bothered her to no end. All I learned from you is that you're annoying and your holocron was made by you with a stick up your ass. The pair were glaring at one another again, much to the annoyance of Kreia. For force's sake you too. She groused out, dragging her hand down her face. Quinlan certainly wasn't expecting such a thing from the spirits of ancient Sith lords, but still, he found himself pitying Kreia's predicament. You have my sympathies. The Kiffer said with a strained smile before turning back to Wanda. What did Steve say about all this? I already told you, Dash. But anything in particular? Wanda shook her head. He trusts that I know what I'm doing. Quinlan rubbed his chin, releasing a sigh and a shrug. Well, all right. If he trusts ya know what you're doing, who am I to say anything? Can't exactly disagree with the guy since he's shacking up with Ayla. Wanda deadpanned at the Jedi. Did you have to phrase it like that? What? She's with an amazing guy, wouldn't you agree? The Scarlet Witch shook her head but still found herself amused. Right? Come on, I know you agree. A sigh escaped the Sokovian's lips. Eyes grew a tad distant on their gaze. Are you gonna tell anyone? What? About them? Voss shook his head. Not my secret to tell. You can reveal it to the Council and whoever you want in the Order. You're an Avenger, so I know my trust isn't misplaced. The Sokovian was certainly surprised by such a statement. That's quite a thing to say. Wanda found herself stating. You really trust us that much? Hey, my old student found love with your leader and I've worked with a bunch of your friends by now. I know you guys are good people. You having these holocrons doesn't make you a bad person or a Sith. I ain't worried about all that. You seem rather too willing for such a matter. Quinlan shook his head. It's just these eyes recognize someone working to undo past regrets and sins. I would know, like I told the old lady, I fell to the dark side at one point during this war, Wanda. Kalane, Delta Squad, and Master Tholm pulled me out. If you do happen to fall or whatever, you got your friends and family to bail you out. You sound so sure. Wanda muttered. Experience. He plainly responded. Besides, I think there will be plenty of surprises in store from you lot in the coming future. That remains to be seen. Quinlan patted her back. Come on, Avenger. Have faith. When all else fails, faith can help you through the toughest of times. Scene cut. Elsewhere on the planet, Barriss and Ahsoka were exploring with Peter. A brief shadow crossed their vision, given it came from Murray, who flew over them. The conver fluttered down to perch herself on Ahsoka's shoulder, nuzzling herself against the Togrutta's head. She seems to be enjoying herself here, Barriss noted, affectionately rubbing the top of Murray's head. The owl-like bird hooted in affirmation, puffing her feathers out, moving her head about while Barriss giggled. Peter looked over at the girls with a smile before turning back to the path they were walking down. Well, the path would be a polite way of describing the ruined and splintered cobblestone on the ground that was once a proper road that was utilized by the Jedi Order of the past. Then again, the entire planet had ruins littering its surface of bygone eras, so there that is. So girls, any particular direction the Force is pointing you to? He asked, hearing Murray release a small hoot, fluttering from Ashoka's shoulder and into Barriss' arms. The Force is emanating all over this place in a way I've never experienced, Ahsoka said, taking in the natural beauty of the planet. Even Mortis doesn't compare. We're merely going around blind. I don't know what may happen if we try to really focus, Barriss admitted, lifting Murray up to place her chin atop her feathery head. So we're just taking in the sights. Ahsoka shrugged. I can be fine with that. Taking the opportunity to relax, distress and not worry about the present troubles at a different time. We have done much, said the Miri Alan Padawan. As much as I'd want to do more so soon. I need to think about my health and not burn myself out. Are you feeling all right? Peter worriedly asked. Yes. I've been seeing SEMS therapy sessions regularly to get a clearer consciousness and feel relieved. And I admit, it's better than simply meditating. Keeping everything bottled ain't always the solution. Best to talk it out with someone who you can trust. Yes, I've learned that the hard way, Barriss softly said. Both Ahsoka and Peter leaned on her sides, with the former pecking her cheek. We're here too, yeah no. Uffie smiled at that, leaning her forehead against Ahsoka's before doing the same for Peter. I'm thankful for that. The trio walked along the dirt path, occasionally up and down some hills to enjoy the given scenery. They kept attention to any possible markers for where they might remember for their return trip back to base if they didn't want to call in for transport. After a while, Peter made a comment about Murray. Wonder how long it will be before she gets antsy if she doesn't find any food to poach. This place has a lot that she can find to eat, we don't have to worry about that, Ahsoka assured, booping her nose against Murray's beak. Hope so. 'Cause I don't want to deal with a cranky bird. Oh please, Peter, like that could ever happen. Tell me that once you've been to New York. Those damn pigeons can be the biggest bunch of douchebags on the planet. And what's worse than these pigeons? Oh, there's plenty. I just don't want to find out anytime soon. Back in New York, a certain individual, using the motif of a predatory bird, sneezed while smuggling some goods back to his warehouse. Speaking of, you know what this is missing? Peter said with a thoughtful expression. What? A picnic basket. Or something at least good to eat for this hiking date. You consider this a date? Ahsoka said in amusement. Why wouldn't it be? 3 of us, all together, just having our time alone without anyone breathing down our necks. I wouldn't mind, said Barriss. But I see your point. Would be better with the food. We'll just have to scavenge if we don't want to use our rations. How about hunting? Ahsoka suggested. Maybe we can cook something to eat. Hunting? Parker parroted in bemusement. What could we hunt? Any of the local game. Peter chuckled at this while Barriss simply shook her head in amusement, leaning her head back on Ahsoka's shoulder, the 3 teens continuing their walk down their path. Eventually, the 3 of them passed in front of a clear, flowing river that made them stop. Looking some distance away, they saw it was connected to a lake. Oh, this looks lovely, Barriss said. Let's stop here then, Peter suggested, pulling away from his girlfriends to kneel down, putting his hand in the water and smiled. Ah, that's perfect. Ahsoka hummed to herself, walking over to Peter and crouched to place her hand in the water, closing her eyes in a satisfied manner as the water passed between her fingers. "Now I really do want a picnic basket," the Queensborn superhero remarked. "It would be perfect right now." "Next time," Barris stated. "Now that we know this place, we can plan for a proper date here." "Sounds like a plan," Ahsoka said approvingly. Reaching the lake, the three enjoyed the sight of the crisp clean water untouched by sentient life in years. "It's beautiful," Barris whispered, taking in a deep breath of the cool, fresh air of the lake. Not only was the air clear, but with the force permeating the air, it felt like a rush that also served to make the Miri Allen Padawan relax even more. Murray took off into the skies, flying around the lake in an almost childlike fashion as she hooted and chirped happily. Ahsoka had removed her boots and stood in the water, enjoying the back and forth of the water, feeling some sand between her toes and soles of her feet. "I wouldn't mind staying here a while," she murmured. "Me too," her fellow Padawan said. "Maybe we can set up a cottage here. A nice little getaway when all is said and done." "That would be nice," said Peter. "Wouldn't mind the rural retreat every so often. Reminds me of what Natasha and the others said about Mr. Barton's home." "Hawkeye, yes?" Barris asked, seeing Spider-Man nod. "Perhaps when you reunite with the Avengers on Earth, you can ask him for advice." "I probably will. I think I'd like the idea of building a home." "Building a home," Ahsoka said to herself, thinking it to be such a strange concept. The Jedi Temple was her home and always has been and probably always will be. But now, with her growing relationship with Peter and Barris, she wasn't sure what can happen between the three of them, but having a place to call home with the two people she loved, sounded nice. It was hard to think about what may come after the war. After Ultron. The immediate future is one thing, but the distant one is another. Briefly, the memory of her possibly talking to her future self on Mortis popped up. How she seemed happy with what was applied back then on her relationship and feelings. Yet the vague warning she also got seemed to encompass that by a lot. "The water temperature is perfect," Peter stated, breaking Ahsoka out of her thoughts. "Care for a dip?" "I do believe that sounds quite nice," Barris concurred. The Togruta simply shrugged in agreement. Each was disrobing to some level of capacity. Ahsoka didn't do all that much, only taking off most of her equipment while taking off her arm sleeves and leggings. For Barris, it was quite a lot to be in a similar state, given her attire covered nearly everything from the neck down. She even let loose her hair from whatever confinement there is, letting it briefly flow in the wind. As for Peter, he pretty much got rid of everything. Of course, he would have been completely nude if it weren't for Simbi morphing into a pair of black and white swim trunks for him to wear. "Nice, Simbi," Peter said, patting his swimwear. He felt the gratitude from the symbiote in the back of his head. The Avenger heard a grunt from the girls and he looked up and immediately felt himself freeze up at the sight of Ahsoka and Barris stretching out. "Holy smokes!" were his internal thoughts at the sight of his two lovers, and it didn't take long for them to notice. "Are you all right, Peter?" Barris inquired, frowning slightly at his expression. The teen stammered slightly, fumbling with his words. "Why yeah, I am, he coughed into his hands, feeling his face heat up more, gesturing to the two of them. Just, wow. Ahem. You two are just, wow, again." He knew they were lovely just the way they were. What he didn't expect was them developing quite nicely in all the right places. It was worse when the two were stretching, when they unintentionally showed off their goods. Not just their assets, but their fit and toned limbs. Made him realize he wasn't just attracted to their fun and cute personalities, but fit, gorgeous women in general. He can only imagine how stunning they'll be years from now. Ahsoka and Barris looked at each other and they too soon sported small coloring on their cheeks, the former turning to the New Yorker. "Well now, glad to know you find us attractive," she cheekily said, though her posture conveyed some shyness. "I would be the universe's biggest idiot if I didn't think that." "And you would be?" "Ahsoka," Barris chided, though she was smiling softly. "You are quite handsome yourself, Peter." "Very," Ahsoka said, placing a hand on Parker's muscular abdomen. She bit her bottom lip when her fingers traced them. "Oi, hands to yourself, perv," he jokingly said, making Ahsoka giggle before they shared a quick kiss. He soon jolted in his spot when feeling Barriss come from behind, mushing her mounds on his back while wrapping her slim, toned arms to his front to feel his muscular chest. "Oh, someone's ticklish," she mischievously said, missing the glint in her boyfriend's eye. "Two can play at that game." Peter shot back, using his super strength to snag her close and run his hands down her hips. The Padawan shrieked in surprised laughter. "Hold on, Barriss. I'll save you," Ahsoka proclaimed in faux bravado, only for Peter to grab her and tickle her in return, freeing up Barriss. "We shall double-team our foe," the Miri Allen declared. She pounced on Peter, causing the three to fall into the water, and began fussing around. Peter broke free from them and ran off into the water, his muscles propelling him away from the pair. "Hey, you have super strength, that's not fair," Ahsoka whined, though her grin remained in place. "You have the Force, or did you forget?" "Oh, it seems we did," Barriss slyly said before using the Force to make him momentarily float upwards. He flailed in the air before landing in the water in quite the belly flop. Getting back up from the water, he playfully glared at the Miri Allen. He saw the way she smugly looked at him, and it was clear he needed to rectify that. Using his speed to catch her off guard, she found herself scooped up into a bridal carry and was promptly tossed into the deeper part of the water. Ahsoka jumped onto Peter's back and the pair fell forward into the water. They surfaced a moment later only for Peter to get Barriss on his back, the Padawan playfully pulling on him. "You shall suffer the consequences, Peter Parker. I'd like to see you try, Barriss. She shall succeed with assistance from Ahsoka Tano." The trio playfully fought each other in the water, allegiances constantly shifting with momentum being thrown between them all. Splashes occurred left and right as they roughhoused to and from. Dunkings, pullings, the works. Eventually, it devolved into the three of them just holding each other, kissing here and there, and just enjoying the cool water. At the lake's edge, Murray watched on as she soon spotted something in the water, dove in, and came out with a small fish for her to dine on. In the water, Barriss was enjoying the moment. Lying back and floating, feeling the gentle rocking of the current. She could feel weightless and not be bothered at all. For a brief moment, she felt all her troubles fall away from her. She didn't have to glance at her lovers to know they relatively felt the same way. Diving once more into the water, the Miri Allen was about to surface when she sensed something through the Force. Curious, she turned and searched the lake's depths. Swimming deeper, she spotted something before deciding to surface. Gasping for air, she briefly startled Peter and Ahsoka. "Whoa there, Barriss," the former said. "Practicing your Little Mermaid audition." "Little Mermaid?" Ahsoka parroted. "Animated movie, I'll show you later," he assured, looking back to his other girlfriend. "Everything all right, Barriss? You came up real hurriedly there." "Yes, I believe I found something," she answered with anticipation. "Being?" Ahsoka said with a raised brow. "An underwater cave. I wish to explore it, but it goes pretty deep. I am unsure if we shall make it." Ahsoka brightened up at that. "Well, you're in luck. Master Skywalker always has me come prepared for these sorts of things. Personal experience from him and Master Kenobi." What? Just come on." Once acquiring some rebreather tubes from Ahsoka's pack, with her lovers beside her, they swam deep into the water. Barriss was the guide, showing them the way to her little discovery. The deeper they swam, the darker it got, and it wouldn't be long before their vision would darken once reaching their destination. It was indeed an underwater cave. The trio somewhat wished they brought some equipment to light their way, especially their lightsabers, as they would have been waterproof with their tight sealants. The Padawans had to rely on the Force to guide them. Peter merely had the symbiote to encompass him and help him see into the dark. Eventually, they made it to some sort of incline with the rocks, having them realize they were reaching an air pocket within the underwater cave. Upon surfacing, they all got a fresh intake of air into their lungs as they slowly walked along the cavern floor. Well, Peter looked around. "I feel like I'm in Uncharted right now. Nathan Drake would love to do something like this. Wonder what this place is supposed to be." Ahsoka said aloud, taking note of the worn-down structural builds within the cavern. Any reason why the Force nudged you here, Barriss? Uffie only looked ahead, squinting her eyes. It was strange how, despite them being in an underwater cave, visibility wasn't an issue here. We'll find out eventually. Barriss felt the pull of the Force, having it guide her and the others to some unknown destination. They went deeper into the cave, carefully navigating it as best they could. After what felt like hours, they came upon what appeared to be an altar or stone table with an odd assortment of items on it. Some were better to see, given the glow coming off from a few items. Lightsabers, some holocrons and data cards. Ahsoka noted, seeing each of these 3 items being organized on small platforms, all having a kind of inscription on them. They're all, Barriss squinted at the markings. These looks like ciphers? The language is all written in code. So are we supposed to discover something with these? Peter asked, holding his hand out hesitantly before picking up one of the holocrons. His spider sense didn't go off, so he figured there weren't any traps here. Holocrons look a bit more interesting than the last ones I've seen. Ahsoka and Barriss didn't comment on this, only thinking he was referring to the ones back during the holocron heist of the Jedi Temple. If they only knew better. One by one, the trio soon activated the present lightsabers to illuminate the darkened cave. Green, blue, purple, red. Interesting colors here. Ahsoka said dryly when inspecting the ancient lightsabers. Though she was a bit hesitant when she had the activated red lightsaber in her hand. Red wasn't always synonymous with Dark Jedi and the Sith. A number in the Jedi Order used to wield red blade lightsabers. Master Adi Gallia used to have a rare red kyber crystal, but after the death of Qui-Gon on Naboo at the hands of Maul, she traded her red one for blue in order to settle the nerves of others in the Order. Asharad had even had a pair, but gave them up around the time when the Clone Wars began to use traditional green. From what went around, the Tusken Raider Jedi was pressured into it. Regardless, holding a red lightsaber, even if briefly, was odd for her. Yet Ahsoka felt this blade was different, but couldn't quite put it to words. Red and blue do make purple. Peter idly said, playfully waving the blue and green ones away from the girls. Probably why that one was in the middle. Red and blue make purple. Barriss quietly said, statically holding the purple bladed weapon. A balance of the light and the dark, perhaps. Master Windu has a purple lightsaber. Ahsoka pointed out. So Nick Fury's twin brother has a bit of the dark side in him. I think it's a bit more complicated than that, love. Barriss said, having the violet blade recede back into the hilt for her to examine all sides of it. The craftsmanship on this lightsaber. I've never seen anything like it. It's perfectly balanced. Can I see? Ahsoka asked and wordlessly got handed the blade. The reaction was nearly instant. Whoa, it really is. How can you guys tell? Jedi thing. Yeah. Both girls said at the same time. Peter hummed to himself, turning back to all the holocrons, data cards, and lightsabers in the cave. Grabbing what appeared to be a double-hilted lightsaber, Peter activated it, having a pair of yellow blades appear. Will they turn yellow? Peter said in amazement. What, you haven't seen a yellow lightsaber before? No, since when are they yellow? Ahsoka gave him a look. I had a yellow Shoto lightsaber, but Ultron took it. Why hadn't I noticed that? It does look a bit green sometimes in certain lighting. Barriss commented. Lightish green. Yeah, yellow. Or we can go with what Barriss said. Ahsoka shook her head with a playful grin. The temple guards and sentinels have yellow lightsabers, passed down from their predecessors for hundreds of years. Outside of them, it's rare for anyone else to have them. Then who is this supposed to be? Peter asked, holding up the double-sided saber with the 2 Padawans shrugging. Maybe if we can decipher these inscriptions, it'll tell us. Barriss said, trailing her fingers over one such inscription. Along with all these other ones. Ahsoka tacked on, lifting up the holocron where the green lightsaber was. Whatever the case is, gonna have to borrow this for our trip back to the surface. How are we to carry all this back? The Miri Allen Padawan asked. That's what Simbi is for. Peter said, and the symbiote immediately responded by allowing its host to pull a piece of itself off to form a bag to stuff everything they found into it. With them safe and secure, Peter had the symbiote bag close up but kept the double-blade lightsaber out to illuminate their way back out. You know, forgot to ask this, but why are these all here? Feels weird to find data cards and lightsabers in a cavern when there are all those temples on the surface. Peter said, gesturing upwards. What, and holocrons aren't? Tano said with a raised brow. They actually make sense to be in a cave, Ahsoka, haven't I showed you Indiana Jones 4 times now? So you should know why a holocron makes sense in a lightsaber kinda. Let's save this debate for later. It was far easier leaving this underground hidey hole with the yellow lightsaber illuminating their way back. Though it was awkward for Peter to swim to the surface with the Jedi weapon in one hand and the bag of pilfered artifacts attached to his back. Breaking the lake's surface, the group swam back to the shore, where they were greeted by Murray hopping to them. Had fun while we were away, said Barriss. She probably did, soaking up the sunshine, bathing, and eating some critters. Don't make it sound weird. I was being a bit real on that, Snips. She is an owl after all. Conver, bird of prey. Murray hooted at Peter, making him gesture his hand at her. See? She knows what I'm talking about. The Padawans rolled their eyes in response, with Barriss carefully picking up the green and white feathered conver. What should we do with all this? Ahsoka asks, taking the bag of holocrons, data cards, and lightsabers from Peter. Let's take this back to the others. Barriss suggested. We can open one of the holocrons together and see what we can all learn together with the rest of the Order. Peter soon gave the Miri Allen a cheeky grin. Or we can check them out beforehand for bragging rights. That's sorely tempting, Ahsoka admitted. But I think we should look at these with everyone else. For them to be so hidden away, they must be extremely important. Oh dear, you two really have changed me. Huh. Ahsoka and Peter said simultaneously. The moment you said we should wait and see what's inside with the others makes me want to open them now. She shook her head in faux disappointment. What a tragedy this is. I was a model Jedi Padawan and then you two came into my life. You two are incorrigible. Ahsoka and Peter responded by kissing her cheeks at the same time. You love us for that. The former lovingly said. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Peter pulled her close and began softly speaking into her ear. Why's that? Barriss' cheeks flushed, which became more pronounced when Ahsoka came from behind and hugged her. I'd like to know as well, said the Togruta. Their lover squirmed in between them. Because you two corrupted me. In the best way possible, teased Peter, kissing her soon after, with Ahsoka turning Barriss' head back to kiss her next. Separating from the flustered Miri Allen, the Togruta smiled and began to walk. Come on, Ahsoka said, holding up their bag of goodies. Let's head back. I want to see what everyone else has found. Barriss and Peter nodded and the trio turned back towards the temple from which they had departed from earlier. If they looked towards the sky, they'd see Murray on her way over, no doubt reaching it first. It didn't take long for them to reach the temple, the sound of other Jedi and clones being heard in the distance. The Padawans increased their pace, spotting several Jedi they recognized as well as their own legions amongst them, whilst Peter kept at a more casual pace. The Avenger watched his 2 girlfriends get ahead of him, and as soon as they were a good few yards away, the next step he made caused his head to snap up. His eyes widened and what he could only call a screaming sensation erupted, both from around and within him. He felt like he was spasming crazily. Like experiencing a seizure. Him being beaten up by Ultron on Jabiim didn't come remotely close to what he felt. It was far more painful than when he first got bitten by that spider and the changes that came hours later. If one were to look at Peter right now, he appeared to be literally glitching in reality. Shapes and colors appeared around him, with his voice distorting to an inaudible level. It was almost like a static television with how his voice was, yet he found himself unable to scream properly. After what felt like hours, which was in fact only several seconds, everything calmed down. Brown eyes widened, greatly out of breath, and heart erratic as the sudden pain subsided. Whoa! Peter's head jolted back into place, the teen blinking several times. What was that? He patted himself down, trying to make sense of the unusual and rather invasive sensation that he had just undergone. He could feel Simbi being exhausted and confused. Not to mention worried. The symbiote let out a warbling sound within Peter's mind, making him shake his head. Your guess is as good as mine, buddy. Simbi spoke once more and it made its host frown. I don't know. Maybe we'll tell the two later. Would feel a bit too much to tell them something like this. Scene cut. Yoda had his eyes closed, deep in meditation when his ear perked up, the sound of footsteps getting his attention. Cracking his eyes open, he saw the return of the Jedi Council, causing him to close his eyes again before standing up to his full short height and regarding each member as they entered into this old chamber he had found. It was inside the largest of the temples on Tython, and with how it was built and structured, this was clearly a Jedi Council chamber of old given its circular design and 12 seats/positions. Some of the chairs miraculously are intact while the rest have deteriorated by this point. One may wonder if there was some symbolism to this. Pieces remaining intact of their order over the years, while others do not. Using what can be salvaged while the rest needs to be replaced altogether. This wasn't just in this chamber but with the temples around the planet once the reports started coming in. Once all 12 members were in the chamber, they all took positions at the 12 seats/spots of where they would reside if it was the council chamber on Coruscant. So, Kenobi began conversationally. What have we all learned? A lot. Kit Fisto said with a tired grin. I can't even keep up with everything. I would say we might be here a while, Depper Riley said. But there is still the matter of Ultron to take care of, so we can't just up and leave just for a study session on our original home world. Ki-Adi Mundi grunted, crossing his arms with a shake of his head. It would take far too long to sift through all this knowledge. He then looked away from the council. I don't even know how to process some of it. It goes against so much of what we know. Oppo Rancisis stated with a similar grunt. It was the old ways. Shaak-Ti pointed out. It is still part of our order. Trasaa refuted. Our order that has lost sight of all this knowledge for a millennium. The same amount of time that we believe the Sith to be extinct. Best to know our past so we may hopefully not repeat those mistakes. Plo Koon said, many nodding in agreement. But what knowledge should we use? Mace Windu brought up with a deep frown. There is much that we can indeed learn here, but there is a lot more knowledge that heavily relies on the dark side of the Force, encourages the use of it, even. We cannot just start introducing something like that so callously. Should we even consider it? Luminara inquired, though she herself appeared uncertain in this query. It's not something I believe should be dismissed out of hand. Bilaba firmly stated. These are the teachings of our predecessors, our kin. We can't just lock away the knowledge they have and keep it that way. But just releasing it for all to observe can also have adverse effects. CZ Tyan pointed out. This situation requires a more delicate hand. SAA let out a deep hum, slowly moving her head from side to side. I do believe that we need to handle this in a balanced fashion. We cannot simply come here and begin setting such harsh boundaries on all that we have found here. That would be unfair, to put it plainly. But we must use a measure of foresight to understand which knowledge needs to be restricted for a limited time until we understand it better. That will involve a lot of trial and error. Windu countered. And I fear that there will be more errors than not. Not to mention many of us not being accurate. Being rushed with the ever-present threat of Ultron breathing down our necks. Said Luminara. There was a moment of silence in the council chamber when the Grand Master spoke up, addressing the only other member that hadn't spoken since they reconvened together. Something to say, you have, Master Obi-Wan. The others all turned to the bearded Jedi who had taken a seat in one of the chairs that were still intact and was deep in thought. His eyes held a far-off look and he kept stroking his beard, his lips barely moving in a silent conversation he was having with himself. Obi-Wan. Windu said aloud, gaining his attention. Yes. He said, seeing everyone was looking at him, registering now that Yoda had spoken to him. Oh, yes, apologies my friends. Much on my mind. We can see that. Trasaa said with a small smile. Would you like to share with us? Obi-Wan fell silent for a few more seconds before releasing a sigh. There is much that we have all learned since coming here. Though it has been brief, much of what we have historically has made me reflect on something that the Benda spoke of. How we haven't changed. Adapted. Using our imagination to expand our knowledge. The Jedi of the past took inspiration from the Sith to create new techniques and refine already known ones and vice versa. While the Jedi stopped this trend, the Sith haven't. Kenobi could see looks of uncertainty and some troubled gazes from the others, but he kept on going. The Jedi and Jedi of old were always about maintaining and studying the balance of the Force whilst constantly expanding on their knowledge of it. They understood that simply sitting in one place will not allow them to have a deeper knowledge of the Force. They were instructed to always delve deeper and learn more. To go out into the galaxy in their comfort to truly grasp themselves and the Force. He stood up and began walking around the room in a circle, much to the bemusement and amusement of several of the council members. Now, it is only natural that they learn of certain practices that should be restricted or outright forbidden. But it is in these forays into the unknown that we were able to discover such abilities as healing and Master PLO's electric judgment. A majority of the old texts even state that lightning is not a Sith ability, just one that has a variant specific to them. Learning about the Force is something that will always come as a double-edged sword. There is much good that we can come to learn from it as there is bad. But we cannot and will not learn about it unless we try. Or simply do rather than do not. As the Jedi sat or stood there, absorbing his words, Yoda held a particular look in his eyes as he gazed at Obi-Wan. Still much more to say, Master Kenobi. Much more, I'm afraid. He mirthfully confirmed. I hope that my voice doesn't bother everyone that much if I keep going. No, please, Tra encouraged, finding herself drawn into his thoughts. Tell us more. I believe you are onto something. He shot the Nettie an appreciative smile before going on. This also coincides with our discussion we had with Vision and Wanda when they first came to Coruscant and we spoke to them. Now Obi-Wan appeared troubled as he said this. I don't say this lightly or out of hand, but, from all the history we've learned of the Rakata, the Schisms, Freeden Nad, Exar-Kun, Ravan, and Malak, the new Sith Wars, even the formation of the Sith itself, they all came from us. The Rakata were one empire, but the Dark Jedi and Sith, especially the Sith as we know them that have plagued the galaxy for thousands of years, all originated from our order. We created our own worst enemies and, we've only repeated the process with Dooku. It is as Wanda and Vision have said. Everyone creates the thing they dread most. In our strength, we have invited constant challenge that incites conflict and, as you are all aware of by now, breeds catastrophe. We created the Sith. In our inactions, misgivings, and poor judgment, the galaxy has been suffering for our mistakes and lack of foresight for thousands of years. There was a tense silence in the chamber as all digested Obi-Wan's words. Much as they would like to deny such statements, there was an uncomfortable truth to everything Kenobi had just said. Of course, they knew there was far more nuance to such an argument than just what he said, and Obi-Wan was well aware of it. The issue being was the split of how much can be put on the blame of the individual, how much can be put on the order, and possibly, how much can even be placed upon the Force itself. They had all seen different instances in history that a dark threat was clear and present, but the order had done nothing to course correct or intervene to prevent it from arising. Or in some cases, they tried to, but some may view their efforts as lacking. Perhaps they were all to blame. All of this occurred due to every single individual element contributing to this predicament. It was all far too complicated to work out in just one sitting. Something Yoda understood far too well at this very moment. Change has come, whether we accept it or not, said the Grand Master, making the council turn to him now. May happen, shifts with our lives. Not just personal. All will be affected. He moved to stand in the center of the room, taking a moment to give each council member a quick look in the eyes. Change has begun, he said firmly. Like it, perhaps, unsure of it, more than possibility, but change it is. Change we must decide, for betterment of all. The Grand Master then moved to exit the council chamber. Come, call all we must. Discuss much, we do. Wordlessly, the council all complied, filing out of the room and following after their Grand Master. All the while, a lone Jedi Knight was having similar thoughts to that of his old master. That being how there was so much to learn, to understand, to try to make sense of. These were the thoughts that constantly swirled about within the mind of Anakin Skywalker. It was fascinating to learn about the start of the Jedi Order, on how the foundation was of balance in its most purest form, one might say. The purest form being that of balance between all aspects of the Force, especially that of the dark side. The old Jedi Order firmly believed in utilizing both sides of the Force in tandem and actually punished those that had strayed too far on either side. If a Jedi were to solely dedicate themselves to only one aspect of the Force, they would have been exiled to the moons of Ashla and Bogan to reflect on the light and the dark and find their center once again. To Anakin, it was so bizarre and alien to hear the encouragement of the pursuit of knowledge from the dark side from the predecessors of the Jedi, but it made him think back to an Earth phrase he once heard from the Avengers. Everything old is new again. There was so much that he had learned in a short amount of time that blew his mind, frankly. One crazy tidbit was the red-skinned humanoids that were Sith species itself also had members within the Jedi Order was something of a shocking revelation to all Jedi on the planet. That the original ancestors that the current Sith had gotten their name from once were Jedi, taught in the ways of balance as opposed to their species' natural proclivity for the dark side, was something that Anakin knew would greatly change the perspective of many within the Order. Natural Darksiders being taught in the light, being taught to use all aspects of the Force. Such a concept was hard to wrap his head around. Then again, he may not have researched well enough before today. He'd pretty much be kicking his own butt for doing so. With everything he had learned, many questions were now plaguing his mind. Were the Rakata responsible for the eventuality that was the Sith? He had read up on them on how they invaded Tython, forcing the Jedi Order into battle and embracing darker tactics in fighting back against the threat. Even recalling what Wanda told them of the Qua, who were the Rakata's predecessors. They learned from these mystic monks who were the first recorded civilization to use the Force before violently turning against them as soon as they were able to kickstart their galactic campaign. These Rakata were a likely trigger to the eventuality that was the Sith enemy the Jedi faced today. At least, that's what Anakin believes. The Zepho was also a factor to consider. They were like the opposite of the Rakata, a species of Force users naturally inclined to the light. That was until arrogance, ignorance, and stagnation took root in their society, they slowly fell to the dark side and their own society ripped themselves apart. Then came all the schisms that had occurred within the Jedi Order. And for what? Because of forbidden knowledge and practices? And in that, they now have had countless atrocities throughout multiple eras, all based on a fundamental disagreement on interpretation of the Force. It was a bit much for the Jedi Knight. He may not look like it, but Anakin does have moments of deep thought rather than just rash action dictating everything he does. It's just not his strong suit at all. That was always his master Obi-Wan's forte. Maybe he should change that. Or he should really, but he hasn't found the ample time or even proper reasoning to do so. Maybe Tython can help him achieve it. The Bendu did say he'd properly finish his trials here. Though he felt it'll be much more than that. He can't just rush through all the knowledge here. Skywalker understood that he needed to take his time in absorbing everything he's learned to make a proper conclusion and reaction to it all. In the midst of his personal exploration in one of the ruins of Tython that he felt a pull towards, Anakin found something particularly strange. An engraving upon a square rock that simply said, "We have lost the balance." That was a head-scratcher to be sure, as Anakin had repeated that over 24 times since he read it. He relayed his findings to the Jedi and Avengers, and when bringing up that phrase, he was only met with uncertainty and suggestions. The balance. Anakin quietly said to himself. What could that be referring to? Was it the balance in the Force? Eliminating the dark side? Sure didn't feel that way. The answer was a bit too easy if it was that. If eliminating the dark side brought about balance, then why did so much of the teachings here on this planet encourage studying the dark side? One of the moons was Bogan, a representation of the dark side where those of the ancient Jedi Order would be sent to if they swayed too far to the dark and contemplate on the light. The teachings of his order's predecessors firmly believed that both aspects of the Force must be taken into account, studied, advanced, and practiced. And there were many texts, holocrons, and data cards that showed how to do so, both in an informal class-type way as it was in the Jedi Order and on more personal notes depending on what he found. Which led the Chosen One to where he was now, sitting alone amongst ruins that were indistinguishable as to what it was, but the purpose perhaps lay in what he found in this site. Within the hand of Anakin Skywalker was a Jedi holocron. Or so he thought. But this wasn't any ordinary holocron. There was something different about this one, as the usual blue glow that Jedi holocron had was one that shifted between blue, red, and purple in a gradient effect. He had been holding it for a few minutes now after finding it, unsure of what to do with it. Most, he had seen, found holocrons to others and opened them up, learning what they can from it in group settings. But he had seen a few by themselves, going over knowledge they found and going it alone for the most part. Anakin had been with others, mostly his former master, his Padawan as well as his men of the 501st in Avengers, but now he was alone. And after a few more minutes of silent contemplation, Skywalker used the Force to open the holocron. The projection of the Guardian within the device appeared and showed an imposing individual, covered from head to toe in red, gray, and black armor. Several spikes jetted out from the shoulder pauldrons. A hood covered up the helmeted face. The rest appeared to be a technological bodysuit. If Anakin could recall, it was a Reaver armor dating back to the Old Republic. Odd choice of clothing for a Jedi spirit in this holocron. "Who are you?" The spirit spoke, facing the Chosen One. "Anakin Skywalker of the Jedi." "And you?" "Darth Maul, Dark Lord of the Sith." Anakin balked upon hearing this, taking a step back from the holocron. "Okay, not a Jedi. A Sith Lord," he muttered. Why are you in a Jedi holocron?" "Because I designed my holocron as such," Mar answered. "With assistance from Sate Li Shan, I made this holocron in the likely event of my death before I was to confront my former master." There were 1,000 questions in his mind, but Anakin went with the first one that came to mind. "Your former master?" Darth Maul nodded. "He once led the greatest empire the galaxy had ever seen." The Sith Lord scoffed. "But he was a vile madman, concerned only with the self-destructive belief of immortality. Our eternal Sith Empire, undone by the machinations of a maniac Sith consumed by his own power. He went by many names for the duration of his life. But Vitiate was what he was most well known as, the leader of the Sith Eternal Empire. A man I once revered and respected that turned to resentment and rage upon realizing just how truly little he cared for the people of our empire." Anakin took a comical step back at the raging Sith spirit, feeling he just opened up a can of worms he should have touched. "That's quite the description you have there," he muttered. "He is a spiteful bastard. And that's putting it kindly," the Dark Lord venomously said. "Lovely," Anakin said simply. "Going back to your holocron. If I recall correctly, several Sith had left their holocrons here on Tython, as per request, once passing on from their mortal coils. I am amongst them. Especially since I wanted my remains buried here. Do wonder if it's still intact after all this time. Your body or your tomb?" "Tomb, obviously. Preserving my body is a simple waste of time and effort," Mar informed him. "And Tython isn't exclusive to the Jedi. In my time, the Sith were welcomed here as well, on some cases when there weren't any true hostilities." That raised more questions than answers for the young Jedi Knight, but he found himself tensing up, feeling the intense gaze of the spirit on him. "The Force is strong with you, Anakin Skywalker. As strong as my old rival and eventual comrade, Sate Li Shan." Anakin blinked at this, having heard of the name of the aforementioned Jedi. She was a revered and respected legend of the Jedi Order, having countless battles against the Sith in her era. "That is quite the praise you have there. She had earned the respect, unlike some," Mar said dismissively. "Sate Li was a true warrior and true student of the Force. She understood the Force in a way few ever could, and she was the one I respected more than anyone. When I passed in my life, it was she that greeted my spirit on Tython. We continued our partnership to aid in the future of this galaxy. Something her lineage had bestowed unto her for centuries." Interesting," was all Anakin said, feeling the unamused look Mar had beneath his helmet. "Does history bore you, Anakin Skywalker?" No, it's just, still trying to wrap my mind around you. Anakin crossed his arms with a frown. You'd think someone like you would be more well known in the Jedi Order. A Sith Lord who achieved true enlightenment while still being a Sith. It was intentionally done. Mar revealed. The purpose of this holocron was made for those who understand the balance that is needed within the Force. The Force is a living being that encompasses all in the universe, and it has a plan. When putting aside hostilities between the Jedi and Sith, you can learn a lot about both sides. As you argue, you explore many things before coming to an understanding. A balance. Among other things. Light and darkness coexist, which means there will always be hope. Mar lectured Skywalker. We're caught in uncertainty, but whatever comes next carries as much hope as it does despair. I can imagine that. Just have to let things flow and accept it. Yet it's just so hard to really grasp it, given what I've been taught all these years. Ignorance or stubbornness? Both, unfortunately. The Sith Lord contemplated for a few seconds before speaking once more. The ultimate folly of the Sith, their downfall, has always been attributed to their own foolishness in their code, their pursuit of power and immortality. In body, spirit, and will. Mar said with a calm voice. They failed to realize that those that cling to life are sure to die, and those who cling to death will find their will to live. But the Jedi are no better in this regard. Though they have managed to defeat the Sith due to their unity, how often have they survived on the skin of their teeth? Be it perhaps the will of the Force, others doing what is necessary, or sheer dumb luck, they always came out on top, but there was a time when they didn't. After the defeat of Darth Malak at the end of the Jedi Civil War, your order experienced a purge. The number of Jedi dwindled to less than 100, likely even less after they were hunted to near extinction. Why do you think that is? Anakin frowned, mulling it over in his head. I mean, the Republic and Jedi Order had been suffering a string of wars that started with Exarchon's fall to the dark side. But we recovered, just not in the way it once was. Nothing can ever be what it was in the past. The present changes people as we come to our eventual future. Spoke the Sith. You look towards your past and it stares back. Both selves consider the other a stranger, despite the familiarity. Same can be said when seeing your future. One just can't accept how different they are from such individuals. The Chosen One remained silent, allowing the Sith Lord's words to sink into him. While he reflected on Mar's words, the Spirit was observing Anakin in his own way and detected something familiar to him. I sense a great darkness within you, Skywalker. Mar said. It looms over you, follows your every step, a constant specter that awaits its chance to strike upon you. You know of this, don't you? Anakin fidgeted, not liking how easily the Sith Lord deduced the shadow that troubled him. Your past is haunting you, as a specter. It shapes and constructs a fear of the future. I can't let that happen. Anakin said instinctively, and there was a clear air of displeasure emanating from the Sith spirit upon hearing this. Typical Jedi reaction. Darth Mar said disapprovingly. Where the Sith are impulsive, rash, and self-destructive, the Jedi are too rigid, stern, and blinded by the light they serve. I have seen Jedi tell others to control their emotions and to be mindful and all, yet they themselves go against the direct lesson all Force users must learn. To feel the Force. You cannot tap into the Force through apathy and suppressing your emotions and sensations. You have to unlock the river and let it run to allow the Force to enter into your being and assist you in influencing the world around you. Instead, you consciously or subconsciously build a dam to it in the worst way possible, robbing yourself of your natural inclinations. The Sith Lord became more passionate as he spoke. You must not reject such feelings but embrace them and learn to control them. Emotions, through discipline, can and have served more as a boon than a detriment to those who have mastered it. I learned of this, as did my equal and Grand Master Sately Shan and many within both our orders during our era. It was how Darth Vitiate was brought down. Darth Mar then raised an offered hand to the Jedi Knight. I offer you my aid, Anakin Skywalker. He couldn't believe what he just heard. You are willing to teach me, a Jedi. You are Jedi, I am Sith, but our foundations lie on this planet, brothers in the Force that we are. Many have forgotten, but the Sith species were amongst those that the Thoya brought to this world. Though they were dark side adjacent, the Sith that came here were the first to understand the need of Ashla, Bogan, and the Middle. The will of the Force. And I can help you do the same. Why offer me this? What do you gain from it? Anakin warily asked. I am but a spirit, a recording left behind for others to learn from. In my lifetime as a Sith and in my final days, I had learned my equilibrium, and I believe I can give the same to you. Darth Maul's face was hidden behind his mask, but Skywalker could feel his eyes boring into him. You have walked in the darkness but as a wild, untamed child, filled with rage and grief. What I can give you is the discipline and focus needed to be in the dark and not get consumed by it. To still retain who you are and not be swept away by the raging tide. Anakin was silent, contemplating the offer. He was soon gonna get an earful of doing this. Do I have to milord yet every time I see you? That actually got a snort of amusement from the Sith Lord. No. Mar will be fine. Anakin smirked at hearing this. I can work with that. So, how should we start? You can start by traversing to the moons orbiting this planet. They were and still are good locations to train one's connection with the Force. There is also the chasm that exists on this world. The chasm? Anakin parried with a frown. Mar gestured behind the Jedi. Over that ridge there, overlooking a cliff, is a chasm that possesses no name but is strong in the dark side of the Force. It is a place many have ventured to but few ever returned as they were, and for those that did carried a heavy burden upon their soul. Anakin gazed ahead, his vision focusing on the supposed chasm in the distance. If that is where you wish to go, proceed. Anakin turned to the Sith spirit in slight surprise. Didn't you just suggest I got to the moons first? It was just a suggestion. The Sith spirit pointed out. The journey you take is your own. So that whole teaching bit dash. That is to assist you in making sense of what you encounter, perspective as well as practices that can help you focus on how to react to what you have learned. I do have certain ideas in mind, but what we have right now quite literally started a few seconds ago. I need to understand how you go about certain scenarios to gauge the means by which I can train and educate you. Mar shook his head. It makes you wonder, does it not? The Jedi Order, in all its supposed wisdom and knowledge, talk down on the aspect of individualism, yet they preach about choice and finding your own path to becoming a Jedi Knight. Anakin raised his hand at that. Let's not get all philosophical right now. Not any more than we already have, at least. Feels like we'll be having a lot of these discussions later on anyway. Mar simply nodded. Fair enough. The Sith Lord receded back into the holocron and the device closed, Anakin taking it and pocketing it. He turned back in the direction that Mar pointed towards, expression morphing into one of stoic focus. Steeling his nerves and exhaling a breath to calm himself, the Chosen One put one foot in front of the other as he made his way toward this mysterious chasm. The Jedi Knight passed through a small forest before coming across what was undoubtedly the mysterious chasm. Easy to discern given the gaping hole in the ground, the force emanating so powerfully from it and there being no other chasm in the vicinity. Whew. Anakin exhaled, feeling the pressure of the force exuding into the area. It was powerful and steeped primarily in the dark side. Taking a moment to look around, Anakin spotted a winding pathway that led down into the chasm. Shaking his head and flicking his arms in preparation, Anakin let out a huff before going down the path. It didn't take long for him to reach the bottom, standing in the darkened area that was the chasm. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing up the moment he set foot here, and he felt it. The dark side of the Force. The Jedi released a grunt, wincing at the power permeating here. It was probably just as strong and overwhelming as the pit on Mortis. And with this sensation came something, or rather, someone he knew he would run into here. He could hear that overbearing breath and he knew the figure was close by. There's no point in hiding, you know. Anakin said aloud, not bothering to look behind him yet. I knew you were there the moment I stepped foot in this place. Heavy footsteps followed soon after. The boots scraped across the gravel. Rather intriguing place for our reunion. Reunion, he says. Anakin mocked, turning to face the imposing figure that has been in his thoughts since Mortis. It's not really a reunion with you stalking me all this time. He stared at the monster, narrowing his gaze. You've been haunting me since Mortis. Not just in my nightmares, but in my waking hours. And in that time, I could hear you as a whisper in the wind. Though he wore a helmet, The lenses were focused on him and Anakin could tell his eyes had locked onto his own. "Rather obsessed with me, aren't you?" said Skywalker, tightening his hands into fists. "I can't help but wonder who you'd rival with such a habit." Back on Coruscant, Sheev Palpatine got a cold shiver down his spine. The figure in black stared at the Jedi Knight, unclipping his lightsaber and ignited the crimson blade. "You have avoided what is to come for long enough. But that matters little now. The stage has been set." "What stage?" "The one where I kick your ass," Anakin said, switching on his own lightsaber in response. He saw his opponent give pause, almost appearing to scrutinize him. "I don't recall you having such a crass mouth. Been hanging around people who have been quite influential towards me." Anakin soon went into his preferred battle stance. "Now, who are you?" He knew this was a Sith entity of some kind, but something about him felt familiar, more than before. Not in a way he could put into words, but honestly, it was unnerving Anakin. "And why should I tell you anything?" "'Cause I asked politely." Skywalker snarked, his gaze was piercing. "Or would you rather I beat the answer out of you?" "I am what others made me," said the entity. "Many sought to defeat me, escaping me. Yet they have fallen instead. You too shall join their fate. It is inevitable. But you may refer to me as Darth Vader." "So you are a Sith Lord?" Anakin's eyes narrowed. "Never heard of you." "Why would you?" "It is too soon for such knowledge." "But you will know soon enough." And with that, Darth Vader struck first, Anakin throwing up his saber just as the Sith brought down his. Crimson and blue lightsabers clashed, the red one coming down for a vertical strike by an azure blade blocking it horizontally. Skywalker's teeth clenched tightly, once again thrown off by the pure physical power Vader possessed, using his own natural strength on top of some enhancement from the Force to withstand the Sith. "You are weak." Vader's voice was low. "And you're just an asshole." Anakin shot back, using the Force to amplify his strength as he shoved the red saber back and went on the attack. Slow. Vader ducked the swing. Sloppy. He swayed away from the second and lashed out with one of his own to meet the third. Sad. Stupid, snarky, and shut up. Anakin fired back, with a quick burst of speed that allowed him to land a kick to Vader's chest. The Sith Lord stumbled but remained standing, easily parrying several swings from Anakin and with the last one, swatted away his arm. From the stagger, Anakin was thrusted away, courtesy of Vader's Force push. Skywalker collided against a wall before falling to the dirt. "You're not living up to your potential." Quickly back onto his feet, the Chosen One began using the environment into the fight. Using the Force, he pulled many rocks from his surroundings and flung them at the Sith Lord. Most met their mark, having Vader be pelted from all sides. Others were quickly cleaved to and from. Eventually, Vader had enough and used the Force to repel the rocks. All this got Skywalker to note some of Vader's movements from afar. Before long, he rushed in for the offensive. And their fight resumed with blue and red lightsabers clashing. As time went on, Anakin noticed Vader was quite the master of Form V, Gemso. As the fight went on, he realized there were elements of Makashi in his fighting style. With his strength and power, Vader was able to overcome Makashi's prime weakness. Not to mention, Anakin realized Vader's lightsaber was dual-face. It would explain why the red blade's length kept changing several times over throughout their fight. A means to greatly surprise a combatant who was getting used to their opponent. The idea was good, in practice. Not many could master such a trait for their fighting style. And he was greatly frustrated at it, given he was at the receiving end of it. Your rage. It befits a Sith more than a Jedi. Give yourself over to the dark. Like hell. Anakin roared, dashing forward to unleash a fury of powerful strikes that made Vader go onto the back foot. Red and blue clashed in a flurry of lights and sparks, scraping against the floor several times, leaving scorch marks in their wake. The pair continued in this exchange, constantly trading momentum of the duel until their blades were locked into a brief pause, both individuals locking eyes, their sabers alighting their faces. There's great darkness in you. Vader spoke ominously. Such anger and fear. The Council knows it as well. It's the reason why they would never accept you, and you know they never will. At every turn when you seek their assistance, they push you away like many times before. Eventually, they'll abandon you in your most dire time of need. Getting annoyed by this chatter, Anakin threw his hand out beneath their lightsabers and slammed into the chest of Vader. He released a force push that sent his Sith foe staggering back. Just shut up and fight me. Force, you just love hearing the sound of your own voice, don't you? Skywalker said with irritation. Darth Vader said nothing, instead adjusting his posture and going on the attack. He went in with wide, arching swings that Anakin barely blocked or had to outright dodge, as he could feel the strength from these attacks. Unfortunately, he saw one coming to him that forced him to try to block it. But as he anticipated, the power behind this swing sent him flying back despite his lightsaber taking the brunt of the attack. Tumbling across the ground, Anakin got back up but was forced to dodge out of the way. A split moment later, he saw the glowing Kintite attack whiz past him and destroyed a good chunk of debris. No fair. He couldn't help but say. I want to learn how to do that. You can if you accept what is to come. Vader goaded. You must accept that the Jedi will fall, and the Sith will rise. That's not gonna happen. Anakin fiercely refuted. It will never happen. There was a sense of sadistic, almost painful amusement emanating from the being of darkness. It already has, you just haven't realized it yet. And you should realize I'm a stubborn bastard. How pointless. Trying to make me convert is pointless. Anakin shot back, releasing a force push that Vader anticipated, holding up his hand that nullified the attack. In response, what he didn't expect was Vader throwing his lightsaber, having it whirl through the air like a reddened buzzsaw of death. It wasn't just one pass, but several. Vader had his lightsaber fly out of his hand and around the battlefield several times. In each instance, Anakin had to evade, parry, or counter the distant blows. Once it was all enough, Skywalker pumped the force into his legs, propelling him forward to strike Vader at the side. As his azure blade came close, it came to an abrupt stop. It wasn't just the blade that halted, but himself as well. An ensnaring sensation surrounded Anakin. A massive vice tightened his very being. Before he realized it, once overcoming most of the growing pain he was feeling, he was being lifted up into the air. The next thing Anakin knew, he was being thrown around. Smacking against any wall, rock, or floor. Anything at all to disorient him while increasing the pain he was experiencing. He was then slammed down to the floor and the Jedi Knight let out a cough of blood, having felt the iron taste in his mouth appear while having him thrown around. The chase could be considered amusing. But not to me. Spoke Vader. We've reached the end now, you and I. Not on your life. Anakin managed out, raising himself up slightly with his shaking arms. I can do this all day. I would consider your efforts admirable if it weren't so foolish and outright delusional. Vader walked forward, his foot hitting something. He looked down and after a moment of thought, kicked what was in his path over to Anakin. It was his lightsaber. Pick it up. Skywalker realized he lost his lightsaber during the tussle. Pick it up. Vader stressed out more, pointing his lightsaber toward the young man. The brown-haired Jedi found himself glaring at the Sith Lord, taking his lightsaber and forcing himself to stand up despite the pain his body had, and he turned his saber back on. Come on then. It was then did his enemy release a dismissive scoff that made Anakin pause. Did you truly think you could defeat me? Spoke Vader. You are destined to fail. Destined to fall to the dark side and embrace your true path. Nothing is evident until proven true. Anakin refuted. The future is never set in stone. It is. Vader countered. And all there is darkness. The light shall be consumed and washed away by the dark side. As time went on with their continued clashes, Anakin was getting more and more frustrated as time went on. Him not being able to best the Sith Lord. It was like he knew every move he'd make. Not just through force precognition, but as if he thoroughly studied him or worse. Recalling the Bendu's words. Those of Mars. He needed to change. Adapt. In order to prevail, he needed to find balance. In order to do that, he needed to willingly let something in. There was a shift in the cavern. The light changed and dimmed as something else began to overwhelm the space. If Vader could properly cock his head, he would certainly do so if it weren't for his suit. A mix of confusion and intrigue was felt by the Sith Lord. Looking into Skywalker's eyes, Vader could see the blue being tainted by yellow. Faint rings form, glow, and bleed within the blue iris before the yellow takes hold. There it is. The dark. Feeling the change, Anakin shook his head and focused. The dark side was there, but so was the Force in its entirety. It was too much. So much was being felt at this time. He needed a way to vent it all, and he had the perfect outlet at this time. With a roar, Anakin rushed and came on swinging hard, a flurry of azure colliding with red in brilliant flashes of light. The force of the blows was causing Vader to step back again and again. Cracks appeared in the earth with each strike. Parries caused shifts in the air. The means of evasion was easier for Anakin, just as his offensive measures. The clashes went on with Skywalker prevailing. But this was not the way he needed to win. If he defeated Vader as he is now, he'd fail. Building up much within his chest, Skywalker released a powerful force scream, having the surroundings crack and crumble around them both. This caused Vader to rush away and evade the coming debris, as there was too much for him to handle. Thus he leapt high and away to get better ground. Anakin did the same, but in a different direction, so he may hopefully have some time for himself. Once more, his lessons were reminded. His thoughts called back to what he needed to find balance. He really needed to accept both the good and bad experiences in his life. With as much concentration as he was able to muster, Anakin channeled the Force, the purest form of it, and allowed it to touch every single aspect of his mind, body, and soul. He knew it wasn't the same as it was on Mortis, but he could feel it was as close as it could get at this time. Fighting the urge of the dark side growing more and more, he had to invite the light back in. The Sith Lord was getting closer to his target. As this occurred, he sensed something was off. Once near and looking into Skywalker's eyes, Vader could now see the sinister yellow being tainted by blue. Faint rings form, glow, and bleed within the yellow iris. No. Vader whispered, both in anger and in disbelief. The Dark Lord went on the offensive again, and as soon as he was an inch away from Anakin, a brilliant pulse of light was expunged from the Jedi and he immediately collapsed onto one knee. Vader, meanwhile, slammed down hard to the ground, the light washing over his body and clearly affecting him with the momentary writhing of his body. Both combatants momentarily allowed themselves a respite, heavy breathing coming from both sides. Anakin gazed intently at the Dark Lord, a look of defiance coming over the Jedi's face. "I'll say this now and won't repeat myself, I'll never join you." What he got in response was a rather unsettling laugh that did not fit the Sith Lord as he rose back up to his feet. "When have I ever wanted you to join me? What? In our encounters, our battle, your nightmares? Have I offered you the chance to join me?" Vader rhetorically said, shaking his head. "No, no, what I am is what is the inevitable future." "Your future? What?" Anakin said in confusion. "What are you talking about?" There was a deep exhale from Vader as he locked hidden eyes with Skywalker again. "You truly haven't realized it yet, haven't you? Or maybe, you already have and you just don't know it. Or perhaps not understand it. We are more connected than you can believe." "Are we now?" Anakin snidely asked. "Why don't you enlighten me?" Vader only scoffed beneath his helmet and stared into the Jedi's eyes, almost boring into his soul. "Search your feelings, Anakin Skywalker. That seed, that sensation that is there, you know what it is. You shall find your answer there." Much as he wanted to tell this guy to shove it, Anakin found himself acquiescing to his instruction and reached out through the Force, hoping to find the answer to this predicament. In this, he inadvertently felt himself connect with the presence of Darth Vader, and like a tidal wave, Anakin was almost overwhelmed by what he felt. "What? Who are you, really? You already know the answer to that." Slowly, a creeping sensation began to seep into Anakin's heart and soul, and his eyes began to widen as he felt the connection he had between himself and Vader soon begin to reveal to him the truth. "No." Anakin whispered in abject horror. "No, no, no." "Yes." Vader said, yet there was no sign of victory or vindication. In fact, he sounded as defeated as Anakin was starting to feel. No! Anakin bellowed, falling to his knees and hunching over, one hand on the ground and the other on his heart. This can't be dash. Inevitable? It is, Anakin Skywalker. That's impossible. How is it dash? Anakin. The Chosen One turned his head to see a number of his friends coming in from on high, landing around him protectively. The group was composed of his Padawan, his old master, Barriss, and Ayla, along with Spider-Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Falcon, Vision, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Master. Ahsoka was immediately by his side, as was Peter and Obi-Wan, the three of them helping him to his feet. Hang on, Anakin, I got ya. Peter said, pulling out Bacta webbing that he instantly applied to the injuries he had sustained. Barriss joined in this, utilizing her force healing ability to patch up several other serious injuries before Peter applied more Bacta webbing. The others, meanwhile, had their attention turned on to Darth Vader, who had been standing there in silence, observing them. Who the hell is this asshole? Pietro asked, narrowing his eyes at the Sith Lord. A Sith Lord. Ayla warily said, igniting her lightsaber at the sight of him. Darth Vader said nothing, regarding the Avengers with what they could discern to be a measure of bewilderment. I do not know of you, but this is a private matter. It doesn't concern you. It does when it comes to our friend. Steve said with a stern gaze. And you may be a Sith Lord, but you're outnumbered. Falcon said, pointing his guns at Vader, who gazed at him as if trying to figure out just who he was. Such odds. I've dealt with worse. I am quite confident you haven't dealt with odds such as these. Vision stated, the Mind Stone pulsing momentarily that made Vader turn to him now. Make your move, asshole. Quicksilver said, vibrating on the spot, amping up his speed. There was a tense silence until Anakin moved to stand at the front of the group, despite some trying to stop him from doing so. Are you truly me? Anakin asked, eliciting looks of surprise and shock from the rest. Master/Anakin/what? Came the collective response from his friends as they looked between him and Vader. I am. The Darth confirmed, only adding further shock and confusion to all in the chasm. No. Ahsoka said aloud. You can't be him. There's no way in the Force that you're Anakin Skywalker. You a clone or something? Sam asked tensely, still keeping his guns leveled on the Sith Lord. Wouldn't put it past this place in having a clone version of you. I am no clone. I am the eventuality. Oh, so he's a cryptic asshole? Pietro derisively said. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the Anakin we know. You can't possibly be Anakin. Obi-Wan defiantly said, stepping forward to stand by his former Padawan. Anakin would never fall to the dark side. The moment Obi-Wan gained Vader's attention, he felt a massive weight on him. Such anger and rage were too much to bear. Ah, Master Kenobi. As foolish and bullheaded as I remember. Then you should also know that we're not ones to give up on people so easily. Captain Rogers declared, making Vader turn to him. If only I knew that. This only served to sow seeds of confusion amongst the group, particularly the Avengers. How can you be Anakin? Barriss spoke up, albeit hesitantly. Anakin Skywalker is one of the bravest and noblest Jedi in the Order. He would never succumb to becoming something like you. The Miri Allen flinched at the burning rage the Sith Lord now sent her way, with Ayla, Ahsoka, and Peter moving to stand protectively in front of her. If only you knew. Came Vader's dark response. Who I was has been long gone. The atmosphere was tense with the Avengers and Jedi training their sights and weapons on the Sith Lord. None of them killed who I used to be. I did. Said Vader, having his lightsaber pointed at Skywalker. Just like how I'll repeat that again, here and now. If you think we're just gonna let you kill Anakin, Steve stepped forward, raising his shield. Then you're as delusional as you appear. You're sorely mistaken that you can defeat me. This is between the two of us. And there is no room for your involvement. Really? Wanda's hands glowed with power. Would you like to test that theory? Her display of power actually made Vader give pause, a sense of momentary hesitation on his end. I do not know just who you and your allies are, but you stand in the way of destiny. We have a tendency of making sure bad stuff doesn't happen. Spider-Man said, the lenses of his mask narrowing. Such records are bound to fail at some point. Then you clearly have forgotten how we get things done. If only I knew of it. The Avengers were again thrown off by Vader's comments. What was that supposed to mean? You say you are my future, but that is only if I fall. Anakin stared at Vader. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is set in stone. But tell me, how dash Ahsoka and Padme? Vader revealed, his gaze lingering on the Togruta Padawan. Out of everything. You truly fall because of them. You fail to trust them, protect them. Instead, you let the Council decide their fate. Banishing Ahsoka and not helping Padme. In the end, you killed them. There's no way that would happen. Ahsoka passionately exclaimed. Anakin is the greatest Jedi I've ever met, he'll never fall to the dark side. It is his destiny. We won't let that happen. Obi-Wan Kenobi solemnly declared. It is inevitable. I think we can call bullshit on that. Black Widow shot back, pulling out her electrified tonfas. Vader took a moment to gaze at all of them, giving the Avengers the longest looks before he stood upright and deactivated his lightsaber. He gave one final look at all of them before settling on Anakin, who held a look of defiance. Enjoy your peace while you can. We will see each other again. Anakin scoffed. I'm counting on it. After a moment, a dark shadow came over the area, and without anyone even realizing what had happened, Darth Vader disappeared. Bewildered by this, Quicksilver zipped around the entire room whilst Sam used his tech to see if he could locate him. Steve turned to Petro's sister and the yellow-caped Avenger. Vision, Wanda, can you dash? He's gone. Completely. It's as if he was never here. Vision answered straight away, Wanda confirming his statement with a silent, disturbed nod. Jesus fuck. Sam said. What in the hell was that? Anakin felt too tired to answer, instead plopping down to the ground with an exhausted sigh. Ahsoka kneeled down next to him, placing a supportive hand on his back, which he appreciated. With this occurring, his Padawan saw his eyes fully change back to their natural blue. Are you all right, Anakin? Rogers asked straight away, and he shook his head. Don't know, really. He honestly said. But I'm alive, if that counts for something. How are you feeling? Peter asked, and Anakin humphed in response. Like shit. There were a few strained chuckles from the others before Skywalker looked at them all. How'd you find me? Ahsoka and Obi-Wan. Steve thumbed to them. They suddenly felt something wrong, and they both said your name at the same time. We were close by to them when they ran off. We also called in your men. Sam said. They should be here any dash. General Skywalker, do you read me? The sound of Captain Rex calling in from the comms cut into Wilson's statement, the aviator gesturing in a there you go manner. Anakin had a pained smile as he was quick to respond. I'm fine down here, Rex. He assured his first-in-command. Thanks for asking. Is everything all right down there? I ain't dead. Skywalker drably said. Think that's what matters right now. He heard the clone captain scoff on his end. Doesn't really alleviate my concerns, General. Despite himself, Anakin smiled at what he heard. Thanks for caring. Just stand by up there. Tell the boys I'm all right. Of course, sir, said the clone captain before signing out. After a moment of silence, Ayla spoke up, a question on the mind of all that she voiced. What was that back there? She quietly said, with Anakin grunting aloud. Facing my reflection. A rather dark one at that. Was that really you? Wanda asked in bewildered concern. I don't know. I really do think it was me. How can that be? Ahsoka nervously said. That thing, that couldn't have been you. He didn't feel anything like you. Compilation surrounded and filled Skywalker as he recalled details of a significant mission. Thor said the sun did something back on Mortis. I merely thought Vader was a manifestation he created to distract me back then. Believed if I defeated him or the sun back then, he wouldn't return. Clearly, I was wrong. So was this the sun's doing? Vision asked, and Anakin frowned. I Don't know. Maybe it was or. I really don't know, said the chosen one. All I can say is that I faced him, survived and prevailed. Survived, Obi-Wan quietly said. But did you dash? Everyone. Barriss spoke up abruptly, cutting into the conversation. I don't mean to be rude, but, do you all feel that? The group turned to her in confusion as the Mary Allen had turned away from them and was facing a darkened part of the cavern where a strange hum was emanating from. What is that? Pietro asked aloud. You guys feel it? Ahsoka said in surprise. Well, we can hear that, Steve said, pointing upwards as a means of gesturing to the humming sound echoing in the air now. What do you think it is? Taking a moment to concentrate on both the sound as well the feeling permeating from the Force, the Jedi moved to go further down the chasm with the Avengers following after them. Lightsabers flared to life, filling the darkened space with restrictive light. More was added on in a number of ways, from the Mind Stone flaring, Wanda's chaotic power brightening and the gifted celestial power radiating off of Ahsoka's free hand. Soon enough, something happened. From the archway, various lights began to appear within the framework and etchings. By each moment, they got brighter and brighter. Before long, the space within the archway began to glow. A sense of familiarity hit the older Avengers almost immediately. The younger one took a bit longer to make it happen. Wait a second, is that Dash? That's an infinity gate, Quicksilver said in an instant, immediately recognizing the gateway. It's just like the one we found at the Hydra base, Vision said. Just intact, Steve whispered. I can't believe it, Wilson said with a small laugh. This is our way home. This is Dash. He was silenced by a spark that came from the gate, and the hum that was coming from the gate amplified tenfold. Blue, white, and black wisps began to appear in the archway and soon converged together to create a swirling mass that filled in the gap. Silence befell upon them all, breath being held as none knew what may happen next. All eyes were on the gate, the endless swirling vortex at its center shining brightly until there was a brief disruption within the portal. That disruption was two individuals stepping through the gate, and in an instant, there was a tense silence with both sides frozen, almost not believing what they were looking at. Then came the hiss of a helmet, and it retracted to reveal a genius, billionaire, philanthropist, and former playboy with a grin that threatened to split his face in two. The archer next to him could only shake his head, an equally large grin of his own at the sheer luck that they just walked into. Well hell, Cap, Tony Stark greeted. It's about damn time. Oh make. At the residence of the Naboo senator, a quaint dinner was being held between Padme, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Peter. It was rather nice between the two couples, with a meal each worked on. Rather fun on the bit of bonding time, which was well worth it on how it tasted in the end. With their bellies full, not much came to mind on what could finish off the rest of the evening. They had enjoyed a momentary reprieve of silence. That was until a certain topic came up, causing Peter to have an idea. Hey guys, he spoke up. Are you up for watching a new show from Earth? That got the curiosity of the others, all looking at the Earther. Do you have something in mind, Tiger? Ahsoka asked, her lover nodding. Got just the one. I know Pietro and Wanda are showing it to others in the Jedi Order, and they haven't mentioned you guys watching it, so this is the perfect chance to start. I wouldn't mind, said Anakin. He then looked towards his wife. And you? Just so long as there's not a sudden Senate meeting, I'm free for the rest of the night. Anakin soon nodded, turning to Peter. Then set it up. At this time, the protocol droid walked into the room. Mistress Padme, Master Anakin, R2 is presently charging in his quarters. I will be joining him very soon, he said to them. Will there be any issues or requests with you all this evening? Don't worry, 3PO. We'll be fine. Of course. Have a pleasant evening. Within the living room of Padme's home, the New Yorker was setting up the show for them while the rest sat back on the couches and watched him prepare this galaxy's equivalency to a television set. Oh man, believe me guys, you are gonna love this show, Peter excitedly said, holding up the box set of the show. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Ahsoka read the title of the show aloud. Wait, that show? Anakin said with a disbelieving chuckle. You already know it, Ani? Padme asked and he shook his head. No, but my master Obi-Wan seems to know it and he's apparently watching it with some of the Avengers who also haven't seen this show. Said it's quite interesting and gives some insight and perspective on how the Force could be pondered and utilized. Really? His Padawan said in clear intrigue now. The show looked a bit cartoonish, though it likely was one, so for someone like Master Kenobi to state that he is actually learning something from it made it a more appealing show to watch. There was one thing that bugged the Togruta, however. And that was the fact that her boyfriend had this show in the form of a box set CD collection. Wait. How do you have those? She asked, gesturing to the Atla collection. I thought dash. You ask too many unnecessary questions, Snips. Peter said with a wag of his finger. No. I think that is necessary, given dash. Ahsoka was silenced when her boyfriend captured her lips with his own. He pulled back and sat down next to her, pulling her close as he held up the remote and turned the show on. That's one way to shut her up. Anakin said with a snort, his wife finding the sight equally as amusing. Ahsoka got out of some of her haze before giving the knight a dry, bland look. Hey, now you know how I feel. Padme's done the same. And not like you're complaining, are you? His Padawan looked away with her face flushing and despite herself, snuggled into her boyfriend's embrace as the show began. Water. Earth. Fire. Air. My grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days, a time of peace when the Avatar kept balance between the Water Tribes, Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Air Nomads. Suffice to say, the rest of the evening was quite enjoyable for the couples. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 99, Friends, Old and New. Within the dark cavern, there was a whirlwind of reactions and emotions. For Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ahsoka Tano, Barrisafi, and Aayla Secura, it was a stunning sight to be sure. After a year with some number of months, they had heard and had been shown images of the other teammates of Earth's mightiest heroes that still resided on their home world. After a sort of messaging system was made between Thor's ability to travel from Mortis to Earth, they were able to exchange some form of communication and they learned that the team on Earth had grown. And now, here they were. Two of them at least. The ones known as Tony Stark and Clint Barton aka Iron Man and Hawkeye. And as for the Avengers present before their arrival, it was difficult to discern their reactions and emotions that didn't revolve around joy, relief, disbelief, and an entire assortment of positive feelings at seeing their friends. Black Widow had run over to Clint Barton and the two best friends hugged each other tightly and Steve came up to Tony and clapped his shoulder. Tony, Rogers said, just shooting him the widest smile the billionaire had ever seen from him. I can't tell you how good it is to see you again. Yeah, well, you looked pretty miserable without me, Cap. Tony quipped airily, but the grin he had on had yet to leave his face. Over with the two former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Pietro and Wanda came up to the Archer and gave him hugs of their own which he returned. So you two have been busy keeping not a world but a galaxy safe, eh? Clint remarked with a large grin. Look at you two. Can't call you kids punks anymore now, can I? Quicksilver had a smug look, yet the joy in his eyes was hard to deny, and Wanda had a glossiness of her own as she moved to hug Barton again. Back with Steve and Tony, Sam, Peter, and Vision now joined Cap in conversing with the Iron Avenger. "Aw man, look at you, kid," Tony said, patting Parker on his shoulder. "Then again, kid won't really work now after everything you've been through." "It has been crazy, Mr. Stark," Peter said with a chuckle. The former playboy's eyes flickered over to the Jedi in the cavern, his eyes landing on the two Padawans. A mischievous glint appeared as Tony opened his mouth to speak, only for Peter to realize what he was about to say, clamping both his hands over Stark's mouth, shushing him desperately. "No, Mr. Stark, you can't say anything," Parker quietly said in a frantic fashion. "These guys are really weird about relationships. Ass backwards if ya ask me," Sam chipped in. "Yes, they are quite strict in that regard." Tony eyed them all before prying Peter's hands off his mouth and giving them all a look. "So you weren't really kidding about that, huh?" Stark said with a shake of his head before opting to meet the Jedi properly. Obi-Wan raised his head slightly and walked forward, Anakin and Ayla joining him as they met with one of the founding members of the Avenger. "Okay, Treebeard, Maverick, and Neytiri," he rattled off. "Tony Stark, Iron Man, genius, billionaire, philanthropist and the real leader of the Avengers. Don't believe the lies Cap's fed to you all this time. You understand, right beard bro?" Anakin and Ayla shared a look, the former unable to hold back his laugh with the latter joining a second later. For over a year now, they had all been warned about this particular Avengers penchant for nicknames and such, but to experience it firsthand and to see the reaction Obi-Wan Kenobi received, well, to them, it was well worth the wait. The Jedi Council member was certainly thrown off by this statement, yet found his lip twitching upward as he held out his hand. "Obi-Wan Kenobi." The Jedi introduced himself, shaking hands with the invincible Iron Man. "A pleasure to meet you at long last. Your friends have spoken a great deal about you. Let me guess, most of it was about me being a giant jackass." "On occasion," Sam said from the side. "Frequently," the Chosen One chimed in. "Anakin Skywalker." "Aayla Secura," the Twi'lek said a moment later. "A pleasure, Mr. Stark." "Tony," Iron Man said holding his hand up. "Mr. Stark was my dad." "You look old enough to be a Mr. Stark," Anakin retorted before waving his hand over at his Padawan. "But anyway, this is Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Offee." "Yeah, heard of you both too," Tony said. "Been keeping an eye on Parker. He's saved our lives several times," Barriss said with a loving smile directed at her boyfriend. "And you guys have done the same," Peter shot back, pointing at her. "We keep the score even." Tony smirked at this, glancing over to see Clint, Nat, Wanda, and Pietro joining their group. Tony looked over at the Jedi and paused at Anakin. "Not for nothing, Sky Guy," the Jedi Knight jerked slightly upon hearing that nickname. "But what happened to ya? Ya look like shit." Anakin released a tired sigh, Ahsoka placing a supportive hand on his arm. "Just dealt with some real personal crap a few moments before meeting you guys. I think you know how it is." Stark released a sigh, shaking his head. "Oh yeah, I understand what ya mean. Don't say any more." Even within this darkened place where the dark side of the Force is arguably strong, there was much merriment taking hold of the surroundings. Clint looked around the place with an uncertain expression. "So where in the hell are we? And where's the rest of the dash?" Krish kaboom. Oh, and also thunder soon joined the fray. From the thunder and lightning from up above, a figure crashed down into the darkened space. And the figure wasn't alone, as he was joined by a man in armor similar to the one in red and gold, followed by two bug-sized heroes that grew to full size, a prince of a nation and a blind lawyer with his billy club wire retreating back into its hilt. It only took a moment for the remaining Avengers to realize who was in the cavern, and their loudest member threw his hammer up, a crack of lightning following suit. Krish kaboom. Huzzah! Our friends! Thor, god of thunder, joyfully declared. "Holy hell, Stark! Barton!" Scott said aloud in disbelief. "How are you guys here?" Hawkeye gestured his head to the source of their arrival, and all turned to see the swirling vortex within the archway of the Infinity Gate. "Wait," Hope gaped. "Is that Dash?" "Yup," Tony said. "It was on from our end, but we couldn't get through until someone could activate the linked gate on your end." Clint picked up from there. "Luckily for you guys, you found it." "Not intentionally," Steve admitted. "It was completely on accident. Or it could have been the will of the Force." Obi-Wan mused in intrigue. "But regardless, to think we'd find an Infinity Gate here of all places," said Skywalker. "At least now we have a way to get back to Earth," Nat said. Peter said aloud, most of the Avengers now turning to the gate. "It's right there." "Crazy, ain't it?" Barton said. "You're home," Ayla said with a sense of wonder, standing next to her lover with him smiling at her. "Wanna go there?" A nod was all Steve received. Tony soon interrupted the moment between the Twi'lek and the super soldier. Whoa. Steve, hang on a sec. I know you guys wanna go back, but we just got here. Do you not realize we've been apart for nearly 100 chapters? Tolkien didn't even keep the Fellowship apart for that long. We all gotta check this place out and have you guys be our tour guides. Steve only gave his friend a look of bemusement. What are you talking about? It feels like it. Stark said offhandedly. Ahsoka leaned over to Peter. What is he talking about? Something about Lord of the Rings. Her boyfriend responded. I'm confused as you are. Barris included. Tony soon rolled his eyes when hearing this. Are you guys deaf? Lord of the Rings? Analogy? Reference? Come on you guys, I know we've been apart for a while but try to keep up. As this occurred, there was a flare from the vortex and some other people walked through the Infinity Gate. Tony, what the hell are you thinking going off and holy shit? A man in blue robes and a red cape said aloud, his eyes widening at the sight of the 13 Avengers that had long since been sent to this galaxy. Holy shit. I'll be damned. Said a familiar voice to one Captain America, and Steve perked up at the sight of his old friend. Bucky. Steve greeted, the pair meeting in the middle into a brotherly embrace. A moment later, a young teen girl walked through the gate and her eyes immediately landed on someone she was hoping to see. Brother. T'Challa barely registered what he heard when he was promptly tackled by a smaller figure in black, and he immediately realized who it was. Shuri. He softly said with a wide smile, hugging her back. It's good to see you again. It wasn't long before others crossed through the gateway. Well, sweet Christmas, can you believe that? The man the Space Avengers recognized as Luke Cage stated. With him were all the Avengers from Earth. Doctor Strange, Wong, Mordo, Luke Cage, Danny Rand, Robbie Reyes, Celeste Morn, Jennifer Walters, Hector Ayala, Jessica Jones, Shang-Chi, and Katie Chen. Oh my! Was all Obi-Wan said upon seeing the Avengers. Everyone is here. Steve said in slight disbelief. We were having a team meeting, Tony said. So you can imagine our surprise when the gate made all those crazy lights. You rushed in without consulting the rest of us. Wong deadpanned. Hey, fortune favors the bold. Stark rebuked. Do you really think it applies in this case? Mordo muttered with a blank look. Oh dear, I fear for the galaxy if you and Stark ever do anything together. Obi-Wan couldn't help but comment with Anakin rolling his eyes. He has your mouth, Obi-Wan, and in the worst way possible. Both Avenger teams began mingling and meeting one another properly, names, both normal and hero names being exchanged. That was until one Jedi was starting to feel a bit claustrophobic in being here and the dark side's presence was starting to bother him again. Hey everyone. Anakin said aloud, cutting through the meet and greet of all the Avengers. I get you guys are all happy in meeting each other, but it's really cramped in here right now. How's about we take it to a place where we all have some breathing room? Half an hour later. It was quite the gathering within the, arguably, main temple of Tython, as the Jedi Order with the clone troopers was now in the process of meeting the entirety of the Avengers. The Jedi had all been called in, and now, a large chunk of the Order was meeting all of Earth's mightiest heroes after having only known half of them since the arrival of the first 9. Meetings and greetings were exchanged all over the place between the Avengers and the denizens of the galaxy. The entire front temple grounds had small crowds here and there as the Avengers from Earth became acquainted with the friends and allies the Avengers in space have made. Though not everyone was speaking with the galaxy natives. The 2 royals from Wakanda were deep in conversation, and by conversation, it was primarily the younger sister rambling on non-stop. You should have seen what we got back home. The readings the gate showed were astounding. She saw her brother giving a smile that was akin to the same their father would give them as he came up to her, placing his hands on her shoulder. Shuri, her brother softly said. Look at what you've done. Look at how much you've grown. I almost didn't recognize you when you came out of the portal. The younger sibling blinked at this while T'Challa went on. And now, here you stand, a Black Panther and a protector of Wakanda. He snorted. You must have nightmares now that you have more proper responsibilities. And like that, the warm and fuzzy feeling was gone as Shuri slapped her brother's chest. I'll have you know, the only nightmare I have is getting stuffed in one of those ridiculous outfits I know I'll be forced to wear for your coronation. Bast forbid such a nightmare. T'Challa fondly said, tilting her head down, her arms flailing slightly in response. She opened her mouth to rebuke when she felt his hand on his shoulder again. Shuri. His voice was lower now. I am so proud of you. Black Panther and an Avenger. I had a great example to follow after. Shuri said with a sweet smile. Great shoes to fill. Though I wonder how often you'll trip with them. He said playfully. She snorted in response. I can't run on all fours like you can. Oh, the agony. Her brother retorted with a chuckle. Before they were able to continue speaking any further, someone came up to the pair. Hey Shuri, it's been a while. The Wakandan princess looked over, seeing the black-clad individual with a white spider motif with a raised brow. It took her a while before she realized this could only be one person. Parker? Is that you? She questioned. You look different. Yeah, I've got a different get-up. The symbiote soon moved, receding to show his full head, much to Shuri's surprise. But it's the same old me. He then wrapped his arm around T'Challa. Your friendly neighborhood spider cop with his partner in crime, Meow Mix. I'm not acknowledging that name, Peter. The prince dryly said. Then what about Captain Panther or Officer Puss in Dash? I will cut that tongue of yours out. Peter withdrew his arm with a playful hiss. Yeesh, harsh. Did you forget to take your daily dose of catnip with a large glass of milk? He probably has. Shuri giggled out. Oh, she greatly missed the reactions she witnesses to her brother's reactions. Things would have continued with them. Peter Parker. If someone didn't make their presence known. The wall crawler released a croak, eyes widening to the size of saucers as he turned towards someone standing in front of him with a woman wearing denim by her side. Like I promised, Ms. Parker. The private detective Jessica Jones said with a satisfied nod. I found your nephew. You technically didn't find him. Semantics. Standing there with the prince and princess of Wakanda, Peter fidgeted in his place. Hey Antoof. The teen was pulled into a bear hug as his aunt hugged him as if her life depended on it. She felt her shuddering and a moment later, felt a dampness on his clothing. Oh God Peter. She whispered. Thank God you're okay, thank God. Peter's expression fell into a strained smile as he hugged his aunt back and shed a few tears of his own. Yeah, I'm all right, May. I'm all right. He quietly assured her, feeling her squeeze him again. It was a rather touching scene. The Avengers looked on with respective smiles on their face. Jessica. Shuri pleasantly said. You got the message. And went to personally grab her, Jones said, gesturing her head towards May Parker. Could practically see her vibrate in her spot before I flew her over to the tower. Shuri hummed, turning to her brother. T'Challa, this is Jessica Jones, the Avenger who denies that she's an Avenger. I am. Then why have the ID card? The perks. Having most police officials off my back. Getting more cases for my firm. Yada yada yada. Shuri shook her head. She's still in denial. She's registered as an Avenger. Welcome to the team. T'Challa pleasantly said, amused at the twitch of the brow the detective had. Yush, she said through gritted teeth, finding herself unable to deny him. Avenger. The young panther rolled her eyes. You're such a drama queen. Like you're one to talk, princess I can't cook and burn the kitchen. You bitch. Hissed the princess. The prince bore a Cheshire smile. Oh, she's still burning things, is she? T'Challa Shuri whined dramatically. While the three of them argued with each other, the two Parkers had finally pulled apart though May kept hold of her nephew's arms. Sorry I made you worry so much, May. Peter softly said. I didn't mean to, honest. His aunt only shook her head, tears still fresh on her cheeks. I'm just happy to know that you're alive and well. Peter really didn't want to tell her about all the horrific injuries he had accumulated since coming to this galaxy. Never, in all my years, would I think I would have a nephew that would cause me this much trouble and heartache. May said with a slightly pained smile. It's not like I wanted to. Peter weakly said. These things just happened and well dash. I know Peter, Tony Stark said you've been busy keeping a galaxy safe. His aunt shook her head. I'm not as intelligent as you are, but you should know that if Ben was here, he'd be proud of the man you are becoming. Hearing that made Peter's eyes widen, glossing over before trying to rein in his emotion at the mention of his uncle. He didn't expect the flood of emotions that came down upon him at the mention of his uncle, and sensing this, May pulled Peter into a tight hug, the pair holding each other in silence. He knows you've done good, Petey. May softly said, fresh tears streaming down her eyes. Remember what he always said? Great power dash. Great responsibility. He finished with a sniffle, pulling away from her. You really think so? I know so. She muttered, cupping his cheek with her hand. Uncle Ben can only be smiling down on you right now. Peter released a shaky laugh, one shared with his aunt. Peter, said a familiar voice followed by another. Is that? Looking back, Peter soon wiped away the tears threatening to spill over. He soon gave Ahsoka and Barriss a bright smile before turning back to his loving aunt. Aunt May, there's some people I want you to meet. Separating from May for a brief moment, he gestured for the two Padawans to come over. Bringing them forward, Peter practically saw how nervous his two loves were. This was essentially a meet the parents scenario for them. The two girls were surprised by their nervousness in coming over to finally meet Peter's aunt, who was really his mom in all other senses of the word. It was a strange sensation for them to be experiencing, something drastically different from everything else they had gone through up until now. The closest that could come close to this feeling was when they started this relationship with one another, but that one had a lot more joy and relief involved. Here, they were just really unsure as to how this conversation would go. May, this is Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Offee, he said with a loving look directed at the both of them. It's so good to finally meet you two. She surprised them by ensnaring them into a hug. Can't thank you enough for keeping him safe. We did our best, ma'am. Barriss said with a straight-laced tone. Needed to pull a lot of effort to keep him away from trouble, Ahsoka said in exasperation. Peter released an indignant squawk. Excuse me? How many times have I saved your skins? You guys always joined me on my patrols and you two could barely keep up. And when you did, I had to pull you out of the fire. You just attract danger. Ahsoka countered. And you are drawn to it. Peter fired back. I do believe this is an unfortunate symptom of our line of work. Barriss quietly said. May found herself laughing at this interaction. Off from the side, Shuri saw the interaction between Spider-Man and the two Padawans as he introduced them to his aunt. Their time together back in New York was brief, but was good to establish a good work relationship. It opened many doors for her, despite the circumstances. During that time, she got to know Spider-Man, or rather Peter Parker, to some capacity. He was funny, quirky, and smart. Not the kind of smart, personality-wise, but smart on how he can keep up with her in some conversations in the scientific field. In some part of her mind, she imagined that if it wasn't for him being whisked away to some corner of the universe with her brother and Matt Murdock, then she wouldn't have minded getting to know him more. Well, the prospect is still there, but not of what one originally thought with a relationship. To her, it would be more akin to friendship in the present circumstance. It might have been more given how they seemed to click if it weren't for her seeing what was before her now. She'd seen it many times in her life. Her parents. Okoye and her wife. These were a few examples out of many that she can quickly pull out from her head. What she's seeing now, Peter was happy with these two and vice versa. She wonders how such a relationship works, but she won't question it. To her, it felt like she had missed out on something grand with him. The Wakandan princess knew the spider was taken but won't cry over it. Besides, she'll have some fun out of the whole thing anyways. While May Parker got to know Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Offee, two recently inducted members into the Avengers were walking around the temple the large gathering had taken place in with awe and wonder. Holy crap, can you believe this, Sean? Katie Chen said in astonishment. I most certainly do. We're on an alien planet. Shang-Chi said, looking around, mirroring his best friend's expression. I can't believe this shit. My mom is never gonna believe this. Katie said. You're right. Sean proceeded to pull out his phone and began recording everything. Which is why we must document everything here as evidence. Our descendants are gonna wanna know how cool we are. His best friend wordlessly nodded with great vigor, pulling out her own phone, and the pair began to take videos and pictures. They had come across several Jedi and dozens of clones, all asking them if they could join them in quick selfies and part of their videos. Most were bewildered by this, but all obliged all the same after they saw the images, and the clones especially found this intriguing, asking if it was possible that they could get photos like these, as it was an apparent rarity for them to have pictures. Sean and Katie promised they'd get the photos to them, they just needed to figure out how to get them out. They didn't want to sound mean or anything, but they were dealing with clones and they literally just got here, so they needed to, yeah. Thankfully, the clones said they'll send their requests through the Jedi, and that the Jedi generals they serve were on good terms with the Avengers. So that was convenient. Still, the concept for the two recent inductees of literal clones existing was mind-boggling and was amongst the list of impossibilities they can cross off the list here and now. Both were so distracted by their present activities they didn't notice some people walk up to them. It was only through the clearing of one's throat did Sean and Katie snap back to reality. Shang-Chi, right? Steve Rogers said, standing with Natasha and Sam. And that must mean you're Katie Chen. The two young adults were starstruck, gasping slightly as they pointed shaky fingers at them. C, Katie stammered out, at a complete loss for words. BBBBBB and FFFFFF Breath, Katie. Breath. Sean whispered, not taking his eyes off Earth's first superhero in Cap and the others who were essentially his teammates that he still couldn't believe to be real. How can I not? It's Captain freaking America. And the Black Widow and the Falcon. The three Avengers all looked at each other in amusement at the pair's banter. Like you're any better. I can control myself, unlike you. You're shaking like a leaf. Shut up. You two seem like fun. Wilson spoke up with a chuckle. Tony told us that it's because of you two they found the missing keys needed to open the gate back home to us. Natasha stated. Steve offered them a hand. I'd like to thank you both and say welcome to the team. The wielder of the 10 rings was the first to shake Captain Rogers' hand first. Firm and strong, given he didn't want to leave a bad impression in the first place. Katie, however, was practically a wet noodle and I'm shaking his hand, said Katie. I'm never gonna wash dash. Finish that and I'll be telling your mom of that car incident with the contraband a while back. Who cares about that? Chen said with a laugh. This hand just shook hands with Captain America. And she held out her hand for Sam, who laughed, clapping his hand with hers, and she squealed. She did the same for Natasha, and by that point, Katie was using Sean as her support from collapsing to overexposure. We're sorry. Sean stammered out, both bashful and embarrassed. It's just we weary fans. Big fans. Katie said, looking at her hand as if it was made of gold. Oh man, Sean, we still gotta do the rest of them. They ain't going anywhere anytime soon. But with how things are with them dash. So these are the keys then. Sean's conversation with Katie came to a brief pause when the first Avenger addressed a peculiar item on his person. He momentarily forgot they were on full display instead of tucked away in a pack on his waist. Steve patted the bangles appreciatively, giving the master martial artist a grateful smile. You came right on time. Thanks again. Cap thanked us twice. Sean was in a daze. You guys are so awesome. Katie gushed. Sam and Nat chortled aloud. Geez, these two give Peter and Scott a run for their money. Falcon said. Least they fit right in. Romanoff said, walking over to throw an arm around Katie. Come on you two, I think we'd like to get to know our new teammates a little better. Both released squeaks of excitement. Teammates. Sean and Katie said at the same time while trying their best to stammer out coherent sentences until they were able to talk properly to their idols, now teammates. In the midst of all this socializing, one Avenger, in particular, sat in a secluded area just outside the temple. He had a chain wrapped around his body, and this metal rope was also used to keep a battle axe strapped to his back. The man sat atop a rock, idly fiddling with some grass, occasionally looking up at the environment around him, followed by a momentary glance over at the temple. His head then tilted to the side at the sound of soft footsteps approaching him, and he saw it was 2 Jedi approaching him. "Hello there, friend," the older of the pair said, garbed in black robes and a scarred eye. "We couldn't help but detect your presence. Rather an odd place to be for an Avenger, is it not?" "Just prefer to be alone," was the response. "Being around a lot of people bothers me." "Does it have to do with whatever that is we're sensing?" the younger of the 2 Jedi asked. "Something like that, yeah." The Hispanic soon introduced himself. "Name's Robbie Reyes." "Quinlan Voss," the Kiffer Jedi said. "Tholm." Reyes grunted in greeting, turning away from the pair. "Anything I can help you two with?" he politely asked. Tholm and Voss shared a look before the former spoke slowly, candidly. "I know this may come across as rude, and we did sense something from you that frankly startled a number of Jedi in the temple." Tholm frowned, allowing the force to flow through and around him as he gazed at the young man before him. "You carry a great darkness within you, son." Robbie snorted derisively and momentarily had his eyes emit hellfire, a startling sight for the 2 Jedi. "I do." "He isn't exactly the friendliest of folks." Voss said in bewilderment. "That's what he identifies himself as dash." "Not that," Quinlan interrupted. "I just didn't realize it was an entity, or some personality you manifested." "Is it?" "No, it's the former. Living in me after his previous host saved me." Robbie elaborated. "Host?" Tholm repeated. "I'm rather lost of what you speak of. How does that dash?" "Short summary, he was captured, tortured, and turned from the light," Robbie said with air quotations. "Still kept his principles, despite how twisted and extreme they are." "What did Celeste call it?" "Yeah, he fell to the dark side, but he didn't fall." "Not really. More like drifted and glided his way down. His beliefs were just too strong, too righteous to be corrupted. In fact, it only made them stronger." "That's worrisome," Tholm earnestly said, finding himself far more troubled than he initially was when he first detected this entity with his old pupil. "Well, yeah, given he was a divine being before he became what he is now. That sounds like a story all on its own." "It is. A long one at that," Robbie said. "So does it react to crowds of people negatively?" Voss inquired, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the look Reyes gave him, wisps of flame emanating from his eyes briefly. "More like I do, and so does he," the host of the Spirit of Vengeance answered with a haggard sigh. "Zarathos, my tenant, has the ability to see the sins committed by all, regardless of what they like to think of themselves. It can be from the most minor of details that he doesn't care for, and it goes up from there till he sees something that makes him take hold and dish out his version of justice. It wasn't really telling, but the 2 Jedi knew what was implied." "And what sins have you seen with us?" Tholm couldn't help but ask. Robbie was silent, jaw clenching and unclenching for a few seconds until he released a sigh. "He knows about your war, so he doesn't hold it against you," Reyes quietly said. "But negligence, arrogance, ignorance, pride. Lot of your masters have that deadly little sin in spades. There are others here who have committed war crimes, but then again, that comes with war, even if most are unintentional, or worse, are intentional." His eyes became fiery once more. "Even the best of men commit atrocities when faced with annihilation. Zarathos doesn't really blame you for that. But your egos. God damn, does he have a problem with that?" Rather than be offended or put off by such a statement, both Tholm and Voss released aggravated sighs, shaking their heads in tandem. "It's that bad with our order, huh?" Quinlan grumbled. "Hopefully Tython can help us reorient ourselves on the path we were always meant to be on." Tholm murmured, releasing a hum. "But I can't help but try to sate my curiosity. How is it that this, what would you even call what you have with that entity?" "Zarathos." Robbie reminded them of the name. "And we have a partnership. My humanity helps keep my roomie grounded, to some capacity. And he uses my body to dish out vengeance on those who have wronged the innocent. And this vengeance," Quinlan was hesitant to ask. How does it usually end up? Fire and blood. Robbie said with a shrug and a snort at how he said it. A lot of it. Lovely. Tholm dryly said, getting a chortle from the Ghost Rider. Hey, you asked. Do we have to be concerned? Voss asked with an exasperated sigh. Robbie shook his head. My roommate has some words he has to say about you all, but he still knows right from wrong. The good here outweighs the bad. But you could tip the scales a bit more. That's what we plan to do. Reyes rolled his eyes. The jerk inside says good, he'll hold you to it. Pendajo molesto. What was that? The Kiffer Jedi asked. Spanish? Just called Czar an annoying asshole. Robbie paused, looking up in aggravation. You are and you know it, Gilapolis. The two Jedi shared a glance with each other, silently conversing for the briefest of moments. There's clearly a lot to be discussed. Oh, you ain't wrong about that. Elsewhere. So you must be White Tiger. Black Panther said, standing alongside Peter, Barriss, Ahsoka, May Parker, and Shuri. Teach-O-La, a pleasure to meet you. Hey, I'm Peter Parker. It's awesome to meet a new teammate. Hector Ayala. The White Tiger greeted in turn. It's an honor to meet my cat-adjacent brother. Teach-O-La openly laughed at that, shaking hands with the wrestler. So we got two kitty cops back home? Peter asked with a hopeful tone, and immediately, Hector deflated at that. Do not start with that. Teach-O-La said with a deadpan. Yeah, I don't need my daughter to hear that. She'll probably love it too much. Probably. Said Barriss. She already got enough material when I first revealed my motif to her and spent it already. Don't want to reignite that after all this time. Ayala stated. The group laughed before turning to the other two Avengers with Hector. Luke Cage. The Guardian of Harlem then gestured to his friend. This here is Danny Rand. The Iron Fist gave them a courteous bow. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. The Padawans greeted in turn. Before they could get further into introducing themselves to one another, yet another Avenger came upon the group, this one being quite the eye-catching sight. Danny, Luke, there you guys are. Hey Hector, Shuri, and oh, you must be Peter Parker and Prince Teach-O-La. Look at that, Ms. Parker, yeah, I finally found your boy. Hey, and more Jedi. Nice to meet you all. I'm Jen Walters. The others saw the tall, green Amazon of a woman approach them. Those who were meeting her for the first time marveled at her appearance. Well, I know Tony told us about you, but it's crazy to meet you in person. Spider-Man said aloud, his expression mirrored by his two girlfriends. She-Hulk gave a saucy smirk in response. Yeah, I get that often. Are you really Bruce's cousin? Peter asked a moment later. Jen nodded in confirmation. That I am. Before the others knew it, the Gamma lawyer began to shrink down and changed to her original appearance. Got the whole change up and everything, minus the bit of needing to be angry to do so. That's convenient. How does that really work? It goes like this. As this one group got to know each other better, another was having a rather paramount and very important meeting. Hey there, Clint softly said, holding the curious Mara Jade in his arms. I'm Uncle Clint Barton. Nice to finally meet you. The red-haired child gave the archer a scrutinizing look before she released a small giggle which only increased when Clint tickled her cheeks. Aw man, she's adorable. Barton stated. Can't wait till Laura and the kids meet her. Same. Looking at the little one, a passing thought was voiced. Man, she looks so much like you that it's scary. I know. Natasha remarked, cooing a moment later at the happy laugh Mara released. I'm just worried she'll be an exact clone of you when she grows up. What's that supposed to mean? She said, sounding offended. You're not gonna be like your mom, right? Clint said, ignoring his friend while touching his nose with Mara's, the baby laughing at the gesture. No, you're not. No, you're gonna grow up to be a sweet normal girl. Why'd you say it like that? Wanda asked with a small chuckle. Well, I try to keep my kids out of my line of work, but even then, they all pick up a few Shield assassin skills they inherited from me and Laura, so normal is a bit of a hard thing to come by. Hawkeye knowingly said. And I figure with her whole mystic monk powers that will eventually come up means she's gonna need to be trained. So, really, we already have a little widow in the making here. Natasha rolled her eyes, taking her daughter out of her best friend's arms. My little girl isn't gonna become a widow. No. She'll be better than a simple widow. The spy gave a firm nod. That's right. Clint then noticed the disgruntled and amusingly annoyed speedster standing between them, the Sokovian being all jittery. What's your problem? Hawkeye couldn't help but ask. Pietro is really disappointed we're not on Coruscant, Wanda said in amusement, her brother shooting her an annoyed look. He wanted to introduce you to his girlfriend. I bet. Clint then looked down at the two girls Wanda had her arms around and kneeled down to their level. And you two must be Marin and Ilyana. Both girls moved to hide behind Wanda's legs, making the father laugh at their actions. Hey now, no need to be scared. Wanda held a wide smile as she wiggled her way between the two for them to be in front of her again, placing her hands on their backs and nudging them both forward. Now come on you two, you know how much I've told you about Clint here. Wanda said in a faux admonishing tone. My brother and I owe a lot to him. It's because of him that we're Avengers. Marin and Ilyana soon waved and the former took the outstretched hand offered by the archer and he gave the pair a fatherly smile. Nice to meet you both. He said when he frowned. Hang on, what's that behind your ear? The girls were confused as he reached for Ilyana's ear and suddenly pulled out a card with a mock gasp. Well, what's this now? He asked in false astonishment, grinning at the two Dathomiri girls gaping in awe at his magic as he flipped the card around to read it aloud. It says here that Marin and Ilyana are two Avengers in training and will one day be among the greatest heroes in the universe. Well, I'll be damned. Does it really say that? Marin quickly asked, trying to get a peek at the card which Clint held up out of reach. Now, this is a fortune card. It has to be read aloud to you and not by you. Otherwise, it won't come true. Really? Yeah, and, with a quick flick of his wrist behind Marin's ear, he pulled out another card. This card says that Marin is a doo-doo head and that Ilyana can't read. What? Both girls cried out, now tackling the archer. To the side, the others rolled their eyes at the display Clint was pulling. All right. Enough pulling their legs, Clint. What? I was just telling the truth. Barton innocently said, not at all bothered by the pair pulling on his arms and lightly beating their tiny fists against them. He's right, Wanda. They are in desperate need of an education. Mara laughed, throwing her hands forward to reach for one of the cards Clint had pulled out. Don't you start, Nat. Wanda deadpanned when she heard a curious goo, making her turn to the last toddler and pick him up. And this here is Grogu. Ignoring the assault by the two Dathomirian children, Hawkeye eyed the green-skinned child. Aren't you the cutest, 30-year-old? Clint looked back at the others. Yeah, that is still weird to say out loud in this context. You're telling us? Pietro said exasperatedly. We get Thor being 1,500 years old and all and Yoda being 900, give or take, but this guy is still being a baby 30. Strange galaxy. Hawkeye remarked, having his finger be held in the grasp of a tiny three-clawed hand. As this went on, Colonel Rhodey was speaking with his old, long-time friend. And it wasn't really a conversation if not more of Tony and his typical ramblings. This one in particular being a bit more annoying than expected. So you're telling me that even Steve managed to land himself a space babe but my best friend is suffering from blue balls? Tony said in clear disappointment at his best friend. And he got a quick reminder of what he was like after such a time apart. The colonel released a dreaded sigh, already knowing that no matter how hard he will try to change the subject of this conversation, it will not end unless his friend decides to do so. Tony, not everyone needs to shack up with some chick from space. Tony only shook his head, sking at the rebuttal, going so far as to wag his finger in his face as if he were a child. Rhodey. Stark crossed his arms. You do realize that this is the dream of every nerd and the only way it is possible for me to achieve such a thing is by living it vicariously through you all, Rhodey. Steve has one, Sam does too, Pietro, Peter and hell, I just saw this weird red-haired chick talking with Thundercat and his little sister. Tony put on a faux solemn voice. You once asked for me to represent. Now I bequeath upon you this noble endeavor. Make Picard and Kirk proud. Score upon the Eladio of, for, me, he. Rhodey was looking to the skies in exasperation, yet he couldn't help but enjoy it. It has been so long since he had spent time with his best friend, and also, annoying as he still was, the Colonel was simply happy that he could hear Tony's nonsensical prattling again after so long. But then he'll soon regret it. Ah, Rhodey. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you there. Because of this situation. Lumi, War Machine greeted with a smile despite himself, entirely missing Tony's small reaction. This here is my best friend I told you about. Recognition instantly dawned on the Miri Allen Jedi Master. Oh, you must be Tony Stark. Luminara bowed graciously with a kind smile. A pleasure to meet you at long last. Rhodey and the rest of the Avengers have spoken much about you. Good things, I hope. Tony said cordially. Well, them and other qualities. Lies, I tell you. Stark dramatically denied, putting on a posh persona. The Jedi Master quirked a brow in response. Really? Yes, far too grossly under-exaggerated. The Iron Avenger said. Words can only describe the grandeur of my awesomeness. The Miri Allen soon focused her attention on Rhodey again. I'm glad you've gotten to see your companions after all this time. Thanks. It's been a long time coming. He said with a small smile. It sure has. Tony said, butting into their little moment, throwing his arm around his friend. Rhodey and the others are lost without me. They seemed quite adept with Captain Rogers leading them. That glory hog? Pft. And another pft. And pft I say again. She chuckled in response before adopting a neutral demeanor. I understand you wished to speak with the council. Luminara revealed, making Rhodey turn to his best friend, a moment of seriousness coming over the billionaire before his usual demeanor returned. Yes, a lot we need to discuss now that the real leader of the Avengers is finally here. So much I need to be caught up on and have to do the same with you guys. Luminara took this all in stride, simply bowing slightly in response. Then I await for our discussion for when the council gathers once more. A pleasure meeting you at long last, Mr. Stark. Just Tony. Tony. Unduli said before giving the other armored Avenger a kind smile. Rhodey. Lumi. He softly said, watching as she walked off. He then sensed something annoying and Rhodey glanced back at Tony and the look on his best friend made him roll his eyes in exasperation. So Lumi, huh? You holding out on me, Colonel James Rhodes? Fuck off, Tony. Have you taken her on a date yet? Cool walk down the beach? Or is going through a war zone the thing you two like to do best? I won't judge. I know you guys are going through Black Hawk Down every other day, there hasn't been a Gomer Pyle moment, has there? We're not dating. Could have fooled me with that smile of hers. Tony adopted a mock look of pondering. Wait, isn't she Barris' teacher? Her Jedi Master, yes, why are you smiling? Well. Tony, no. These people are really weird with relationships and shit. I'm not hearing a no. I just said no. Not a proper no. Come on, isn't that the dream of every man? To corrupt a nun to the dark side, like these guys call it. Tony, just because you did it 6 times doesn't mean I want to. And Lumi, fuck, Luminara is not a nun. Yes, she's a space samurai wizard nun. That is an odd way to sum that up. After learning several things from Celeste, that's the best description. Tony then nudged Rhodey. But come on, you're seriously telling me there's nothing between you two? Nothing at all. No, we've just been friends. Are ya sure? War Machine released a sigh. Look, she's neck deep in the way the order is. Even if she weren't, ah fuck. So there is an interest. Stark's eyes gleamed with purpose before seeing Rhodey walk off. Wait, where are you going? Away from this mess you're digging up. Rhodey. Tony's call was overdramatic. Rhodey. Please, You mustn't walk away from this. This be your destiny. What happened to War Machine Rocks? What happened to the man I truly met in Tijuana of '99? This is your calling. Let me help you. You've already done enough. Not in the case of my friend's heart. It needs to be filled. It sounds disgusting coming from you. Pepper has put me on the path and I swear I shall take you with me. She is a saint with her patience. That she is. Though I wonder what a saint and a nun are like when they meet. Rhodey was really starting to think the universe or maybe this forced nonsense had this happen to him. Needing a way out, the Colonel decided to change topics. You know where Matt, Hope and Scott are at? I haven't seen them anywhere after we all came to the temple. Yeah, they took the first ticket home. While most of the Avengers mingled with the Jedi and clones of a galaxy far, far away, 3 heroes found themselves back home. Back on Earth, some long overdue reunions were occurring. At Hell's Kitchen, Karen and Foggy were going over a number of files at the firm. With Matt's absence for roughly a year now, the two were able to adjust how they took care of their cases. Tony Stark's assistance, as a means of recompense for involvement, helped them out as much as possible. Them being financially stable for all this time and then some. But it wasn't just the same without their friend who changed so much of their lives. Do we have Ms. Ramirez's case file ready? Foggy asked from his office, reading through a contract concerning the current case they were working on. Yes, I'm printing it out right now. Karen called out to him, a cup of coffee in one hand and the other picking up their next case file. She walked into Foggy's office, placing it down in front of him, her friend silently thanking her when a knock was heard from the firm's entrance. It's open, Karen called out. Slowly, the door creaked open and several steps followed suit with a soft tapping heard. The man paused, inhaling the air in the office before a wide smile bloomed. His head tilted in the direction of Foggy's office as Karen walked out, sipping from her porcelain cup before she went to greet the new arrival. Hi, welcome to Nelson and Moore Dash. She froze on the spot, her jolt causing her cup to fall from her hand. Crash. The cup shattered on the hardwood floor with the caffeine liquid spilling everywhere. Oh my, the newcomer softly said. Karen, didn't you say that was your mother's cup? The question went ignored as Karen immediately burst into tears and tackled the blind lawyer into a bone-crushing hug. Matt. From his office, Foggy jolted from his desk, rushed out and saw a surprising sight. The hell? Hey, Foggy, I'm back. Matt Murdock casually greeted, gently rubbing the sobbing blonde who refused to let go of him. Like Karen, Foggy hugged the living daylights out of his longtime friend. Matt, Nelson sobbed, clinging to him as if this were a dream. My God, man. Why yeah. He shakily said, feeling a rush of his own emotions. I've missed you both. While the blind lawyer had to travel to Manhattan to reunite with his old friends, the shrinking duo of Ant-Man and Wasp didn't have to go that far, having not even left the Avengers HQ. Scott and Hope exited the hangar where the Infinity Gate had been stationed and entered the lab of the HQ in an instant. Daddy! Cassie Lang cried out at the top of her lungs, running as fast as she could toward her father. Scott laughed joyously as his daughter leaped into his arms, squeezing him with all the strength she had at her age. Ah, Peanut! Scott said, nearly crying. Look at you, growing up. Cassie Lang giggled as she felt her dad hugging her tight. I missed you. Missed you too, Daddy. No hug for me. The little tyke was quick to let go of her father and rushed to the other shrinking hero. Hope. Cassie. The Wasp scooped the young girl up, throwing her up in the air before she fell back into her arms. How are ya here, Peanut? Scott asked, still holding a loving smile that was outclassed by the sheer joy radiating from his daughter. You're back. Was all she said, making her father and his girlfriend laugh at her infectious demeanor. Before they were able to say anything any further, the doors to the lab burst open, and in walked a man with gray hair and a gray beard. I came over as fast as I could, said a familiar, slightly winded voice from the doors. I hope I'm not great, Scott. Ant-Man grinned widely and put on a smarmy look. I'm not that great. But thanks for the compliment. Hank Pym ignored the joke, more so focused on his daughter. He walked, reached out, and gently brought his hand to her shoulder. Once making contact, feeling that she was real, the first Ant-Man pulled her into a loving embrace. "Dad," Hope quietly said, hugging her father tightly, the man returning the gesture. "Thank God, you're both all right," Hank quietly said, hugging his daughter with one arm while grasping Scott's arm with his other. Wasn't long before Cassie joined in on the hug, not wanting to feel left out at all. It was quickly accepted when Scott felt her hug his lower half. "Sorry we made you worry so much, Hank," Lang murmured, touched by the clear concern Pym had, not just for his daughter but for him as well. "You dem kids," Hank said with a croaking laugh. "Making this old man worry all this time. You just couldn't help yourselves, could you? Things happened," his daughter lamely responded. "That's one way of putting it." Pym chuckled dryly, wiping some tears away. "What's this I hear about some crazy woman trying to take Scott?" Hope let out a groan as she pinched her nose. "You had to tell him that on the holo message," she said to Scott, not looking at him. "I thought it would be hilarious, despite how creepy she really was." "Kinda was," Hank admitted with a shrug. "Some ugly lady tried to steal you from Hope," Cassie said in surprised fear. Hope smiled when hearing this. "Yeah, and I kicked her in the head for good measure. Though I'm still surprised you didn't kill her alongside Nat. Opportunity was pretty much there. Just things were dash." "Why'd you spell kill, Daddy?" asked Cassie. "Thought it would be too sensitive for your ears, Peanut." Back on Tython in a galaxy far, far away. A number of Jedi and other representatives were conversing with some of the sorcerers of Earth. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Dr. Stephen Strange. This is Mordo and Wong. Celeste Morn is, well, it's understandable given the shock of what she has just learned," Trasaa of the Jedi Council said with a sympathetic gaze. "I have lived for over a millennium and will likely live for another century or so. But to be displaced for nearly 4,000 years. Such a thing is hard to come to terms with." Through some brief conversation earlier, Celeste learned nearly 4,000 years have passed since she voluntarily went into cryo-sleep to keep the Mu'ur talisman in check. She knew beforehand that many of her friends were gone. But what she didn't account for was the idea of her essentially dead to the galaxy. Such was the sad case of a Jedi shadow. Her friends wanted to speak with her but she silently asked that she just needed a few minutes alone. "It's still fascinating to learn that Earth has wizards now," Vision commented. "We've been there for a long time," Mordo plainly said. "We just make an effort to keep ourselves out of sight. Hard to do so nowadays," Strange commented. "So you're all sorcerers?" Plo-kun mused aloud with clear intrigue. "Masters of the mystic arts, yes," Wong said, standing along with Strange and Mordo. "We've heard much about your order from Master Celeste," Mordo stated. "Though much has changed after what she learned." "Yes, 4,000 years," Trasaa muttered. "I can't imagine what she is experiencing right now. A whole box of emotions starting to spill out," was Steven's response. "Give her some time. If anything, her boyfriend can help her deal with that issue. He, unironically, understands her more so than any of us here that isn't named Captain America." "How exactly does it work?" Oppo Rancisis questioned, making the three magic users turn to him. "This sorcery you possess. Do you care for a demonstration or just a descriptive lecture?" Wong inquired. Strange only glanced over to Carl, who released a silent sigh of, "If you insist." Stepping forward to stand in the center of this particular gathered group of Jedi, Avengers, clones and Dathomiri, which being ROS lie, Carl Mordo began to recite an introduction to sorcery that all initiates in their order have heard in one iteration or another. "The language of the mystic arts is as old as civilization," Mordo began, creating symbols and emblems from thin air in golden-orange wisps that completely enraptured the attention of the Jedi. "The sorcerers of antiquity called the use of this language spells. But if that word offends your modern sensibilities, you can call it program. The source code that shapes reality. We harness energy drawn from other dimensions of the multiverse, to cast spells, conjure shields, and weapons to make magic. He snapped his fingers and the eldritch symbols he conjured vibrated and hummed before they dispersed to surround the group. The circular symbols touched down on the ground before flying upwards, creating multiple copies of Carl, Wong, and Strange. All the Force users were startled by the appearance of these clones as they all began moving about on their own, making new incantations and conjurations. To be a sorcerer is to be one who is willing to open their eyes to a larger view of not only the world but of themselves, the universe and those that lie beyond our borders. Mordo made several more illusions and then began to bend the very area around them. When one becomes a sorcerer, the abilities one can have is limited to that of your capacity for knowledge as is your imagination. He held his hand out and all his spells were sucked into a glowing sphere he produced, clapping it, which then made the sphere dispel into golden orange particles. This is just the baseline introduction to our ways, but there is far more to be shown and taught. Carl said. It all depends on those who are willing. Now that was interesting, said Rosli with a smile. Quite different from the kind of techniques I've known from my world. It is just the beginning. Strange stated. Maybe we can have some exchange of knowledge. Celeste has already shown and taught much of the Jedi way during her time in the Order, and she is our first fully fledged Jedi Master Sorcerer. Wong and Mordo soon took note of several other reactions from the observers. While Vision was fascinated, given who he was, the Jedi were a different matter. There was a mixture of eagerness and anticipation, but also reservation and even outright suspicion. Have we offended you all in some way? Mordo inquired with a raised brow, seeing the way some of the Jedi, particularly the Masters, were shifting about. The members of the Jedi Council who were present all exchanged brief looks of hesitation. Plo-kun appeared interested in what the sorcerers were offering, as were Depa Billaba and Trasaa. Oppo Rancisis and CZ Tyan were on the reserved side, the former giving the sorcerers a skewed look. Shaak-Ti appeared to be more neutral in this matter as she addressed the masters of the mystic arts. Sorcery is not well liked by the Order. Or perhaps, not as trusted, the Togruta master calmly explained. For us, sorcery is considered adjacent to the dark side of the Force. Tyan quietly murmured, some of the other Jedi. Given the word sorcery on how it sounds, won't argue with that, said Stephen. Yet you let Wanda be amongst you all this time. Her being the Scarlet Witch, said the Dathomirian. Wanda is an Avenger, Plo plainly said. And we would not be as so foolish to try to cause strife between us and our comrades who have aided us for so long. Wong and Mordo shared a look, with the former voicing a response. What's this of Wanda being the Scarlet Witch? Story for another time. Rosli spoke up. It's a long one to tell. I know there's some bad connotation that comes with sorcery sometimes, but why exactly are you guys opposed to it? Stephen Strange asked. Did something happen in the last 4,000 years or something since Celeste's time as a Jedi to make you change your outlooks? Oppo was the first to speak. Time changes everything. It's bound to happen, whether anyone likes it or not. We get that, but Depa resumed where her fellow master left off. There have been many sects of the Force. The Sith are the most well known for the dark side, just like the Jedi is for the light. Even then, there are many recorded ones on both sides which aren't generally known. And what does it have to do with sorcery? Common practice with the Sith with a number of their techniques, was Trasaa's response. Rosli gave the Jedi a bland look. Though what of those from Dathomir? It's complicated, CZ responded. The Dathomirian liaison snorted. Complicated, indeed. Mordo shook his head. With exceptions, like with the Force, sorcery all depends on the user and the intent. The Force is a bit different from that, Plo stated. The Force has a will of its own, as does magic, Strange countered. There are things that come from beyond our universe from which we draw power from. There is a level of respect that's needed if we are to use their power without selfish gain. Perhaps we should create an exchange. Trasaa spoke up, making many turn to her. I am quite curious about this magic, and I do believe it can coincide with everything that we have just discovered here on Tython and from Ossus. A chance for all of us to learn. Are we sure about that? Oppo questioned. Sorcery has kept Earth protected from otherworldly threats since its inception. Wang firmly stated. If you wish to learn, we can teach you, but it will not be easy for those unwilling and those who don't possess the respect needed. There was a moment of silence from all who had gathered in the area until an unlikely individual came forward. Hey A clone trooper in blue armor and a 5 tattooed on his forehead spoke up, feeling a bit unsure of himself. I know it's a shot in the dark, but is it possible for clones to learn this as well? Yes, Mordo said without missing a beat, surprising the clones that were gathered. There are some individuals that are more naturally inclined to the mystic arts, but our order is composed of people who come from all walks of life. In many ways, akin to the Jedi Order. If you have the gift or the patience, with training and knowledge, you can become a sorcerer. Some Jedi stepped forward, the acceptance of ARC Trooper 5's query of if he and his brothers could possibly become sorcerers seemingly breaking the ice for a good chunk of them. Yet there were still holdouts. Primarily from the older masters. Still hesitant. Wang noted an old Zabrak Jedi master. It is not so easy to just do. The Zabrak stated. We understand that this is not of the Sith, but still, it is the sentiment. Would like to hear from Celeste's point of view on the matter, given her time on Earth when she's ready. I believe that would be the best course of action. Depa Billaba spoke up. Though she is from a past era, she is still a Jedi and her thoughts on the matter count as much as anyone else. Speaking of Celeste, the Jedi Shadow turned Master Sorceress was aimlessly walking through the halls of this temple on Tython. It's been so long since she has been here. Her literally walking down the corridors of her memory, seeing phantoms of her past with every glance she took. What life there was back then was briefly present. Not much what it once was, but it was getting there here and now. But it's not the same, thought the Jedi Shadow. It'll never be the same. She felt her emotions were in a state of pure madness. 4,000 years. Morn said with a cracked voice. Not wanting to make a scene, she wandered ever more to find a quiet place to herself. Like on autopilot, she made her way to where her quarters once were all that time ago. To her, it was a place of comfort and solitude. Though this wasn't Ossus, all Jedi had a place on Tython during her time. They had moved from their home world by that point 4,000 years ago, but the Jedi still frequented the planet even when it was hazardous to do so. You needed to, as a Jedi. This planet was where it all started. The Order, their understanding of the Force. Perhaps the genesis of all historical events can all be linked to this singular planet. But it had been abandoned for 1,000 years now. A quarter of the time for her 4,000. It was too much to bear. Celeste. Said a quiet voice she had grown to love so dearly from behind. James Buchanan Barnes could only watch as his lover slowly turned to him with tears freely streaming down her cheeks. They're gone, Bucky. Her voice came out in a croak. All of them. Zane, my master, Ravan, and Alec, the Jedi Order I once knew, they're all gone. She shook, placing her hand on a nearby wall with a forlorn, pained smile. When you said over 50 years have passed since the sarcophagus was found on Earth, I had a small lingering hope that at least one of them was alive. Anyone I remotely knew, no matter how small it was. Celeste shuddered, a new stream of tears coming out as she held her fist up to her mouth, her face contorting into one of pain. But, everyone is. Bucky walked right up to his lover and pulled her in close as she began to sob, her nails digging into his regular arm, yet he made no efforts to pull away. A minor sting of pain was nothing in comparison to what she was going through. He placed a hand on the back of her head and she buried her face into his chest, muffling her cries of agony. The Winter Soldier had an unflinching look, betraying nothing save for his eyes. There was a pain in them that was indescribable as he held the woman he loved with all his heart and soul. Whatever he felt before meeting her was minuscule in comparison to hers. A strange feeling began to seep in, and strangely, he didn't understand as to how or why, but he could feel something odd. Like, he had felt this before. He knows this feeling. Tilting his eyes down, he should have figured that the answer was in his arms. These foreign feelings that were not his own, they were Celeste's. This made him think back to a while back when he came back from London after Ghost Rider took over and he was momentarily taken over by that stranger. Celeste had told him that she felt something terrible happening to him, and she spoke of something called a force bond. Something they had apparently developed due to their relationship. "Please don't ever leave me, Bucky." He heard her speak up despite still having her face buried in his chest. "I don't ever plan on it." A moment later, the pair heard footsteps and the World War II veteran turned to see a familiar face. "Bucky." Steve was looking at the pair with a sad frown, looking at his old friend and the woman in his arms. "You okay?" "She's still dealing with it," Bucky solemnly said. "More than what we went through." While Steve was asleep for 70 years without interruption, Bucky was brought in and out of his slumber for his former handlers in Hydra. Rogers was silent, a look of sympathy coming over him just as Celeste lifted her face up from Bucky's chest and gave Steve a pained smile. "Apologies, Captain Rogers," she weakly said. "I was hoping to meet you for so long, but after what I just learned No need." Steve raised his hand. "You don't have to apologize for nothing." Morn could only sniffle, shooting her boyfriend an apologetic smile. "Sorry about the I got spares," he assured her before turning to his old friend. "What's up, Steve? Other people looking for Celeste or something?" "Kind of." Steve rubbed the back of his head. "Heard some people say Celeste was, well, they wanted to check on you." They waved him off in their own respective manners. "We'll be fine," Barnes said. "Eventually. Just a little time is what we need." Steve silently nodded while Celeste wiped her tears away. "I'm sorry again," she said with a pained laugh. "But allow me some modicum of decorum. I'm Celeste Morn." "Steve Rogers," the good captain said with a kind smile. "No need for formalities. Bucky told me as much," Morn said, returning his smile. "I've seen and heard much about you. Did you hear stories from before I was Captain America or after?" Steve inquired, shooting a pointed look at his best friend. "Little of column A, little of column B." Steve only sighed with exasperated amusement. "All right, what'd ya tell her?" Bucky snorted. "Well, come on, Steve. You're the world's first superhero, but I knew you before you joined the army. Gotta make sure to keep you humble." Rogers rolled his eyes whilst Celeste giggled. "I took most of what he said with a grain of salt, Steve," she assured. Someone more intelligent than you," Cap remarked as if he were surprised by such a thing. "How in the world, or galaxy now, did you manage to land someone like that?" "She views me more as a body pillow," Bucky said with a withering false sigh of disappointment. "And I can't help but love it." Celeste only gave him a loving look while Steve stared at them both and found himself smiling. "I'm happy for you both," Steve quietly said. "So I think that also means that story is in order. How we met, right? I wanna hear the whole thing." Well then, with a flick of her wrists, 2 benches were brought over and the 3 of them sat down. "May as well get comfortable. There is much to cover." Bucky soon gave a small rundown on how he found her at a Siberian Hydra base while trying to clean house of their defunct operations. Finding her cryopod in a secured room, hidden away from normal view. Once somehow getting her out of it, they began traveling most of Eurasia together before meeting Odin in Norway, who directed them to Kamartaj. After that, things went on to other topics which soon led to... "I'm sorry, Steve. I forgot to tell you this." "What? What is it?" Celeste immediately realized what her lover was referring to and her face fell slightly before turning to Steve. She opened her mouth to speak when she felt Bucky's hand on hers and she turned back to him, seeing him shake his head. The Jedi sorceress quietly nodded, having a feeling that if anyone was to tell Steve, it should be his old friend. There was a moment of hesitation from the Winter Soldier as he faced his best friend, but he eventually forced himself to speak again. "While you were gone, Peggy." Steve's frown morphed into a conflicted expression as he was quick to realize what Barnes was insinuating. "Oh." All the while, Tony stood before a majority of the Jedi Council. A great number of emotions and thoughts whirled inside the Iron Avenger. His eyes glanced at every person he was facing before him like he was being judged for his actions. His gaze soon focused on one man in particular. And having been informed about this multiple times by this point, the Jedi Counselor hung his head. If this is about Dash. Yeah, you should know this was coming. Stark said unapologetically. You just look and sound way too much like Fury, without the beard and eye patch. Tony detailed. Though that grumpy personality is there. God, it's gonna be an echo when you two meet there. You even glower like him. He pointed out like a child. You have his head tilt down pat with the angle and everything. I'm afraid the universe will collapse in on itself with how you two are similar. Do wonder if the same will apply to Jane Foster and Dash. Is this funny for you? It's my means of defensive coping. That's rather depressing. Or a healthy way of dealing with things. Also, Fury said the same thing to me at one point. Tony held up his armored hand and a hollow image of Nick Fury flickered out for all to see. I mean, come on, you're telling me none of the others who've been here showed you this? They did on our first meeting on Coruscant, Obi-Wan answered. And I still find it astonishing the number of cosmic coincidences shared between your planet and our galaxy. Yeah, I saw that Saruman lookalike and the fact that there's a baby widow here. Tony listed off. Are ya sure nobody copy and pasted the word doc from Earth to here? Or is it vice versa? Raised and cocked brows were given in response. Are you merely here to ramble on, comparing this Nicholas Fury with Mace Windu, or is there a point in you requesting to meet with us? Mundi said with a hint of impatience. Look Ackroyd, this has been a long time coming, ya gotta let me flex here. I'm surrounded by the menagerie of science fiction and you expect me to be serious right now. Plo Koon had a small rumble that was akin to a chuckle. I do believe Mr. Parker had a similar reaction to all this when he first arrived here. There, see? You should already have experience with one hardcore nerd. But not with one of your age. Kenobi quipped. Oh. Tony's eyes narrowed, holding up his finger and thumb. You were this close to being booted from the Beard Brothers, Jojo. It's only cause of your extravagant beard and clear connection to the Joestar lineage from Earth that you're still in it. What? Obi-Wan Kenobi. Come on, that's a Cosmic JoJo's reference if ever there was one. You're telling me the kid never brought that up? It took Kenobi's brain a moment and then he shook his head. I didn't understand it then and I still do not know. Probably don't ask for your sanity's sake. Says Luminara. Rhodey warned me of this. There was a gleam in the eyes of the billionaire as he momentarily glanced at the Mirialan Jedi who looked back at him with a confused gaze. Is something wrong, Mr. Stark? Unduli asked. Tony, and no, just, something I need to talk to Rhodey again later on. Thanks for reminding me. Luminara was not sure what to make of this statement but she opted to brush it off for now. Still, there was an odd feeling of slight dread in her gut and it had nothing to do with the Force. Fortunately for her, the feeling subsided as she saw Tony's posture changing before them. The council was quick to see him discard his devil-may-care attitude as he became far more serious than he was when they first met him. Look, I just wanna know, need to say this, Stark's expression held an expression of guilt. I'm sorry for the mess that I made that you are all suffering from. For the first time in this meeting, Yoda spoke. Ultron, you speak of. Yeah, that's all my fault. Tony said, tone conveying self-loathing. In my desperate want to make a suit around the world, I made something horrible. I can only imagine how Banner is on the whole thing after all this time. You still haven't found him? Obi-Wan asked, having heard from the others about their missing teammate, him being the last Avenger that they had not met. Wish we knew where, but... Tony threw his arms up in frustration. I don't know. Been trying for a long time. Been closing in on 2 years in a few months. There was a beat of silence from the Council and Soul Avenger until the latter released a sigh. All right, don't wanna have you deal with my own burdens. More than you already have. He said in self-detriment. I know I don't need to tell you this since Cap's been leading the charge for a while now here, but the Avengers are gonna fight with everything they have to correct my biggest fuck-up. I promise you that. We are already aware of the type of commitment the Avengers we do know are willing to go through for the sake of others. TRASAA spoke up. Thank you, we do, for coming to our aid. Stark shook his head. This isn't about helping, it's about making sure more people don't suffer cause I'm just too goddamn stupid. He was rather downcast as he continued on. Ever since the Battle of New York, I've been having a lot of issues that I've been having a hard time sorting out. Made me paranoid, in a sense. Ultron was my way of relieving most of my burdens and then some. Just never expected it to get out of control. Things cannot always go as you expect. Plo-kun stated. We have all been learning similar matters since our arrival here. Kit Fisto spoke up. Yeah, your pep talk ain't gonna relieve me of the guilt I have on the whole thing. Wasn't really much of a pep talk, as you call it. Depa Bilaba said. At least find comfort in knowing that you don't have to suffer alone. We know that you may blame yourself for what has transpired in the past, but that is not what matters right now. What matters is we come together to defeat Ultron and heal this galaxy. Wanda said with finality. Oh, is there an Avengers initiative that you have in mind? Mace only shook his head whilst several of the Jedi were unable to fight back against the smirks that appeared. Ever since getting the messages from Thor and the others, I've been spending hours figuring out a method to take care of Ultron. Now that we're here, things can progress more with an update of what he's capable of. Hopefully they've informed you enough of his latest crimes. They did, and I'm really gonna be staying away from certain horror films, like forever. Yes, please don't. Kenobi stated. Your teammates have introduced us to some of these horror films from your planet and question their sanity, we do. Wait, you've watched them? Tony asked in disbelief. Aren't you like, too high and mighty for that? Stature not included. Elsewhere, the Avengers that had been present in the galaxy all this time all had a shiver of exasperation. You think it's Tony. Rhodey said to Sam. We know it's him. What do you think he's doing? Knowing him, Thor spoke up with a shake of his head. He's being as he is. But is that a good thing or a bad thing? Sam asked. Depends on the day and topics being brought up. I'm afraid to ask. Tony's just Tony. Rhodey said. Whatever happens, we'll just have to deal with it. That doesn't assuage our concerns. It wasn't supposed to. It's a deal with it situation, guys. As this was in discussion, one captain was walking away from the end of one with a somber gaze. Captain America was conflicted, weary and, he didn't know how to feel right now. He had asked how and Bucky simply told her age had caught up with her. She died in her sleep. And he wasn't there. Not for her final moments. Nor for her funeral. Still, he thanked his best friend for being there, and he knew Bucky would say that he didn't feel worthy of being there, nor should it have been him. But Steve was adamant that what he did was more than enough. They continued their discussion for a while longer until he asked for some time to himself, and the couple were quick to let him go. He was walking down one of the weathered halls of the temple when a familiar Twi'lek came into view as she rounded a corner. Steve. Ayla said as soon as she saw him, going right up to him. Ayla. He softly said, gazing into her eyes, and the Jedi knew something was troubling him immediately. She reached up to place her hand upon his cheek. Steve. She said once more, her voice more tender. What's wrong? He didn't respond at first before spotting a nearby room and gently took Ayla's hand into his and pulled her into it. He briefly checked to see if they were alone before turning back to the still concerned Twi'lek. Now that we're alone. Ayla left her statement unfinished, but Steve knew what she was asking. Steve didn't say anything at first, instead walking around the room in silence, his hands trailing over the walls. He stopped when he was standing in front of his ever-quiet lover, who was patiently waiting for him to speak. Was catching up with Bucky, Rogers silently said. Wanted to know how he was. Cap chuckled in relief. He told me all that Hydra programming in his head was gone. But that's not what's troubling you. Ayla knowingly murmured. Roger shook his head. Yeah, he told me. Peggy died while I was away. Oh Steve, she softly said, putting her arms around him. I'm so sorry. Didn't get to see her one last time. Didn't even get to bury her. Sakura said nothing as her lover gazed ahead with a far-off look. I thought, for years after I woke up, that my chance at a normal life or some kind of relationship was a pipe dream. Though I met the love of my life all those years ago. Steve pushed Ayla away slightly to gaze into her eyes. And for the longest time, I really did feel like that. I thought that the man who could have had a normal life went into the ice and another one came back out. Truth is, I realized that I was never meant for that. I'm an Avenger. But maybe having that kind of thing on occasion wouldn't be so bad. Ayla looked at him in confusion now, making him laugh. I suck at these things. He said self-deprecatingly. Shows how much I know. Sakura chuckled slightly, patting his hand. I am not so well versed in this myself, Steve. This is a first for me too, you know? I think for people like you and me, the straightforward approach is the way that works best. Steve humphed at this, a wide smile appearing as he took Ayla's hands into his. Yeah, you're right on that matter. He looked deeply into her eyes as he spoke. I know that there's a part of me that will always hold a place for Peggy after all this time, but I know here and now that I love you, Ayla Sakura. And I'll do everything in my power to make this work. She smiled serenely at him. And I love you, Steve Rogers. This is still new to both of us, but we'll figure it out together. Here and in the future. The pair leaned in, sharing a tender, loving kiss, holding one another in their arms as for the moment, they let their worries wash away. Elsewhere, another couple were having a discussion of their own, though not as serious as of yet. At the impromptu quarters shared by Ahsoka and Barriss, they were looking at the assembled items they collected earlier today. With everything going on, the two Padawans finally had time to properly inspect them. Do you have any luck deciphering what the inscriptions of these holocrons mean? Ahsoka asked, looking over to Barriss, who was studiously observing the octagonal-shaped holocron she had in her hand. Yes, Barriss squinted her eyes. I do believe I have some progress. And what I am able to see, this is a unique holocron. It needs something additional to be opened. And it can't be done alone. At least several Jedi need to be present to open it for some reason. Something additional? Ahsoka rubbed her chin. I remember certain holocrons require a specific key or crystal to open it properly to get all the information stored within. Like with Balaropal and the holocron storing the names of future Jedi. Uffy recalled, Ahsoka nodding in affirmation. What of the other holocrons? Glancing over, Barriss saw Murray pecking away at them, both with her beak and her talons, before knocking them over with her wings. The conver fluttered her wings in startlement before a look came over her that could only be described as embarrassment appeared, making the bird hide her face from the two Padawans. Being played with. Don't want to ruin her fun quite yet. The Miri Allen joked, which her girlfriend giggled. That aside, I think those can be opened up like any other. What of the data cards? They have slightly deteriorated due to their time in that cave, but they can be transferred and restored without any loss of knowledge. Ahsoka said, holding up one data card to examine it briefly, nodding and placing it aside. Just need to be careful while doing so. What of the lightsabers? They are still functioning perfectly. Ahsoka happily said, using the Force to have them float while igniting the dual-sided yellow saber and the blue one. Wonderful. Barriss said with a pleased smile. They were so absorbed in their organization of what they had found in the cavern below the lake they swam in that they didn't sense their boyfriend coming to their room until he walked in. Both girls turned to him and were about to greet him when they saw a conflicted look on his face, causing the pair to frown in concern. Barriss stood from her bed, walked over to Peter, and took his hands into hers. Love, what's wrong? He didn't verbally respond, only placing his forehead gently against hers with his eyes closed and exhaling tiredly. Peter. Now Ahsoka was by them, placing her hand on his shoulder. He cracked one eye open to look at her, smiling weakly and wrapping one arm around her, pulling her close. Just wanna hold you two for a sec. He softly murmured. His two girlfriends said nothing, simply acquiescing to his request as they all stood together in silence until Ahsoka pulled away. Peter, you look tired. Just a lot rummaging in my head. He admitted, giving them both looks that reflected Tano's statement. Barriss contemplated momentarily on what could be troubling her boyfriend. Are you not happy to be reunited with your Aunt May? He shook his head in response. Oh, I am. I don't deny that. We talked and talked, getting caught up on a lot of things. Like what? Her job with the Salvation Army has been fine. Donations from Mr. Stark helped as well. Though I think that was just his means of relieving some of the guilt and issues he placed on Aunt May. Wouldn't fault him for that, said the Mary Allen. Anything else? Also she's dating Happy, which I didn't really expect, he awkwardly said. Who's Happy again? Ahsoka asked. He's Mr. Stark's driver and friend. Sometimes I need to remember he's also his chief of security and asset manager. Oh, and do you think he's not? No, Happy is a great guy. Him better than any of the other guys, who constantly hit on her on a weekly basis while she thinks is charming. Peter grumbled protectively. That's not certainly awkward. Hearing it is one thing, but witnessing is another. Ahsoka and Barriss shared a look, with the latter asking the question on both their minds. But what's really bothering you, love? Uffy said, placing a hand on his cheek. There were a few moments where Peter seemed to be uncertain on whether or not he should answer, but eventually, it came out. Just how things are, returning home. Both girls gave him a look of confusion. It's about me returning home in general. Peter elaborated. I know she wants me to come back, but I just can't. Not yet, at least. Why wouldn't you wish to return home? Barriss inquired. I can't. He shook his head. How can I leave when there's still so much to do here? The galaxy is still teetering on the edge and a lot of people are gonna get hurt or worse, killed, and me not being here to help prevent that dash. Peter, you've done enough, Ahsoka said, putting her hand on his chest. Honestly, you've done far more than any Jedi or even Avenger has done. Perhaps right now, in this moment, going home to help yourself, even for a small while, can serve you better than staying here. He only shook his head at that. No way. I can't do that. You should know that by now. I'm an Avenger, part of the team. And we all swore to stay and take down Ultron together. We get that. We really do. But, don't you want to at least have a life outside of being an Avenger? Live out your life. Don't you? Peter shot back. Have you ever considered that? To not be Jedi, not be the things that you always were since you could remember. The two Padawans were at an impasse. That was certainly a question neither was certainly prepared for. At one point, both probably would have said no. The Jedi Order was their way of life, the very thing they existed for and found purpose in. But now, after everything they have been exposed, everything they've experienced, and falling in love with one another and with Peter, a life outside the Jedi Order? It's hard to fathom such a thing, but now they could have that possibility. Perhaps, Ahsoka can do what her master does and have a secret life with her two lovers, but she also knew that such a life would cause only pain and distress for all three of them. For Barriss, it's harder to really comprehend. Her not having a kind of upbringing or mentorship to have her think differently of the Order much sooner, unlike her girlfriend. But for the two Padawans, the idea of leaving the only thing they ever knew was such a harrowing idea to consider. Seeing their responses, Peter kissed the sides of their heads apologetically. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. The pair smiled back at him. It's all right, Barriss assured. We understand such a choice is neither easy nor to be taken out of hand. But since I brought it up, Peter held a contemplative gaze. Have you actually ever considered it? Walking away from the Jedi Order. Had you asked us that a year ago, it would have been easy to answer. Ahsoka answered earnestly. But now that we've seen and done so much and being with you, being so invested in the life of a Jedi, it's hard to imagine having something outside of it. But you can imagine it, right? Peter encouraged. I mean, I can show you guys the dorky nerdy way of living life. You're both book nerds like me, Barriss more than Ahsoka. Hey. Barriss giggled, pecking Ahsoka's cheek as a means of assuaging her joking irritation. Living life as a normal person would be rather alien to me, Barriss admits with a contemplative gaze. But perhaps one that can be viable. Have to admit, the thrill of the missions and adventures would be something I'd greatly miss. Oh yes, Ms. Adrenaline Junkie. Like you're one to talk. Not that I'm denying it. But seriously, if leaving the order was optional, what would you possibly do? The two Padawans took some moments to ponder. Far more fieldwork is an idea, responded Ahsoka. Repairing ships and engines are another. You could be a librarian, Peter said to Barriss. You have the attitude for it. Sounds boring, Tano remarked. I repeat my earlier statement, Snips. He received a raspberry in response. How about a doctor? Parker suggested, ignoring the Togruta. Barriss seemed to ponder this, looking at her hands that glowed with ethereal green energy. Perhaps. I believe that would be a noble endeavor. I mean, have you guys ever considered that you don't have to be Jedi to do good? Peter stated. Aren't we proof of that? He pulled out his Avengers ID card for them to see. If you by some chance do choose to leave the Order, I know the Avengers would welcome you guys in a heartbeat. Ahsoka and Barriss conveyed surprise by such an offer. Do you truly believe we would be so readily accepted? The latter asked. Peter scoffed. Hell yeah, that's not even up for debate. The team that you know already trusts and respects you, and our new comrades will definitely see why. We told you about the biochips, right? There was a momentary downturn of their mood at the mention of the biochips within the minds of the clones. They still needed to figure out how to remove them quickly from the rest of the clone army, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that thought. It would still be quite hard to leave the Order. Would it? Asked the wall crawler. I mean, what would you give up anyways to leave? Privileges and benefits, for starters. Barriss listed off. Many which the Jedi have throughout most of the galaxy. Like what? Peter soon gave her a look. No, seriously. I'd honestly like to know. Journeying the galaxy with little to no restrictions. Access to many means of knowledge. Better access to credits to fund our missions and activities. Ahsoka said, counting them down per finger. You can do that with the Avengers, you know? Honestly wouldn't put it past Mr. Stark to already start figuring out a way for us to do that. He probably already has one ready. Aren't you all considered a private military company? Tano pointed out. Perspectives, Snips. Besides, after everything we learned about S.H.I.E.L.D. being in Hydra, kinda hard to put faith in governments so easily when they can be infiltrated on that level. Another detail of Jedi benefits and privileges was voiced. Most people being open to letting us assist them, due to who we are. That can't always work, you know, said Peter. It could be abused and you might be backstabbed when your guard is down. That's a bit dark. Matt brought it up once from his time on Jedha. How Chirrut gave quite the number of downsides of people taking advantage of the Jedi, given what stories he heard from others. That got a bit uncomfortable, in some sense. Our lightsabers would be another. Barriss stated with a more subdued tone, holding up her own saber. To us, they are part of who we are as Jedi. When we leave the Order, either voluntarily or banished, we would have to hand them over, signifying the end of such a life. You could always make another. Peter looked over to the collected pile and fired a webline to snatch a random one into his hand. Or find one. We literally found 5 in a cave. Or go to Chirrut. He had one he made himself. That got both girls to appear thoughtful before Ahsoka scrunched her face up and shook her head. Hey, wasn't this about us trying to cheer you up? She indignantly said. Misdirection to avoid my own problems. Peter cheekily said. Ahsoka responded by pulling on his cheeks, making faces at him. Such a typical thing to do. This is the first time I did such a thing. And I can already feel it may become standard practice. Need to stamp out such notions at the root before it becomes permanent. Peter snorted at that, freeing his face from her pincers. You make it sound like a disease. You're a disease. She childishly said. You two are such children sometimes. Barriss spoke up in amusement. You can be too. Ahsoka quickly countered, making the Miri Allen gape. I beg your pardon. Uffy said in an affronted manner. Yeah, there, like that. Peter said, pointing at her. How is this childish? It just is. Peter and Ahsoka said at the same time. The trio devolved into this squabble, though it was completely light-hearted, none meaning any of the insults flung at each other. It ended with the three of them beginning to poke and tickle each other, with the trio winding up on one of the beds in the room in a tangled, laughing heap before they shared some moments of intimacy before they began to drift off. Let us rest, Barriss quietly said, nuzzling her head into the crook of Peter's neck, managing to kiss the top of Ahsoka's head as she rested it against Peter's chest. It has been a long set of days. Yeah. Ahsoka managed out through her yawn, moving her head to kiss Peter and Barriss respectively before resting her head back on the former's chest. Let's just sleep. We have the next few days to talk. Peter only hummed in agreement, and relative silence minus the sounds Murray gave out befell the room until Barriss quietly spoke up. Peter, we could maybe request some time away from the Order so we can help you adjust back on Earth. If that is all right with you. It's the least we can do. Ahsoka added in. And we can use that as a taste of life outside the Order for a change. He smiled when hearing this, causing him to pull them tighter in their embrace. I'd appreciate that, girls. Now let's sleep. With nothing else to be said, the throuple drifted off into deep slumber as the night of reunions and meetings came to a close. The next day, as the sun shined down upon the rediscovered planet of Tython, a large gathering had been called for. A gathering of all 29 Avengers and the Jedi Order. Of the Jedi, their group was composed of the Council and many other high-ranking knights and masters with their Padawans. They had found a considerably spacious room where all could be in attendance, either sitting or standing, as they were all in deep discussion. With the Earthers, they were relatively fine, with some having returned home while the others stayed for several reasons on the previous night. But they were requested to all attend today. As for the Jedi, all were discussing everything they had found, discovered, and learned on their own and with others, as well as the topics and discussions they had with all the Avengers from the day before. A lot to be discussed, really. Many points were touched on. The Avengers now being here, technically at their full strength, since they only have one teammate unaccounted for by this point. The knowledge that they brought along with them, as well as their fighting prowess and their own crazy tales to tell. One, in particular, is Celeste Morn's tale, having brought the ancient Sith Lord Karnus Mu'ur with her to Earth. Not to mention his eventual, true defeat with her allies' assistance. In fact, the revelation of Aqua, one of the first civilizations to utilize the Force, being one of the individuals to make it to Earth and help found the Masters of the Mystic Arts, was quite the shock. It made many wonder how deep a connection this galaxy held with Earth, considering the Infinity Gate, the Jedi, an ancient Force user, managed to wind up on the planet. Answers to such questions were truly taken to the grave and beyond. But many believed that perhaps they can learn something on Tython now that they had found it again. They just needed to figure out if it was here and perhaps where else this knowledge can be found. With the big congregation going on, a conversation took place between a small group of individuals. So what did you guys find? Anakin quietly asked his Padawan, along with Barriss and Peter. Yesterday while we were exploring, we came across some holocrons. Who hasn't? Raise your hands if you haven't. Anakin said this louder than intended, and it appeared everyone in the room heard him. Arms slowly raised to the ceiling and he let out a scoff. I was being rhetorical. This immediately got people to put their hands back down out of odd forms of embarrassment. Actually, that might be something that we can discuss, Obi-Wan chimed in, pulling out a holocron of his own. Perhaps there is something that we can learn from everything we have found. Is now really the time for such a thing? PLO inquired. With our allies here, I don't believe we should waste their time with our matters and dash. I'm curious. Sam spoke up, shrugging slightly. I mean, this is a planet that's important to you guys, right? And who knows, maybe one of these holocrons has knowledge on Earth that could explain how an Infinity Gate got there. Natasha pointed out. Are you certain about this? Sha'Akti asked on behalf of the Jedi. Call it an exchange of culture. Wong spoke up. We already intend on sharing knowledge of the mystic arts with your order. This can be the start where we begin to learn from each other. There was an awkward pause from the Jedi side of the room before they began to respond in kind. With those who found holocrons, a number of them more or less immediately opened them up in order to explore their collective knowledge. They were quite insightful while a number were confusing or worrisome with what content was stored. Others were handed in without opening them, for a number of reasons. One stating merely wanted to round up the artifacts and hand them over to the Masters and Council members before heading outside of Tython to resume their previous issues with the galaxy at large. Another was being cautious if something about them was amiss and wanted to be safe than sorry. Many reasons and excuses were voiced. But to others, they thought these individuals merely didn't think they were ready or worthy to see what lay within the holocrons at their present stage of learning the ways of the Force. The Avengers watched all this with a kind of mixed bewilderment and interest. "Are you guys sure this was a good idea?" Rhodey murmured. "We do have a lot more serious shit to take care of, you know." "Hey, I wanna know more about these guys," Tony said. "Can learn a lot through them other than Celeste. Besides, we got a 4,000-year gap between her order and this one." "That is true." Morn stroked her chin. "I am quite curious as to how much has changed since my time. This Jedi Order certainly feels far more rigid and strict than the one I grew up in." "Why bring this up?" asked Anakin. "We took a look at some earlier and we thought this should be shared with everyone else," was his Padawan's response. "Master," Barriss quietly said, holding up one of the holocrons she had found in the lake cavern. "I believe this holocron requires 2 Jedi to open it. 1 Master and 1 Padawan." "How can you tell, Barriss?" Luminara questioned, gently taking the holocron out from the hands of the younger Miri Allen. "There were inscriptions that came with this and the other holocrons I had found with Ahsoka and Peter," the Jedi apprentice answered. "I wasn't able to discern all of them, but for this one, the instructions are clear. This requires the hands of a Master and a Padawan to open it. I believe through the Force it will be able to discern our bond as mentor and student." "Rather strange, but there's bound to be a reason why," Luminara mused to herself. "Very well, my Padawan, let us try together." Unduli placed both her hands beneath the holocron whilst Barriss held hers over it and the pair began to apply the Force, calling on the bond they shared to connect to it. They let the Force guide their actions, the pair closing their eyes as they slowly felt the locks in place of the holocron begin to snap open, both feeling their combined efforts in unraveling the binds of the Jedi tool. After a few seconds of clicks, hisses, and pieces of the holocron snapping open, Barriss and Luminara stepped back as the recording from within came forth. The image was that of an elderly, dark-skinned man with a pronounced mustache who looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Or rather, doing whatever he was about to. This image was particularly big, being a head taller than everyone in the room, making all turn to it. A holocron recording. Shakti noted straight away, recognizing the type of device that it was. Not one embedded with the spirit of the Jedi or a guardian. The old man released a grumble, turning away from someone who wasn't caught in the recording of the holocron. "Shan, is this really necessary?" The name Shan caused many within the room to perk up, having a sense of familiarity with it. "Just do it, Jolie, stop being such a stubborn old bantha." "I would, but you keep pushing and pushing. Who's gonna watch an old man like me ramble on?" "The future Jedi." "Well, the future Jedi need to have their priorities checked. For Force's sake, Jolie." All right, sheesh, just stop breathing down my neck." "This is Jolie Bindo," Tholm said aloud, now recognizing the man in the holocron. He was a Jedi of the Old Republic. He once traveled with Ravan and Bastila Shan and took down the Sith Lord Darth Malak. Many perked up upon hearing this, the name of Ravan, the legends of that era being a well-known time studied by all in the Order. The majority of the Jedi listened in more attentively now as the recording of the aged Jedi played out. "Okay, listen carefully to whoever is bored enough to listen to this old man." Jolie held up one hand. "Korriban is a rock that is red. Mind the Sith." "That's not good enough," Bastila said from the side, unseen with annoyance clear as day to hear. "You asked me to give some peace of mind and I did." "Jolie, seriously." Fine. Whatever awe and reverence most of the Jedi Council, and even most of the Avengers may have had, whittled down considerably when seeing this recording. Are all Jedi like this? Hector quietly asked with a snort, standing next to the masters of the mystic arts. Of them, Celeste Morn had a fond, amused smile as she shook her head. Even after I last saw him, Jolie was still such a grouch. Morn said with a reminiscent gaze. Never would have thought that he would be convinced in making a holocron. While this conversation was going on with the Avengers side of the room, the Jedi were having their own. Is this gonna keep going on? Windu asked with a deadpan. Thole heard him and snorted. I dunno, Mace, I'm starting to find it entertaining. Jolie. Okay, sheesh, I can't have any fun with you. How does Ravan put up with you sometimes? They heard a growl that caused many, including the recording of Bindo, to laugh aloud. It lasted only for a moment when Jolie became a bit more serious as he began to speak. Not sure how to entirely start on this, so I'll just take Ravan's advice and go with what I told him. So let's go with this taboo, a subject that makes the council shudder like little bantha fodder, love. Many within the council were startled by this, almost feeling like he sent a jab straight at them despite it likely being for the Jedi Council of his time. Love, now that's a concept I'm all too familiar with. I've learned in my lifetime that love, true love, can save you, not condemn you. Sometimes it may not always work, such as in my case, but in the cases that I've seen, it has worked more often than not. Mine was just unfortunate, but wherever else I've seen it, it just validates it more. The old Jedi Order and their damnable dogmatic views of attachments and emotions are as backward as their code is. Burnout. Tony sounded out, quickly earning an elbow hit to the ribs by Steve. Passion is a facet of all sentient life in this galaxy, but if one suppresses their passion, suppresses their emotion, that can lead to consequences of unimaginable proportions. Just look at the Mandalorian Wars. Was the Jedi Council in the right to hold back their people while planet after planet burned? No, on that, I can wholeheartedly say they were wrong. But it is due to their misgivings, their hesitations, and not properly accounting for what may transpire is what led so many Jedi to not only fall but willingly go over to the dark side when Ravan and Malak returned as Sith. They had experienced something they had never gone through before, and because of that, they were easily swayed with a wave of the hand. The Jedi, in all their overzealous cautiousness, can tell you love, companionship, attachments and just feeling is something to be avoided. Thankfully, anybody who's even partially alive knows that isn't true. Some might believe that love and attachments are what lead to the dark side, but that is the biggest crock of pudding you can find on the Hydean way. Passion is something that can stem from any emotion. You can be passionate about knowledge, about lightsaber dueling, hell, about plant life. That's not something that can lead to the dark side, right? Passion can lead to rage and fear, but that is something that can be taught to be controlled. But passion is not the same thing as love. Controlling your passions while being in love, that is what the Jedi need to teach, and it's something they've forgotten entirely. There was a shift between many in the Jedi where a majority clearly were not sure as to how to process this information. But those who had an idea or understanding as to what this old Jedi was talking about, they didn't physically react, only listening on as Bindo continued. I mean, when you think about it, this whole restriction of love and marriage is a recent trend in our order, considering we've been at it for over 20,000 years. How many Jedi families date back 10, 20, hell, I even know 2 that go back to the very start of our order. And now it's a problem? Pfft, that's rich. I understand that there are reservations about it, but having emotions isn't a bad thing. Jedi need to be taught how to control their emotions, not that be mindful rabble. What is anyone supposed to do with that? How does that help anyone? It doesn't. And while it ain't commonplace, it's the exceptions to the rule, like Exar Kun, like Kuldroma, Ravan, Malak and the first of the Sith Lords with Ahunta Paul, who take advantage of that and sway so many to their side. The Jedi have gotta be smarter about this, not just pragmatically but emotionally too. It's how to make a stronger, more stable Jedi that won't fall to the dark side. There was a beat of silence from all in attendance as the ancient Jedi's words sunk in. The Avengers, especially those who had just arrived in the galaxy, all held looks of intrigue and contemplation as they had indirectly learned much through Jolie's holocron. The Jedi were far more mixed, with a more clear division between those who seem to be more inclined to what Jolie Bindo is telling them and those who are still on the fence, if not reject such a thing. As the silence prevailed, they all heard Bindo release a tired sigh. "Okay, I said my piece. Happy now, Bastilla?" "I am." "Now for another." "Oh, for the love of Dash." "Yes." A cranky old man who still needs to impart other sagely advice. Spoke a new male voice. "Not you too, Karth. You don't give yourself enough credit, old man. I believe in the experience you've had that needs to be heard by our successors. So does Ravan. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask you to do this. You know he values what you have to say more than anyone else on the Hawk." At that, they saw the grumpiness of Bindo fall and a small smile appear as he looked over to Bastilla Shan, who was out of view. He then released a sigh of regret, mumbling to himself, something about his knees hurting before looking ahead. All right, what garbage do you want me to spew out next?" Jolie asks sarcastically. "Unconditional love is different from personal love." "I don't think that's garbage at all. Somewhat as if you don't know the full layout, confusing several aspects with attachments. Anything else you want to part with to any future listeners?" Jolie pondered for a moment before shrugging. "Whatever spiel one says of what I said was true, from a certain point of view, or anything remotely in that field ain't really worth it most of the time. Being philosophical ain't going to matter when the galaxy is on the line." "Oh, from a certain point of view. Bah, like any normal person cares about that nuance when their home is burning." The recording ended, the holo transmission receding into the holocron. Everyone in the room was silent, the Avengers all gazing between the holocron and the Jedi, with many feeling a bit of awkward tension begin to creep in. "Geez, you can cut the air with butter," Scott quietly murmured, Hope silently nodding in agreement. "So, that felt more personal to the Jedi if anything." "No," Steve shook his head, giving a blue Twi'lek a look which she returned. "I think that was something a lot of us needed to hear. I wonder if we can replicate it." Shuri mused next to her brother. "The ancestors of our people dash. Interesting." T'Challa rubbed his chin in thought. "I had not considered such an idea." He knew the concept of holocrons beforehand, but the idea of implementing it with his people would be fascinating. For some, a method to learn from past guardians of their people without certain rites. "Hey, I know this is all important and all, but I think we also have other, more important matters to talk about," War Machine said aloud. "Not to minimize all that stuff we just heard, but there are some more serious stuff that we all need to discuss. There's the ceasefire that is currently underway." Daredevil reminded them all. "As well as the proponent that led to it. Ultron," Tony darkly said. There were many who shifted in their seats and where they stood at the mention of the Medai. For the Avengers who had yet to face the metal bastard, there was a pit of anxiousness now planted. Now that they had officially come to this galaxy, having joined Earth's mightiest heroes, they all promised they would help in fighting him, considering how much of a threat he was. But there was an underlying sense of nervousness and uncertainty. It wasn't that they weren't confident in their abilities, it's just that they hadn't faced a threat like Ultron before. Dormammu was a cosmic, interdimensional enemy that the masters of the mystic arts beat back. The Ten Rings, followed by the Dweller in Darkness and its demonic servants, had an entire village and not even the full team to defeat it. But Ultron was a different type of enemy. One, not even 13 Avengers could beat back, coupled with multiple armies in a galaxy. They were only able to delay or stall the AI in their battles, all their victories feeling hollow as there was nothing proper in terms of progress in taking Ultron out. They knew that Ultron could be beaten. The original team with additions of the Maximoffs, Vision, and War Machine were able to do it in Sokovia. But this was a different battleground, a different time and a different Ultron. He had learned from his last attempt at evolution and he was implementing his plans at a more methodical and cerebral pace. Fact is, so long as Ultron is here, a lot of us are gonna stay. Sam plainly stated, making the Avengers from Earth all break out of their thoughts. I know that all of us here wanna return home to Earth, but we also made a promise to stay and take that asshole down. Permanently this time. Thing is, we need to hit him sooner than later. Black Widow firmly said. Ultron's been 10 steps ahead of us all this time since we got here. He's not even hit us with everything he's had. What's coming is a full-on assault on everything and everyone in the galaxy. That's a tall order. Anakin couldn't help but say. Might be easier than you think. Rhodey countered. Ultron attacked everyone, Matt emphasized. He's told all in this galaxy that everyone is his enemy and he's coming for them all. If he has any allies, it's only the most wretched of individuals. Trandos hands, bounty hunters, who knows what other scum stupid or insane enough to join him. T'Challa said, eyes narrowed. This ceasefire is the chance we have right now. Hope stated. Our best way of taking it to Ultron. But it is unlikely that he can be soundly defeated unless we have a proper means of completely eradicating him. Vision stated. Yeah, if Viz here couldn't do it, we're gonna need a new plan of action. Pietro commented, resting an elbow on Vision's shoulder. There was a beat of silence when Wanda turned to Iron Man. Tony, she calmly said. This is your invention, so you must know a better way of taking it out more than anyone else here. Do you have an idea of taking down Ultron permanently? The Iron Avenger had a brief look of thought before speaking. After compiling everything you guys informed me, there is a slim chance of an accurate solution. Stark said. Peter and Scott probably have the best idea in mind. They sent a few on getting a code of some kind developed to shut him down, and they were on the right path. Karen and Tap have their own means of defense against Ultron that repels him, same with my AI Friday. Vision also can shut him out and trap him from escaping, so with their help, Shuri, and the rest of the geniuses in the Avengers, we're gonna develop a type of virus for that psycho. A shutdown sequence that permanently scrubs his code from all servers. So to sum things up, we just need to isolate him and plug in the mother of all Trojan horses into his system. Scott plainly said. Won't be easy. Anakin spoke up. He's spread out throughout the galaxy. I remember Scott and Peter talking about this, and they know that he has armies of droids and drones that he can escape from. There's also all of his converted sentient beings that can be an entirely different way of evading defeat. Hope pointed out. We have to deal with that too. And all the foundries he has that may still have people alive in them. Plo-kun said with a firm tone. We can't leave them to die. Finding them is a priority. Steve assured. Which is what Tony, Peter, Scott, and the rest can work on. Coming up with a plan of attack against Ultron is gonna take a coordinated effort on all fronts. And I do mean all of them. We're gonna need the entire fighting forces of the galaxy to take on Ultron. Rhodey said. The Republic, the Seppies. The Mandalorians, the Ravagers, and the Guardians of the Galaxy. Vision chimed in, missing the look Celeste sent his way. The Mandalorians. She said under her breath. Such a strange and almost ludicrous idea to consider. When she went into the oubliette, she was still at war with the Mandalorians, who were the greatest terror to ever beset the galaxy since Exarchon and Yolik Kaldroma. Now, to hear that the Mandalorians are to a degree on the side of good, or not as antagonist and war-hungry as their ancestors were, are now being considered to be among their allies in taking the fight to this genocidal AI. She knows it's been 4,000 years, but still, for her, despite the length she's already spent on Earth, the Mandalorian Wars was still a fresh matter that continually dwelled upon her mind. It'll be a while for her to get used to the idea of them being cooperative on many fronts. As many in the room continued their talks with those closest to them, they heard a small crack in the air, a small flash of lightning coming from the side of the Avengers. There was a brief pause of bewilderment until they realized that there was one person in the room that could produce such a spectacle. Apologies, friends, I did not mean to startle you all, but I need to speak with you all. There is something else I believe needs to be brought up. Thor Odinson walked into the center of the room with a contemplative look. Don't hold out on us, Point Break. What news do you have to share? This galaxy, as you know, is unique compared to all others in the universe. Tell us something we don't know. No, you forget, Thor shook his head. I told the Jedi that this galaxy is isolated, almost cut off from the rest of the universe. Almost, you say? Shakti pointed out. Yes, and that almost is growing. Huh. Was the collective response. Thor shook his head. Last night, I was contacted by the Watchman of Asgard, Heimdall. Through his sight he was able to connect to me and spoke of a developing change in the galaxy. Holes in the barrier surrounding this galaxy. Scarcely few and small. Recently, they've been growing in number and size, allowing people and things to pass through easier than before to some capacity. This particular detail went over a number of people's heads. Others who may know the deeper meaning grew worried. Now, years ago, I once told my friends of how Earth, in its study and utilization of an infinity stone, is a signal to the realms and the rest of the universe that the Earth is ready for a higher form of war. A higher form. Mace tensely parroted, Steve, Tony, Nat and Thor all feeling a serious case of déjà vu come over them from hearing this. What do you mean a higher form? What I mean is, this galaxy, in a short time, may become far more open, making the rest of the universe aware of it. In that, this galaxy must be prepared for what is to come of it. Both the good that may come, Thor silently gestured to the Avengers. And the bad. And what is the bad, Thor? Obi-Wan hesitantly asked. That is what's worrisome. Odinson shook his head. There are the known threats that I and the first iteration of the Avengers have faced. And then there is the unknown. Scene cut. The great gathering between Jedi and Avengers had come to its end, the large group of people dispersing yet remaining within the temple their meeting took place in. Some were discussing other matters with each other whilst the new Avengers from Earth opted to explore a bit more, be it physically or verbally, as they spoke with the Jedi at the meeting and in the temple. Since they were going to start frequenting this place, first-hand knowledge is far better than second-hand knowledge sent through messages. But while most were socializing, a lone Jedi Knight was leaving the temple with a goal in mind. Before he could leave the grounds of the temple, however, his former mentor called out to him. Anakin. The Chosen One turned back to see Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he wasn't alone. Beside him was his own Padawan and Obi-Wan's unofficial apprentice with Peter. Something you need? He politely asked, not missing the skewed look Kenobi was giving him. Where are you going? Just taking a walk. Hopefully not an enthusiastic walk. Anakin rolled his eyes. Wouldn't you know, Pete? Maybe. Spidey said with a shrug. But that ain't a stroll walk. That's one with a purpose. And what if it is? He said challengingly. Forgive your old master for worrying what kind of purpose you seek. Obi-Wan plainly said, arms crossed now. My own. Skywalker evasively answered. One that I need to do. There was a tense silence in the air when Anakin's Padawan stepped forward, eyes wide and brimming with concern. Master. Ahsoka softly said. You aren't thinking of going after him, are you? Anakin didn't say anything at first, looking away with a conflicted look before he released a sigh. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe what? They looked over to see Steve and Sam walking up to them. What are ya guys talking about? The latter asked. Anakin's unusually serious. He's planning on going after his future emo self. Peter revealed, earning a look of annoyance from the Jedi. So soon? Are you asking for a death wish? Sam rhetorically asked. You didn't look so good when we came to help yesterday. Steve softly said, a look of concern being directed at Anakin. I was alive, wasn't I? That is a shit argument, and you know it. Falcon deadpanned. That's our line of work. Anakin shot back. We literally throw ourselves into battle every other day and we managed to come out of it alive. Well, now I know you're trying to tempt fate like that. Peter Riley said. Anakin, not for nothing, but why in the hell are you so dead set on taking on Darker you? Sam asked, walking up to him. Like Steve said, it's only been a day. You can't be serious about confronting him again. The Jedi Knight gave the bird-themed Avenger a particular look, not one of negativity per se, but more of a contemplative kind. After having seen how Sam talks with the clones and Jedi alike, Anakin has had several one-on-one talks with the Aviator about personal burdens that weighed upon his soul. He had found Wilson to be more than willing to listen, and just that sometimes, listen. And when he spoke, there was a kind of wisdom that was rather hard to find within the temple, or at least relate to. Speaking with Sam made Anakin reflect on the relationship he now possessed with him and the rest of the Avengers, and how he can so freely trust them as they have come to trust him in return. So maybe. Look, Sam, everyone, this is something that can't be avoided. Anakin stated firmly. I know it's only been a day, but I can't deny it no matter how hard I try it. I can feel him, his shadow, he's still there, waiting for me. Vader, he is me. And I don't mean it metaphorically, or rhetorically, or poetically, or theoretically, or in any other fancy way. He's my dark side, straight up. And I have to confront it. There was a pause shared by all, each taking brief glances at one another until Steve spoke up. Is there a requirement of having to seek him out right away? Anakin shrugged. Better me finding him than the other way around. Master, why do this now? Ahsoka worriedly asked, coming up to him. Why can't it wait? We could do it later or when you're more prepared. Her master only shook his head in rejection. That's too long for me, Snips. I can't delay this. I have to do it now. With Ultron, the ceasefire, and that foreboding as shit thing Thor told us about the galaxy opening up to more possible threats from outside, I need to take care of this immediately. I can't let this darkness follow my every step. Before they could discuss this any further, 5 clones approached them, being composed of the 501st First in Command and its top squad. General, I'm gonna be taking the men, 4. P.T. Captain Rex said, looking at all the 3 Jedi and 3 Avengers present. The feeling of tension in all of it seems focused on his general. Domino's squad also sensed this and they glanced at one another in confusion. The captain of the 501st stood there awkwardly until he spoke again. Did General Skywalker say he was going to do something stupidly dangerous again? The tension broke with the indignant squawk that came from said Jedi, with the others all openly laughing at Rex's brazen statement. Rex. Just. Anakin dragged his hand down his face. Wonder if we need to do a bingo card with his actions. Heavy muttered, and this further amused all present. If so, we'll need to list off generally everything that comes to mind about him. Cut Up guffawed, nudging his brother, making everyone laugh at the expense of Skywalker. Guys, seriously. He grumbled. What's troubling you, General? Echo respectfully asked. Jedi stuff. Steve, Sam, and Peter all said at the same time. So stuff we barely understand then. Fives said with a shrug. Need any help, General? Anakin shook his head. I don't think dash. Actually, yes, that sounds like a great idea. Steve stepped in, throwing Skywalker off momentarily. Wah, Steve. You can't just dash. Yeah, if you're gonna be suicidal, might as well have backup. Sam now chimed in. My schedule is open. Peter said with a thumbs up directed at Anakin. Ahsoka looked at her boyfriend with a raised brow. What about you and your aunt? Didn't she want to spend time with you today? Hey, Anakin's a friend. Peter said. I'm sure she'll understand. Besides, you don't want to have your master confronting his darker half alone now, do you? His girlfriend was silent for a moment, not hearing Rex and Domino's squad's confused inquiry about what Parker was talking about. Obi-Wan, Sam, and Steve told them they would explain it on the way. She recalled all the times that they went headfirst into danger and how often it was her master that pulled them out of it. How often he had saved her life and even went as so far as to bring her back after the corruption done by the son. If he was willing to go that far for her, what kind of Padawan would she be if she was not willing to do the same? Yeah, let's do this. Ahsoka declared, surprising her master. If Anakin is gonna do something crazy and dangerous, I have to be right there beside him. Ahsoka, you can't dash. Anakin. Steve interrupted, giving the Jedi Knight a pointed look. We get why you want to do this, and also if you're going to do so, you're not doing it alone. Do you understand? There was clear turmoil going on in Anakin's head, yet his heart could not help but be touched by this display of friendship and camaraderie. Yes, I do believe our assistance will be a most useful boon to your endeavor, my old Padawan. Kenobi said. And this can serve as us rectifying something we haven't truly addressed at the onset of the war. When you became a knight shortly after your encounter with Asajj on Yavin 4. Obi-Wan. You never did finish the trial. Nor did you ever have a conventional or proper one. His former master looked remorseful. It was all just rushed with vague connections done to justify your ascension. Didn't know if it'll come back and haunt you, quite literally in this case. I am sorry for not helping you prepare. I don't think you could have prepared me for this specifically, Master. Anakin sheepishly said. This feels a lot more intense from what I've been told. Be that as it may, some of the burden falls upon the Master. Kenobi said with a shake of his head. After seeing what happened, I've been pondering how Vader could have become a reality. Ahsoka and Padme are apparently one factor, but I don't know if there were others. If I didn't do enough. Anakin looked down at the ground, thinking over Vader's words to him and the others that came to his aid last night. I doubt I would have been your failure. It's a possibility. One that worries you as much as it does me. Kenobi firmly said. And I will not allow myself to fail my old student again. Anakin was at a loss for words, looking between Sam, Steve, Peter, and Obi-Wan before glancing at his Padawan. She gave him a confident smile, mirroring the thumbs-up gesture Peter had done. I'm right behind you, Master. She declared. After all, what better way to learn how to become a better Jedi than seeing it firsthand when you beat back Vader? Once you show me how it's done, becoming a Jedi Knight will be a cinch. Skywalker weakly chuckled at that before facing his men who were clearly lost, but given their expressions and demeanors, it would appear that for them, it didn't matter much to them. We're with you, General. Rex declared, Domino Squad snapping to attention. We may not know what's going on, but you have our support. Heavy said, and Anakin huffed with a smirk worming its way onto his lips. Much as he wanted to deny all their assistance, he saw that they were all dead set on helping him, and he really didn't have the heart to turn them away. And when he thought about it in the back of his head, maybe this next confrontation might go better than last time. With a heavy but appreciative sigh, Skywalker simply gestured for the makeshift team to follow after him as they left the temple. So we're just gonna go and fight evil Anakin with just what we have? Sam asked, ignoring the evil Anakin said by the clone troopers with them. Pretty much. Peter said with a shrug. Can't have everyone out for this impromptu mission or else things will not be pretty. We're in our suits. Steve pointed out, getting a flat look from Wilson. And Vader is jacked up on the dark side. Sam retorted. We can take him. Ahsoka confidently said. Are you so certain? Kenobi inquired with a contemplative expression. Can someone explain to us who this Vader guy is supposed to be? Heavy spoke up on behalf of his brothers. Evil Anakin. Ahsoka and Peter said at the same time, Anakin slapping his hand over his forehead. Huh. Were Rex and Domino Squad's collective responses. Long story, very long and complicated one at that, where even we don't have all the answers. Anakin explained as he led the group to the one destination he figured he could find Vader once more. During their trek, the group explained to Rex and Domino what Anakin had encountered within the cavern where they found the Infinity Gate. The clones didn't know how to properly understand the idea of confronting an actual physical manifestation of your dark side, but they have seen some crazy shit by this point, as Cut Up pointed out. Do you know where you're going? Steve asked after a time, sensing some familiarity with the area but nothing concrete. Some would. Anakin admitted. Really, it's just following the guidance of the Force. And my gut. And if I get a chill down my spine, then I know we're close. Sam huffed at that. Ain't that comforting? It took some time, but eventually, they reached the entrance to the location of where the Infinity Gate was placed. The feeling of the dark side was still prevalent, yet it was rather off. Here, huh? Rogers mused, now realizing where they were. You sure he's here? He was last time. Anakin stated. And now? Obi-Wan asked. His former apprentice didn't answer for a few seconds before walking forward into the cavern. Kenobi frowned, brows creasing in anxiousness. He glanced over to see Steve standing next to him, the pair locking eyes. There was clear uncertainty in doing this despite being here. They heard footsteps, turning to see Ahsoka, Peter, and the troopers already following after Skywalker, and Wilson exhaled through his nose. No going back now. He muttered, Obi-Wan and Steve silently nodding as the three of them moved to catch up with the others. They had entered the cavern, the pressure in the air immediately being felt by all. Even though the clones could not feel the Force and the Avengers were void of it, the pressure, the unsettling feeling managed to be felt by them with a clear shift in their mood, all sharing looks. There were silent conversations of if they were all feeling the same, followed by small nods and looks in the eyes to confirm the shared pressure. It was unsettling. "This place gives me the creeps." Heavy was unable to help but comment, with his squad all murmuring their agreement. "What is that?" Echo asked, specifically the more superpowered individuals of the group. "That pressure. The Force." Obi-Wan answered. "What you're feeling is the Force. Is it always like this?" Cut-Up asked. "No," Ahsoka said with a shake of her head. "Usually, it's a bit more pleasant than this place. We're in a place where the dark side holds great peace." "What's that?" Anakin abruptly said, halting in his tracks. The others all did the same, tensing up. "What's what?" Peter asked, looking around and seeing if his spider sense could pick up on anything. "That? You guys hear that, don't you?" Anakin expected to hear a response right away. To his confusion, he got nothing at all. Turning, he sought to see one of the clones or Avengers. Yet they suddenly disappeared on him. Another turn right after, he appeared misplaced. No longer was he in the darkened environment, but in a forested vicinity with some temple nearby if he were to guess on some glance. "Where am I?" he asks himself. Why did this place seem familiar to him? "Everyone!" he quickly called out to them. Straining his ears, Anakin could hear muffled words around him, and then he felt the presence of the others nearby. They were there, but he couldn't see them. What was going on right now? All he could do was search the area. And unbeknownst to Anakin, everyone else hidden from his perception followed the same action. Not a minute into his walk did he see some movement ahead. He acted instantly, moving onward to see who they were and ask the obvious questions. Coming into a clearing, Anakin saw an assembly of people of different ages and species. Ahead of them, they saw a man with sandy blonde hair and Jedi robes, standing in the center of what looked like a garden, addressing many other individuals in robes. It was easy to guess who these people all were given their appearances, but there was something different about these Jedi. It wasn't how they looked, though their appearances played a factor, given that nobody recognized any of these Jedi, but it was the air they gave off. The Force exuded around this collective of Jedi far different than what Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, the clones and the rest of the Avengers were used to. It was, what was the word that could be used to describe it? Uniting? Freeing? Just that the Force itself felt stronger coming from these Jedi, far more than the Order they knew. And in the middle of it all was a single man with sandy blonde hair who was addressing them all. His voice was unheard, but strangely, what he was saying was heard clear as day. As Jedi, we cannot simply remain stagnant within our temples and just wait for conflict to appear. Be out there in the galaxy, form connections and bonds, show the galaxy that we the Jedi are here to be the vanguards against any and all threats that might come their way. And it isn't just about fighting, but educating and learning. We have just as much to teach as we have to learn from the people of this galaxy. It's why we are here. It's the responsibility that comes with our great power. Anakin reared back slightly, and he can feel a certain Webhead react in a similar manner. That was, well, it wasn't hard to figure out just where such a belief and motto may have stemmed from. With that came a curiosity as to just who this Jedi was speaking to all within this vision. Just as they were all about to get a good look at the man who was in the middle of mid-turn, a brief flash of white came over them, blinding them from seeing the face of the Jedi Master as he turned in their direction. In an instant, Anakin was back in the cavern and the others with him were visible once more. All looked at one another and the same conclusion was drawn from each other. "Did you guys all see that?" Peter was the first to ask. "Yeah," Rex muttered in complete bewilderment. "We did." "You did?" Ahsoka said in complete surprise. "How did Dash?" "So did we," Steve said with a deep frown, Sam nodding next to him. "What was that?" Fives asked, having actually taken off his helmet to rub his head, feeling a moment of vertigo. "That was Dash. A Force vision." Kenobi answered the clone, a sense of intrigue mixed with loss as to what they saw. "All Jedi experience their own at some point during their journey, but for all of you, we don't have the Force," Echo said. "And we're supposed to be void of it." Steve tacked on. Which begs the question, how did we just basically have one? To think, could it be the presence and power of the Force here may be affecting all of you? Obi-Wan mused aloud, now far more interested in what just transpired. Much as he wanted to figure that out himself, Anakin shook his head as he felt a shift in the cave. Questions and answers for a later time. A moment later, he inhaled sharply, feeling the hairs at the back of his neck stand on their end. The rest all had their own reactions as a veritable chill descended upon them, all standing stock still from the pressure permeating the air. It wasn't long before someone else appeared within the vicinity. His synthetic breathing echoed all over with his heavy steps scraping across the dirt. Anakin clenched his fists tightly as he felt his body go rigid for a moment. The others all reacted in their own ways, a feeling of dread and anticipation falling over them as the footsteps and breathing drew closer until out from a darker part of the cavern came a figure garbed in black with several lights shone from their chest and waist. You have returned. Vader then took note of the others present. One may naively assume they were here to watch the upcoming confrontation. Yet the Sith Lord knew better. And you brought assistance this time. How fruitless. They shall gain you no advantage in this battle. You clearly haven't heard the phrase strength in numbers. Peter said, putting his mask on and his white lenses narrowed. For a moment, the Sith's gaze lingered on the Avengers. It won't make much of a difference. Is that him, General? Rex said, already holding his pistols up with the rest of Domino Squad. The Jedi nodded slowly. He is. Vader regarded the clones and strangely, there seemed to be a lack of contempt for them. The Sith Lord gazed at all of them and Anakin sensed something unusual coming from Vader. A sense of familiarity. A sense of respect. So, Cut Up murmured. How are we gonna dash? Fives and Rex quickly fired in rapid succession. Darth Vader raised his hand, seemingly catching and dissipating the first set of blaster bolts before igniting his lightsaber to deflect the rest. Well, Peter couldn't help but say aloud, his lenses widening. Since when can you guys do that? It's called Tuta Minis. Obi-Wan explained, flicking his lightsaber on, and getting into the starting stance of Sorcerer. It just takes a lot of effort and concentration. You sure about that? Sam said, pulling out his guns from his suit. He didn't look like he was trying much. All the while, Ahsoka was giving Fives and Rex a look with the former shrugging at her. What? I wasn't gonna start taking chances with this guy. Less talking, more hitting and firing. Steve said and threw his shield at Vader at full force. The Dark Lord quickly ignited his lightsaber and batted the vibranium shield away. He did pause for the briefest of moments, noting the thrown object wasn't cleaved by his weapon. The moment passed as he began to evade and tank several blaster shots toward himself. He took a few steps back, quickly going on the back foot to avoid the attacks sent his way. For the most part, everyone took a few swings at him one at a time until Spider-Man stopped himself mid-swing, hanging on a webline for a moment before looking back at the others. Hey, are we just gonna attack him one after another or dash? No, that would be a terrible idea. Kenobi says. Oh, okay, cool. In an instant, the clones began firing repeatedly at the Sith at every chance they got as the three Jedi and Avengers all charged in at once. Vader sent a repulse in the Force that prevented them from getting close. He managed to send Ahsoka and Obi-Wan crashing back whilst Sam momentarily flailed in the air. But Anakin stabbed his saber into the ground, halting him from going back, same for Steve who used his shield, jamming it into the ground and Peter fired a webline to hang on. Once on the ground, Spider-Man jumped right at Vader who was already swinging his lightsaber right at Peter's head. With his reflexes and flexibility, Peter reared his head back as the saber flew over his head. He had angled his head back so far, he was close to the floor now, but he immediately used his hands to halt his momentum and pushed off to kick Vader right in the chest. There was an audible groan and wheeze from the Sith Lord, what sounded like a moment of shock from Vader at the impact as he staggered back. On instinct, just as Peter landed, Vader sent a powerful force push that sent Spider-Man away, just as Steve now came in with Anakin in tow. The Sith also had to deal with blocking blaster bolts being sent his way from Rex and Domino Squad, pivoting his left foot behind him and right foot forward. He quickly deflected several strikes from Anakin while attempting to evade Captain America's attacks. Vader let out a grunt as Rogers successfully landed a jab to his stomach whilst Anakin's saber bounced off his right arm, no less scorching the flesh beneath his armor. With a growl, Vader's left hand shot forward, grabbing Anakin's wrist and throwing him aside. Vader then whipped around to send out another force push that sent the clones flying back, crashing into a wall behind them with them all slumping down in heaps of moans of pain. He then whirls around, bringing down his lightsaber with all his might, the crimson blade clashing with Steve's shield. The two enter into a struggle for power. "You have strength," Vader noted, feeling a considerable degree of difficulty. "Not so bad yourself," Steve couldn't help but say. "It will not be enough." Rogers scoffed, shoving the saber back and landed a quick series of strikes to the Vader's body, the Sith jerking about with clear indications of pain. In retaliation, Vader slammed his saber down upon Steve, the vibranium shield deflecting it, yet it made Cap's legs buckle. This was then followed up by a low attack from Vader that went into a diagonal upward swing of his lightsaber, Steve blocking it once more, but the force-amplified attack still sent the super soldier flying back. Sam, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka soon came in and the Sith Lord engaged them at the same time. It was clear that Darth Vader was struggling, yet he held on, fighting particularly aggressively towards Kenobi. Ahsoka felt her arms tremble every time her lightsabers collided against Vader's. The power behind each swing was among the strongest she had ever dealt with. Her master had spared and trained with her constantly, and she knew that Anakin had a naturally strong, developed build. But if this is truly his future self, then the idea that grows stronger is as awe-inspiring as it is frightening. Frightening because, what if? Ahsoka felt her side burn, Vader's lightsaber grazing as a result of her momentary distraction from her thoughts. "Ahsoka/Commander!" Anakin, Peter, and Rex shouted at the same time. Peter fired a webline to her back, pulling her away just as the Dark Lord brought his lightsaber down where she was a moment ago. Obi-Wan sent several jabs at Vader, who parried them all before retaliating with several heavy blows that made Kenobi stumble. Darth Vader reared his arm back for a killing blow, yet Captain Rex with assistance from Fives and Echo quickly came in and tackled the Sith Lord down. Rex slammed one knee down on the right arm of the Sith and shot his hand, making him let go of his lightsaber. In response, the clones were sent flying back once more by the force that Vader expunged in a kind of bubble around him. He let out an aggravated and pained grunt as he stood to his feet just as Cut Up and Heavy had recovered, firing their blasters on him. The Sith formerly known as Anakin Skywalker held up his hands, applying Tutaminis once more to deflect the bolts before pulling the blasters out of their hands. He seized Heavy by the throat, sending him flying back, an audible crack being heard from the impact of the armored clone upon the rocky wall. "Heavy!" he was called out to by Echo and Fives. Darth Vader then called back his lightsaber and held it up just as he force-pulled Cut Up in. There was a moment of horror that came upon those who were momentarily incapacitated before Falcon swooped in and jabbed one of his wings into Vader, the Sith Lord falling over whilst Falcon used his other wing as a means of catching Cut Up. "Yeah, thanks, Lieutenant," was the ARC trooper's appreciative response. Sam only nodded before turning to face Vader, who was standing once again. "You are a persistent lot," the Dark Shadow stated, a sense of irritation and anger now exuding more openly from him. His breathing was more labored and the damage on his suit was visible for all to see. Falcon eyed the Sith for a few seconds, a pause in the fight. "Do you really not know who we are?" Sam couldn't help but ask. "I told you before, I don't know who any of you are." There were so many questions, so many things that the Avenger wanted to ask, but he knew no answers would come out of this. Right now, the fight was what mattered. "You will. We shall see if I'll really care. We have a tendency of making people care," said a voice to the side, and Vader turned as Captain America jumped in and smashed his shield into the centerpiece of the Sith's suit, what looked like a control panel strapped to his chest. Vader released an audible gasp of pain which turned into an enraged wheeze. Throwing his hand out, he seized Steve through the force and proceeded to slam him to the ground several times until Anakin came in, nearly cutting Vader in two had it not been for the Sith Lord throwing up his lightsaber in defense. "You are quite the glutton for this, Skywalker." "Hark, who's talking?" Anakin fired back. "You don't look so good yourself. What's the matter?" Getting tired? Don't get your hopes up. The pair exchanged a series of clashes with their lightsabers, flashes of lights and sparks dancing with each collision. Do you really think your skills par with mine? Vader taunted, his taller frame bearing down upon Anakin. I don't know, you tell me. Skywalker retorted through his teeth. You claim to be me after all. I am you. And even I know I'm not that big of a pompous asshole. Anakin said, and despite the situation, he found himself grinning. I know I can be an arrogant jerk, but you must be something special with how you're talking right now. Vader released what sounded like a scoff. Given the vast difference in our fighting capabilities, a handicap won't do you justice. And Skywalker, it doesn't change the fact you will die. Hang on, if that's future you, won't killing your past self erase you from existence? Peter spoke up. Vader said nothing, instead having his saber bounce off Anakin's again, and this time, a small shockwave was emitted from the pair, making any who tried to come close get flung back. What the hell? Wilson said aloud. What's happening? Ahsoka held her arm in front of her as the shockwaves buffeted them. Master Kenobi, do you sense that? I do. He confirmed, trying to take a step forward but being prevented by another shockwave. What? Steve was using his shield as his anchor. What do you guys sense? Their lightsabers clashed again and again. As this happened, something began shifting within Anakin. Flashes of something alien yet familiar to him. It wasn't noticeable at first, but as the battle waged on, Skywalker's moves started to change. This began throwing Vader off before he recognized the moves Anakin was using. How greatly refined they were in a short span of time. Not to mention transitioning into something else. Something all too familiar to Anakin's dark counterpart. After another few lightsaber exchanges, the answer soon became clear to the Sith Lord. I see. I didn't think it was possible. See what? Anakin said, the pair locking into a brief struggle, their lightsabers emitting sparks and light as they ground against each other. Perhaps due to who we are, our connection through the Force is creating a feedback loop between the two of us. We are one and the same no matter how much you choose to deny it. Said Vader. It appears nearly every time we clash, your skills are being honed. Anakin barked out a humph. Seems I'll be catching up to you yet. They clashed several more times, seemingly forgetting the others in the vicinity as they had zeroed in on their duel. Each time they struck, Anakin began seeing things. Fragments of the Force, shown from his direct perception. He wanted to look away, but he lacked the ability to do so. It was as if he was watching from the backseat while someone else was driving his body. Not just this, but much of his sight was blurred or fogged, obscuring a number of the surroundings. Do it. Anakin heard, only focusing on the kneeling Count Dooku, using not just his lightsaber, but the fallen Jedi's own to sever the man's head from his shoulders. Unlimited power, spoke a shadowy figure, blasting Force lightning right at him. No, not at him, but at Mace Windu. He didn't step in and defend him, only stood by and did nothing. Once more the Sith shall rule the galaxy. Stepping through the halls of the Jedi Temple, he moved and began killing any and all Jedi he could spot alongside the clones of the 501st. Even going to several chambers where the younglings were hiding, slaying them all without remorse. The vision changed and now he saw he was on a lava world. Anakin soon realized it was Mustafar. There he began killing those he recognized as various key members of the Sith. We only wanted peace, said Newt Gunray, all before the lightsaber slew him like all the rest. Next came what could only be described as a nightmare to Anakin. Anakin, please, screamed Padme, grasping her throat as she was hoisted up into the air. You were my brother, Anakin, cried out Obi-Wan. I loved you. From there he began slaughtering countless others of little to no significance for what felt like years, either those who were Jedi in hiding or were simple bystanders. He saw an older Ahsoka now, standing before him with lightsabers of pure white. I won't leave you, Ahsoka yelled out. Not this time. Then you will die. His vision shifted again. Anakin was standing on a station of some kind, facing a planet from a viewing window. He recognized the planet from orbit. It was Alderaan. Some distance away from himself, he saw a woman who looked reminiscent to Padme. She struggled against the guards as he saw someone give out an order. "You may fire when ready." "No." "What next?" shook Anakin greatly. Seeing the station shoot a green laser. Once impacting, the planet was obliterated. Anakin stumbled back, face as pale as snow, dropping his lightsaber and falling to his knees. "Anakin, /Master, /General!" yelled out his friends. With the shockwaves subsiding, everyone was immediately by his side, his Padawan kneeling to him and holding his arm. "Master!" she worriedly said, shaking him slightly. "Anakin, are you all right?" Darth Vader observed this in silence until speaking up. "Judging by that expression that says you're about to vomit, you saw it, didn't you?" Anakin said nothing as Vader resumed. "That simplifies things. Everything you just saw was true. That's what, catching up to me, will get you." Anakin was now glaring at Vader with unbridled hatred of the Sith Lord and in essence, a version of himself. "What did you do?" he demanded with rage in his tone. His darker half didn't respond, only gazing at his younger self in silence. "What did you do?" Anakin roared now, getting back to his feet. "Anakin, cool it," Steve sharply said. "Losing yourself won't help." Hearing this, Skywalker sucked in a deep breath, feeling a measure of calm come over him, yet the anger towards Vader remained. "Answer me," he snarled. "What kind of sick porg shit was that? How could you do such terrible things?" The others were silent, looking between Anakin and Vader. "Did you see something?" Obi-Wan quietly asked. "When you were fighting him?" Anakin didn't respond, but the upcurl of his lip was enough of an answer for his former master. "What did you do?" Steve asked, staring intently at the Dark Lord. "What did you show him?" "The future." Vader gazed at Anakin. "Your future?" "My past." "I'm not you," Anakin rebuked. "No way in hell could I ever do something like that." "So they say," Darth Vader calmly said. "But once you've given yourself over to the dark side, forever lost you will be." "Yeah, everything we just learned about this place says otherwise," Peter retorted. Darth Vader looked over at the wall crawler, then at Captain America and Falcon. In his initial clash with Anakin, whilst the younger Jedi experienced visions of his life, so too did the Sith Lord of his younger self. Things weren't supposed to be this way. And, maybe. The Sith Lord steeled himself, a quick shake of his head. "You've got one foot in the door." "But what of it?" Vader asks him. "It should be perfectly clear by now that the difference in our skill and power is still like night and day." Clenching his lightsaber, Anakin gritted out a defiant response. "My arms and legs still work. And I'm still breathing. It was your spirit and will that was beaten." The Sith Lord froze at that. "What? You accepted the downfall without even thinking of what else could be done?" Anakin fiercely said. "I didn't see everything, but I saw enough. You may claim to do what you did for the people you loved and cared for, but what you really did was succumb to fear. I don't mind losing to someone else, pride be damned. But I will not be beaten by myself." Anakin took a moment to think about that last line. "Yeah, that sounded better in my head. Let's finish this already," Sam said, and they all ran at the Dark Lord together. Darth Vader was on the defensive the entire time, the Sith Lord fueling his power with his hate and anger to keep them at bay. The clones kept running in circles around the group whilst the Jedi and Avengers brought it to him. As they continued clashing, Anakin had to let the Force flow through him, guide him. During this, he felt the dark come into him like in their previous encounter, and he did his best to balance his internal scales. "I'll still be the hero others made me as, just as I reject who you are." Anakin pointed his lightsaber right at Vader, eyes showing both his natural blue and Sith yellow. "I'll use every ounce of my strength to defeat the me that is you." Darth Vader had heard enough and threw his arms out. A powerful shockwave from Force was expunged from the Sith Lord, causing all to fly away from him. "Why do you persist?" Vader said through a haggard breath. That attack appeared to take the wind out of him. "Why do you choose to fight against your destiny? You know this is what you will eventually become, so why fight against it?" Anakin was on one knee, breathing heavily, gazing up at Darth Vader. While the Sith Lord was standing tall, Skywalker could see and hear that the battle was weighing on him as well. His suit was damaged, tatters in some areas, and his bone-chilling breath was now coming out with pained wheezes. "Because he's worth it." Ahsoka abruptly spoke up. "Master Skywalker is my hero, my master, and my brother. I'll fight for him until I can't anymore. We don't give up on friends." Peter chimed in, rising to his feet. "You can try talking down to Anakin all you want, but he won't fall and we won't let him. Then you are all fools. Better to be fools than to ever doubt our general," Rex declared, a fierce look in his eyes beneath his helmet. "Every last one of the 501st would follow our general to the ends of the galaxy, and we know he'd never lead us astray." "Your vision is flawed," Obi-Wan stated firmly. "You may think yourself to be Anakin Skywalker, but that is the furthest thing from the truth." "You heard him," Steve said. "You're gonna lose," Sam stated. "How enlightening. But can you believe in such a thing, Anakin? You saw what is to come. Do you truly believe that such a fate is unavoidable?" The brown-haired Jedi Knight didn't respond, a feeling of turmoil in his heart and soul when a stray memory came in from earlier today. "Love can save you, not condemn you. Love, it can lead to the dark side, but it can also be what can be the force that pulls those out from the darkness." And he knew he wasn't alone in that regard. Anakin released a sigh and closed his eyes. Though his eyes were closed, he saw. He saw them. It first started with his mother Shmi, his mother smiling at him in the way that always alleviated his worries. Following after her was his wife Padme along with Ahsoka Tano. His wife smiled lovingly at him whilst his Padawan held that same old cocky grin she emulated from him. After those two were Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn. His two masters gazed at him with trust and pride. Then came Captain Rex with the 501st Legion, all his men ready to follow him to the end. After them were the 13 Avengers whom he has bonded with and had come to call close friends and confidants. They were all waving and laughing with him, giving a sense of belonging that even the Jedi could never give him. And even with that, he still saw the rest of the Jedi Order. Barriss, Luminara, Ayla, Plo Koon, Grand Master Yoda, even grumpy old Mace Windu. They were all there. All there for him. And he would not let them down. Opening his eyes, Anakin's glare was gone and replaced with one of unbreakable determination. History isn't set in stone. There's much that can be changed. Anakin held up his lightsaber. "Let's get him." In an instant, all his friends and allies attacked at once, and this time, they overwhelmed the Sith Lord. The clone littered Vader with blaster bolts despite his best efforts in stopping them. Captain America rushed in, smashing his shield face first into the Dark Lord, who sailed in the air only for Falcon to swoop around and clothesline him with his wingsuit. Just as Vader fell to the ground, a webline snagged his back and he was yanked into the direction of Peter, who roundhouse kicked the Sith Lord. He stumbled with Anakin rushing right at him with Ahsoka and Obi-Wan by his side. His old master and Padawan ran ahead first, and Vader was about to retaliate when Spider-Man fired webs that immobilized the Sith's movements. Vader could do nothing as Obi-Wan slashed through him, followed by Ahsoka. He inhaled sharply just as Anakin came in for the final attack, slicing through him at such power and speed. He appeared behind the Sith Lord, lightsaber being held diagonally up and the ground between him and Vader being cracked. The Dark Lord released a pained grunt, collapsing to his knees. Anakin turned back to his darker self, walking around to stand in front of him. There was no face of triumph but unflinching belief. "You may claim that you're me, but I will never stop fighting your supposed future. Not now, not ever." There was a brief moment of silence, only the sound of Vader's heavy breath being heard by all. What followed was an audible crack from the helmet, and pieces of it fell away to reveal the face of Darth Vader. He was bald, scarred, and pale. Several cybernetic pieces were attached to his flesh, with his yellow Sith eyes glaring at the man before him. "Ew, that's not Anakin," Peter quipped. "He's way too ugly to look like that." "Peter," Ahsoka said with a roll of her eyes. "What?" "Come on, you know it's true." While the young couple were now bantering away, they went ignored by Anakin and Vader, who only kept their gazes on each other. "Even if you've defeated me like before, I'll still be here." "I know." Anakin softly said. And I'll be waiting for you when I see you again. Just so I can beat you back once more. Like that, Darth Vader faded away. A tense silence followed after, with none moving or speaking until. So was that all real or dash? Heavy, look at us, Echo deadpanned. Did any of that seem fake to you? Anakin released a sigh, plopping down on the ground. I need a nap. He rubbed his eyes. And a drink. And maybe Barris help. Everything just hurts right now. You're telling us. Sam muttered, rotating his shoulder. Anakin gave the aviator a tired smile, looking forward when something caught his eye. Holding up his hand, for the briefest of moments, Anakin could have sworn that his arm resembled. Master. He looked up to see Ahsoka next to him with a concerned gaze. Are you all right? The Jedi Knight glanced back at his hand and saw that it was normal again. Just need to make some new adjustments, said Skywalker before he snorted. Maybe get that hand cannon right this time. Really? Peter excitedly said. Hey, no fair. Heavy complained. Why does the general get one and we don't? We can, Heavy. Fives retorted. Just not you. What? Why not? General. Rex spoke aloud and all turned to him as he held up something familiar to all for Anakin. Tentatively, he took the item out of Rex's hand and held it up before igniting it. It was Vader's lightsaber. As much as he wanted to get rid of this, destroying it, there was something that held him back from doing so. The crimson blade receded back into its hilt and he clipped it to his belt. Master, what dash? The fight with my dark side isn't over, Snips. Anakin softly said, placing his hand on her shoulder. It's one I'll likely carry with me my whole life. Are you sure about having that, Anakin? Obi-Wan quietly asked. No. He freely admitted. But, so long as I have you guys by my side, I'll be fine. You guys will keep me from doing stupid puta that can make me lose my way. Obi-Wan appeared uncertain for a moment before releasing a sigh and having a more proud smile in place. Your trials may have been unorthodox and rushed, but Anakin, I am proud to see the Jedi Knight you have become and the man you are turning into. All thanks to your teachings, Master. Skywalker returned with a grateful expression. Come on. Steve spoke up. Let's get out of here. He held up his Avengers ID card. Been getting messages and transmissions asking where in the hell we went. The group all turned to exit the dark cavern, soon stepping back out to the lush surface of Tython. On their way back, despite achieving such a victory, the Chosen One still voiced a measure of doubt. You know, the movies you've shown us have been awesome and all, but there is one that's on my mind now after seeing it. Anakin said, the present Avengers all sharing curious looks, wondering where he was going with this. After seeing him, me, you know, is that really the only path my life will lead to? One often meets his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it. What if that's true? What if that is what I will become, regardless of what changes have been made? Hey, where's all this coming from? Sam asked. We just kicked the shit out of Dushabag. I think you're worrying too much, General. Fives stated. But is it still a possibility? Skywalker couldn't help but ask. Peter hummed aloud, rubbing his chin at that thought. Well, much as Master Oogway may believe that I believe in you, Anakin. I believe you will never fall to the dark side and become tall, dark and brooding. Isn't he that already? Ahsoka joked. Since when do I brood? Anakin indignantly asked. I'm the last person who broods. With that, the mood between the group lightened as now they chatted amongst each other more lightheartedly as they returned to the temple that the Jedi had set up as the main one on Tython for the time being. Their return was met with surprise and bewilderment given the state they were all in, and the best they could explain was a Force quest, as Peter opted to call it. They promised to explain everything in due time, but right now, they all wanted to rest and heal up. Barris was visibly fussing over them all, especially over Ahsoka and Peter. Her needs to do a lot to fix them up alongside the other healers. Some of the council questioned Obi-Wan and he told them that they would explain all when they took a proper rest. The same explanation was given to the Avengers by the trio that were there. Much as they wanted answers, all saw how tired they all were and let them retire in their rooms. Though he was exhausted, the Chosen One knew there was one last thing to do before the day was out. At his impromptu quarters at the Tython Temple, Anakin pulled out the holocron of Mar and activated it. The ancient Sith Lord manifested before the Jedi, and in an instant, the dark side user detected a change in the Jedi. "You feel different from the last time we spoke." "I am. In more ways than I can imagine," he said, pulling out Vader's lightsaber. "And what is this?" "A path, a possibility, what I need to overcome." Anakin gazed at the spirit with fierce determination as he ignited the red blade. "I want to change it." Mar crossed his arms at that. "Such a goal isn't guaranteed." "I know. But it's best to be sure I am making the attempt instead of letting it come naturally. Do or do not, there is no try." "Wise words." Mar nodded. "But you must also understand that there can only be moments where you have to try before you can do. In order to change it, you must change the lightsaber. Like many lightsabers, they are part of their wielders and creators, representing who they are. In this case, this has a real connection with you." "Yeah, I'm well aware of it," Anakin wryly said. "So how do I change this? Prevent this outcome? To begin with, what do you know of cleansing a kyber crystal?" Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 100, this one goes to 101. From the infinite cosmos of the universe, countless stars twinkle to and from. It was an endless void of cosmic activity where everything was peaceful, relatively tranquil. That was until smack. A comic book was haphazardly slammed onto an invisible surface. On the cover, it read, "Infinite Wars, Spider-Man," with the web-slinger going around Coruscant in his red, blue, and black trademark outfit with the symbiote forming around him. "Alright, it's been a while since I last did something like this, but let's do this one last time." A black, organic mask forms around his face as he narrates. "My name is Peter Parker. I was bitten by a radioactive spider. And for over a year now, I've been the one and only Spider-Man and Space Avenger. You probably know the rest. With great power, comes great responsibility," said Uncle Ben in one of the last few conversations he had with his nephew. Peter allowed a man to get away from a crime, due to his frustrations from earlier, not knowing this man will be the one to take his uncle's life later that day. With this event, Peter turned his life around to honor his late uncle with his powers. "I've saved a bunch of people." The comic flips through several pages of panels, each one moving and showing Peter doing just that. Fell in love with two incredible women. Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Offee each had a page to themselves, looking absolutely beautiful. Helped save several planets. Not joking about that, by the way. Spider-Man was helping people on Coruscant. And did so again. And again and again. More pages were turned, showing Peter heading into battle, the Avengers, Jedi, and clones all by his side in the middle of it all. "Oh, and I got this neat symbiote after liberating it from this dark celestial guy." Spider-Man was standing in a room with 4 pillars, holding up his hands that were now pitch black, his entire suit being covered in the symbiote. "I've had some ups and downs. Had to grow up rather quickly as I'm essentially a war veteran by this point." One page showed Spider-Man in battle while another has him helping patch up clone troopers with his Bacta webbing. "But through all that, I can't imagine my life without being Spider-Man. So no matter how many hits I take." Ultron beat him down, followed by him barely surviving an explosion. "I always find a way to come back. Because the only thing standing between the galaxy from far, far away, and oblivion is me. Well, me and the Avengers, and the Jedi, and clones. Okay, I'm not alone, which is so much weight off anyone's shoulders. The thing I'm trying to say is, there's only one Spider-Man. And that's Dash." "Peter, what are you doing?" A familiar female voice interrupted the webhead, the teen jolting where he stood. "Huh." He turned around to see Barriss and Ahsoka standing behind him, both giving him a peculiar look. Peter didn't respond at first, instead pointing at his mask. "Vlog," he plainly said, registering the question from before. "Why?" "'Cause I was bored. Haven't done one in a while." "You haven't?" Barris tilted her head. When did you do it last? Peter held up his wrist and pulled up the files logged in its systems. Not since Jobby. Oh man, it's been that long? Geez. What are you talking about? Ahsoka asked, going over to pick his mask up, and looking down at it. Like a rather long journal entry, summarizing a whole lot of stuff since then. The Togruta only hummed in response. Is it still recording? Yeah. She smiled, placing a kiss on his mask followed by a kiss for him. There's my contribution. She sweetly said, giggling at the slightly dazed expression he had. Come on you two. Barris said with a fond smile, grasping both their hands and pulling them. Your aunt is waiting for us. You promised to show her around. Peter shook his head out of his stupor, snorting slightly. How am I supposed to show her around here? You said you live in the city. Ahsoka reminded. Yeah, a city, not a planet city. He countered. Big difference. The pair were guided out of Peter's room at the Avenger residence on Coruscant. The Padawans went a bit ahead of their boyfriend, who stayed back a bit to double-check his equipment. Not long after, for a brief moment, Peter's senses flared as his body seemed to glitch and spasm. Once it was over, he leaned against the wall for support while breathing heavily. Okay, what is going on? He mutters. Haven't felt that since Tython. Peter. Ahsoka called out to him, making him jerk slightly. What's the holdup? Recomposing himself, he shook off whatever that sensation was. Coming. Running out, he joined back up with his girlfriends as they made their way to Dex's diner where Aunt May was presently at. They were back on Coruscant after spending some days on Tython. Much has happened since, relatively speaking. Discoveries were being made left and right. Personal journeys being laid out and traveled. Old knowledge is beginning to be rediscovered and studied while also trying to figure out how it can be applied to the here and now. Though it wasn't said aloud, the Jedi Order was in the midst of a reformation. Change is eventual. Creation and ruin will always happen. Question is, how much of each will occur? While the majority of the Avengers from Earth wanted to visit the capital planet of the Republic, the rest opted to stay back for numerous reasons. After all, they didn't want to leave Earth undefended. The original 12 that had wound up here remained as they were the ones who knew this place best and also had promised an obligation to do so until the threat of Ultron had passed. Though there were several exceptions. Thor had gone back to Earth, stating he intended on bringing his lover Jane, Selvig, and Darcy here as they would undoubtedly wish to see this world. Matt was going to end from Earth, given he had a lot to catch up on at his firm. Things were sped up quicker with the help of some sorcerers getting him to the Infinity Gate on Tython and Coruscant. Some wanted to return badly but oaths, promises and responsibilities kept them from doing so. T'Challa in particular, having only sent another message to Earth, this time to his people in Wakanda that all was well, he was well and he would be back in due time. Scott and Hope wished to do the same but Hank said that he'll be wanting to see this galaxy for himself and Cassie was just excited. Of course, Cassie needed permission from her mom and stepfather first to allow her to go to the galaxy far, far away. Against his better judgment as a father, Scott allowed this to happen once the gate was properly relocated and installed on Coruscant. If the Avengers were able to look out for Mara, Marin, Ilyana, and Grogu all at once, they can keep Cassie safe as well. Of the Avengers from Earth that stayed, it was comprised of Tony, Shuri, Clint, Doctor Strange, Bucky, Celeste and Mordo. Said Avengers were currently being taken through a tour of the Jedi Temple of Coruscant save for Bucky and Celeste who were elsewhere in the building. Joining them were Cap, Widow, Falcon, War Machine, and Black Panther. The rest of the Avengers were divided up doing their own thing somewhat. Peter was somewhere with Ahsoka and Barris. Hope and Scott were back at Avengers HQ looking out for Marin, Ilyana, Mara, Grogu, and now Cassie while having Hank over. Daredevil had actually been summoned by Padme, Bail Organa, Chuchi, Mon Mothma and Bontari in discussions for the next upcoming meeting for the ceasefire that was currently still being drawn up. Vision, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch found themselves opting to stay on Tython, actually wanting to see what they can learn on that planet alongside other Jedi. though Pietro planned to properly introduce Chuchi to the others once he returned to Coruscant. Particularly Clint, much as he tries to deny it. "Welcome to the Jedi Temple," Plo Koon said to the Avengers from Earth who now stood at the entrance to the Order's home base. "Swanky," Tony commented with a nod of approval. "Though why's it shaped like a box?" "Huh," Doctor Strange remarked. "I didn't notice that before. I thought it was more of a half-finished pyramid." Mordo noted. "We can't exactly account for what goes through the minds of our predecessors when building this temple," Kit Fisto good-naturedly said with his easygoing grin. In an instant, Tony threw his arm around the Nautolan's shoulder. "Man, I like you," he declared. "That smile of yours is just the best to look at." "Why, thank you. Feels good to have that appreciation." "You do have a winning smile," Trasaa kindly said. "It is an impressive structure," Mordo noted with approval. "Camartage is nothing like this place. Maybe we should take some pointers," Strange noted, arms crossed as they began to walk between the corridors of the temple. "The sanctums can get a bit cramped sometimes. Can't you guys literally expand the interior of any room?" Shuri pointed out. "I've seen you do it 4 times. It's the principle of it," Steven countered. "Principle?" Clint parroted. "What principle? You just want a big building for yourself just like these guys." "Temple, and yes, it would be cool to have something like this. Be he ever so humble," Mordo said with a small smirk and a shake of his head. "No wonder you two get along," Steve noted. "Get along? Who gets along?" Tony said, standing next to Steven now. "Who, me, and him? What, just because we're facial hair brothers we get along now? Just cause he's the Tony Stark of magic and I'm the Stephen Strange of tech, we're supposed to get along now? Preposterous. What a ludicrous statement. I have never heard of such a notion. My, he speaks so rapidly, I'm amazed he hasn't paused to take a breath." Tra commented/complimented. "It's a talent of his," War Machine said with exasperated fondness. He knew Tony spoke of wanting to catch up to everything and everyone he missed in the verbal sense, as he described it. So many references and quips and all sorts of other words and similarities that he needed to do. But before any of them could speak any further or move any further in the temple, a transport arrived not far from where they were. Wasn't regarded at first until a number of individuals walked out of it. Some were of the Coruscant clone and Senate Guard. They stood at attention as the Chancellor of the Republic stepped out and walked forward with his escort flanking him. When he entered the temple, he was greeted with the sight of the Jedi conversing with some individuals he never saw before. Individuals that radiated with power and a beacon in the Force. Some were voids. One was an odd sort, akin to the Black Panther. In fact, Sheev presumed them to be related. But the other two, the pair in the robed garments, the Force, this was something else. And he needed to know just what they were. It wasn't long before his presence was known. "Chancellor Palpatine." Plo Koon spoke up, making all turn to him. The Avengers that knew him silently nodded in greeting whilst the Council bowed at his arrival. "Master Jedi." Avengers Sheev greeted in turn, putting on a kind smile. "Is there a reason why you're here?" asked Kit Fisto. "Is there an issue arising that needs our attention?" "Nothing of the sort." The Chancellor soon turned to the Avengers he had known for all this time. "When I heard you all found a way to instantly make it to your home world, I was completely baffled. You should have seen our faces when this bozo walked through first," Sam said, thumbing to Tony Stark. Sheev blinked at this. "Excuse me." He turned and looked at the man. "Who might you be?" With him up and close, Palpatine got a small itch of sorts. Him having a feeling he knew a few of these people somehow from someplace. Tony Stark, genius, billionaire dash. He's Iron Man." His best friend interrupted. "Dude, do you need to do that every time you meet new people? It's been nearly 5 years since you said that." Palpatine's eyes widened, now recognizing Tony, and a moment later, Clint Barton. "Are these, my word, you have at long last reunited with the rest of your comrades?" Palpatine breathlessly said, displaying a convincing display of joy for the Avengers. "Yeah, it's been a long time coming," Sam said with a false smile of his own, patting Hawkeye on the shoulder. "It is an honor to meet you all at last," the Chancellor graciously said with a bow of his head. "On behalf of myself and all of the Republic, I would like to thank you all for all the service you have done for this galaxy." We haven't even done anything yet," Shuri spoke up, rubbing the back of her head. Palpatine waved his hand at her. "Be that as it may, young lady, if you are associated with the Avengers, I have come to expect daring and glamorous acts of heroism that will inspire all within this galaxy. It is only a matter of time." "Please, Chancellor," T'Challa said. "My sister has only just got here. I do not wish for her head to be filled with more than it already is. It is quite cluttered." "Brother," Shuri said in an affronted manner, slapping his arm. The secret Dark Lord of the Sith chuckled at their interaction before turning to the two mystic users, taking note of their respective appearances. Begging your pardon, but your garments and robes, are there Jedi on Earth that we were not told of?" Palpatine asked in good humor. "We're sorcerers, actually," Mordo plainly said, with a slight bow. Palpatine actually paused at what he just heard, his mind needing a moment to process what he just heard. "Sorcerers?" "Yes, from Earth," Steven confirmed, soon glancing at the others. "We need to do another demonstration." "I don't think that's necessary," Steve said good-naturedly. "Sorcery," Sheev said with obvious intrigue. "My word, I had only heard of such topics in the story. Only the Jedi come close to such a thing." "Like we've told ya before, Chancellor," Steve spoke up. "Our world is pretty crazy." Palpatine chuckled lightly at that comment. "Yes, I do believe I should grow accustomed to hearing that. The set norm with the universe. Everyone needs to adapt to the constant changes happening around us all." "I agree," spoke the secret Sith Lord. He then sensed something off. Not really reaching out with the Force while using his suppression technique, but noting something visually. "I can't help but notice a lack of Jedi in the temple," Palpatine said with a small, worried frown. "Has something occurred? Are they all well and alive? I've been kept up to date on the unsavory experiments that vile being has been doing to the Jedi and our troopers." "None of that sort, Chancellor," Plo Koon chimed in. "There has been a sort of journey of rediscovery for our order. One that will aid us in bolstering our strength against Ultron and any other threats that would bring harm upon the galaxy," Trasaa firmly stated. Palpatine nodded with a pleased smile. "That is most assuring to hear. The Jedi and Avengers strengthening themselves for all our sakes make this old man feel like he'll be able to rest better at night. This would probably explain why I've heard so much traffic across the galaxy all at once with their order quite recently," Sidious thought to himself before speaking aloud. "Is there anything else I should know? A number of our order have also taken a leave of absence and made their way to Earth, learning of the sorcerer's practices," Kit Fisto revealed. "Not to mention clones," Tra added. This caused a metaphorical screeching halt in the Chancellor's head. A number of Jedi and clones volunteered to learn of these practices. He rephrased to make sure he wasn't hearing things. Strange and Mordo shared a look before the former confirmed it with a curt yes. "That sounds interesting." While Sheev Palpatine bore an outward curious demeanor, he was having an inner issue. If one could take a peek inside of the secret Sith Lord's head, they'd see him going off in a big, bloody rant and destroying a lot of mind constructs. If what they said was true and legitimate, then there was a whole mess upon his hands. Jedi learning sorcery. And the fact that this was even offered to those pathetic clones. Sorcery, in terms of the Force, was exclusively a dark side practice. For the Jedi to somewhat be open up on this was practically heretical. And the clones. This is going too far. Those expendable assets are nothing more than that. To be used and disposed of. For a long time, Palpatine held a sick pleasure in learning about the clones getting close and becoming good friends with their Jedi generals and commanders with the duration of the war. It would make their eventual betrayal that much sweeter in the eyes of the Sith Lord. But now, one string after the other within the master plan of the Banite Sith to soon make the one true Sith, himself, has been unraveling. Every step Palpatine had taken to make sure the plan stayed on course, something else had strayed in and violently ripped apart another side to it. Sidious still believed he could accomplish his grand plan, but he knew that if he didn't act now, more drastic steps would need to be taken. But for now, the role as the kind-hearted but firm Chancellor needed to be played. Fascinating as all this sounds, I still have my mind preoccupied with Ultron. Palpatine grimly said. He unfortunately remains in the head of many, including my own. I know we had only just met, but will your stay here be long or brief? Until Ultron is taken care of, who knows? Iron Man said with a shrug. Besides, after all that's said and done, sightseeing is an absolute for me at the very least. Palpatine laughed upon hearing that. All the more power to you, Mr. Stark. I do believe you will find our galaxy exhilarating as it is fascinating, with every system giving you something new to experience. You got that right. Hearing a lot of the stories is one thing, but experiencing them is another. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of whirring from the Jedi Masters, all of whom appeared to know what this was in regards to. It is time. Kit Fisto said aloud, PLO and SAA nodding in agreement. We believe that we can leave your friends in good hands to show them around. PLO said, inclining his head to the Avengers he knew most. The Grand Master has called for a meeting in the council chamber to discuss certain matters. Don't let us hold ya, PLO. Rhodey stated. The council members soon left them be. It wasn't long with some small talk did the Chancellor leave along with his guards. With the Avengers alone now, Tony turned to the rest of them and without wasting a moment. That guy's evil, right? He more stated than asked. No way you can't tell me he isn't. Jesus Christ, that guy is so blatantly evil, it's not even funny. This Chancellor of yours has been giving me some creepy vibes. Strange murmured. Reminds me of Alexander Pierce. Noted Clint. While Hawkeye hadn't met the deceased Secretary of Internal Security and secret head of Hydra, he knew much of how the man acted through Fury and Natasha's accounts. After the reveal of Hydra having infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and the eventual cleanup, Clint got various pieces fit into place of how everything about the man made sense. Things were further confirmed once talking to Bucky. I don't like his smile. Shuri muttered, shivering momentarily. Why does that smile creep me out? We don't trust him. T'Challa plainly admitted. From the get-go. Sam said with his arms crossed. That dude's been on our radar since we all met the guy. He just radiates creep factor. Didn't pay much mind, at first, given he's a politician. You know how that is. Said Natasha. Tony snorted. Oh yeah. Got plenty of experience with that. Rhodey picked this up from there. This shifted over time with Peter and Wanda giving their thoughts on the matter. We've been trying to pin him down. Widow all but silently confirmed. But it's a bit complicated. Hasn't Wanda been able to get a read on him? Clint asked, the Avengers that knew Palpatine all shaking their heads. She can't. Steve stressed. Well, not without actual force. Oh, that guy is evil. Stark said with finality. Yeah, I don't like the vibe he gives off either. Strange muttered, Mordo nodding in agreement. He is like Saruman with how he pretends to be aligned to good. The green-robed sorcerer remarked. Clint hummed, pondering on the matter. Makes the situation with Hydra seem tame or dwarfed. Arguments up in the air with that. Nat said. Doesn't it kinda dwarf what we had on Earth, though? War Machine commented. I mean, ours was just a speck of dust in a sunbeam, but this is a whole galaxy. Technicalities. Sam waved off. Do your Jedi buddies know of this? Asked the Iron Avenger. It's been investigated, but only with a handful of individuals that actually tried for it. Natasha answered. We don't want to jump the gun until we have everything accounted for. If we did, then it'll be messy. T'Challa elaborated. Palpatine is the leader of the Republic, thus accusations without backup will cause untold amount of problems. Can't exactly cut the head off and expect everything to go swimmingly afterwards. Sam pointed out. We're still dealing with other problems as well. Like the chips in the heads of the clones. Rhodey quietly said, tapping the side of his head. Nearly done on that, I think. But the issue still remains. It's why we're hoping you can help us on that front, Dr. Strange. Steve Rogers said, giving the former neurosurgeon a hard gaze. These men are fine soldiers who don't deserve to have their free will just ripped away like that. I had heard about this. Strange had a deeply disturbed frown. But I had not thought it was real until hearing it from you all. Just how extensive is it? Every single clone trooper has it in their head. Rhodey grimly said, making Stephen wince. Dear God. As a forcefully retired doctor, Stephen still found a number of the medical equipment this galaxy possessed was fascinating. And the detail of being able to do head surgery to cut out the biochips from the clones' heads made him somewhat jealous. Yet machines don't have the certain finesse as personal feeling and experience to prevail over certain operations. What can we do to help? Shuri asked straight away. First, we're gonna need to review everything you've gathered. Strange cut in. If we are indeed intent on removing these control chips from their heads, can't you just deal with the issue from the source? What's the name of that planet they're from? Barton asked. Kamino. Nat filled in for him. Yeah, Kamino, can't you go from there? We would, but can't. War Machine stated with a shake of his head. Would give us away from the cloners, who in turn would probably inform who secretly greenlit this whole situation. We bet they are more attentive on their operation after the Battle of Kamino. All we can do is continue operations once they're away from Kamino. How about deleting the programming? Repeating earlier comment. Sam deadpanned. That's frustrating. Mordo noted. Tell us about it. Nat groused out. We've been trying to figure this out for a while now. Well, we're here to help now. Strange said with a determined expression. I'm not a surgeon anymore, but everything I know is still in here. He emphasized, tapping his head. So I'll figure something out to get this out of their heads. The 5 Avengers that had been in this galaxy all felt a wave of relief and gratitude wash over them upon hearing this. Ever since discovering the inhibitor chips on Kamino and the orders that came with it -66 in particular, they had been long trying to figure out a means in which to systematically remove these chips. They had brainstormed on many occasions, suggesting the equipment used by the Republic in the Venators and other medical stations as the means to do it. While most were in agreement that it was feasible, the issue came with it undoubtedly, eventually, drawing attention to their work. On top of that, other than their trusted friends in the Jedi and Senate, they were a literal handful of people. Others would need to know, but those who were most important in this matter also should be made aware of this. The clones themselves. Jedi such as Anakin, Ayla, Ahsoka, and Barriss wanted to tell the clones straight away, but Obi-Wan and Luminara advised caution against such a thing. Much as the 2 council members wished to inform the clones of this issue, they knew that if they did, there was a serious likelihood of there being some kind of slip-up. One cannot account for millions of clones and all of them staying silent or not inadvertently mentioning something like this. The risk was too high. All of the companies and squads don't know of this, with only the young clones that were still on Kamino having not been installed with these chips, courtesy of some programming with Karen, Tap, Scott, Hope, Peter and later on Vision to reinforce the process. The Kaminoans remained none the wiser to the subversion of their plan, with none of the future troopers having the chips installed in their heads. And then there were clones like Rex, Cody, Bly, and Gree, all of whom noticed a shift in their commanders and generals after they were informed of this. They didn't know what it was, but the Jedi started acting kinder, more so than they already were, going out of their way to make sure the troopers were well accounted for and had time to relax on a more proper scale. When they had asked about what was going on, their commanders and generals simply asked that they continued to trust them, and when the time would arrive, answers would come with it. So far, this still held up. The clones trusting the Jedi. Others, however, had questions and were still curious. But now, with more help, especially with someone like Dr. Strange involved, the possibility of getting these chips out of the heads of the clones was now a certainty in the eyes of the Avengers who had been here all this time. Hopefully, perhaps once Ultron is defeated, this issue will finally be resolved, among other things. All the while, within the Jedi Temple archives, Two individuals stood in front of a data case, with the one having pulled out a specific file that she had managed to find with assistance from Jocasta. Zane. Celeste Morn whispered, recognizing the once Jedi Padawan that had helped seal her and the Mu'ur talisman away during the Mandalorian Wars. What happened to him? Bucky Barnes softly asked, standing on the side, watching her silently as she slid the data card back into its slot. He lived his life. She muttered quietly, head tilted down, a sad smile for her lover to see. Him and Jareel looked them up and asked the librarian Jocasta. They survived the Mandalorian Wars, the Civil War, the Triumvirate, and even helped rebuild the Order after it nearly collapsed 4,000 years ago. You must be proud of them. I am. Happy for them. Just wished I could have seen it all in person. Bucky said nothing, only placing a tender hand on her shoulder. She responded by shrugging it off to turn and embrace him. The two lovers held one another in silence, Barnes gently stroking her hair that was down at this moment. He felt her shuddering now, and there was a small choked sob, the World War II veteran placing a loving kiss on her forehead in hopes of assuaging the tormented mood she must be feeling right now. They remained that way for a time before she pulled away, yet still held his hand. Come on, she quietly said, lightly tugging on his arm. I saw what I wanted. Bucky said nothing, simply allowing for Celeste to guide him out of the archives and into one of the many corridors of the temple. They were silent for the most part, only taking in the halls and decorations of this grand building. Force, I remember when we were still constructing this temple. Celeste reminisced. After the war with Exar Kun, we had to relocate from Ossus. Dantooine served as our headquarters for a time, and we still had Tython. But I never would have imagined the temple turning out like this. It is big. Bucky remarked, looking up at one of the spires. Why is the ceiling so damn high? Celeste chuckled, patting his hand. I wish I could tell you, my love, but you'll have to take it up with the architects. From 4,000 years ago. He flatly countered. His girlfriend shrugged in return. Well, you know that is a technical possibility with the holocrons. She watched as Barnes' mouth opened and closed several times before ending on a comical frown as the realization set in that this is likely something they can do. The Jedi sorcerer giggled, looping her arm around his and leaning against him. He smiled down at her, glad to see that her situation didn't affect her to the point where she couldn't laugh at small things here and there. Shows that she's at least open to recovery. How's it feel being back here? Bucky asked after a moment. Morn angled her head up, taking in the many pillars of the temple before releasing a sigh. Like Tython, it's strange but familiar. Celeste admitted, hanging her head. But it's not home. Bucky had a sad frown, feeling the conflict she possessed. While not to the level that she had, he understood that pain, that feeling. To wake up to a world, or galaxy, in this instance, and while it has so much of what you knew, it still wasn't the place you were born into. It'll still be a while for her to accept the present norm. Question is, how long will it take in the present setting? Elsewhere at the temple, a former master and apprentice were at the Room of 1,000 Fountains. Neither really spoke, only meditating, with the only sound being heard were the installed sounds of nature in the vicinity. Wasn't long someone spoke up. I know you have something on your mind, Master. Kenobi blinked upon hearing this, turning to his former Padawan. Whatever gave you that idea? I can feel it. Anakin plainly replied. That, and every time you looked at me, your beard twitched. I know you have something you wish to discuss with me. Obi-Wan found himself smiling slightly. Have I become that easy to read? You always were. Anakin said with a small smirk. I just never bothered to use it against you. Or perhaps you've only just figured it out. Kenobi idly said, making his old student snort. Probably too stubborn to admit it. The older Force user humphed in amusement before his eyes trailed down, landing on the second lightsaber hanging off Anakin's belt. We never talked about it since Vader was defeated. The Jedi Master quietly said, seeing Anakin's head tilt down at the Sith Lord's saber attached to his hip. There would have been a time where Skywalker would have brusquely responded with a, "What is there to talk about?" not wanting to address such a matter. Now, however, things were different. It's been on my mind since Tython. Having to deal with the memories of him in my head. His actions haunting me, one way or another. Hard for me to look at various people at the temple the same way as before, given he killed them. Why do you keep it on you, Anakin? His former master inquired with a concerned frown. You know that it exudes the dark side. It exudes a part of me. Skywalker shot back. You know it isn't Dash. You know it is. The knight cut him off sharply. It's always there, always has been. I've just been ignoring it all this time. He took a calming breath. I can't anymore. I'm trying to change my nature. For the better so I won't become him. You are, Anakin. With us, with you. It's not really enough. Kenobi wore a frown, saddened to hear this. Anakin. He saw his old student release a sigh, reaching up to run his hand down his face. I'm sorry, Obi-Wan. I didn't mean to make you worry. Kenobi smiled slightly, reaching over to pat his protégé's shoulder. Unfortunately for you, just like you always will with Ahsoka, I will always be concerned for you no matter what you do. The Chosen One shot his old master an appreciative smile. What did you always say to me about these things? Lightsabers symbolize our life, right? I do. And you've lost and destroyed plenty of them while you were my Padawan. Obi-Wan recounted. Anakin snorted, remembering those many instances. Unclipping Vader's lightsaber, he held it in his palm. And this is a possibility of what my life could become. He sensed Obi's concern spiking again. Something I know I can avoid now. What do you know about cleansing a kyber crystal? Obi-Wan gave Anakin a look. Where'd you hear of this? The master asked in surprise. That was an exceptionally rare piece of knowledge. Well, not entirely. It's just open knowledge that few ever pursued in their studies of the lightsaber. Only those who truly wished to know about it studied such topics. Recently, from Tython. Skywalker admitted. I believe it's the first step on the new path I must take. He used the Force and levitated the weapon, deconstructing it to reveal the blood-red crystal inside. Been looking into how to make it work. A means of fixing what Vader did to this. Once done, I believe I can be at peace with myself and let Vader die properly. Anakin then reconstructed the lightsaber before it dropped back into his palm. Until then, as I've stated before, I have to deal with the weight it holds. Kenobi said nothing, only recollecting what he knows of the process. Sith or those who fell to the dark bled or tampered their crystals. It's why they are typically red. But if they want to reverse the process, it's not so simple. It's quite difficult, but considered rewarding. However, the crystal won't appear what it once was. Instead it becomes stark white, showing how pure and clean it became. Have you given thought to what he said? About, what made you, him, that version of you falling? Every day and every moment since. Anakin said, and he saw the subtle way in which his old master's mood shifted. He was now guarded, more reserved and clearly uncertain of whether or not he should even say what's on his mind. Even now, he can see the memories of Vader being pushed away and mistrusted by the Council, one way or another. Having things start with Ahsoka exiled, courtesy of Barriss framing her for bombing the Jedi Temple. Later, when the Clone Wars came to an end, Vader became a member of the Council, on the Chancellor's behalf, but didn't obtain the rank of Master. This further led to his downfall. But when he did, on Mustafar, Padme sought to stop him, which led to Vader killing her. When this occurred, Anakin frowned. He knew there was more to all of this, but the memories were foggy, darkened. He knew the other details of such circumstances lied with them, but they were locked out for some reason. Especially the information with who Vader's master, Darth Sidious, actually was. It was frustrating, really. The secret Sith Lord's identity, the person who Dooku hinted at since the beginning of the Clone Wars, was within reach, but so far away. You know. I figured you might have suspicions on us, but just come out and say it, Master. Anakin calmly said. Obi-Wan Kenobi didn't respond, giving his old pupil a long, hard look, gazing into his eyes to sense any signs of reservations, and found none. With a heavy sigh, he looked away, rubbing his beard tiredly. I had hoped that you would have eventually understood what was needed to be done. Obi-Wan stated. I know that you love her, Anakin dash. She's my wife. He interrupted, making Kenobi halt in his musings. That I did not know. The Master quietly said. I simply believed you two to see each other whenever possible. You're not wrong there. We married 2 weeks after the first battle of Geonosis. Anakin revealed. We knew it was rushed and all, but it's what we wanted. We knew what we were getting into. His gaze was distant now. We've been working it out since. Talking whenever possible and seeing if our marriage is merely a fleeting romance or something better. And lately I'm starting to see a better tomorrow with her. It felt good for Skywalker to say this to Obi-Wan. He was his brother. His mentor. Keeping this secret for all this time often ate at him. It somewhat became easier for him to have this known with the Avengers and his Padawan. But it was different with Kenobi, given he knew him far longer than any of them. Anakin, what if the Jedi Order finds out about this? And that question halted Obi-Wan in his thought process. The nonchalant attitude and tone his friend conveyed was certainly something he was not expecting. And he repeated. And? Anakin, you could be expelled from the Order. Do you not understand the severity of this? Anakin's head bobbed from side to side, seemingly uncaring of such an outcome. I know. The Chosen One idly said. And I'll be okay with that. All that matters to me is Padme's happiness. Anakin dash. And I also know that I don't need to be a Jedi to do good, to help people. Skywalker's expression was fierce and determined. I don't think the Avengers would mind having another reckless member join their ranks. This was not what Obi-Wan was expecting to hear. And frankly, when he thought about it, Anakin would fit right in with the Avengers. Though he considers them friends and close allies by this point, it was clear that some were closer than others. Not to say he wasn't. The Avengers displayed a great deal of trust in the bearded Jedi Master, and he was the unofficial mentor to Peter Parker. But it was clear to see that certain Jedi like Anakin, his Padawan, Barriss, Ayla, and even Quinlan displayed a closer degree of camaraderie with Earth's mightiest heroes than he did. They've had quite the influence on you. Obi-Wan said finally. They have. But so have you. Said Anakin. And Obi-Wan, you should also know that you never failed Vader. It was the other way around. Is it? Is it so simple? Perhaps there was a part of me for now taking initiative, not partaking more where it was needed. It cannot be so easy to just place all the blame upon you, Anakin. Maybe, but that other me made the choice all the same. And that could still happen to me if I'm not careful. Obi-Wan felt his heart clench at that. He knew that that possible future would weigh heavily on Anakin's mind and quite possibly always will. But now that they knew, he internally resolved to make sure that the future shrouded in darkness wouldn't come to pass. There was a moment of thought for the council member before asking a pertinent question. I can't help but wonder. Why now, Anakin? Why after all this time? His pupil raised a brow, taking a moment to think just what Obi-Wan was referring to before letting out a small ah of realization. I've realized that hiding things will only lead to more grief. It's time I started to be more open, be myself, not hide anything, especially from those who I care about. Silence surrounded the pair, letting the conversation sink in before Anakin continued. Obi-Wan, when I was down, you know what got me back up to keep on fighting against Vader? I closed my eyes and I saw my mother, my wife, Ahsoka, my men, the Avengers, Qui-Gon, you. You give me strength and reason to fight. It's why, while I won't be telling the Order anytime soon, I can at least rest easier knowing that I can trust you and Ahsoka with my secret. Obi-Wan could help but be touched by Anakin's outreach to him. But after a moment, he realized that he wasn't the only one his old Padawan had mentioned. Wait, Ahsoka knows about this. Anakin nodded. Yeah, I told her a while back. And the Avengers. Obi-Wan exhaled a groan, pinching his nose in the process. Of course they know. Did you tell them? The Chosen One snorted and shook his head. No, apparently they already knew. They just figured it out. This took the Master aback. Oh. Anakin thought he was seeing things for a moment, but it soon dawned on him that this wasn't a Force illusion. "Are you? No way, are you pouting, Master Kenobi?" Skywalker said, barely containing his laughter. The Jedi Master's brow twitched at the use of the formal title. "Just realizing how dense I've been on the whole situation. Or I've been good at keeping it hidden from you for all this time," Anakin smugly said. "I'm just baffled at how the Avengers figured it out." Obi-Wan groused out. "They're not dumb, Master. They're just not Jedi." Obi-Wan looked quite offended by this. "What is that supposed to mean?" Laughter filled the one corner of the room of 1,000 fountains soon after. Over at the living quarters of Ahsoka Tano, the Togruta Padawan and her girlfriend were going over a number of things while their boyfriend was out and about doing what a Spider-Man always does. Ahsoka and Barriss had looked over some of the other holocrons they acquired from Tython. Not only did they find the holocron containing a holo message from Jolee Bindo, but ones that belonged to Ravan, Bastila Shan, Mitra Surik and the other Force-using traveling companions that were with them during their era. Didn't take much for them to realize the lightsabers and data cards belonged to them as well. Against their better judgment, they kept not just the holocrons but the lightsabers as well. A calling or nudge of the Force to have them hang onto them for some apparent reason. The data cards, however, were handed over. Much like what was found at the Ossus Library and other areas of Tython, the data cards weren't truly maintained as there was some corruption throughout the millennia. However, the ones that were found by Ahsoka, Barriss, and Peter oddly had high-level descriptions. Adding that along with the apparent corruption, it'll be quite a long while to properly decrypt them, even with the assistance of Tony, Vision, Shuri, and other Master Jedi. Back to the holocrons, the two Padawans spent many hours together viewing them, eating up as much knowledge as they could from them before going out to train on their newfound knowledge. It was astonishing really, just how deep the knowledge goes. Masters Anakin and Luminara had joined them on several occasions, both equally as floored and enraptured with how much they learned from it. The two Padawans knew that eventually, they would have to give the holocrons up for others to study and look over, as they knew this knowledge must be shared by all in their order. But Master Yoda decreed that those who have found holocrons, data cards, and any other knowledge first are free to use it as they see fit until it is time for all to see. The little Grandmaster was adamant to remind all that hoarding knowledge is the path of the Sith, not the Jedi. Each Jedi is to undertake their path for the sake of the Order as much as it is for themselves. All knowledge must be taught to strengthen and reforge an Order that has lost its way. It came as quite a shock to all when the Grandmaster and many within the Council admitted such a thing. The two Padawans, essentially, needed this reminder, given they had heard some of those same words from the Bendu. Hopefully, in time, they'll present the other holocrons. More so when they'll need assistance, comparison, and questions with what they've learned. While reading over some knowledge of the Jediatin Rand from Mitra Surik's company, Ahsoka briefly glanced over to Barriss and released a small hum. Once more, her lover was holding her lightsaber with a look of deep contemplation and uncertainty. "What is it?" Her fellow Padawan tilted her head up, turning to her girlfriend. Ahsoka gestured with her chin at Barriss' lightsaber. "You've been doing that for a while now." The Miri Allen blinked at that. "I have." The Togruta scooted closer to her girlfriend, placing the data card she was reading aside and bumping shoulders with her. Peter noticed it too, but he just didn't want to bring it up. Something about introspection and not interrupting it. "Oh," Barriss' shoulders slumped slightly. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to worry you both." Ahsoka shook her head, smiling slightly before pecking her girlfriend on the cheek. "You didn't make us worry, just curious," she said softly. "So what's up?" "Credit for your thoughts." Barriss leaned over, having her head rest on Ahsoka's shoulder. "I've been thinking of a change. Taking on another lightsaber." Her Togruta girlfriend adopted a thoughtful look. "Really? You want to take on Jarkai a bit more?" Barriss nudged her head slightly against Ahsoka's shoulder. "Not exactly. Just, I wish to take on a new lightsaber entirely. Perhaps give this one up," she said, unclipping her present lightsaber and holding it up. "Give it? What are you talking about? Your lightsaber is fine." Uffie lifted her head up, shaking it. "No, That's not what I mean, my love. It is something else. Ahsoka frowned, taking one of Barris' hands. Then what is it? She softly asked. The Miri Allen said nothing at first, looking down at their intertwined hands and gently squeezing Ahsoka's. She closed her eyes, enjoying the feel of her lover's hand in hers. It was something she had come to love, these small moments and gestures from Peter and Ahsoka. These small acts made her love the pair more deeply and intensely with every passing day, making her always wonder if there is an end to such a thing. She doesn't want there to be. There has been much on my mind, love, Barris began. Ever since Tython with our previous discussion with Peter, I have given thought about the idea of eventually leaving the Order. Even our time with his Aunt May. Going over these holocrons. Leaving one life to take on another. Ahsoka's lips turned downward though not out of objection. She too has had these thoughts now, with them only increasing over time. Though she also knows that such a decision can't be taken out of hand. For now, rather than dwell on these thoughts, she simply listened to her girlfriend as she went on. This is meant to be a representation of our devotion, Barris solemnly said, holding up her lightsaber. That this is our life, our creed to the Order and the galaxy. The lightsaber is the life of a Jedi. It is a part of who they are. The Miri Allen lowered her saber, having it rest on her lap now. But now, this is no longer who I am. I'm not going to be the same person I once was when I made this years ago. This lightsaber represents me from a different time and place. I feel my connection to it waning when I use it now. Barris looked up into Ahsoka's eyes. I believe it is time I put this lightsaber aside. A curious frown marred her features, but didn't want to really question it. If this is what her girlfriend wanted to do, what right did she have to judge? Then what lightsaber would you take? Using the Force, Barris called upon a particular lightsaber from the pile on the other side of the room. It flew to her hand, having to realize what it was. Ravan's lightsaber. I believe it fits perfectly with me. You could call it a transitional one until I am ready to forge a new one. Pointing it away from them, the blade was ignited to reveal its purple glow. This will suffice until the time comes. Tano gave out a nod. When Barris deactivated her apparently new lightsaber, she asked Ahsoka a question, glancing back to the lightsaber pile. If you were to take one of these, which would you take? I wouldn't really know. I'm fine with what I have. Her having lost her green and yellow-green ones to Ultron when she was captured, she acquired a pair of blue lightsabers. Anakin helped make them for her, which she was grateful for. But what if you leave the Order? Still the same. There was so much significance with these lightsabers. The stories they possibly told with their previous wielders. How they possibly reflected their lives with their particular details with their designs and blades. If one wanted to essentially inherit such lightsabers, they'd need to know of their tale a whole lot more than reigning in ignorance. Bastila Shan's double-bladed yellow, Jolie Bindo's blue and green, and Mitra Surik's double-bladed blue and single-bladed cyan, which used to belong to Atris. These were the most significant of the bunch. There was even the second lightsaber that belonged to Ravan, his red-bladed one when he was known as Darth Ravan. No rush needed, love. Let the Force advise and guide you. Yeah. Ahsoka chuckled out. Her mind drifted slightly to something else, yet familiar in topic. Probably Peter could take one of these. Oh? Why do you think that? Just thinking of Pietro having taken Master Di's lightsaber, wanting to honor his memory. And I believe Wanda has a lightsaber as well, but never saw her use it. Master Obi-Wan has also been training Peter on mastering his spider sense. He's also been training him with lightsaber forms. Really? He has. I've seen him using Ataru in combat lately. Apparently, he has been studying it. Ahsoka affirmed. A chuckle escaped Afi's lips. If that were to happen, now I'd like to spar against him. Well, we never train with them. Ahsoka pointed out. We should, though I fear he may let us win. The Miri Allen stated. Ahsoka figured such a notion was likely. The pair weren't fools in knowing how much physically stronger their boyfriend was and faster, and with that spider sense of his, striking him can be tricky. Though knowing him, he wouldn't want to hurt their feelings on winning over them with his skills, thus he'd give them a drastic handicap. Then we shall have to guilt him into sparring with us properly. Tano firmly said. How do we do that? I can think of a few methods. Ahsoka coyly said. Natasha told us denial can make a boy quite crazy. Oh, did she now? Barriss mischievously said, the girls giggling together. The laughter subsided after a moment, both girls enjoying the silence shared between them both when Ahsoka glanced down at Barriss' lightsaber. So what will you do with your old lightsaber? The Togruta asked. Give it to the council and let them decide? Or? Tano saw Barriss hold a look of contemplation before putting her hand under hers, holding it up to place her saber into it. One may think of it naively of it being done temporarily, but something else was there with the gesture. Ahsoka eyed it, curious for some moment before voicing a jokingly, offhand question. You're not proposing, are you? Barriss looked directly into her eyes. I am. Silence filled the room. Two simple words of recognition slowly sank in, making Ahsoka look at her female lover with slowly widening eyes. What? Barriss said nothing at first, covering Ahsoka's hand, and having it close upon the given lightsaber. You and Peter have given my life new purpose and new meaning, more so than the Jedi Order. Barriss quietly said, taking Ahsoka's other hand into her own. And I wish to share my life with you too. Her eyes briefly glanced at her lightsaber. I want to signify it by willingly giving you what was once mine. Barriss adjusted her position to fully face Ahsoka. With this, I pledge myself to you, Ahsoka Tano, and to our love, Peter Parker. With this, I dedicate my life and love to you both. I love you with my heart and soul and wish to be with you both until the end of our time in this universe. Due to the force bond the pair shared, the Togruta knew that every word Barriss uttered to be true, each one resonating deeply in her heart and giving her a fluttering sensation that made her squirm slightly. Don't say it so simple as that. Ahsoka stuttered out, face gaining a healthy degree of color. What if it doesn't really work out? You don't think it will? Uffy innocently asked, making Tano shake her head. And no, I just Ahsoka could only stammer her words out, face turning a shade darker, much to Barriss' amusement. To see her Togruta lover in such a state when she's usually so self-assured and confident always made Barriss love her even more. To throw her off a bit more, Barriss slowly pushed her down and climbed on top of her. She could see her breathing shallowly or rapidly as her chest was rising up and down with her growing flushed face. Such a sight was rather exciting, and arousing. When did you become this bold? Ahsoka managed out. Barriss gave her a coy smile, leaning far more as her weight was comfortably lying on Ahsoka. Their breasts pressed against each other as the Myrilian's lips hovering over hers. When did you become this shy? With them kissing now, Barriss took control and somewhat dominated her. To somewhat answer the question Tano asked her, one can blame the influence of her lovers. One could blame Simbi for slowly changing things, for better or worse. Who can say which is more? All Barriss knows and cares for is how irresistible Peter and Ahsoka are becoming to her. Sure, her Jedi discipline allows a great degree of control. But when they're alone, they'll just let their imagination take them where they want. Later on in the day, between the countless buildings of the city planet of Coruscant swung the ever-increasing familiar figure of Spider-Man. He had been swinging in between the buildings, doing his usual feats of acrobatic maneuvers in between it all with the occasional stop to prevent a crime or catch a criminal. After everything that's happened in the last few days, this was almost therapeutic. Seriously, sometimes just stopping bad guys was the best way to clear his head. He noticed some of the clones on the streets below, doing their own part in keeping the peace on Coruscant, the web-slinger saluting them in passing as they did the same. The Avenger eventually swung towards the Jedi Temple, landing gracefully at the entrance and dusting himself off. Phew. He said. Needed that. Peter. The New Yorker blinked, looking over to see a female Zabrak and a male human. Hey, Mac, Cass, Peter greeted with a wide smile. How are you guys doing? Well enough. Mac Loter said with an odd smile. I hope you're doing alright as well. Swell. Peter said with a thumbs up. Just gotta talk to Master Kenobi about something important. Explains the get-up. Todd noted with a smirk. I heard that he's been teaching you, but I didn't think you'd commit this hard. Oh my god, I know I barely passed my Padawan test, but is it really that hard to accept that he's my master? It's been like 4 years already, geez. Parker said in both amusement and frustration, bewildering the Jedi couple who shared a look. They didn't have time to ask what he meant as Peter was already walking away from them. We can talk later, he waved off. Maybe we can make a double date. I found this great spot not far from here. Peter jogged off, not noticing the jolts both Padawans had and how they quickly looked around to make sure nobody had heard him say that, which seemed to be the case thankfully. Entering the temple, Spider-Man walked down several corridors, spotting a few Jedi here and there and waving at them in greeting, which they returned. Yet he failed to see all the strange gazes he had been receiving until at long last, he found who he was looking for. Obi-Wan and Anakin were walking together, their backs to him, and they appeared to be discussing something important. Hey Master Kenobi! Peter cheerfully greeted, making the bearded Jedi along with Anakin turn and give him a bemused look. Peter, he said. What in the galaxy are you wearing? I just had them washed. The New Yorker said, patting his robes. Hey Anakin, how's it going? Hey. Anakin replied with an odd smile. Peter then clapped his hands together, turning back to Obi-Wan. So, what's the plan for today, Master? Anything new and exciting happening in the galaxy that needs our attention? 'Cause if not, I wanna take Ahsoka out to this new restaurant I found not too far from here. If that's alright with you, Master Skywalker. Huh. The blue-eyed Jedi Knight was thrown for a loop. Since when has Peter ever called him that? Peter, what are you talking about? Obi-Wan voiced the question he and Anakin shared. What do you think I'm talking about? Since when do you refer to me as Master? Anakin couldn't help but say. Peter tilted his head at that. Since, always? I mean, I know you've been Master for a few years now, and, now that I look at ya look better than last time. Where'd that beard of yours go? Did Master Kenobi take it all back? Come again. Peter, are you alright? Obi-Wan now asked, a look of great concern appearing now. Huh? What are ya talking about? I feel fine. You sure? Anakin's eyes narrowed. You're not exactly speaking as though you have a sound mind. This only served to bewilder Peter now. Come on Master Obi, do you really think your wife would want to hear you talk like that to your Padawan? Obi-Wan and Anakin rapidly blinked, completely thrown off by what he just said. I beg your pardon? My wife. Kenobi said, unsure of what he heard. I mean, I know she can scare you sometimes and all, but... Peter then saw their reactions and fell silent. Guys? Is everything okay with you? Rather than answer his question, the two Jedi soon felt something in the Force. Something that was coming from the young Avenger, and it made both their eyes widen. Peter exuded the Force. Not in the way he had before, with that unusual sensation of there being some odd void with branches, no, the Force as they knew it, and didn't. This was a different sensation. The familiarity of the Force was there, but it wasn't what they were used to. Yet one question came to mind for Kenobi as he gazed at Peter with an intense look that made the young teen squirm slightly. My wife. Obi-Wan gave the teen a hard stare. What is her name? It was clear that this question greatly troubled and threw off the webhead, but he answered all the same. What? The name? Obi-Wan forcefully said. Give me a name. Peter was startled by the question but answered it all the same. Your wife? Ms. Kenobi? Siritachi? Ring any bells, 'cause I'm pretty sure she'd be on your tail if she heard you talking like this. Obi-Wan's face paled and even Anakin looked disturbed. How? Kenobi's voice came out in a croak. How do you know that name? This only served to further unsettle Peter. Master? Is everything alright? Peter, Skywalker was stern, his eyes boring into Spider-Man's. Where did you hear that name? W.H. What? Peter stammered. Master Anakin, what are you talking about? How can I not know that name? She's my master's wife. How is Dash? She died at the start of the Clone Wars. the young Jedi Knight stated, derailing Peter's argument. Huh. Died at the start of the what the hell do you mean? Peter now started to panic. The Clone Wars are supposed to be over. How can you say that Siri is dead? What is the matter dash? What the hell is going on here? Came the voice of Captain America, the super soldier walking into the hallway the three of them stood in. With him were Tony, Strange, Rhodey, Widow and Falcon. They all saw the three of them with the billionaire immediately noticing what Peter was wearing. Well, gotta admit Parker, that is a good look. Tony said with an approving nod. But never knew you were into cosplay, kid. Peter ignored this, instead focusing on Steve. General Rogers? What are you doing here? Steve blinked, looking at Obi-Wan and Anakin, then at the other Avengers and back to Peter. General. He said in bemusement. What are you talking about? With his record, you might as well be a general. Rhodey reflexively said. We heard yelling. Sam spoke up. What happened out here? That's what we would like to know. Anakin muttered, turning back to a completely lost Peter Parker. Doctor Strange, all the while, gave Spider-Man a disturbed look. It only took him a few moments until he stepped forward. Who are you? Strange abruptly asked with a great degree of intensity, making all turn to him. What? Came the response from several in the hall. I repeat, who are you? He said in a more firm voice, stepping closer to Peter who took a step back. Master Strange. Peter worriedly said. Seeing the teen's nervousness, Iron Man walked in between the pair. Hey, back off. Tony came in, placing a hand on Steven's chest and pushing him back. What's your deal, Steven? My deal is him. Strange stated, jabbing his finger at Spider-Man. I won't ask again, who are you? I'm Peter, the New Yorker said, sounding slightly stressed. Peter Parker, Steven, how could you forget about me? I only met you a few days ago. The sorcerer answered. What? Peter's arms fell slightly. What do you mean? Master Strange, what are you talking about? Yeah, can someone start talking right now? Natasha stated, as lost as everyone was right now, and what Peter said next only added to the confusion. And you are? The look he received from the Avenger was one that made him take another step back. Before they were able to speak any further, a new pair of Jedi arrived, coming around the corner. Is everything all right here? Asked a soft voice. Everyone turned to see Luminara Unduli coming upon the scene with her Padawan in tow. We heard some shouting down the hall. The Miri Allen Master said in concern. Barriss saw Peter and she blinked at the sight of his face. A hurricane of emotions was seen and felt by the Padawan, the boy appearing as though he had seen a ghost. Peter. She said, frowning at the way he was looking at her. What's wrong? Barriss. Peter croaked out, eyes widening, becoming glossy as he approached the Padawan who was uncertain as to how to react right now. Everyone else saw this and was uncertain as to how to react. Peter. She muttered, feeling something off in the force. Is everything? She was cut off by the tight hug she was pulled in, and even more so when she, along with everyone else, heard Peter begin to cry. Barriss. He said through choked sobs. You're real? You're actually here. This only stemmed to add further befuddlement to all present in the hallway, none more so than the Miri Allen Padawan. It was quite abrupt. Normally, Barriss wouldn't mind getting a hug from Peter. She'd grown used to it with her lovers. Yet two things prevented her from returning the hug. Number one was her master standing right beside her, and number two, something was really off about all this. She felt it both with how Peter was behaving right now and with the way the Force was right now. Reaching out with the Force, she began to tell this Peter felt different from the one she knew. Not to mention this Peter was awfully strong with the Force. It was then that Strange came up to Peter, placed a hand on his shoulder, and pulled him away from Barriss. I'm gonna ask you one last time. Stephen Strange summoned symbols around his hands, getting into a stance. Who are you? Oi. Tony along with Steve stepped in between them. What the hell are you doing, Strange? Stark's expression was far more intense than it was before. You better start talking now. Rogers all but commanded. Not until he does so first. Strange shot back, keeping his eyes locked onto Peter's. Strange, what are you talking about? It's me. The teary-eyed Spider-Man insisted, gesturing to himself. Me, you trained me with understanding the Force better than anyone else in the temple. I don't know the Force and I'm no Jedi. Strange rebuked. Just as things were about to escalate, everything came to a standstill at the arrival of another two individuals. One was Ahsoka Tano and the other was someone who looked as though he could be Spider-Man's twin. Is everything all right here? The Togruta Padawan instantly asked, sensing the tense air here. Yeah, what is with all the screaming? Is something happen? Peter Parker trailed off, his eyes becoming the size of small saucer plates as his gaze landed on Peter Parker. Eng. The entire hallway fell silent as all soon felt their perspectives go all haywire at the sight of two Peter Parkers standing in front of them. Both had locked eyes and they stood still for a few moments before the two Parkers approached each other, everyone else watching on in silent shock and astonishment. No one could formulate a word at first until a moment later, the two pointed at each other. Who are you? Chorused the Peters, pausing before blurting out again. I asked you first. Quit it. Stop copying me. It was really bewildering seeing this unfolding. Everyone else was used to seeing the clones, given they have the same generic face and voice. That was one thing. This was something else entirely. They could literally feel it in the air. Did you guys have another Peter and didn't tell us? Tony immediately asked the Jedi in the hallway. No. And we most certainly would inform you. Obi-Wan muttered. Is he a clone? Wilson asked. Anakin shook his head. No, I don't think so. Do we have a doppelganger situation? Rhodey quietly said. We just said With would have told you about something like that. As this discussion was going on in the background, both Peters found themselves sizing each other up. The pair were about to get a bit more confrontational when something happened. Spider senses began to flare. It wasn't anything dangerous at all, just like an adenoid tingle. Like they seemed to resonate with each other. A small sense of realization hit them soon after. You're like me. Chorused the two Peters. Doctor Strange narrowed his eyes, now stepping forward to stand between the pair. One moment, if you would. He said, clapping his hands together to weave out a spell. He made an 8-sided star atop a hexagonal pattern that he cast towards the Jedi-clothed Peter, the symbols washing over him and changing into a red, blue, and brown color. You. Strange's eyes widened with astonishment. You're from another universe. I'm sorry, what? What? Said everyone else in the hallway. Another universe, Tony parroted. Another, a variant of our Peter Parker. Begging your pardon, but what does that mean? Luminara asked, turning to Strange. We're talking about the multiverse. Steven answered. An endless expanse of different universes and realities. It's a bit hard to explain right now, but let's just say, he gestured to the two Spider-Men. You're looking at one such example. The multiverse is real. Both Peters said at the same time in disbelief. A Peter Parker, who appears to be a Jedi in another universe. Doctor Strange noted. This is just. Yeah, it's official, we've hit a whole new level of batshit crazy. Rhodey said with Sam and Nat nodding. I can't believe this. The Peter Parker the Avengers knew muttered, running his hand through his hair. There is a multiverse. That would mean that our understanding of the initial singularity dash, the Jedi Spider-Man suddenly said, making the other almost jump in excitement. Would have to mean that we're dealing with an eternal inflation system dash. Meaning that the quantum. Both Peters stopped upon seeing everyone staring at them. This is really cool. They stammered out at the same time. Tony had a wide grin in place, finding this equally as cool as the two teens of different universes. This is a science brother's dream. Luminara turned to Doctor Strange with a look of clear intrigue. I remember you and your fellow masters speaking about protecting Earth from otherworldly threats. Does this count as one of them? Strange shook his head. No, more like us needing to figure out just what caused this ripple in our universe. If this is indeed a variation of Peter Parker and he's anything like the one in this universe, he's not the threat. The two Peters stared at each other when both shared a grin and a similar thought. Peter Parker, they said in unison, laughing as they clapped hands together, several of the others seeing this and rolling their eyes in amusement at the interaction. And with that handshake came a small ripple that went unnoticed by all save for the pair who looked down at their hands momentarily. They both looked back up at each other with questing gazes when an odd series of colored lights appeared above them. It wasn't discernible at first, but they began to grow. What the hell is that? Sam spoke aloud, now noticing the lights with everyone else seeing them as well. Looking up, the Peters finally took notice of the lights coming right for them from an anomaly that began bubbling up in the air. As this all grew, various objects began levitating and swirling. Wait, this is... Oh no, not again. Spoke the Jedi Peter, recognizing what he was seeing. I thought I was just seeing things the first time. Again. Said the Peter of this universe. While everyone else was relatively staying rooted in place, the two wall crawlers weren't so lucky. Peter, Ahsoka and Barriss shouted at the same time. Due to the fact they were being sucked right in. What the hell? Sam shouted. Get him. Steve commanded, jumping forward to grab the Peter he knew by the wrist, but he slipped out of his grasp. Kid. Tony yelled. He and Rhodey flew after the pair only for the strange lights to spastically glitch out, sending the two armored Avengers flying back. Doctor Strange began casting a spell, but it was being erased, startling the sorcerer. Both Peters fired their webs at anything sturdy to keep them away from the portal. The Force wielders, even the Jedi version of Peter, used their powers to try to keep the wall crawlers in place. Yet it was all for naught as the portal nullified their attempts, one way or another. Guys. Peter, Barriss, Ahsoka, and several of the Avengers and Jedi yelled at the same time, the last thing both Spider-Men heard just as they were sucked in. The two lovers of Peter Parker leaped at the portal, reaching out in an attempt of getting him. Their fingers barely grazed his own when the oddity fully swallowed the wall crawlers up and swiftly closed up. For both Spider-Men, the sight of the Avengers and Jedi closed out as they began to fly through an infinite dimension of pure madness. The two flailed in the air, trying to recompose themselves. Peter. Jedi Spider-Man yelled out. Yeah. Avenger Spider-Man called back. Try to grab on. The Jedi Peter shouted, holding out his hand. Peter flailed, trying to get to his variant, firing a web line to tug each other close together, and their hands clapped together as they began flying through this reality of insanity. It was there they saw it. It appeared like the eternity of a great cosmos, though it would need some dusting, due to the amount of webbing all around. Might have been a cosmetic choice or something beyond their understanding. Regardless, the sight was absolutely breathtaking. Neither could really appreciate it with the velocity they were experiencing as they were traveling through this unlimited expanse to some unknown destination. As this occurred, Symbi the symbiote was feeling all sorts of things. 80 billion years of hive knowledge, across universes, was once accessible to Symbi. That was until the sun destroyed every one of his kind, in his home reality. Only he remains, as far as he knew. This was something else. Or perhaps something akin to remembering several details long since forgotten due to the entity's imprisonment by the Dark Celestial for millennia. It wasn't just Symbi that was noticing all of this, but Peter's suit AI Karen. She felt herself go haywire yet kept herself together, recording everything Peter was seeing right now. Yet there was so much information to process. What's happening? Avenger Spider-Man shouted through this turbulent ride. I don't know. Jedi Spider-Man answered, both spiders grasping each other's hands as tightly as possible to not risk getting separated. Just don't let go. You don't need to tell me twice. With the Jedi variant of Peter Parker, he tried to reach out with the Force, hoping to control a way of stabilizing himself or something. When he did, he practically gasped out in utter shock and surprise with the unlimited power flowing through him. It was as if he was reaching the oneness, yet not at the same time. There was so much. It was truly hard to process. Wait, Avenger Spider-Man shouted. What's THA-? Next thing either Parker knew, they shot out of whatever cosmic portal that sucked them in and began pinballing all over the place. They either impacted walls, streets, vehicles, billboards, and several other objects before coming to an abrupt stop, courtesy of slamming right into a giant screen. Miraculously, the screen was oddly intact. If there were any onlookers to this, they'd see the two wall crawlers loudly slide down the screen before peeling off its surface and falling to a rooftop in comedic fashion. Ow! Were their collective response as they forcefully pried themselves off the ground. "Are you all right?" Avenger Spider-Man asked. "I'm not dead," Jedi Spider-Man grunted. "Neither of us are so dash. Some good news," they both said, helping each other stand back up. "Oh, my back." The New York Peter winced, arching himself to feel pops in his back. "I got ya," the Force user said, going around his variant and lightly elbowing his back with his counterpart hissing before releasing a sigh. "Whoa. Yeah, that's much better. Thanks," Peter said with an appreciative thumbs up. The Jedi variant smiled and nodded before taking a look around. "Where are we?" Looking around, the young Avenger gave a response. "Times Square, I think." "You think?" "Looks different from what I know," the Queen's native Spider-Man clarified. "But this is Times Square. Layout and all is the same. Just different ads and some new structures here and there." His Force-using variant crossed his arms. "So where are we? I mean, what city or place other than Times Square?" Jedi Peter asked. "This feels like a toned-down version of Coruscant." "This is New York. You know this place well." "This is where I'm from. Not this place, but I'm not originally from Coruscant or that galaxy. I'm from a different one, I think." "Wait, really?" Jedi Peter said in astonishment. "Yeah. Earth is my home world." "Earth?" the Force wielder voiced. "Who names their planet dirt? It was a long time ago. Name stuck. Though when I chatted with the Guardians, most people outside of our solar system labeled our planet Terra. Now that sounds fitting. Right. And who are these Guardians?" Jedi Peter scrunched his face up. "Guardians of the Galaxy. Think of them as a ragtag mercenary group generally working for good." "Huh, wonder if they're like the Rangers of the Outer Rim." Jedi Spider-Man mused to himself. "Different variant, I suppose. Who's in the team?" Before the young Avenger could give a response, his eyes took notice of something. Focusing on it better, he felt pale and lightheaded from a growing sense of shock. The Jedi beside him noticed this and looked toward his counterpart's line of sight. On the screen, there was a headline that was extremely eye-catching. While the Jedi variant didn't know what it said, given he didn't know English, the Avenger one did. Dude," he muttered, pointing up at a flashing billboard. The Jedi Spider-Man looked to where his Earth counterpart was gesturing to, and he too mirrored his expression a moment later. Flashing before them was a headline that made their heads turn. "New York's hero, Spider-Man found dead at 26. Above the headline was a pair of pictures, Spider-Man on the left with a headshot of an older Peter Parker, who was blonde. "Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore." "Who's Toto?" said the Force wielder. "I'll tell ya later, but this isn't my universe. Nor yours. We're in another one entirely," the Jedi of the two surmised. "It says that we're dead. And that he's blonde. Why is that weird? Can you really see us with blonde hair?" "Yes," Jedi Spider-Man pointed at the neon screen. "Literally." "Right, sorry." The Avenger Spider-Man took one last look at the newsreel on the billboard before his shoulders sagged. "Now what?" Check the description for the links to the author.